Chapter 1. The Enigmatic Night World. Awakening beside the campus beauties. Pain. It hurts too much. Chi-Ran awoke on a dilapidated folding bed, his head throbbing painfully. Two substantial figures lay upon his chest, constricting his breath. Struggling to lift his head, his blurred vision gradually focused on two familiar silhouettes, his campus beauties, both bearing the dazed expression of inebriation. A wave of anxiety washed over Chi-Ran as memories of the previous night flickered through his mind. How'd I end up here? He endeavored to recollect, but could only grasp the remnants of a wild celebration. The echoes of last night's revelry lingered in his ears, stirring a sense of unease within him. As he attempted to struggle free, he found himself immobilized, a wave of embarrassment washing over him. The unfamiliar surroundings seemed to taunt him, as if they were a constant reminder of the extraordinary events that had unfolded the night prior. Upon opening his eyes, he discovered a young girl in a light blue dress nestled against him. Her skin was as smooth as jade, and her eyes sparkled like precious gems. Her delicate, youthful face radiated charm. She appeared somewhat familiar. Had I encountered this sister before? "You shameless scoundrel, release my sister." A fierce voice rang out beside him, and the girl was mercilessly pulled away. In the next moment, two strikingly similar, yet distinctly different beauties stood before Chi-Ran. One exuded an ethereal coldness, while the other was lively and endearing. Both possessed a beauty that could be deemed divine. Chi-Ran instantly recognized their identities. The two before him were none other than his classmates from Yinjing University, second-year students in the Chinese department, renowned campus beauties, the twin sisters Su Ruoxue and Su Ruoli. It was Su Ruoli who had just been atop him. Chi-Ran was perplexed. How'd I end up sleeping alongside these twin beauties? I was certainly in my dorm last night. More importantly, where on earth am I? Is this still within the country? The twins shared a similar look of bewilderment, and the three of them instinctively began to assess their surroundings. The room resembled that of a budget hotel, comprising two bedrooms, a living area, and a bathroom, with a total area of less than 40 square meters, the decor shockingly sparse. The bedroom contained only a single bed. Devoid of any other furnishings, the bathroom was equipped solely with a squat toilet. Lacking any bathing facilities, the cramped living area had no tables or chairs, the only item that could be classified as furniture being an enormous metal box and an electronic screen of an unknown brand mounted on the wall. At that moment, the screen displayed an unsettling stream of green text, accompanied by a somewhat eerie soundtrack. Welcome to the enigmatic night world. All adults from Blue Star will participate in this survival game. To endure, one must adhere to the following rules. 1. From 4 p.m. to 8 a.m. the next morning, the mist will thicken. It is imperative to remain indoors. 2. There may be knocking at night. Do not respond. Do not respond. Do not respond. 3. An exploration zone will refresh outside. The residential area resources can be collected, and rewards and star coins will be granted based on exploration levels. Star coins can be used in the online shop to purchase resources, which will be delivered directly to the buyer's residence. Upon reading the scrolling message, initial teammates have been matched. Please select one as the captain, who will possess squad management privileges. The three individuals exchange bewildered glances. The sisters, Su Ruoxue and Su Ruoli, appeared utterly perplexed. However, Chi-Ran, drawing from his extensive experience of 3,000 hours with tomato reading, swiftly grasped the situation at hand. His first course of action was to rush over to the electronic screen and register himself as the captain. With squad management privileges secured, the twin sisters were left dumbfounded. Wasn't a vote supposed to be held to select the captain? Chi-Ran merely shrugged in silence. With only 3 individuals present, and 2 of them being sisters, it would be foolish to engage in voting. Furthermore, they were in the treacherous world of the Night of Horrors, not in the peaceful and serene Blue Star. It was imperative to seize control of their survival. Su Ruoxue was about to voice her objections, but her sister, Su Ruoli, smilingly interjected, "Sister, I believe it's quite beneficial for Chi-Ran to be the captain. Look how quickly he reacted. He clearly has more experience than us." Although the twin sisters attended the same school as Chi-Ran, they were from different departments. The direct mention of his name caught him slightly off guard, but he dismissed it quickly. His mind was occupied solely with the thought of survival, leaving no room for other considerations. Gazing at the time displayed on the electronic screen, He noted it was already past 10 in the evening, a time decidedly unsuitable for venturing outside. Given the circumstances, it would be prudent to have a meal first. Chi-Ran scanned the room and ultimately focused on the only piece of furniture present, a metallic box. Meanwhile, Suruoshua strode directly to the door, reaching for the handle. Her sister, Suruoli, swiftly grasped her arm, exclaiming, "Sister, you mustn't go outside. Are you really believing such a prank? Whether it's a prank or not, just look outside." Both sisters turned their gaze toward the living room window, where a thick, eerie gray fog enveloped the world, within which ghastly forms could be faintly discerned. Startled, Suruoshua hurriedly drew the curtains closed. Nevertheless, she maintained a composed demeanor, stating, "Well, it is inherently unsafe to go out at night. Let us rest here for the evening." "What are you laughing at?" "Nothing." "Umph." Suruoshua shot her sister an annoyed glance, to which Suruoli remained unfazed, turning to Chi-Ran and asking, "What are you looking at, Chi-Ran?" "I'm examining our initial supplies," Chi-Ran replied as he opened the metallic box. Inside lay 3 bottles of mineral water, 3 loaves of bread, and 3 small vials of peculiar colored potions, reminiscent of herbal essence. Chi-Ran carefully retrieved one of the potions, reading the label, "Awakening Potion. Consuming this will awaken you as a professional." "Professional?" Suruoli tilted her head in curiosity. "It likely refers to individuals endowed with extraordinary powers," Chi-Ran elucidated, "similar to the X-Men." "Ah, I see." Suruoli nodded. "You are quite knowledgeable, Chi-Ran." "I learned it all from Tomato," he replied. "What is Tomato?" "A learning app designed for handsome and beautiful individuals, where one can acquire a wealth of knowledge." Although Chi-Ran silently added to himself that most of it would be knowledge never to be utilized on the other side of the room, Suruoshua watched her sister quickly become acquainted with Chiron, feeling a twinge of discomfort in her heart. This child, oblivious to the need to spend time with her elder sister. Having just witnessed the terrifying scene outside, she was now engulfed in fear. Yet, in order to maintain her aloof persona, she chose to stand aside and observe rather than engage. Suruoli had long sensed her sister's unease. She deliberately left her sister to the sidelines, hoping to compel her to initiate conversation with Chiron, but alas, her sister was far too proud. There was nothing to be done. With no other option, Suruoli turned to Chiron and inquired, "Captain, may I fetch a bottle of mineral water for my sister?" "Of course," he replied. Since the other party respected her request, Chiron had no intention of being difficult. After all, they had formed a team, and harmony within it was paramount. "Thank you, Chiron," Suruoli said with a smile, then dashed to her sister's side, offering her a bottle of water. Suruoshua stole a glance at Chiron, her lips moving as if to express gratitude. Yet, she ultimately remained silent, merely sipping from the bottle. Chiron paid no mind to her demeanor. He was indifferent to the personalities of others. As long as they did not disrupt the team's survival, silence was inconsequential. At present, the most critical matter was the awakening potion. The initial supplies had included it for a reason, indicating its significance. The success of their survival journey hinged on the professional abilities they could acquire. He hoped to draw an SSR. Without a moment's hesitation, Chiron seized a bottle of the awakening potion and drank it in one go. With a resounding pop, an orange aura enveloped him. In an instant, he beheld his professional information. Explorer Occupation Rating, SSS. Chapter 2. Tonight, we must share a bed. Explorer Current Unlocked Talents. 3 Travel Pack First Tier. You acquire a 30 cubic meter extra-dimensional space. Mini-map First Tier. You can view a bird's eye perspective within a 500-meter radius at any time. Scout First Tier. You can obtain key information about exploration areas in advance. Consuming the Explorer Potion allows you to unlock more talents or enhance existing talent levels. The start was promising. The Explorer appeared to be the ultimate profession for survival in a post-apocalyptic world, with all 3 initial talents proving highly practical. The only regret was the absence of combat-oriented talents. Chiron produced the remaining 2 bottles of Awakening Potion, offering them to the sisters while providing appropriate explanations. Suruoli, curious, asked, "Chiron, what profession have you awakened?" "You will find out in due time," Chiron replied with a smile, refraining from divulging information too soon. It was not that he harbored any reservations about Suruoli, but they had barely known each other for a day, and trust had yet to be fully established. Further observation was necessary. Noticing Chiron's caution, Suruoli felt a slight disappointment. Nevertheless, she emulated his actions and drank the awakening potion in one gulp. Immediately, a purple aura radiated from her. Architect occupation rating, a current unlocked talents, 2 construction cost first tier, reduces the materials needed to upgrade your residence by 10 material management level 1. The building materials you collect increase by 10. Although it is merely a grade A profession, it proves to be quite practical. In order to survive in the enigmatic world of the night, upgrading one's dwelling is essential. An architect can facilitate this process more swiftly. However, what piqued Chiran's interest was another matter. He could perceive Suruoli's professional information, while she remained oblivious to his. This was likely a privilege bestowed upon the team leader quite commendable. Subsequently, Chiran and Suruoli simultaneously directed their gazes towards Suruoshue. Observing the two consume their awakening potions in succession, the school belle was determined not to be outdone. With a slight elevation of her chin and her eyes gently shut, she downed the potion in one gulp, reminiscent of taking traditional Chinese medicine. A vibrant red aura radiated from her being. Weapon Master. Professional rating, S. Current unlocked talents, 3. Gunslinger level 1. Your proficiency with firearms sees a modest enhancement. Magazine level 1. The cost required for purchasing ammunition is reduced by 10. Cold weapons level 1. Your physical attributes receive a slight boost, gain mastery over blunt weapons. This was the only combat-oriented profession among the trio, and it was of S. Runka splendid remedy for the team's deficiencies. It appeared that the matchmaking mechanism was quite adept. Chiran nodded in satisfaction. The two sisters, however, appeared somewhat perplexed, clearly unfamiliar with these matters. Yet there was no opportunity for experimentation at the moment. They would have to wait until tomorrow to venture into the exploration zone for a Hansen lesson. For now, it was prudent to retire early. At this juncture, Chiran felt no hunger. Thus he merely sipped a bottle of mineral water and retrieved a loaf of bread, tearing it in half and offering it to the sisters. He stowed the remaining pieces into his pocket. Suruoshue slowly typed out a question mark. As the team leader, shouldn't you distribute the food more fairly? I understand your eagerness, but there's no need to rush, Chiran replied with a subtle smile. These 2 pieces of bread hold significant value. Follow me. He led the twin sisters to the master bedroom. Tonight, the 3 of us shall squeeze in here. Huh? Suruoshue instantly said. You want to share a room with us? No, it's you 2 who will share with me. What difference does that make? The distinction lies in the fact that the master bedroom is mine, as I am the team leader. Suruoshue was rendered speechless. This fellow sees the team leader's privileges merely for this? What happened to survival? She glanced at her sister, only to find that her younger sibling exhibited no inclination to oppose and appeared rather shy instead. Seriously, are you blushing like a teapot? They had only known each other for a short while, and already she was becoming bashful what would happen in the future. No, she could not allow her sister to fall further into this predicament. Suruoshue grasped her sister's hand and attempted to leave, only to be intercepted by Chiran. You cannot leave. On what grounds can I not leave? If you desire the master bedroom, I could relinquish it to you. Is it so unacceptable for us to share the guest room? Perhaps in the future, but not tonight. Why? Because the 2 of you cannot adhere to the rules. Chiran pointed to the subtitle on the electronic screen in the living room. There may be knocking at night. Do not respond. Do not respond. Do not respond. The rules merely state do not respond. Yet they fail to elucidate what constitutes a response. This is evidently a trap, Chiran calmly articulated. When the knocking commences, any sound we make within this room may be deemed a response. In that case, the 3 of us shall perish here. Suruoshue sighed. Do you truly find me so unreliable? Not unreliable, merely lacking in experience. Survive this night, and I shall allow both of you to decide whether to share a bedroom with me. You. Suruoshue began to retort, but her sister timely interrupted. Sister, it seems something is approaching outside. She pointed towards the window. Although the curtains had been drawn, the fabric was too sheer, allowing the outlines beyond to remain discernible. A peculiar array of entities moved back and forth outside, as if suspended in midair, their movements exceedingly strange. The 3 held their breath, and an eerie silence enveloped the room. Suddenly, a chilling wail of a child shattered the uncanny stillness, and faint bloodstains appeared on the window, forming the visage of a doll. Almost simultaneously, a knocking resounded from behind them. Thud, 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 thud. It commenced slowly, then abruptly quickened, culminating in a resounding crash. The bedroom window echoed with a thump. The sisters gasped, on the verge of scream. She-Ran swiftly stuffed 2 pieces of bread into their mouths, effectively stifling their cries. He signaled for silence. The sisters, tears streaming down their faces, remained lucid enough to tightly clench the bread, covering their mouths with their hands to suppress their sobs. Thud, 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 bang, bang, bang. The knocking intensified, as if the intruder might burst through the window at any moment. Su Ruoshua leaned weakly against the wall, her complexion pale. Su Ruoli, in a sudden motion, lunged forward, clinging desperately to Chi-Ran's waist, burying her face in his embrace. Her body trembled, yet she gritted her teeth to remain silent. Chi-Ran gently stroked her back, soothing her fears. Thus, the knocking persisted for a full 2 hours, gradually subsiding only in the deep of night. After another half-hour of waiting, they confirmed that no entities approached any longer. At last, Chi-Ran whispered, "We have weathered the night. You two may return to the bedroom to rest." With that, he reclined onto the bed, closing his eyes to recuperate. The twin sisters embraced one another, muffling their whimpers with their bodies. "Sister, shall we return to the bedroom?" "Yes." "Then why aren't you moving?" "My legs have turned to jelly, I cannot walk."
Chapter 3. The worth of an SSS-class profession. The following morning, Chi-Ran awoke to find the twin sisters nestled beside him, one on each side. Su Ruoli was curled up in his embrace, tears still glistening at the corners of her eyes, while Su Ruoshua maintained a slight distance, sporting faint dark circles beneath her eyes. With a swift motion, Chi-Ran sprang upright, hastening to the living room to verify an important matter. The 3 bottles of mineral water he had consumed the previous night, one placed in a metal box, another in the living room, and the last in the bedroom, had all mysteriously vanished overnight. At that moment, a fresh batch of supplies had inexplicably appeared within the metal box. What could this signify? It indicated that consumables within the room could not be preserved. They would refresh after a night's passage. Chi-Ran had noted the absence of any storage solutions within the room yesterday, leading him to this hypothesis, which was now validated. Simultaneously, the twin sisters emerged from the master bedroom and made their way to the living room. "Good morning, Chi-Ran," greeted Su Ruoli, appearing somewhat rejuvenated, though still less vibrant than the day prior. "What are you looking at?" "Assessing today's supplies," Chi-Ran responded, elucidating his experiment to the sisters. Su Ruoli gazed at him with admiration, exclaiming, "You are truly remarkable, Chi-Ran. How did you deduce so much information?" Su Ruoshua approached Chi-Ran and quietly expressed her gratitude. "I am very thankful for what you did last night. There's no need to mention it. I merely acted to ensure our safety," Chi-Ran replied. Had the sisters cried out last night, attracting the strange occurrences, it would have been unfortunate for all 3 of them. No one would have escaped unscathed. "Regardless, your actions indeed saved us," Su Ruoshua replied earnestly. "I apologize for my distrust yesterday. You truly are suited to be the leader." "Indeed," Su Ruoli chimed in. "How fortunate we are to be paired with you, Chi-Ran." With a slight smile, Chi-Ran remarked, "I feel fortunate as well." The sisters interpreted this as Chi-Ran's gratitude for being matched with them, while Chi-Ran's true sentiment was that they were indeed fortunate to be matched with him. All 3 shared a smile, enveloped in a warm camaraderie. "It's still early. Let us have something to eat first," Chi-Ran suggested, retrieving the refreshed supplies from the metal box. They had 3 bottles of mineral water, 3 loaves of bread, a flashlight, 2 batteries, and a backpack. "We can reserve some water for the journey, but it is best to consume the bread now to ensure we have the strength for exploration." "Allow me to carry the backpack," Su Ruoshua offered. "My profession is weapon master, and I possess a talent for enhancing physical attributes." With that, she willingly slung the backpack over her shoulders, ensuring the 3 bottles of water were packed inside. Captain, shall we set off now? Chi Ren cast a glance at the electronic screen. Where the scrolling subtitles had been updated, the exploration area has been refreshed. Please proceed to gather resources and upgrade your dwelling promptly. Current dwelling level, LV0. Materials required for upgrade, stone, 100, wood, 100, glass, 50. The time displayed in the upper right corner read 8:10 a.m. With nearly 8 hours of outdoor activity time, allowing for 2 hours of travel. They could spend a maximum of 6 hours in the exploration area. Time was of the essence. So, off they went. With a commanding voice, Chi ran led the trio out of the cabin. The world outside was shrouded in a delicate mist, revealing identical structures, dilapidated wooden shacks, each barely a single story, appearing on the verge of collapse. The spacing between the houses was considerable, perhaps to allow ample room for future expansions. This served as the initial residence for all survivors. At that moment, individuals gradually emerged from their cabins into the open air, eyeing each other warily, their gazes filled with vigilance, none daring to speak. Unease and panic silently permeated the atmosphere. Just then, a shrill scream pierced the air. Oh! The crowd instinctively turned their attention toward the source. Where 3 human corpses lay on the ground, their flesh drained, leaving only skin and bones. This was the grim fate awaiting those who ventured out at night. The horrifying sight rekindled memories of the previous night's experiences, shattering any lingering hopes harbored deep within. This was the treacherous world of the night, treating every individual with an unforgiving fairness. However, the gathering had little time to mourn the misfortune of the 3 victims. They needed to seize the daylight hours to search for supplies, essential for survival in this absurd world. Silently, they moved onward, deliberately circumventing the bodies. A main thoroughfare led from the residential area into the unknown. No one knew what awaited them ahead, yet they had no choice but to proceed. Chi ran, Su Ruo Xue. And Su Ruo trailed behind the larger group, following the main road out of the residential area and into the wilderness. In stark contrast to the residential zone, the surroundings unfolded into an endless expanse of desolation, thick with gray mist that rendered visibility less than a meter. Soon, they noted a dire predicament. The eerie gray fog seemed to harbor toxins, causing many to experience dizziness and difficulty breathing upon contact. Fortunately, the mist along the main road was relatively thin, allowing them to continue onward. Before long, a grayish-white gate emerged by the roadside, obscured by the dense fog. Inscribed on the doorframe were several lines of small text: Exploration Area, Cold Lake Park, Opening Hours, 08-0016, 00, Capacity, 100 teams. It was the exploration area. Hooray! Salvation was at hand. Cheers erupted among the crowd. Yet, no one dared to take the first step into the unknown. In a corner, Chi Ren remained motionless and composed. Utilizing his innate talent as a scout to glean additional information, D-Class Exploration Zone Cold Lake Park, difficulty, resources, fixed refresh materials, wood, stone, probable refresh materials, biscuits, batteries. The challenge was minimal, making it quite suitable for those embarking on their first day of exploration. However, the entrance before him was thronged with people. He had no desire to draw attention to himself or reveal his profession and abilities. Chi Ren exchanged a knowing glance with his 2 teammates. The sisters understood immediately. The trio stealthily slipped away from the crowd, continuing along the path ahead. Meanwhile, several other teams, having the same intention as Chi Ren and his companions, discreetly departed from the throng, advancing on their own. They shared a knowing smile, respecting each other's silence. After all, they were all seasoned survivors. After 5 more minutes of walking, another grand entrance appeared by the roadside. Chi Ren decisively employed his talent to survey. D-Class Exploration Zone Food Street, difficulty, resources, fixed refresh materials, bread, biscuits, probable refresh materials, chocolate, energy bars. Unfazed, Chi Ren pressed on. After half an hour of traversing several gates, he finally discovered an ideal target, D-Class Exploration Zone construction site, operating hours, 08:00:10:00, capacity, 1 team, difficulty, resources, fixed refresh materials, wood, stone, glass, probable refresh materials, intermediate resource box. Chi-Ren came to a halt. Then, with a swiftness that could rival the sound of a bell, he seized his teammates by the wrists and dashed through the entrance. As the trio crossed into the exploration zone, the door slammed shut behind them. "Now, this area belongs solely to us," Chi-Ren declared. Yet, there was no time to relax. The clock read 8:45, and they had but 1 hour to seek out resources. Chapter 4: Victory Through Wisdom. Acquiring the intermediate resource chest, neither Su Ruoshua nor Su Ruoli was aware of the profession that Chi-Ren had awakened. To the sisters, it seemed that the captain had chosen this exploration zone based on his extensive experience with tomatoes. The aloof elder sister harbored a hint of doubt, while the lively younger sister had placed her complete trust in the captain. Without hesitation, she followed closely behind Chi-Ren as they ventured deeper into the exploration area. Su Ruoshua silently trailed behind them. Meanwhile, Chi-Ren discreetly activated his second talent, Minimap, Level 1. You can view a bird's-eye perspective within a radius of 500 meters at any time. He realized that the minimap did not interfere with his normal line of sight, as if the overhead view had been directly embedded in his mind. Additionally, he noticed a flickering green dot at the far edge of the upper right corner of the minimap. With a thought, Chi-Ren promptly led the 2 young women toward that location. Upon arrival, they astonishingly discovered a fixed resource chest. So, it appeared that the green dot indicated the location of resources. This made exploration exceedingly convenient. Truly, an SSS-level profession. As Chi-Ren was about to approach the chest, he suddenly recalled Su Ruoli's professional talent and decisively relinquished the opportunity to her. Understanding his intent, Su Ruoli stepped forward with a light-hearted gait to open the resource chest. Obtain stone materials, 50, talent bonus, 5, total, 55 stone materials, well done. Chi-Ren gave the young woman a thumbs up, to which Su Ruoli shyly stuck out her tongue. Being able to contribute uniquely in this bizarre world felt unexpectedly delightful, evoking a sense of wonderful achievement. Su Ruoshua then stepped forward, preparing to place the stone materials into her backpack. However, Chi-Ren halted her. He contemplated a crucial matter. Today was their first exploration, and not everyone possessed his level of experience, nor did they share the same exceptional talents. Most people would return empty-handed today. In such a sensitive time, it would not bode well for their team to return with bulging backpacks in this peculiar world. Thus, Chi-Ren decisively employed his talent skill, traveling back, to store the stone materials. The 30 cubic meters of extra-dimensional space was more than sufficient for these resources. And if necessary, it could be upgraded in the future. Watching the stone materials vanish before their eyes, the twin sisters stared at Chi-Ren in bewilderment. What kind of magic is this? It is not magic, Chi-Ren replied with a slight smile. It is quantum mechanics. When faced with uncertainty, resort to quantum mechanics, huh? Why not just say you are Doraemon? I am Doraemon, not intending to elaborate further. Chi-Ren continued on, and the sisters ceased their inquiries. The trio pressed on with their exploration, utilizing the visual advantage provided by the minimap. Chi-Ren's team swiftly scoured most of the construction site area. With the enhancement provided by Su Ruoli's talent, they amassed a total of stone, 220, wood, 220, glass, 110. In less than half an hour, the necessary materials for upgrading their dwelling were gathered, with some surplus remaining. The explorer profession proved to be exceptionally useful, and the architect was quite commendable as well. Next, It was time to seek out the potentially respawning intermediate resource packs. Although the contents remained uncertain, given their intermediate classification, they could be expected to be of decent quality. Chi-Ren approached the last unexplored area, standing at its center before opening the mini-map. In the lower left corner of the map, a shimmering blue light point appeared, accompanied by a large crimson light point nearby, clearly signaling danger. After a moment of contemplation, Chi-Ren decided to scout the area first. He LED'd the two sisters in a discreet circle, stealthily approaching the rear of the red light point. Behind a low cement wall, the trio beheld a mutated wolf dog, towering at 2 meters, its sharp teeth bared as dew dripped audibly from its maw, presenting a rather terrifying visage. Beside the wolf dog, there lay a suitcase emanating a blue glow, evidently the intermediate resource chest. "What should we do, Captain?" Suruoi whispered. "We lack weapons. We cannot possibly confront that beast unarmed," Suruoshua asserted in a hushed tone. Chi-Ren nodded in agreement, acknowledging their assessment. It appeared their only option was to retreat. However, considering the probabilistic nature of the intermediate resource chest's respawn, there was no guarantee they would encounter it again. Chi-Ren felt a pang of reluctance. Suddenly, he recalled a detail from the information provided by his prospector, talent, difficulty. Observing the towering mutated wolf dog before him, he questioned how this could possibly be rated as 1 star in difficulty. A sense of dissonance struck him, prompting his mind to race. Why would a wolf dog respawn at a construction site? What connection lay between this and the 1 star rating? In an instant, a bold idea blossomed in his mind. Chi-Ren patted Suruoi on the shoulder and asked, "What is most abundant at a construction site?" "Ha!" Suruoi paused momentarily. Suruoshua answered for her, "Gravel." "Precisely." Chi-Ren smiled faintly. "You two stay here and do not move. I will gather some stones." With that, he rose and departed, leaving the sisters with a striking silhouette. Before long, Chi-Ren returned, cradling a handful of stones of various shapes and sizes. The sisters immediately grasped his intention and each took a handful. The 3 of them, from behind the cement wall, hurled stones at the mutated wolf dog with fervor. The 2-meter-tall creature instantly leaped up, turning its head to reveal its horrifying, grotesque face. Bang! A stone struck its head perfectly. Contrary to expectations, the mutated wolf dog did not charge at them. Instead, it retreated in a panic. This was the desired outcome. Chi-Ren exhaled in relief. This is indeed a world of eerie survival, where the truly terrifying entities are the bizarre. The seemingly fearsome mutated creatures before them are mere paper tigers. Otherwise, it would not be classified as a mere 1 star difficulty. After driving away the mutated wolfhound, the trio cautiously approached the blue box. The task of opening it was once again entrusted to Suruoi. This time, however, the box did not yield building materials but rather a weapon, a Glock 17 handgun emitting a radiant blue glow, accompanied by a box of 9mm ammunition. Chi-Ren picked up the handgun, scrutinizing it closely, and discovered a blue module nestled within its groove. Upon removing the module, the handgun's blue luminescence instantly faded. The module then projected a line of pale blue text, "Acceleration. Your fired bullets travel at a greater velocity, almost in a straight line." Chi-Ren reinserted the module into the groove, causing the handgun to emanate its blue glow once more. Understanding this mechanism, he decisively utilized his talent, Travel Pack, to stow away the handgun and ammunition. Suruoya stood silently to the side, feeling somewhat aggrieved. Clearly, she was the weapon master among them. Yet here they were as teammates, and he still remained so cautious. Did he not trust her at all? The school belle harbored a silent frustration. However, in order to maintain her aloof demeanor, Suruoya bit her lip and said nothing. Her sister, Suruoi, was more at ease. After all, in this world of bizarre survival, she understood that it was wise to be cautious of others. Moreover, Chi-Ren's experience far surpassed hers. He had protected both her and her sister just the previous night. It was entirely reasonable for him to wield the firearm. Thus, Su Ruoli inquired, "Where shall we go next?" "To the dock for some fries," Chi-Ran replied. With the building materials already gathered, it was time to search for water and food. In the Eerie night world, these resources could be scarce and easily contested. Fortunately, they had secured weapons, which would lend them authority in negotiations. Chapter 5. The Arrival of Fei Yangyang. The trio departed from the construction site, making their way back to the main thoroughfare. The clock had not yet struck 10. Yet the grand gate behind them gradually vanished, where all the resources thoroughly scavenged, causing the exploration zone to dissipate. Chi-Ran pondered silently. At this moment, the main road was nearly devoid of other individuals, likely because they were all engrossed within the exploration area. The trio pressed onward in silence, soon passing through a grand entrance. Exploration zone, department store, operating hours, 08:00:16, 00, capacity, 100 teams, current teams, 97-100, casting a glance with his talent. Chi-Ran swiftly bypassed it. The hour was still early. There was no need to jostle amidst such a crowd. Onward they went. Half an hour later, Chi-Ran halted before a newly manifested entrance. D-class exploration zone, school cafeteria, operating hours, 10:30 to 13:30, capacity, 10 teams, difficulty, resources, fixed resource refresh, bottled water, bread, biscuits, probable resource refresh, intermediate resource chest. With mere minutes remaining until 10:30, it was evident that the interior harbored no souls. "You shall be the one," declared Chi-Ran. The trio stationed themselves at the entrance, and as the time struck, they surged inside with fervor. 2 hours later, the trio returned triumphantly laden with spoils. Aside from the 3 pieces of bread and 3 bottles of water consumed within the exploration zone, their collected provisions included 20 bottles of water, 12 pieces of bread, and 3 large bags plus 2 small bags of biscuits. All were stowed away in Chi-Ran's travel bag, leaving only a bottle of water and 2 small bags of biscuits in Su Ruoshu's backpack. This was a clever ruse. An empty bag would arouse suspicion, whereas possessing a modicum of supplies appeared entirely reasonable. Moreover, they had unearthed a bottle of professional potion from the intermediate resource chest, which automatically transformed into an explorer's potion upon opening. Chi-Ran decisively consumed it. Unlocking a new talent, identification device, level 1. You can view the professions and talents of others. Yet another remarkable skill. Although he was already familiar with Su Ruoshua and Su Rui's professions, the residential area housed a myriad of unfamiliar faces, and it was prudent to remain vigilant against potential troublemakers. Knowledge of both oneself and one's adversaries is the key to victory in every battle. "Where shall we venture next?" inquired Su Ruoli. Chi-Ran assessed the cheerful young woman for a moment before responding. The original plan was to continue searching for suitable exploration zones, but time is of the essence. Furthermore, do you not feel somewhat fatigued? Su Ruoli shook her head. "I'm fine." She did not wish to hinder the team. "Do not push yourself," Chi-Ran advised. "We have gathered ample resources for today. Let us return and rest. This is the captain's command." The density of the eerie fog within the exploration zone was not as oppressive as that of the wilderness. Yet it still surpassed that of the main road and residential area. Breathing became laborious, naturally leading to greater physical exertion. Not only Su Ruoli, but even he and Su Ruoshuo felt a touch of exhaustion. Continuing on like this may indeed lead to physical exhaustion, or even jeopardize one's health. There are no hospitals or clinics in this vicinity. Falling ill could pose a fatal threat. Under Chi-Ran's insistence, the trio returned to their residential area. Compared to the morning, the crowd here had diminished significantly, yet small groups still gathered together. Many among them had returned due to sheer fatigue. The trio was just about to head to their lodging when a figure suddenly rushed towards them. "Su Ruoli!" Is that you? Spoke a short boy clad in a Yanjing University t-shirt. I'm Han Jun. I never expected to run into you here. It's truly wonderful. His excitement was palpable until he noticed Chi Ran standing beside Su Ruoli. Instantly, his expression soured. Who is this guy? What right does he have to be with Su Ruoli? To his astonishment, the once vivacious Su Ruoli now appeared as cold as an icy beauty. In response to Hong Jun's inquiry, she chose to walk away in silence, not bothering to utter a single word. Seeing this, Hong Jun did not press the matter further and hurriedly departed. Shortly thereafter, he returned with another boy, tall and handsome, adorned in designer attire, accompanied by two identical-looking girls. The dashing young man greeted the Su sisters warmly while casting an inquisitive glance at Chi Ran. Hey, how about swapping teammates? He proposed. Both of them are B-class practitioners with remarkable talents. Ha! Chi Ran remained silent, but the two girls erupted in protest. After finally matching with this handsome guy, you're telling us we might be switched out in less than a day. They glared angrily at the Su sisters. The handsome boy ignored their outburst and turned to the twins, declaring, I have awakened a rare A-class profession with exceptionally powerful abilities. Come with me. I will ensure your safety. Su Ruoyua and Su Ruoli simultaneously retorted, Who are you? Are we acquainted? Ha! Chi Ran couldn't help but chuckle. The handsome boy turned his ire towards him, asking, What are you laughing at? I just recalled something amusing. What amusing thing? Fei Yangyang and the clown. The two girls couldn't contain their laughter, prompting the handsome boy to glare at them fiercely. They quickly covered their mouths, their faces flushed with embarrassment. Ignoring them, he addressed Chi Ran again, stating, You are unworthy to be their teammate. Is that so? Chi Ran did not retort but quietly pulled the twin sisters closer to him. Su Ruoya trembled imperceptibly, while Su Ruoli shyly lowered her gaze. This infuriated the handsome boy. Let go of them. They are mine. He reached out, attempting to grab Chi Ran by the collar. Bang! In the next moment, the handsome boy was sent flying. Under the astonished gazes of the crowd, Su Ruoya silently retracted her long leg, saying, If you're unwell, you should seek treatment promptly. The affluent and handsome young man, his complexion ashen, rose to his feet, declaring, Su Ruoshua, do not presume that my admiration for you grants you the liberty to act as you please. I am the president of the student council, and my father is the vice principal. If you offend me, none of you shall escape unscathed. With a resounding thud, he was once again sent flying. Su Ruoshua shook her head in disbelief, pondering, in a dire situation like this, you still cling to your titles of student council president and vice principal. Even if you were the president of a distant nation, I would still deliver a couple of kicks. However, these thoughts remained unspoken. For she was the epitome of elegance and poise, such vulgarity was beneath her. Having been thrown twice, even the robust young man began to falter. With a grim expression, he rose from the ground, methodically unfastening the buttons of his jacket. I am none other than Zhou Shihong, the esteemed president of the student council, son of the vice principal. An A-grade professional, and a rising star of the future. I had hoped for amicable relations, yet you have forced my hand. You have provoked a lion. With that proclamation, Zhou Shihong flung off his jacket, revealing his chiseled physique, and clenched his fists with formidable strength, charging toward Chi Ran and his companions. Hong Jun and the two girls observed with glee, eager to witness Zhou's display of prowess. Crush them! Su Ruoshua stepped forward cautiously, positioning herself to shield her sister and Chi Ran. As the sole member of their group with combat talents, it was her duty to confront the challenge. Yet, the imposing presence of her opponent, reminiscent of a mighty lion, instilled a sense of trepidation within her. Just as Zhou Shihong was about to advance, Chi Ran seized the opportunity, drawing forth the newly acquired Glock 17 and aiming it at the affluent youth. How could the towering A-grade professional Zhou Shihong be deterred by such a weapon? With a sudden leap, he executed a stunning 360-degree turn in mid-air, only to crash to the ground, exclaiming, "I was blind to your greatness. Please, esteemed one, forgive my transgressions this once." Chapter 6. Life is a play. All depends on performance. The sudden commotion caught everyone off guard, leaving them momentarily stunned. Who could have anticipated that the illustrious student council president, the vice principal's son, an A-class professional, and a rising star would collapse to his knees at the mere sight of a handgun? Truly, he is a lion among men. Zhou Shihang's swift capitulation attracted the attention of many onlookers. To the casual observers, the scene was indeed somewhat ludicrous. Qi Ren discreetly stowed away the Glock 17. Not into a dimensional space, but rather into his own pocket. He had no desire to reveal his abilities in front of others. It is worth mentioning that when Zhou Shihang had approached with provocation, Qi Ren remained remarkably composed, having already seen through the deception with his newly acquired talent, identification device. Zhou Shihang was not an A-class professional at all. He was merely a D-class. Temporary actor, professional rating, D-class, talent unlocked, 1. At maximum, acting, unable to upgrade, you can enhance your presence, making yourself appear formidable. A D-class professional possesses only one talent, and it is a skill devoid of practical combat value. Moreover, this futile skill cannot be upgraded. Truly, a D-class. Nevertheless, it was precisely due to such a talent that Zhou Shihang managed to convince those around him of his supposed strength, thus daring to falsely claim himself as an A-class professional. As for the two young women accompanying him, purportedly B-class professionals, Qi Ren had also scrutinized them with the identification device. Both were actually C-class. While their talents were not particularly impressive, they were slightly more practical than Zhou Shihang's. One enhanced physical strength as a fitness coach, and the other augmented endurance as a survival blogger, both talents being non-upgradable. And then there was our flamboyant contestant Hong Jun. He had awakened to a D-class profession, beauty expert, which merely enhanced how others perceived his appearance. Qi Ren resolved not to expose these individuals' fabrications, purely out of basic compassion, not because he was reluctant to reveal his own professional talents. Upon seeing Qi Ren conceal the handgun, Zhou Shihang's expression darkened further. In that fleeting moment, a bold thought flickered through his mind. Could it be that this fellow wielded a fake gun? Or perhaps he was simply a coward afraid to pull the trigger. Surely, he must have been intimidated by my presence. It must be so. I knew my professional talent was exceptional. The grimace lasted but a fraction of a second before being replaced by a sycophantic smile. Life is precious, and he had no intention of testing the waters. Rising to his feet, he departed hastily with Hong Jun and the two girls, retreating in disgrace. A gentleman takes his revenge, even if it takes 10 years. After all, this was a residential area, with many onlookers nearby. Committing murder might provoke unwanted vigilance and lead to greater troubles. He would bide his time and seek revenge in the wilderness exploration zone. Unbeknownst to Zhou Shihang, Qi Ren harbored the same sentiment. Given the peculiarities of the apocalyptic world, how could one possibly allow a threatening individual to return, if it were not for the fact that they were in a residential area? He would have pulled the trigger just now. For the moment, it is best to return and rest. Qi Ren escorted the two school beauties back to their abode. The first order of business was to upgrade their dwelling. He retrieved the materials he had just collected from the travel bag and laid them on the living room floor. Then attempted to operate the electronic screen. The screen remained unresponsive. Su Ruoi inquired, could there be a reception area outside? Su Ruoshua shook her head. I specifically checked when we returned. There was nothing outside. Yet, there was nothing inside either, which perplexed Su Ruoi. Instinctively, she turned to the captain, seeking answers from him. Qi Ren smiled gently and pointed towards the metallic box. This was the only piece of furniture within the residence, possessing a refreshing function. This was likely the means of connection for every dwelling in this bizarre world. Come, place these materials into the box. To enhance the architect's sense of involvement, Chi-Ren entrusted this formidable task to her. No problem, Su Ruoli responded eagerly. She deftly placed the collected stones, wood, and glass into the metallic box before closing it. Instantly, new scrolling text appeared on the electronic screen. Detected upgrade materials, receiving. Your dwelling meets the upgrade requirements, can be upgraded to LV1. Would you like to proceed? Su Ruoli decisively chose to upgrade. Architect talent triggered, upgrade material requirements reduced by 10, upgrade materials required, stones, 90, wood, 90. Glass, 45, dwelling upgrading, countdown 60 minutes, 59, 59, 59, 58, taking advantage of the time. Chi-Ren quietly organized the recently collected supplies, extracting 3 bottles of mineral water and 3 pieces of bread. The trio sat directly on the living room floor, consuming the dry, hard bread with the cold water. To be fair, their efficiency today had been commendable. They had gathered enough materials for the dwelling upgrade on the first day, and the food collected would sustain the 3 of them for 2 or 3 days. Yet, it was still insufficient. There were no vegetables, no meat. Only a scant amount of dry rations. In the short term, it was manageable, but over time, their stamina would plummet. Navigating through the eerie fog was already arduous. Once their physical condition was compromised, future explorations would become exceedingly challenging. Chi-Ren resolved that tomorrow, their focus would shift to food resources. Additionally, based on insights from the tomato, it was certain that this pure world harbored medicines to enhance physical fitness akin to Su Ruoshu's occupational talent. If such resources could be acquired, it would be even better. As Chi-Ren indulged in these idle thoughts while gnawing on bread, time ticked away. 00, 02, 00, 01, 00, 00, suddenly. A strange green light enveloped the entire dwelling, sweeping through every corner of the structure as if spreading jam over slices of bread. The walls thickened at an observable pace. The glass windows were reinforced, and the hardness of the door increased as well. Upgrade completed, current base level, LV1, unlocked, base shop, food supply package, basic, 10 star coins. Building material package, basic, 100 star coins. Weapon package, basic, 1000 star coins. Luxury double bed, 1000 star coins. Long sofa, 1000 star coins. Food cabinet, 500 star coins. Storage cabinet, 500 star coins. Shower set, 500 star coins. Smart toilet, 500 star coins. Room expansion, 100,000 star coins. Note: the residence has officially been upgraded to a team base. Please name the team. Do we need a team name? The twins turned to the captain. Chi-Ren pondered for a moment and had an idea, as the initial members of the team, with names of Shua and Li. Let us call ourselves Team Chi-Ren. No, does this name have any relation to Shua and Li? Su Ruo suppressed her inner critique. She was gradually getting accustomed to Chi-Ren's style. Su Ruo stepped forward and entered the team name into the electronic screen. Team Chi-Ren, officially established. Immediately, Chi-Ren's talent was updated. Identification device. When you are the captain, you can additionally view the loyalty and favorability of team members. Oh, how timely this ability is. Knowing the loyalty means there is no need to worry about betrayal. Chi-Ren discreetly glanced at the twin sisters before him. Then, he beheld an astonishing figure. Chapter 7. The indifference of the school bell. Chi-Ren silently examined the data of the pair of sisters before him. He first chose the cheerful younger sister. Team member, Su Ruoli, loyalty, 90, favorability, 80, notes, full score 100, as expected. She was the first to wholeheartedly support him, with her loyalty reaching its peak immediately. Truly trustworthy. However, Chi-Ren was somewhat taken aback by the 80 points of favorability. He recalled having little interaction with this school bell. Where did such favor originate? Nevertheless, he decided not to dwell on this matter. He shifted his gaze to Suuru Oshue. In contrast to her twin sister, the elder sister's demeanor was as frigid as ice, earning her the title of the aloof school belle at school. It was said that the boys she rejected could queue from the north gate to the south gate. There were even rumors that she had little interest in the opposite sex. Given this, Chi-Ren held no particular expectations. A lower favorability was inconsequential. As long as her loyalty remained adequate, he would be content. He checked. Team member, Suuru Oshua, loyalty, 80, favorability, 99. Chi-Ren's mind nearly short-circuited. He had been inexplicably transported to a bizarre world without confusion. He had shared a bed with the school belle sisters without bewilderment. He had obtained an SSS-level profession without disorientation. Yet at this moment, he was genuinely flabbergasted. Wait, where was the promised aloof school belle? Always expressionless and cold as ice. How did she attain such a staggering favorability of 99? Moreover, why was her loyalty lower than her sister's? This defied logic. Faced with such seemingly contradictory data, Chi-Ren could only contemplate one possibility. Her loyalty being lower than her sister's was not due to a desire to betray him, but rather a yearning to assume the role of captain. Sister Suuru harbored no ambitions and thus was willing to entrust management to Chi-Ren. In contrast, Sister Suuru Oshua sought to seize the initiative, desiring to rise in rank. Alas, Chi-Ren would never relinquish the captaincy. He too relished being the proactive party. In summary, an 80-point loyalty was sufficient. There was no need for further concern. As for the origin of that 99-point favorability, Chi-Ren could not fathom its source. Speculating was futile. After all, it was not a negative aspect. He would simply observe her performance in silence and see how long she could maintain that indifferent expression. Thus, Chi-Ren quietly retrieved the handgun from his travel bag and handed it to Suuru Oshua. Tomorrow, I wish to challenge a more difficult exploration zone. Without needing further explanation, Suuru Oshua understood his unspoken intent. She would utilize the time tonight to familiarize herself with the firearm. It was time to unlock the value of being a weapon master. Why had Chi-Ren not immediately handed over the collected Glock 17 to Suuru Oshua? The answer was simple. What if she betrayed him at the last moment and shot him in the head? Now, that concern no longer existed. He could confidently entrust his bag to the sisters. Subsequently, Chi-Ren glanced once more at the electronic screen, awaiting another significant matter: exploration rewards. The exploration zone outside the residential area refreshes, and rewards in the form of star coins are granted based on exploration levels. Logically, the exploration rewards should have been settled by now, yet the screen had not refreshed previously. Chi-Ren speculated that perhaps it was too early. They had returned prematurely. Indeed, as the time in the upper right corner struck 4 p.m., a new line of green subtitles began to scroll, accompanied by an exhilarating sound effect. Currently tallying the exploration levels of each team, current number of survival teams in this area, 499,500. Today, teams achieving D-grade clearance, 81, teams achieving C-grade clearance, 5, teams achieving B-grade clearance, 0, teams achieving A-grade clearance, 0, teams achieving S-grade clearance, 0, teams achieving SSS-grade clearance, 1. Observing the information displayed on the screen, Chi-Ren felt a wave of emotion. The figure of 499,500 likely indicated that one team had suffered complete loss. It was probably the 3 corpses seen that morning. Although he did not know them personally and felt no profound connection, a sense of sorrow akin to the lament of a rabbit for a fallen fox lingered within him. However, this was, after all, a world of eerie survival, and Chi-Ren swiftly adjusted his mood, refocusing on the electronic screen. Rewards being calculated: team name, Chi-Ren team, members, 3, D-grade exploration zone construction site, SSS grade clearance, reward, 1,000 star coins, D-grade exploration zone high school cafeteria, SSS grade clearance, reward, 1,000 star coins. So, we are the only team to achieve SSS grade clearance. Su Ruoli remarked, coming to the realization. Captain, you are remarkable. Su Ruoshua concurred with her sister's sentiment. Yet in her endeavor to maintain her aloof goddess persona, she refrained from voicing her praise, merely casting a furtive glance at Qi-Ren. Surprisingly, Qi-Ren displayed no signs of excitement or joy on his face. Instead, he appeared to be deep in contemplation. Are you pondering what to purchase? Su Ruoshua inquired instinctively. Qi-Ren nodded, indeed. Having perfectly cleared 2 degrade exploration zones, I've acquired 2,000 star coins for shopping. The question lies in, what items should I prioritize? His first thoughts turned to the food cabinet and miscellaneous storage. The reasoning was straightforward. Items left exposed in the room would vanish the following day, while those placed in cabinets could be preserved. The metal box, too, lacked preservation capabilities, only capable of refreshing and transporting items. However, having awakened the Explorer class, Qi-Ren possessed the talent, backpack, which allowed him to retain items within a designated space. Thus, this option could be slightly deprioritized. The construction material pack was immediately dismissed, as neither he nor Su Ruoli would ever lack for materials due to their talents. Similarly, food supply packs were not urgent purchases. The weapon pack is exorbitantly priced and rudimentary, failing to compare with the blue Glock obtained from the intermediate resource pack. The remaining options are limited to 4, a luxurious double bed, a long sofa, a shower set, and a smart toilet. The sofa seems to serve no immediate purpose. Thus it is excluded. The total cost of the remaining 3 items amounts to precisely 2,000 star coins. I shall procure them without hesitation. Each of these items promises to enhance our quality of life directly. The sooner we acquire them, the sooner we can enjoy their benefits. Other teams may lack sufficient star coins, and even if they do, their priorities will likely lean towards purchasing storage cabinets or food supplies. The Xiren team's base has now become the sole residence in this area equipped with a shower set. That very evening, the 3 of them indulged in a refreshing shower, washing away the grime accumulated throughout the day. To avoid any misunderstanding, they did not bathe simultaneously. Xiren is not the type to exploit his authority as captain for selfish indulgences. At most, he would request Su Ruoshua to give him a back rub or a shoulder massage. Su Ruoli stood by, insisting on not leaving. Returning to the matter at hand, Xiren unexpectedly discovered that the water provided by the shower set seemed to possess restorative properties for stamina. Though the effect was rather subtle and would not stack after prolonged use, one cannot simply bathe indefinitely. It is certainly better than having nothing at all. The trio, after their showers, exhibited a remarkable improvement in their spirits compared to their return in the afternoon, and the discomfort brought by the eerie fog dissipated completely. The expenditure of 500 star coins was indeed worthwhile. Xiren immediately pondered whether the luxurious double bed, priced at 1,000 star coins, might yield similar effects. What a significant gain! Fortuitously, I did not purchase any food cabinets or supply packs. In light of this, let us retire early. Those items will arrive shortly. Upon hearing this, the sisters visibly trembled, their faces paling in an instant. Xiren smiled gently. Tonight, you two shall join me in the master bedroom. It will be a perfect opportunity to experience our newly acquired luxurious double bed. Chapter 8, Sandwiched between twin sisters in response to Qi-Ren's audacious invitation. Su Ruoshu's expression remained unperturbed as she calmly inquired, "Is this an order from the captain?" "No," Qi-Ren replied, shaking his head. "It is merely a suggestion. You may return to the bedroom, but you must ensure that you do not emit any cries or screams, the reasons for which I need not elaborate." Su Ruoshua silently nodded and promptly reclined on the bed, unwilling to leave. Su Ruoli, on the other hand, patiently waited nearby, only occupying the last remaining spot once Qi-Ren had settled down. Unlike the previous night, she did not burrow into Qi-Ren's embrace. In that moment, Fear had overwhelmed her, and thoughts of death clouded her mind, leaving no room for anything else. Now, having regained her composure, she felt rather shy. Suruoshi subtly turned her face away, avoiding Chi-Ren's gaze. Suruoshi had originally intended to do the same. But her predicament lay in the fact that she was leaning against the window. If she were to lean against Chi-Ren, she would be faced with the strange sight directly, which was simply too terrifying. Reluctantly, Suruoshi turned to face Chi-Ren instead. She had assumed he would lie flat or turn toward her sister, given that they had embraced the previous night. To her surprise, Chi-Ren lay on his side, eyes wide, directly staring at her. Suruoshi could barely contain herself. Why are you looking at me? I'm not looking at you. You clearly are. I'm gazing at what's behind you. Oh, it seems something is approaching. Ah! Will you what? Suruoshi nearly screamed in fright, but fortunately, Chi-Ren reacted swiftly, covering her mouth. It took quite some time for her to regain her composure. Then, she suddenly lunged at Chi-Ren, biting down hard on his shoulder. Although her demeanor was fierce, she refrained from biting down with full force, leaving no mark. Chi-Ren felt a twinge of disappointment. Never mind, let us not continue this. Let us get some rest. This time, he lay flat on his back. The sisters, positioned one on each side, maintained a delicate distance while also lying flat. It must be noted that this luxurious double bed was quite spacious. It could comfortably accommodate 3 or 4 individuals. Given the sisters' slender figures, Chi-Ren, sandwiched between them, found it even roomier than the single bed in the dormitory, and he quickly drifted into slumber. Simultaneously, other teams had also succumbed to sleep. The thick fog of the wilderness slowly seeped into the living quarters, enveloping every inch of the outdoors in an eerie atmosphere. In an unnoticed corner, 3 corpses, drained of blood and flesh, gradually rose from the ground. Joined by their indescribable companions, they slowly made their way toward the nearest dwelling. Knocking on the door. Bang! 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 Clang! 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 From a nearby residence came faint sounds of weeping, and the companions immediately congregated there, frantically pounding on the doors and windows. Suddenly, with a resounding crack, a line appeared in the bedroom window. The following morning, upon awakening, Chi-Ren discovered that his stamina had significantly replenished. It appeared that the luxurious double bed, costing 1,000 star coins, possessed restorative qualities, which was rather impressive. However, he felt a peculiar heaviness in his arms, accompanied by a sharp pain in his shoulders. Turning his head, he gasped in shock. 4 colossal peaks were firmly pressing down on his arms, rendering him immobile. Moreover, the sisters' teeth were deeply embedded in his shoulders, and a cascade of tears lingered at the corners of their eyes. So, you two are using my shoulders as a makeshift gag? Had I known, I would have given each of you a piece of bread. That said, the twin sisters had not uttered a scream or a cry during the night, thus sparing their dwelling from any peculiar attacks. For inexperienced newcomers, their performance had been commendable. At least they had not hindered progress. Considering the early hour, Chi-Ren refrained from rousing the sisters and continued to indulge in a state of relaxation. This was certainly not an attempt to savor the soft sensation. Chi-Ren was not that sort of person. It was not until 7:50 in the morning that the elder sister, Suruoshi, was the first to awaken. Upon opening her eyes, she was startled to find herself in an intimate position, prompting her to quickly release her grip and sit up with a jolt. Turning to glance at Chi-Ren. Fortunately, he remained asleep, seemingly unaware. Suruoshi sighed in relief, only to notice that her younger sister, Suruoshi, was also nestled against Chi-Ren's arm in a nearly identical manner. This simply would not do. You two cannot be so close. Suruoshi was oblivious to whether she was envious of Chi-Ren or her sister. In any case, she needed to separate them. Shaking her sister's shoulder, She seized the opportunity to escort her out of the bedroom before Qi-Ren stirred, utilizing the shower system purchased the previous day. She quickly washed her face and rinsed her mouth. Shortly thereafter, Qi-Ren emerged from the bedroom, rubbing his sleepy eyes and greeting the sisters. "Good morning. You two are up quite early. How did you sleep? Let me see what supplies we received today." Qi-Ren seemed to be speaking to himself as he made his way directly to the living room, opening the metallic chest. Inside were 3 bottles of mineral water and 3 loaves of bread. It appeared this was the daily standard, allowing even those who returned empty-handed to barely sustain themselves, a rather humane arrangement. In an instant, new green subtitles rolled across the electronic screen. "Exploration zone has refreshed. Please proceed to gather resources. Current dwelling level, LV1. Materials required for upgrade, stone, 13200, wood, 13200, glass, 65-100, architect discount, stone, 130-180, wood, 130-180, glass, 65-90. At this moment, the advantages of the architect profession became apparent. Furthermore, all remaining materials from the previous upgrade were accounted for, which was quite reasonable. This way, there was no need to store materials. Whatever was gathered could be submitted directly. Today, there is a probability of a high difficulty exploration zone refreshing. Upon seeing this newly appeared line of text, Qi-Ren was instantly invigorated. High difficulty meant high rewards. Perfectly suited for his team. Without further ado, it was time to embark on their adventure. The trio finished the refreshing bottled water and bread they had for the day before stepping out of the cabin. As they emerged, they immediately sensed a shift in the atmosphere of the residential area. A crowd had gathered around a nearby dwelling, seemingly captivated by some unfolding event. In pursuit of understanding, Qi-Ren and his companions squeezed through the throng, internally mocking themselves. Who would have thought that even in this bizarre world, their innate curiosity would prevail? Truly, they were citizens of the Great Huago. Upon reaching the dwelling, the trio halted in unison, following the gazes of the onlookers. Their eyes were drawn to the bedroom window, where several immense cracks marred the glass, threatening to shatter at any moment. The occupants of the residence appeared to be a pair of women, seemingly a mother and daughter, who were now locked in each other's embrace, weeping softly. The two looked exceedingly fragile, their tears flowing like rain, evoking instant sympathy from the surrounding crowd. Many of the groups present were composed solely of men, who encircled the grieving pair, offering advice and support. One team even proffered a bottle of water. The mother and daughter gratefully accepted the gift, expressing their heartfelt thanks to the kind gentleman. This act of generosity sparked a competitive spirit among the other groups, prompting them to rummage through their backpacks in search of useful supplies to aid the duo. Some even suggested assisting them in gathering resources. Witnessing such a scene was undeniably moving. In a world devoid of compassion, the warmth and kindness of these male compatriots provided solace and assistance to the women. Qi-Ren seemed to be swept up in this atmosphere as well. He wiped the tears from his cheeks and abruptly grasped the hands of his two companions, urging them to flee the scene. They dashed away from this place of turmoil. In this apocalyptic world, who has time to play the gallant knight? It's utterly absurd. Qi-Ren remarked. Chapter 9. The 2-star difficulty exploration zone. In this apocalyptic world, one must be cautious, for the consequences of being overly naive can be dire. Qi-Ren suppressed the resentment bubbling within him and swiftly led the twin sisters away from the throng, finally halting at the exit of the residential area. Su Ruashu's heart raced as she raised a hand to wipe the perspiration from her brow, only to discover the lingering warmth of Qi-Ren's presence on her skin. Instantly, her cheeks flushed. She hastily donned her practiced, aloof demeanor to mask her embarrassment, before inquiring, "I thought you were going to assist that mother and daughter." "Ha!" Qi-Ren replied slowly, forming a question mark with his expression. "Why would I do that? Did you not help me and Ruoli on your first day? Firstly, you two are my teammates. Secondly, you are my fellow students. And lastly, when I regained consciousness, I found myself lying beside you both. I am a responsible man. Good tofu must not be consumed without merit. Suruoshua rolled her eyes in exasperation. The first part was quite touching. But why did you have to follow it up with that? Beside them, Suruoi recalled her previous position and demeanor, shyly sticking out her tongue. Feeling Chi-Ren's gaze upon her, she promptly turned her face away. Suruoshua then pointed to his cheek. It seems you have tear stains. Did you just cry? Not at all, Chi-Ren chuckled. I merely applied a bit of mineral water. Why? Because the atmosphere warranted it. Just moments ago, everyone was absorbed in the sentiment of the heart remains warm amidst the coldness of the apocalypse. If I hadn't made some gesture, I would have appeared quite out of place. So I opted for a simple disguise. Is this what it means to be a seasoned actor? Suruoshua found herself momentarily speechless, secretly thinking. Your absence from the Oscars is a loss for humanity. Chi-Ren, unfazed, continued. I have a hypothesis. The plight of that mother and daughter is likely of their own making. Ah! Both Suruoshua and Suruoi turned their heads simultaneously. Their expressions filled with confusion. Firstly, why would there be cracks in the glass window? Most residences have not been upgraded. The sturdiness of the windows remains consistent. Why, then? Did only their dwelling suffer damage? Chi-Ren explained. I suspect they inadvertently made a sound, most likely. Cries which attracted unwanted attention. This leads us to the second question. Why did they not cry on the first night, but succumbed to tears on the second? This is evidently illogical. A rational person would be most terrified on the first night. Having endured a day of torment, they would be somewhat acclimated by the second night, making it easier to persevere. Thirdly, I noticed that all other teams consist of 3 members, yet that mother and daughter were alone. Thus, I have drawn a bold conclusion. They must have caused the demise of their teammate, most likely a male, within the exploration zone. Lacking a crucial companion, they were unable to withstand the fear and psychological pressure on the second night and ultimately broke down. What we witnessed was merely the aftermath of their despair. As Chi-Ren spoke his analysis, he continued to advance along the path. Unbeknownst to them, the trio had traversed a considerable distance, passing by several entrance gates of exploration zones without pausing. Upon hearing Chi-Ren's analysis, the twin sisters fell into a prolonged silence, trusting their leader instinctively. They believed this conjecture, which instilled a sense of dread within them. How could such seemingly fragile mother and daughter possess such a ruthless nature? Yet, they had managed to elicit sympathy from numerous gentle souls. If this continued, it was likely that someone might meet a tragic fate. Chi-Ren, should we perhaps alert them? Suruoi instinctively inquired. No, Suruoshua interjected on his behalf. We lack evidence. They would not believe us. And warning them might incite animosity. Chi-Ren nodded thoughtfully. This is a bizarre world. Everyone must take responsibility for their own lives. Those who willingly play the role of sycophants or gentle souls cannot save others. With that, he abruptly halted, raising his gaze towards a large door that had suddenly appeared at the roadside. Sea-level exploration zone, Gourmet Plaza, opening hours, 08:0013, 00, capacity, 10 teams, difficulty, resources, fixed refresh supplies, chocolate, energy bars, nut bread, functional beverages, probable refresh supplies, special supply boxes. This is the place. Chi-Ren decisively led his 2 teammates through the entrance. Before them lay a complex reminiscent of a grand shopping mall, boasting 5 floors adorned with numerous shops and counters. Through the immense floor-to-ceiling windows, the absence of any figures rendered the atmosphere somewhat eerie. The vast interior of the mall was fortunate enough to be devoid of crowds at this early hour. Approximately 8:30, granting them 4.5 hours for their search, ample time. Their only concern was the capacity for 10 teams. Would other groups arrive to vie for resources? Moreover, With a difficulty rating of 2 stars, formidable adversaries could very well emerge. Qi Ren heightened his alertness, casually activating the mini-map. He soon discovered that his map displayed only a bird's-eye view of the first floor, which was rather convenient and would prevent confusion. Let us commence our search from the first floor. The trio stepped into the mall, proceeding down the central corridor. Qi Ren remained vigilant, monitoring the mini-map, while Su Ruoshua gripped her pistol, wary of potential dangers. Su Ruoli's task was straightforward survival, though this sentiment might sting. Her professional abilities held little value in this exploration zone. Fortunately, Su Ruoli was unperturbed by this reality. She dutifully stayed by Qi Ren's side, serving as a human sentinel, her gaze sweeping the shop signs flanking the corridor. Authentic beef noodle board, Shanbei mixed grain pancakes, Jianing soup dumplings, magical city wontons. Each sign was adorned with exquisite images that made Su Ruoli's mouth water, though regrettably, they were not genuine food. At last, after a solid 10 minutes of walking, Chiron spotted a flickering green dot on the minimap, surrounded by an absence of red dots indicating that no enemies lurked nearby. With a sense of assurance, he approached a restaurant named Sichuan Maple Tofu, where he discovered a fixed resource box placed prominently on the central dining table. Without hesitation, he opened the box. Acquired energy bars, splendid. The smooth start sent the trio into a state of exuberance. With renewed vigor, they scoured the first floor in just half an hour, ultimately locating 2 additional fixed resource boxes. The haul included 10 chocolate bars and 6 bottles of functional beverages. The trio pressed onward, ascending to the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th floors, conducting a thorough search that took a total of 2.5 hours, during which they uncovered 20 fixed resource boxes, including the 3 from the first floor. That made for a grand total of 23 fixed resource boxes. The overall resource collection amounted to 40 chocolate bars, 70 energy bars, 50 nut breads, and 42 bottles of functional drinks. A bountiful harvest, indeed. Chiron promptly unwrapped 3 energy bars, distributing 1 to each member of the trio, while the remainder were stowed away in the travel bag. Why consume 3 bars first? Because their next venture awaited on the 5th floor. The previous 4 levels had posed no dangers, suggesting that the boss of this exploration zone lay hidden on the 5th floor. For this 2-star difficulty exploration area, Chiron had already devised a strategy. If they couldn't win, they would retreat, never to act recklessly. Ensuring their safety was paramount before considering the potential refresh of special supply boxes. At this moment, Chiron felt a strong premonition that the supply box would surely contain valuable items. It was merely a question of whether they would have the opportunity to seize them. Chapter 10. The Perilous Labyrinth. On the 5th floor of the food court, a stark contrast emerges from the previous levels. Devoid of the bustling shops and instead dominated by towering walls and a somewhat ominous entrance to a passageway. The dim light renders the surroundings as obscure as the depths of night, making the path ahead nearly indistinguishable. At this moment, the compact map proves invaluable. From a bird's-eye perspective, it becomes apparent that this 5th level has been ingeniously crafted into a labyrinth. Though the labyrinth is not extensive, the map reveals its entirety at a glance. Their position is situated near the entrance of this maze, which unfolds into winding passages and divergent routes, most of which lead to dead ends, with only a singular path leading to the exit. At the exit, a flickering deep green light beckons, undoubtedly indicating the presence of a special supply crate. However, to their dismay, 3 flickering red dots emerge within the labyrinth. 2 are diminutive, while the larger one lurks ominously at the exit, its crimson glow instilling a sense of dread. This is certainly not auspicious news. The labyrinth's boss obstructs the sole exit, and unless they can vanquish it, the coveted supplies remain beyond their reach. Moreover, time is of the essence, and Qi Ren must hasten his decision. What is wrong? Noticing her leader's hesitation, Su Ruoshua inquired. Is this labyrinth perilous? Qi-Ren nodded. Far more dangerous than a construction site. Should we retreat? Su Ruoxue suggested. After all, we have gathered ample resources today. Well, retreating isn't out of the question. But I wish to scout ahead. If the situation proves dire, we can withdraw then. With the aid of the map, Qi-Ren can foresee the movements of the monsters, enabling him to make informed decisions whether to engage or evade. Very well. Su Ruoxue said, promptly disengaging the safety of her pistol. I will accompany you. Ruoli can remain here. No, we should not separate, Qi-Ren cautioned. In such a place, splitting up could be even more treacherous. His concerns extended beyond the lurking threats of monsters. He was equally wary of encounters with other teams, as this was a realm rife with anomalies. Su Ruoli wholeheartedly concurred. The dim lighting and eerie atmosphere of the 5th floor left her disinclined to remain alone. Moreover, she harbored reservations about her sister and Qi-Ren being alone together. Thus, the trio ventured into the labyrinth together. Meanwhile, another team gathered outside the exploration area. Scrutinizing the information inscribed on the gate, exploration area, food court, opening hours, 08:0013, 00, capacity, 10 teams, only 10 teams allowed. Does this imply that resources here are relatively scarce? A rugged man remarked. They had previously entered areas accommodating 100 teams, where resources were plentiful, yielding several construction materials, along with a handful of biscuits and bottles of water. As a first-day exploration, it was deemed a considerable success. The rugged man's companions were two youthful men with refined features, accompanied by the mother-daughter duo they had encountered that morning. The very team that previously shared mineral water with them subsequently extended an invitation to jointly venture into the exploration zone. The mother and daughter readily acquiesced. Upon hearing the rugged man's inquiry, the seemingly innocent daughter spoke up. It accommodates only 10 teams and has a shorter opening duration, which indicates that this exploration zone is rarer than those from yesterday, and the resources are undoubtedly more abundant. Brother Jiangfeng, let us venture inside. The girl's voice was perfectly pitched, her face adorned with a smile infused with the essence of tea. Instantly, Jiangfeng's face flushed with color. Before he could respond, the two handsome young men stepped forward. Sister Lu Ru, you are absolutely correct. Sister Lu Ru, you are so clever. They exchanged knowing glances, their lips curving into subtle smiles, silently concluding that their handsome appearances and attentiveness would surely impress Sister Lu Ru. Perhaps even her mother would be swayed. This is the allure of a warm-hearted man. Regrettably, Sister Lu Ru paid no heed to the compliments of the two warm-hearted men. Instead, she walked directly to Jiangfeng's side and grasped his rugged hand. Brother Jiangfeng, there may be dangers inside, so you must protect me. And no problem. Jiangfeng stammered in agreement. The two warm-hearted men, undeterred, did not chastise Lu Ru's actions. Rather, they proactively concocted an explanation for one another. Sister Lu Ru must be trying to foster good relations within our team, not wanting Captain Jiangfeng to feel jealous of us. She is so gentle. Meanwhile, the Qi-Ren team had already entered the labyrinth. With the aid of their mini-map ability, they navigated without the need for physical exploration. However, they did not head directly for the exit. Instead, they sought out the two smaller red light points. Qi-Ren's thought process was clear. By engaging with the two lesser monsters, they could gauge the strength of the larger one. If they could not even defeat the minor creatures, they should certainly avoid provoking the labyrinth's boss. Soon, a corner appeared before the trio. Turning it would reveal a dead end, with a monster lurking at the far end. Qi-Ren accurately relayed the information. Su Ruoxue took the lead, her Glock 17 in hand, stealthily approaching the corner. Following Qi-Ren's teachings, she lowered her center of gravity, crouching slightly, and cautiously peered around the edge. Oddly enough, what came into view was a human. Su Ruoxue felt a twinge of confusion. Could it be that Qi-Ren's intel was flawed? Impossible. After yesterday's exploration, she had placed her complete trust in Captain Chiron. The information could not be erroneous. This must mean that the human was suspicious. Holding her breath, Suru Oshua inched forward, carefully closing the distance while maintaining a safe distance. This was also a lesson imparted by Chiron armed with a gun. Keeping a distance was the prudent course of action. Suru Oshua patiently awaited the right moment, while Chiron and Suru Oyu remained at the corner, uncertain whether it was fear. Chiron noticed that Suru Oyu was tightly clutching the hem of his garment, her complexion remarkably pale. Nevertheless, despite her evident trepidation, Suru Oyu only grasped his clothing and did not seize his arm, thus allowing him the freedom to move. This girl, though timid, possessed a keen intellect. The team leader, Ruolai, leaned in closer and whispered, "Can you discern what manner of creature that is?" The distance was too great to ascertain for the time being. Chiron anxiously scrutinized the small map, vigilantly tracking the movements of the two red dots to avert being besieged from both sides. Simultaneously, he needed to ensure Suru Oshua was not ambushed, ready to provide support at a moment's notice. After all, they were merely ordinary individuals, untrained in any professional capacity, and unforeseen calamities could arise at any moment. Time slipped away, second by second. Just as Suru Oshua was on the verge of succumbing to doubt, the figure turned. There was no color in his face, his skin clung tightly to his bones, and his eyes were deeply sunken, resembling two vast black voids. Even more bizarrely, a sharp dagger was embedded in his chest, yet no blood flowed from the wound. This was no human being, but a grotesque entity twisted by an uncanny realm. The instant the creature turned, it detected Suru Oshua's presence. In the next heartbeat, it unfurled its cavernous maw and lunged forward. The description of its mouth as cavernous was not merely figurative. It truly opened wide enough to consume a basin. Chapter 11: The First Confrontation with the Monster, Battle. In accordance with the classic Hollywood formula, when a beautiful woman encounters a monster, the initial response is one of terror and screams. She is likely to discard the hard-earned weapon and flee in panic, often finding herself trapped in a dead end. Whether she can escape is of little consequence. Her clothing inevitably becomes scantier, with lingering close-ups on her more pronounced features. While the plot may falter, the visuals must remain exhilarating. This trope continues to captivate audiences to this day. Unfortunately, Suru Oshua is not swayed by such cliches at this moment. Though she feels a twinge of fear, she does not lose sight of her purpose. She raises her handgun, aims at the monster before her, and pulls the trigger. Bam! 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 Each shot finds its mark. Despite lacking formal training, the proximity of her target renders any miss improbable. One must not forget she has awakened the S-rank profession of Weapon Master, and unlocked a particularly useful trait, Gunslinger, Tier 1. Your proficiency with firearms experiences a slight enhancement. This is precisely why Chiron entrusted her with the Glock 17. Without the boon of such talents, an ordinary individual would struggle to wield a weapon's full potential. Additionally, another of Suru Oshua's talents comes into play, Cold Weapon, Tier 1. Your physical attributes receive a modest augmentation. The physical prowess of mutated monsters evidently surpasses that of an average human. Even with a weapon, resistance would be futile. In the past, such encounters would spell doom. However, bolstered by her enhanced physicality, Suru Oshua dares to engage the creature. While shooting, she retreats, maintaining a safe distance, and her performance is commendable. Regrettably, the monster does not succumb immediately to her bullets. Instead, it merely experiences a brief moment of rigidity upon being struck, slowing its pursuit. One must consider if a dagger lodged in its chest fails to bring it down, how much impact could a few bullets possibly deliver? This is a realm of the bizarre. The beings faced here are not of the ordinary world. Thus, Suru Oshua continues to retreat and fire until her magazine is depleted. Yet she fails to inflict any significant damage on the monster, which leaves her feeling a sense of despair. With the bullets now exhausted, the creature regains its full speed. At this moment, it resembles an enraged beast, baring its teeth as it charges ferociously towards Suruoshua. The distance between them rapidly diminishes. Seeing her sister in potential danger, Suruoi instinctively prepares to rush out and provide support. In that fleeting moment, she resolves to intercept any attack directed at her sister. Under no circumstances can she allow her sibling to perish here. Meanwhile, Chi-Ren's mind races. This scenario slightly exceeds his expectations. After all, that weapon was procured from a mid-tier resource box, glowing with a blue luminescence. How is it that a blue weapon proves ineffective against this minor foe? This seems rather disappointing. Chi-Ren ponders deeply, convinced that the situation should not be this dire. A 2-star difficulty exploration zone should not present such overwhelming challenges. He must have overlooked something. He swiftly rummages through his travel bag, in search of any items that might prove useful. As he endeavored to recollect the experiences of the past 2 days, along with the enigmatic rules of this bizarre world, questions flooded his mind. Why is it forbidden to venture outside at night? What causes the incessant knocking at the door in the dead of night? Why does the fog dissipate during the day? Why do the first 4 levels of the food court gleam with brilliance, while the 5th level's labyrinth is shrouded in darkness akin to the night? Suddenly, Chi-Ren discerned the crux of the matter. The most vital tool had been acquired on the very first morning. He recalled the supplies that had emerged from the metallic box, not only food and a backpack, but also a flashlight and 2 batteries. At that moment, he had initially scoffed, thinking, what's the use of a flashlight when one cannot step outside at night? Now, a profound realization struck him. He swiftly retrieved the flashlight from his travel bag, with the batteries already installed, and directed the beam towards the location of the creature. A brilliant circle of white light erupted forth, enveloping the monster. In the next instant, the creature halted its pursuit, hastily retreating. Seizing the opportunity, Suruoi dashed out, pulling her sister back behind the corner. At that moment, Suruoshu's heartbeat raced perilously close to its limits, yet she understood that relaxation was not yet an option. She held her breath, watching the standoff between Chi-Ren and the creature, unable to suppress the tight grip she had on her sister's hand, which was painfully firm. Fortunately, she released it after merely a second and quickly retrieved the ammunition box from her pocket, reloading her Glock. To be fair, the pistol had proven somewhat effective. Otherwise, she would have been devoured by the monster long ago. Meanwhile, the creature had been driven back to a dead end by Chi-Ren's flashlight. Cowering in the corner with its hands clasped over its head, resembling a forlorn 8-year-old child, Chi-Ren gradually lowered the flashlight but did not immediately turn to leave. Instead, he quietly observed for a moment, ensuring there were no signs of a counterattack from the creature before leading the sisters away. The trio returned to safety, collectively exhaling in relief. At that moment, Suruoshua realized her legs had gone weak. She could barely stand, grateful for her sister's support. It seemed that this labyrinth was beyond their current capabilities to conquer. Chi-Ren felt a twinge of disappointment. If they could not overcome minor creatures, what hope did they have against the boss? Nevertheless, he managed a faint smile and said to Suruoshua, "You did remarkably well just now. I will adopt a more cautious strategy moving forward. You must not bear such risks again." Suruoshua gently shook her head. This is a strange world. Places devoid of risk simply do not exist. If you believe the opportunity is right, do not hesitate to command me. Meanwhile, Suruoi, with her head bowed, felt tears welling in her eyes. She had nearly thought her sister was in peril, and a multitude of words swirled in her heart, yet she ultimately held them back. Only asking, "So, are we retreating now?" "Let us retreat, wait." Chi-Ren abruptly halted mid-sentence. He had been closely monitoring the minimap, primarily to prevent the approach of 2 other creatures. At that moment, he suddenly noticed several white light points appearing at the entrance of the labyrinth, and they were moving. He immediately realized that another team had arrived. Unsure of their strength or intentions, he understood the necessity of remaining vigilant. Chi-Ren turned to the two sisters and said, "For now, retreating is not an option. We should find a side path to conceal ourselves. However, this might also present a splendid opportunity to break through the maze." As time rewinds slightly, just as the trio of Chi-Ren was preparing to engage with the minor creatures of the labyrinth, the Jiangfeng team, accompanied by the mother-daughter duo, entered the culinary plaza. Upon arriving at the first floor hall, they encountered another group, a strikingly handsome young man resembling a university student, accompanied by two starry-eyed girls. This young man was none other than the student council president, the son of the vice principal, an A-level professional, and a rising star Zhou Shihang. His imposing presence was akin to that of a mighty lion, instantly instilling a sense of reassurance in everyone present. Particularly, the mother and daughter were captivated, their eyes sparkling with admiration. Not only was he tall and handsome, but he was also extraordinarily powerful. With him leading the way, they were certain to uncover remarkable treasures. Culinary Plaza, here we come. Chapter 12. The sophisticated green tea and the veteran actor. The sudden appearance of Zhou Shihang irked Jiangfeng considerably. The young man was undeniably handsome and exuded a remarkable aura, unmistakably the scion of a wealthy family. This incited a sense of crisis within Jiangfeng, as he feared that the innocent and naive Lu Ru might fall prey to Zhou's charm and be swayed away. In truth, Jiangfeng's team also boasted two handsome lads, Xiao Wu and Xiao Wan. However, these two were merely fragile and lacked any real strength, their physiques more delicate than that of Lin Daiyu. In this bizarre world, they held no competitive edge, a fact Jiangfeng paid little heed to. Yet, Zhou Shihang was a different matter altogether. He radiated an extraordinary prowess, seemingly endowed with the qualities of an emperor. His overwhelming presence surged forth like a mighty river, inexhaustible in its might. Even Jiangfeng felt a twinge of admiration, let alone Lu Ru. It is worth noting that Jiangfeng had awakened as a B-class professional, golden miner, possessing a formidable talent that enhanced his strength. Just yesterday, he managed to conquer 2 exploration zones single-handedly, achieving a C-class evaluation while accompanied by 2 D-class novice teammates. Such prowess was indeed formidable. Yet, the affluent and striking Zhou Shihang appeared to surpass him in strength. Could he possibly be an A-class professional? If he were to vie for Lu Ru's affections, would Jiangfeng stand any chance at all? His unease intensified. As fate would have it, matters took a worrisome turn. The moment Zhou Shihang laid eyes on Lu Ru, his eyes sparkled with excitement, and he swiftly approached her. "Little sister, are you here to gather supplies as well? With so many of you, I assume you are not part of the same team. I am Zhou Shihang, an A-class professional, and my 2 companions are both B-class. You may join me. I shall protect you." Upon hearing this introduction, Jiangfeng's heart sank. Lu Ru, however, beamed with joy. An A-class professional. And he was handsome too. Finally, she had found a strong ally. She immediately offered a warm smile and naturally extended her hand. "It's a pleasure to meet you. I am Lu Ru. And this is my mother." Zhou Shihang grasped her delicate hand, his heart racing. Upon seeing Lu Ru's mother, his pulse quickened even more. What a stunningly beautiful woman! Zhou Shihang felt an overwhelming surge of passion, wishing he could change his surname to Chao right then and there. He eagerly stepped forward, taking Lu Ru's mother's hand. "May I ask how to address this esteemed lady?" "You are quite the charmer," Lu Ru's mother replied with a smile. "I am Lu Yan, in terms of age. I could very well be your aunt." "Yan Jia, you look exceptionally well," Zhou Shihang responded without hesitation. He intended to engage in further conversation, but Jiangfeng could no longer contain himself. "We should hasten and gather supplies. This exploration zone will close at 1 p.m., and it is almost noon now." The peculiar world of the night had the advantage of providing time indicators everywhere, eliminating the need for personal timepieces. Consequently, the repercussions of disregarding time constraints could be dire. At this remark, Zhou Shihang's expression darkened instantly, and he was on the verge of a retort. Lu Ru reluctantly released the hand of the beautiful ant. Agreeing with Jiang Feng's perspective, he spoke coldly. We arrived here over an hour ago, having searched all these floors, and there are no supplies whatsoever. This exploration zone is merely a pitfall. No supplies. Lu Ru's brows furrowed in an instant. Nothing at all? It is possible that another team has arrived before us. We could seize their resources or request some from them. She turned her gaze to Zhou Shihang. Have you searched every floor? I only checked the first 3. Then let us ascend to the upper levels. Is that really necessary? If there are no supplies on the first 3 floors, the 4th must surely be barren as well. Yet, Lu Ru had already begun to ascend the stairs, with Jiang Feng's team following suit. Zhou Shihang could only silently trail behind. So be it. This would afford him more time with the mother and daughter pair. Compared to his 2 rather unremarkable teammates, Lu Ru was far more pleasing to the eye. And Lu Yan was exceedingly alluring. More importantly, both mother and daughter were clad in light, short skirts, revealing glimpses of their enchanting figures as they ascended the stairs. Zhou Shihang maintained an outwardly composed demeanor, though his gaze occasionally drifted toward them, ultimately forcing him to bend down and adjust himself. In the food city, on the 5th floor, within the labyrinth, Qi Ran conducted a reconnaissance with the aid of the minimap. The massive red dot represented a mutated human standing over 2 meters tall, covered in black hair, with 8 sharp fangs visible, and arms thicker than barrels. It carried a colossal steel knife, its blade menacingly sharp. A single strike from it could likely reduce a skull to powder. The imagery was unsettling. Additionally, Qi Ran spouted another small red dot, which bore a striking resemblance to the creature they had just encountered. Its height and physique were similar to that of an ordinary person, the sole distinction being the absence of a dagger at its chest. Though several rusted iron nails protruded from its head. After confirming the locations of the various monsters, Qi Ran led the sisters down a safe fork in the path and concealed themselves. Meanwhile, the white dot on the minimap began to move gradually. Lu Ru. Are we truly meant to take this route? Absolutely. My profession is as a navigator. I can discern whether the path ahead is correct. Avoiding dead ends and locating routes with resources. Lu Ru misunderstood, sensing doubt in Jiang Feng's expression. I am not questioning your abilities, he said, his face edged with concern. However, I find this labyrinth quite unsettling. The lighting is too dim, and the atmosphere is somewhat eerie. A cold snicker escaped Zhou Shihang's lips. Are you perhaps afraid? With that cowardly demeanor, how do you intend to protect Lu Ru? Why not do this? You two retreat and hide while I take Ru and Yan to search for supplies. As a second-generation individual, he had never regarded ordinary people as equals. His interactions were devoid of any friendly demeanor, excelling only in provoking others. Yet, to his surprise, Jiang Feng remained entirely unfazed by his taunts. He decisively turned around and addressed the brothers Shao Wu and Shao Wen, saying, in that case, let us retreat. Without a backward glance, he strode toward the exit of the labyrinth. Zhou Shihang was taken aback. Wait, are you really leaving? What about me? The brothers Shao Wu and Shao Wen were equally astonished. Zhou Shihang clearly has feelings for Sister Lu Ru, and you would leave them alone here. Are you not afraid of being betrayed? Although, it seems that may not apply, since Lu Ru is not Jiang Feng's girlfriend. We are all just infatuated admirers. No one can cast stones at another. Yet, you cannot voluntarily withdraw from the competition. The two brothers hurried forward to persuade him. However, Jiang Feng's resolve was unwavering. He had already returned near the entrance of the maze, on the verge of departing. At this critical moment, Lu Yan suddenly appeared beside him, grasping Jiang Feng's hand. Young brother, both Lu Ru and I have always placed our trust in you. Although our dwelling is in dire need of an upgrade and our food supplies are nearly depleted, we fear we may not survive the night. Nevertheless, we cannot allow this to become a burden for you. Even if you choose to forsake us now, my daughter and I will always remember your kindness. The path ahead. Let us, the unfortunate mother and daughter, traverse alone. With that, Lu Yan gently raised her hand to wipe away the tears at the corners of her eyes. It must be said, she truly is a seasoned actress. Who could not feel a pang of sympathy for such a pitiful sight? After hearing her words, Jiang Feng found himself unable to move any further. The other three gentlemen were invigorated as if they had been electrified. Xiao Wu and Xiao Wan fervently pounded their chests, vowing to protect Aunt Lu Yan and Sister Lu Ru. No matter what challenges we face, we will stand in front. This is the essence of a warm-hearted man. Chapter 13, Delving Deeper. Why must we hide? In a dim corner of the labyrinth, Su Ruoli leaned against Qi Ran, whispering softly. Perhaps, with the arrival of other teams, we could forge an alliance. Indeed, that is a possibility, Qi Ran replied earnestly. However, we have thoroughly scavenged the first 4 levels of the food city, leaving no resources for the newcomers. They are likely harboring discontent. Under such circumstances, it would be challenging for them to engage in amicable communication, let alone cooperate. They might even demand we relinquish our supplies or resort to forceful seizure. Until we ascertain their strength, it is prudent to observe discreetly. I see. Su Ruoli nodded in agreement, convinced of her captain's thorough consideration. You are indeed very cautious. Quite so, murmured Su Ruoshua silently. He even keeps his teammates at arm's length. Indeed, caution has reached its zenith. Since Qi Ran became aware of the loyalty and affection levels of his teammates, he no longer felt the need to conceal his own capabilities. The sisters had not inquired, thus he refrained from offering explanations. At present, Qi Ran was intently focused on the minimap, monitoring the movements of the uninvited guests while keeping an eye on the locations of 3 monster red dots. He soon discerned that this group had a clear trajectory, having chosen the only correct path from the outset, heading straight for the exit. They paused briefly at forks in the path, quickly identifying the correct direction. It seems there is a directional expert among them, Qi Ran mused, a touch anxious that they might possess the ability to view the minimap as he does. If so, hiding would be futile. However, he quickly dismissed this concern. The essence of their actions differed fundamentally from his. Qi Ran had meticulously inspected all the forks at the entrance, strategically planning his route before entering the labyrinth, thus allowing him to proceed without hesitation. This group, on the other hand, advanced directly, only pausing to discern their path at each fork. Though seemingly similar, the 2 approaches were fundamentally distinct. Qi Ran's innate talent was evidently superior. He could clearly observe their movements. At this moment, the white dots were drawing ever closer to the location of the labyrinth's formidable boss. The critical moment arrived. Qi Ran turned to the twin sisters and said, as we venture further into the labyrinth, the passage will narrow. Should this group be pursued by the boss, they will have no option but to retreat along their original path. Once the boss has pursued them a distance, we shall seize the opportunity to enter. Unlock the special supply box, retrieve the contents, and exit. Su Ruoshua nodded silently, instinctively tightening her grip on her pistol. Su Ruoli inquired softly, what if the boss does not pursue and remains steadfast near the exit? Then we shall forego opening the box, Qi Ran replied. Once they have departed, we will exit from the entrance. What if this group of individuals proves to be exceedingly formidable and vanquishes the labyrinth's boss? In that case, the supply box rightfully belongs to them. In this enigmatic realm, strength speaks volumes, and Qi Ran harbored no objections. The scene shifts to Jiang Feng's team. Under the persuasive efforts of the enchanting mother-daughter duo, Jiang Feng ultimately rejoined his comrades, embarking on the exploration of the maze. Initially, His heart was fraught with trepidation and unease. Yet, as time passed, the team encountered no perils along their path, gradually alleviating Jiangfeng's concerns. As he regained his composure, he found himself reflecting with a tinge of regret. His prior display of timidity was utterly shameful. How must his dear sister, Lu Ru, perceive him? Here was a delicate young woman, unafraid of danger, resolutely opting to venture into the labyrinth. Yet, he, an A-grade practitioner endowed with formidable prowess, succumbed to such fear. Truly, he felt less than manly. Beside him, Zhou Zhihan occasionally cast mocking glances his way. The Shao brothers, Shao Wu and Shao Wan, wore expressions of discontent, blaming their captain for his earlier retreat, which had evidently caused Lu Ru to grow closer to another team. If this continued, she could easily be whisked away. How infuriating! Fortunately, Lu Yan, the mother, remained steadfast in her support, accompanying Jiang Feng and engaging him in conversation from time to time, which offered the Shao brothers some solace. Surely, such an innocent and pure-hearted girl would heed her mother's words. As long as Lu Yan stayed by their side, Lu Ru would likely remain as well. If they could cultivate a good relationship with her mother, perhaps she would even introduce her daughter to them. After all, they were gentle and considerate men, precisely the type that women cherish. Just as the brothers indulged in their fanciful thoughts, Lu Ru suddenly halted ahead of the group. I can sense the exit is near. Just around that corner, she informed Jiang Feng. There might be danger, so you must protect me, brother. Jiang Feng's face flushed crimson. He couldn't shake the feeling that her words were a gentle mockery of his earlier cowardice. Seizing the moment, Zhou Zhihan advanced and grasped Lu Ru's hand. Fear not, Ru Mei. With me here, no one shall harm you. Lu Ru feigned a struggle, yet her delicate hand remained entrapped in Zhou Zhihan's. Her fair cheeks tinged with a hint of blush. Jiang Feng observed this with growing anxiety, but recalling his previous conduct and considering Zhou Zhihan's formidable strength, he could only lower his head in defeat. What a pathetic captain he was! The Shao brothers cursed silently in frustration. At this moment, you ought to assert yourself. Are you truly going to stand idly by while Lu Ru is taken advantage of? Zhihan, cease this nonsense, Lu Yan interjected at a crucial juncture. Let us swiftly locate the exit and depart from this maze. Resources surely await us ahead. Very well, Zhou Zhihan replied. Having just enjoyed a moment of intimacy with Lu Ru and feeling elated. Since her mother had spoken, how could he possibly disregard her words? He released Lu Ru's hand and strode forward, being the first to round the corner. Was there someone ahead? Zhou Zhihan's voice instantly heightened everyone's vigilance. Jiang Feng, Shao Wu, and Shao Wan, momentarily setting aside their previous grievances, hurried forward to offer support. Before them lay a shroud of mist, and at the end of the path stood a figure, tall and obscured in features. The group pressed together, cautiously advancing. As they reached the midpoint of the road, they finally beheld the true visage of the entity. Goodness, is this truly a human? Is this not a version of Tarzan? Shao Wu and Shao Wan simultaneously uttered expletives. Standing before them was a towering behemoth, over 2 meters in height and covered in fur. Though its facial features bore a resemblance to humanity, its terrifyingly muscular frame, elongated sharp teeth, and the massive steel blade slung over its shoulder made it evident that this was no ordinary human. This was a monster. Its strength was formidable. Jiang Feng instinctively considered retreating but quickly recalled that he had already faltered once before. If he fled again, he would never be able to hold his head high in front of Lu Ru again. Moreover, Zhou Zhihan, Shao Wu, and Shao Wan remained steadfast at his side. The dignity of manhood compelled him to stay rooted in place. Little did Jiang Feng know that Zhou Zhihan, Shao Wu, and Shao Wan were not unwilling to flee. The moment they laid eyes on the monster, they nearly succumbed to terror, their legs feeling as weak as jelly. Had they not discreetly braced themselves against the wall, they would have been unable to stand at all. To escape? It was no simple matter. Chapter 14. The fury of the enchanting wife. The monstrous creature advanced, wielding a 3-meter-long blade. Before it, humanity appeared as insignificant as ants. A wave of dread washed over Jiangfeng, prompting him to swiftly activate his professional talent, Golden Miner. Shatter Rock, your physical strength is significantly enhanced. Golden Pickaxe, you acquire an indestructible pickaxe. As a B-rank professional, he possessed 2 formidable talents. Though he could not level up, they proved sufficiently useful in the early stages. Previously, Jiangfeng had only utilized the first talent, successfully guiding his 2 incompetent teammates through the exploration zone. The second talent, intended as a secret weapon, now had to be unveiled in front of everyone, as they faced a moment of life and death. The instant he invoked his talent, a surge of immense power coursed through him, and a radiant golden pickaxe materialized in his hand. With a mighty roar, he charged forward to intercept the creature's savage strike. The indestructible golden pickaxe indeed deflected the beast's steel blade, even managing to create a dent in the edge. The strength granted by Shatter Rock allowed Jiangfeng to withstand the creature's overwhelming force. Seizing the moment, he decisively shouted to the brothers Xiao Wu and Xiao Wen, "You two, quickly take Lu Ru and flee. Retreat now." The 2 brothers stood frozen for over a minute before finally snapping back to reality, scrambling towards Lu Ru and grasping her hand to pull her back. This time, Lu Ru did not disdain her clumsy companions, allowing them to lead her away. Before departing, she glanced back, tossing a flirtatious look at the 2 formidable gentlemen, Zhehong Gu. "Jiangfeng Gu, you must return safely." What a gentle girl! Jiangfeng felt invigorated. He bore the creature's onslaught, forcefully pushing the steel blade back. Zhou Shehan, pale as a ghost, cowered nearby. Instinctively turning to look at his 2 teammates, he realized the 2 girls had already fled. Damn it, they were professionals too. Why didn't they come to help? At least lend me a hand. Zhou Shehan cursed inwardly. To his surprise, he noticed Lu Ru's mother had yet to leave. Sister Lu Yan must be worried about me. Zhou Shehan felt a surge of satisfaction. Jiangfeng, filled with urgency, shouted at him, "You brat! Hurry over to help. I can withstand its attacks, but I cannot harm it. Whatever talents you have, use them quickly." Zhou Shehan furrowed his brow in response. "Attack this monster. Are you out of your mind? Even if I had an offensive talent, I wouldn't assist you." Zhou Shehan directly took Lu Yan's hand and began to retreat. "What in the world are you doing?" Jiangfeng was taken aback. This guy, with such an imposing demeanor, was simply running away. They had come as a group of 8, and now they were all fleeing. Is this going to get me killed? Lu Yan also appeared perplexed. "Jihan, aren't you an A-rank professional? Why aren't you helping?" "I am a support class, with no offensive talents," he replied. Zhou Shehan, with unwavering resolve, concocted an excuse. "After all, the truth was beyond your reach. My words stand as they are. Allow me to assist you." Lu Yan broke free from Zhou Shehan's grasp and retraced her steps. Zhou Shehan was genuinely astonished how audacious this woman was. "Very well. If you seek your demise, it is not my concern. I shall ensure your daughter is well cared for." He smirked inwardly and hastened away. Lu Yan returned to Jiangfeng's side. "Little brother, I am here to aid you." Her decision to stay was not born out of kindness. She was acutely aware that the boss behind them must possess valuable resources. The more formidable the boss, the better the resources it guarded. More importantly, the boss remained unscathed, indicating that no one had previously ventured here. "These resources now belong to me." Lu Yan extended her right hand, directing it towards the creature, softly uttering, "Attention." Remarkably, the creature ceased its assault, assuming a stance of attention. "Quickly, now." "All right." Jiangfeng, with no time to ponder, swung the golden pickaxe fiercely at the creature's chest. To his utter disbelief, the creature's muscles were incredibly resilient. The strike felt as though it had struck granite. Fortunately, Jiang Feng wielded the power of rock shattering, and with the indomitable golden pickaxe, he managed to create a dent in the creature's chest. Strangely, the dent was deep enough to reveal bone, yet not a single drop of blood flowed forth. This anomalous phenomenon sent an unsettling premonition coursing through Jiang Feng. Ram! He immediately seized Lu Yan's hand and dashed outward. Meanwhile, the creature regained its mobility. Glancing at the wound on its chest before letting out a primal roar, its fury palpable as it pursued the pair, Lu Yan swiftly raised her hand. Pointing towards it, march in place. Boom! The creature abruptly halted its chase, beginning to march in place. Seizing this opportunity, Jiang Feng led Lu Yan around the corner, sprinting towards the exit. As they ran, he inquired, "And Lu Yan, what is your occupational talent? We'll discuss it later." "Very well. I mean, let's talk about it later." Lu Yan grasped Jiang Feng's hand, bringing their pace to a halt. She pointed towards the creature's direction. Jiang Feng, bewildered, stared at her. "At a time like this, you still wish to search for resources? But we cannot defeat that creature. Its defenses are impenetrable." Lu Yan shook her head, revealing a mysterious smile. "Do not worry. I have a plan. We will lure the creature here. I will hide at the fork. You will keep it occupied and lead it away. And then I will seize the resources. Afterward, I will return to assist you, and we shall escape together." Jiang Feng longed to ask, "What if you don't return after you leave?" But after all, she was Lu Ru's mother. How could he pose such an impolite question? Moreover, the mother and daughter appeared to be pure and kind-hearted individuals. In a moment of peril when others fled, Aunt Lu Yan resolutely chose to stay behind and assist him. How could I possibly doubt her? Jiang Feng quickly dispelled his concerns. "No problem." Thus, Lu Yan immediately concealed herself down a side path. Jiang Feng returned alone, once again luring the creature, skillfully maneuvering with his formidable talents. Aware that he could not harm the beast, he conserved his strength, opting for defense over offense, retreating while battling. Gradually, he guided the monster along the route leading to the exit, navigating 2 corners before finally arriving at Lu Yan's hiding place. Jiang Feng shouted loudly to attract the creature's attention, simultaneously signaling Lu Yan. She dashed out, sprinting at full speed toward the labyrinth's exit. Jiang Feng had anticipated her would lend him some assistance, yet she did not spare him a glance and ran off. He was left to fend for himself. Meanwhile, Lu Yan quietly activated another of her professional talents, enhancing her speed, and in an instant, she reached the labyrinth's exit. Before her stood a metallic box marked, "Special Supply Box." Overcome with joy, she accelerated to the box and opened it. At the moment the box swung open, Lu Yan froze in place. "What? Why is it empty? Had someone been here? How could that be?" The monster had been guarding this spot. No other team could have made it here. Wait. Could it be? Lu Yan suddenly considered a possibility. Someone must have seized the opportunity while she and Jiang Feng were distracting the creature to pilfer the resources from the box. How dare they? This beautiful mother was instantly consumed by rage. "Whoever dared to steal my supplies, I shall ensure your demise. No matter who you are, I will make you suffer excruciating pain, a fate worse than death." Chapter 15. This is the true food. It was Qi Ran who retrieved the resources from the box. Through the minimap, he observed the labyrinth boss launching an assault on the unexpected visitors, noting that one of the white dots stubbornly withstood the boss's onslaught. Although he did not witness the scene firsthand, he could deduce what transpired. When Qi Ran noticed a white dot retreating into a side path, he instantly surmised their intention. They aimed to lure out the boss before seeking the resource box. Thus, Qi Ran resolved to assist them in completing this crucial step, retrieving the supplies. Do not inquire why. Simply put, he was inclined to lend a helping hand. He was benevolent. The special supply box contained an abundance of splendid items: 3 large bottles of mineral water, 20 red Fuji apples, 20 cherry tomatoes, 20 fragrant meat buns, 20 steamed buns, 20 boiled eggs, and 20 cartons of milk. In comparison to the energy bars and chocolates previously scavenged, these were the true sustenance. Furthermore, the supply box included an additional profession potion, which automatically transformed into an explorer's potion upon opening. Due to the urgency of the situation, Chi-Ren refrained from consuming it on the spot, instead placing all the resources into his travel bag. Yesterday, he had discovered a profession potion in an intermediate resource box that also morphed into an explorer's potion. Was this transformation entirely random or governed by a specific mechanism? He would investigate this matter further at a later time. After sealing the special supply box, Chi-Ren, accompanied by Su Ruoxuo and Su Ruoli, made their way to the labyrinth's exit. The minimap indicated a white dot rapidly approaching them, moving with remarkable speed, suggesting the use of a particular professional talent. Fortunately, the trio acted promptly, making their exit from the labyrinth without delay, just before the figure arrived. Upon emerging from the exit, they were greeted by a narrow passageway leading to an elevator at the end. The three of them descended in the elevator to the first floor and exited the food plaza through the only available entrance. They encountered no obstructions along the way. Nor did they cross paths with any other teams. It seemed that the others remained several floors above. As they departed, Chi-Ren turned slightly to acknowledge the food plaza. Thank you for the kind assistance. Until we meet again. Meanwhile, on the other side, as Chi-Ren and his companions calmly retrieved their supplies and exited the labyrinth, Zhou Zhiheng, Shao Wu, Shao Wen, and Lu Ru also emerged from the labyrinth, swiftly descending to the second level of the food plaza. They did not exhale in relief until they confirmed that the monster had not pursued them. Shao Wu and Shao Wen expressed subtle concern should Captain Jiang Feng encounter any misfortune. Their survival would become precarious. Zhou Zhiheng, however, was indifferent. He eagerly anticipated Jiang Feng's swift demise, for it would allow him to monopolize Ru Mei. At that moment, Lu Ru was anxious for her mother. She paced restlessly at the staircase leading from the second to the first floor, her face edged with worry and agitation. Just then, she faintly perceived hurried footsteps echoing from below. Lu Ru's senses heightened in an instant. She initially believed that someone else had entered. Yet after waiting for what seemed an eternity without a trace of anyone, she noticed the footsteps gradually fading away. This left her in a state of bewilderment. Until a sudden thought struck her, could it be that these were the very individuals who had previously emptied the food court? Regrettably, she had not caught a glimpse of their features. A sense of discontent brewed within Lu Ru, yet she found herself unable to pursue them at that moment. Compelled to patiently await her mother's favorable news. Regardless of the circumstances, the terrifying creature stationed at the labyrinth's exit remained, indicating that the most valuable resources had yet to be claimed. As long as her mother could effectively utilize Jiang Feng, securing those resources was surely within reach. Damn it! Those bastards better not get away with this. Lu Yan ceded, her frustration palpable, drawing upon the remarkable speed bestowed by her professional aptitude. She had just burst forth from the labyrinth's exit, intent on chasing down the thief who had made off with the supplies. Ultimately, all she encountered was an elevator descending. Already arriving at the first floor, this infuriated Lu Yan beyond measure. She had risked her life to lure out that dreadful creature, endured countless hardships to locate the special supply crate, only to have someone else reap the benefits, and to allow them to slip away right beneath her nose. This is intolerable. Lu Yan, unwilling to concede defeat, contemplated taking the elevator down, only to discover it stubbornly remained at the first floor, utterly immobile. Was this contraption truly single-use? Did this mean she had to return to the labyrinth? Panic began to rise within her. If Jiang Feng failed to keep that monster occupied, her own safety would be at stake. A shiver ran down her spine. Yet, with no other options available, she steeled herself to re-enter the labyrinth. cautiously advancing from the exit. Fortunately, the labyrinth's boss had not returned. Distant sounds of combat still echoed. Jiang Feng was proving somewhat useful after all. And Lu Yan released a small sigh of relief. Once again, she summoned her innate abilities, swiftly returning to Jiang Feng's location. The creature had its back turned. Engaged in a struggle with Jiang Feng, Lu Yan exchanged a knowing glance with Jiang Feng before retreating into a side passage. Jiang Feng, understanding her intent, immediately intensified his efforts, delivering a forceful blow to the creature with his golden pickaxe. He then nimbly maneuvered past the monster, executing a position swap. With determination, Jiang Feng sprinted towards the exit of the labyrinth, enticing the creature to pursue him until it passed the side passage, a tactic that Lu Yan and he had meticulously devised earlier. Alas, the corridor proved too constricted. As Jiang Feng dashed past the labyrinth's boss, the creature's razor-sharp claws grazed his thigh, leaving a gash from which blood flowed profusely. He gritted his teeth against the pain, accelerating deeper into the labyrinth. Seizing the opportune moment, Lu Yan emerged from the side passage, retracing her steps to escape, completely disregarding Jiang Feng, who had sustained injuries in her defense. After all, fleeing together posed greater risks than escaping alone. Leaving someone behind to cover the rear ensured a more secure retreat. Jiang Feng was left astounded. Wait, you're just running away. Aren't you going to help me? In a desperate bid to extricate Lu Yan, he exchanged his position with the monstrous creature, now confronted by the beast while the exit to the labyrinth lay behind him. This meant he could not retrace his steps. Why would Aunt Lu Yan act in such a manner? Doubts flickered through Jiang Feng's mind, swiftly giving way to a plausible explanation. Perhaps Aunt Lu Yan intended for me to escape through the exit. It might be that only one person could pass through, and she has selflessly reserved this precious opportunity for me. She must have faith in my abilities. However, after enduring several fierce battles, Jiang Feng's stamina had begun to wane. The mists of the Eerie night world were inherently unfriendly to humans, rendering their endurance far inferior to that during the era of the Blue Planet. Coupled with his injuries, he would have succumbed long ago were it not for the fortuitous blessing of his golden miner profession. At this moment, Lu Yan's actions ignited a warm surge within him. I cannot betray Aunt Lu Yan's trust. With a fierce resolve, Jiang Feng raised his golden pickaxe and struck with all his might, astonishingly pushing the creature back several paces. He then pivoted sharply and fled with all his speed. He raced towards the exit, traversing the singular pathway ahead. At the end stood an elevator. A wave of joy washed over Jiang Feng as he hurried forth. The elevator was surprisingly on the first floor. I hope I make it in time. But wait. Why is the elevator unresponsive? Why isn't it ascending? Jiang Feng frantically pounded the buttons, yet the elevator remained obstinately still on the first floor. Hearing the monstrous host approaching from behind, despair enveloped him. Chapter 16. An invitation to join us on the second floor of the food court. Lu Yan descended the stairs alone. The moment she spotted her mother, Lu Ru joyfully dashed towards her, exclaiming, "Mom, you're all right. But why did you come down empty-handed? Where are the supplies?" Lu Yan's face turned a shade of iron as she shook her head. Lowering her voice to whisper to her daughter, "I found a resource box, but the contents were snatched away by someone else." How could that be? Lu Ru froze momentarily, then recalled the commotion she had heard on the first floor. She promptly relayed this information to her mother. It was indeed the case. Lu Yan's expression darkened. Connecting the dots with the elevator that had descended to the first floor right before her eyes, she grasped the entire situation. How dare they steal from me? They better hope they don't get caught, otherwise, I will flay them alive. If not for the presence of others. Lu Ru would have undoubtedly joined her mother in a sinister laugh. Meanwhile, Xiao Wu and Xiao Wen waited anxiously, noticing that Jiang Feng had yet to appear. They hurried to Lu Yan, inquiring, "Auntie, why hasn't our captain come down?" Lu Yan was momentarily taken aback before realizing they were referring to Jiang Feng. She had been so focused on escaping that she hadn't considered his situation at all. The goddess pays no heed to the fate of sycophants. Vaguely recalling that Jiang Feng had likely led the monsters to the exit, she surmised that he was surely beyond rescue. Without a moment's hesitation, Lu Yan stated, "I was entangled with the monsters for quite some time and, feeling fatigued, had to retreat. I didn't see where Jiang Feng was hiding when I fled. Why don't you two go up and search for him?" Xiao Wu and Xiao Wen were left dumbfounded. Would the captain truly behave in such a manner? Would he merely watch and Lu Yan battle the monsters while hiding away? Absolutely not. However, did Lu Yan have any reason to lie? The two brothers hesitated for a moment before speaking up, and Lu Yan, could there be some misunderstanding? I believe the captain would never do that. Are you choosing to trust the captain over me? Lu Yan interrupted them sharply, a cold laugh escaping her lips. If that is the case, then there is no point in further discussion. You two can go up and confront your captain yourselves. Lu Ru, let us depart. With that, Lu Yan grasped her daughter's hand and left without looking back. Zhou Zhiheng quickly followed suit, and naturally, his two teammates trailed behind him, leaving Xiao Wu and Xiao Wen standing there, dumbfounded. Brother, what should we do? What else can we do? Let us go take a look. But there are monsters in the maze. The captain is there. It will be fine. But enough with the buts. If the captain encounters trouble, do you think we can survive? What about Lu Ru? Who will protect her? That guy Zhou Zhiheng doesn't seem trustworthy. I fear Lu Ru might be deceived. Xiao Wu glanced back at his brother, silence enveloping them for a long moment. For the very first time in his life, he harbored the thought that his younger brother might be a fool, and perhaps he himself was too. Meanwhile, the Chiron team smoothly departed from the food court, exploration zone and returned to the main thoroughfare. The clock read precisely 12:45. With a mere 15 minutes remaining before closing time, they surmised that others would soon emerge, prompting them to hasten their steps and escape. Chiron decisively grasped Su Ruoi's hand, urging her to run alongside him. His elder sister, Su Ruoxua, possessed a talent for physical enhancement, allowing her to sprint with remarkable speed on her own. Thus, he felt compelled to assist his younger sister. Su Ruoi understood this well, yet the warmth of his hand sparked a hint of shyness within her, causing her to quickly lower her gaze in an attempt to conceal it. Observing this scene, Su Ruoxua felt a pang of envy surge within her. She entertained the fleeting thought that life might be simpler had she not been endowed with such abilities. However, she swiftly cast aside this notion. After all, they were in a perilous world fraught with dangers, and possessing greater strength was undeniably advantageous. The trio continued to run along the misty path, each lost in their own thoughts, passing several exploration zone entrances without stopping. After running for over 20 minutes and confirming that no one was pursuing them, they finally paused to catch their breath. Chiron casually retrieved 3 bottles of functional beverages from his travel bag, distributing one to each of the sisters. He also produced 3 energy bars and 3 pieces of chocolate, improvising a simple lunch. He opted against meat buns or steamed bread, concerned about potential passers-by and recognizing that time was of the essence for such fare. When venturing out, simplicity was key. They could savor their meals leisurely upon returning to their abode. As anticipated, just after they had taken a bite of the energy bars, several groups approached them from a distance. Leading the way was a kindly-looking middle-aged man, flanked by a young man and woman who appeared to be siblings. Among the groups trailing behind were older individuals, youthful faces, a pair of confident yet less than attractive plump sisters, and a similarly built, unrefined man following closely behind them. Upon noticing Chiron and his companions consuming energy bars, the crowd promptly encircled them. The genial man at the forefront cheerfully inquired, "Young man, where did you acquire that food?" Chiron refrained from responding. In this sensitive period, revealing their visit to the food court was out of the question. Fabricating a story about another exploration zone could easily lead to exposure. Thus, he chose silence. Observing his lack of cooperation, the middle-aged man furrowed his brow slightly, while the others displayed expressions of disdain. Nevertheless, the man maintained his gentle tone. Young man, I see you have chocolate in your hand. Would you be willing to share a bit with us? Perhaps a bottle of that functional drink as well. Rest assured, we won't take without giving in return. I possess some valuable items for trade. After a moment of contemplation, Chiron considered that if they could offer something of sufficient value, an exchange might be acceptable. And engaging with them could help avoid unnecessary conflict. What do you have to offer in exchange? Chiron inquired. Information about exploration zones, came the reply. The leading elder wore a mysterious smile as he addressed the group. I trust you have all reviewed yesterday's team statistics. In our sector, there are a total of 500 teams. Excluding the unfortunate one, less than 1/5 of the remaining teams successfully navigated the exploration zone. The vast majority received a D rating, with C ratings being exceedingly rare, and not a single team achieved a B or a rating. However, one team has accomplished an SSS rating. Would you like to know which one it is? He paused deliberately, awaiting Chi-Ren's reaction. To his surprise, Chi-Ren shook his head expressionlessly, declaring, I do not wish to know, before turning to leave. The elder was taken aback and hurriedly intercepted him. Young man, how can you lack any patience? Very well. I shall not beat around the bush. The only team that attained an SSS rating is us. With a grand gesture, he beckoned the young man and woman beside him to step forward. We are the strongest team in this area. If you are willing to part with your chocolate and energy drinks, we shall consider granting you the opportunity to join us in conquering more exploration zones. Chapter 17. The Universal Profession of Alchemy. The speech delivered by the leading elder ignited a fervor among the crowd. After much effort, we finally gained entry. How could we permit just anyone to join us? Indeed, how could a mere piece of chocolate entice us to let them in? We are an SSS grade team. Not just any stray can blend into our ranks. Absolutely not. We shall not accept this. In the face of the agitated assembly, the elder raised his hands, signaling for calm. Silence. I fully comprehend your concerns. The resources within the exploration zone are limited. With each additional person comes another mouth to feed, resulting in a smaller share for everyone. However, let us not forget that we all once inhabited the same land. Despite being ensnared in this bizarre world, we remain kin, bound by blood and shared humanity. Look at these three individuals. A naive youth accompanied by two frail maidens, so small and helpless. If we do not extend our support, how will they survive? Shall we stand by idly as our brethren perish before our eyes? The grim fates of our three fallen companions from yesterday linger in our memories. How can we bear to turn these young souls away? Do you not agree? The elder's impassioned oration was both heartfelt and stirring. He nearly convinced himself with his own words. This performance swayed a portion of the members, who no longer opposed the idea with such fervor. Yet, a few remained steadfast in their dissent, resolutely rejecting the newcomers. The representatives of this faction were the corpulent trio, an elderly man and two children. They were acutely aware of their own limitations and relied heavily on assistance. They were loath to allow newcomers to join and compete for resources. The elder could only offer gentle persuasion, continuously signaling to Chi-Ren, urging him to promptly present the energy drinks and chocolate, and to exhibit a more enthusiastic demeanor, so he might better advocate for him. In response, Chi-Ren could only strive to maintain a straight face, suppressing laughter as his utmost act of benevolence towards the group. Thank you for your kind intentions, Chi-Ren said earnestly, but given that some among you vehemently oppose, I cannot impose myself upon you, can I? We three shall refrain from joining you. It is for the best of all parties. With that, he placed the remaining food and drink into Su Ruoshu's backpack, took the hands of both her and Su Ruolio, and departed without a backward glance. Hey, wait. You can leave, but at least leave the chocolate behind. One of the plump sisters called out. It's not like we objected to your presence. We merely disagreed with your joining. To leave without even a farewell is quite disrespectful. Indeed, chimed in the hefty companion beside the sisters. This man clearly exudes selfishness. We are fortunate he did not join our ranks. The youth of today display increasingly poor character, sighed the elderly man. The times have changed, and humanity has lost its way. Though they vocally lamented, their hearts were secretly rejoicing. Without any newcomers joining, they could continue to associate with the SSS-class team and acquire more resources. How delightful! Observing this, the leading elder felt it unnecessary to prolong the confrontation. A flicker of cold disdain and contempt flashed across his eyes, swiftly masked by a benevolent smile. Beside him, a young woman inquired quietly, "Father, why does that person refuse to join us? You clearly informed them that we are an SSS-class clearing team, yet he shows neither surprise nor interest. How remarkably composed." A young man leaned in closer. Could it be that they are, in fact, the SSS-class clearing team? Impossible, the elder shook his head. I have been observing them closely. This youth and one of the young women exude no aura of strength whatsoever. They evidently lack combat aptitude. The other young woman possesses a hint of energy. Yet it is far from formidable. With such meager prowess, achieving an SSS-class clearance is unattainable. The young woman nodded in agreement, stating, "Father is correct. This man is clearly unimpressive, and the two women seem utterly frail. Moreover, when he stowed away the chocolate and energy drinks, I seized the opportunity to sneak a glance into their backpack. It contained merely a bottle of water, 2 pieces of bread, and a flashlight. Is this not the basic supply refreshed daily? Such scant reserves indicate they have scarcely ventured into any exploration zones." With that, she turned to the young man, her eyes glinting with mockery. "Brother, you truly need to hone your observational skills." The young man dismissively turned his face away. "Very well," the elder gestured to the group. "Since these 3 refuse to cooperate with me, their fate, whether they live or perish, is of no concern to us. They have brought this upon themselves." This statement not only vented his dissatisfaction with the trio, but also served as a warning to those behind him. Anyone who dares to defy my demands shall seek their own salvation. Meanwhile, having departed from the land of disputes, the Chiron team unexpectedly stumbled upon a familiar exploration zone entrance after walking for approximately 20 minutes. D-Class Exploration Zone, Construction Site, Open Time, 13, 30 to 15, 30, Capacity, 1 team, Difficulty, Resources, Fixed refresh supplies, Wood, Stone, Glass, Probable refresh supplies, Intermediate resource boxes. Other than the opening hours, all conditions were identical to the construction site they had previously encountered. It appears that these exploration zones have the potential to refresh repetitively. As it was precisely 13:30, Chiron decisively led his 2 companions into the site. Upon entering, they discovered that the internal structure of the exploration zone was entirely different from the previous construction site. It was as if they had entered a different construction site altogether. In simple terms, the difficulty remained unchanged, resources were consistent, yet the internal terrain had shifted. For ordinary teams, this refreshing mechanism indeed adds a layer of challenge. Even if they encounter a similarly named exploration zone they have previously navigated, their next visit will still be unfamiliar, requiring them to start from square one. However, for Chiron, equipped with a small map, this posed no challenge at all. He simply surveyed the area from a bird's eye view, heading towards an invisible green light. Within less than half an hour, he had completely exhausted the resources, acquiring stone, 110, wood, 220, glass, 110. The quantity of resources was slightly less than before, indicating that each exploration zone exhibits some variability. This time, they inevitably encountered the small red dot representing a monster, a mutated dog, towering at 2 meters, with large fangs and drooling saliva. Drawing from their previous experience, the trio felt no fear. They swiftly drove the creature away with the prepared gravel. For safety, Suruoshuo brandished her Glock, remaining alert nearby. However, the dog showed no signs of resistance, truly reflecting the 1-star difficulty level. The trio successfully obtained a mid-level resource chest, glowing with blue light. Just as Chiron was about to open the chest, he suddenly had a thought and turned to Suruoshuo, saying, "You open it." "All right." Suruoshuo was puzzled by Chiron's decision, but proceeded to follow his instructions. The moment the chest was opened, a burst of blue light erupted forth. The three simultaneously gazed upon 3 vials shimmering with a pale blue radiance. The labels on the vials read, "Universal Profession Elixir. Grants the user a random enhancement in 1 talent level, no profession restrictions. Can only be consumed once within a day, shelf life, 1 hour. Please consume as soon as possible after opening." Chapter 18. The terrifying might of C-class beings. The time was just past 2, and there remained ample moments before the exploration zone's closure. Chi-Ran resolved to consume the universal occupational potion at this juncture, given its 1-hour shelf life. He grasped 3 vials, distributing 1 to each of the twin sisters. And together they tilted their heads back. The viscous liquid slid down their throats, the icy sensation stimulating their esophagi until it settled deep within. Immediately, a wondrous surge of power coursed through their bodies. Bang! 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 A soft azure glow enveloped the trio simultaneously. "Your talent has been upgraded, Travel Pack, 2nd tier. You have acquired a 60 cubic meter dimensional space, quite commendable. The forthcoming resources gathered would undoubtedly increase, and such expensive storage would prove invaluable." Speaking of which, Chi-Ran recalled that a vial of the Explorer's potion still resided within his travel pack. Would it conflict with the universal occupational potion? To err on the side of caution, he decided to wait before imbibing it, especially since the Explorer's potion bore no expiration. After assessing his condition, Chi-Ran turned his attention to the twin sisters beside him. He first regarded Suruoshuo. Cold weapons, 2nd tier. Your physical attributes receive a moderate enhancement. Gain mastery over blades. This was quite favorable. As the sole combat-oriented member of the team, enhancing her physical prowess was essential, particularly in the early stages. For Suruoshuo, the upgrade to magazine was the least pressing, while any advancement of the other 2 talents would be beneficial. Next, he glanced at Suruoi. Construction cost, 2nd tier. The materials required for upgrading your residence are reduced by 20. Goodness, the costs had diminished by another 10. If this trend continues, would it lead to a 0-cost upgrade for the residence in the future? That seems improbable. Surely, there would be at least a 1 remaining. In summary, these 3 vials of universal occupational potion yielded remarkable effects, randomly upgrading a talent, yet each enhancement aligned perfectly with the current needs of the team. It was quite gratifying. Chi-Ran glanced at the time. It was now 14:30, with 1 hour remaining until the exploration zone closed, and an hour and a half until the time limit of the Eerie Night World, 16:00. It was time to return. With a sweeping gesture, he led his companions toward the exit. Out of caution, he deftly opened the minimap to survey the location of the red dot. Confirming that the previously driven-off mutated wolf doll had not returned nor attempted a flanking maneuver, he felt reassured. Although this exploration zone bore a 1-star difficulty and was a site they had previously conquered, Chi-Ran remained vigilant, ever wary of potential dangers. The trio exited the exploration zone, rejoining the main thoroughfare. At this moment, the fog blanketing the road was slightly denser than in the morning, and no figures were in sight. The sound of their footsteps was notably crisp. A thought crossed Chi-Ran's mind, prompting him to once again summon the minimap. Previously, he had only utilized it within the exploration zone. Now, in the wild thoroughfare, he discovered that the minimap remained operational, which was indeed a pleasant surprise. However, The wilderness bordering the main thoroughfare was shrouded in dense fog, rendering even the overhead perspective of the small map ineffective. Visibility extended no further than 500 meters ahead or behind the road. Chi-Ren was intrigued, pondering whether this eerie fog served merely to obscure sight or if it could also disrupt the signal perception of the small map. In other words, if there were resource boxes, enemies, or other teams hidden within that thick gray mist, would the small map be able to reveal their presence? He yearned to conduct an experiment, wishing someone would dare to venture into the wilderness area, but that was clearly impossible. Until the peculiar properties of the fog were fully understood, no one would risk entering it. Chi-Ren had no choice but to suppress his distractions and make his way back. By the time the trio returned to the residential area, it was already 3:15, leaving a mere 45 minutes before the daily time limit. The residential zone was bustling with returning individuals, who had formed various small groups. In times of peril, it seemed instinctual for people to band together, Chi-Ren mused. He could fully comprehend this behavior. Had his own profession not been sufficiently formidable, he too might have sought the companionship of a team. Furthermore, Chi-Ren noticed that many of the residences in the area had been upgraded, their sturdier appearances a clear indication of their enhanced status. He instinctively glanced at the small house he had passed that morning, where a cluster of people still congregated around the beautiful mother and daughter duo, with eager gentlemen vying for their attention. The small house behind the mother and daughter remained in its morning state, the prominent cracks in the bedroom window glaringly apparent. Much to the dismay of the suitors, "Lu-Ru, come sleep at my place tonight. Your little house is far too perilous. Come with me. I just upgraded my residence. It's much safer than that one." A throng of opportunistic men seemed to revel in the misfortune of others, as one remarked, "Is that your idea of protection? Rest assured, no one would want to take you in, even with your desperate overtures. It's far too dangerous." Amidst the crowd, a tall and handsome figure stood out prominently. He remained steadfastly in front of Lu-Ru, preventing the unwelcome advances of the ill-intentioned men, embodying the role of a gallant protector. The men glared at him with barely concealed resentment, yet the formidable aura he exuded compelled them to retreat. Chi-Ren silently turned away, heading towards his own residence. He held no particular interest in the mother and daughter, as long as his team was not disturbed. It mattered little how many sycophantic suitors surrounded them. The trio swiftly returned to their quarters. Behind them, two furtive figures lurked at a distance. One was Hong Jun, accompanied by another man clad in a t-shirt from Yanjing University, appearing notably more mature than Hong Jun. "Li Wei, this is the person I mentioned. His teammates are Su Ruoli and her sister." Hong Jun's expression was grave, his gaze fixated intently on Chi-Ren, eager to seize the campus bell. The youth named Li Wei furrowed his brow slightly, questioning, "Who is this man? I am uncertain, yet it seems he is not particularly formidable." "Not formidable? How then did Zhou Shihong fall victim to him?" It was not he who struck, but rather Su Ruoli's sister who intervened. This man had remained sheltered behind her, and only when he brandished a firearm did Zhou Shihong falter. "A firearm?" Li Wei's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Although this realm is peculiar, firearms may lack efficacy against the supernatural. However, they pose a significant threat to the other human teams. Should I acquire a firearm within 3 days, I could ascend to leadership of this residential zone. That man possessed a weapon yet failed to utilize it effectively. Truly, he is a cowardly and inept individual. Li Wei grinned. "Arrive early tomorrow, follow them, and seek an opportunity to strike once we enter the exploration zone. Senior, please ensure that Su Ruoli remains unharmed. Furthermore, Zhou Shihong harbors feelings for her sister, so it would be prudent to avoid harming her as well." "Damn it, why so much chatter?" Li Wei cursed vehemently. Even in this apocalyptic world, one should not dwell on such trifles. Is it too much to ask for some ambition? Our objective is to seize that firearm. Once I establish myself as the leader here, what woman will you not be able to have? Han Jun lowered his head in silence, refraining from rebuttal. A sense of regret began to stir within him. Senior Li Wei is a bona fide C-level powerhouse, endowed with a terrifying talent that amplifies his strength. Neither Qi Ren nor Su Ruoyue could possibly match him. Let us hope that in his impending rampage tomorrow, he does not inadvertently harm classmate Su Ruoyue. Chapter 19. I eat your eggs, you eat my steamed buns. Upon returning home, the first order of business was to feast, although I had consumed a morsel earlier. The day's physical exertion had been immense, and the sustenance in my stomach had long been depleted. I felt as though I could devour an entire cow. That said, ever since the onset of this bizarre apocalypse, my diet had consisted solely of bread paired with mineral water. A meal or two was manageable. But who could endure a prolonged regimen of fast food? It was high time to indulge in a change of flavors. I retrieved from my travel bag milk, boiled eggs, large meat buns, white steamed buns, cherry tomatoes, and apples, taking 3 of each and arranging them on the living room floor. The 3 of us seated ourselves on the ground, ready to partake in this sumptuous dinner. I eagerly seized a meat bun, taking a generous bite and swallowing it whole. Skin and filling alike. The outer layer was tender and fluffy, the meat feeling scorching hot and steaming, the rich, greasy broth filling my mouth to the brim. Ah! How remarkable! The commonplace fare of yesteryear had transformed into an unparalleled delicacy, evoking tears of gratitude from me. I could no longer maintain my composure, and voraciously devoured an entire meat bun in mere 3 bites. The twin sisters fared little better. Su Ruoyue clutched a carton of milk, gulping it down in one breath, finishing it off in a single swig, only to immediately grab a cherry tomato, her little mouth never pausing for a moment. Su Ruoyue exhibited slightly more restraint. Mindful of her aloof persona, she picked up an egg and meticulously peeled it, taking a bite that made the egg vanish in an instant. Had it not been for my timely offering of milk, the cool and composed school beauty could have choked on her egg. Do you have such a fondness for boiled eggs? I chuckled helplessly. Perhaps I should share my eggs with you. Su Ruoyue, momentarily at a loss for words, could only shake her head in silence. Su Ruoyue suddenly raised her hand, exclaiming, "Me? I want to eat the captain's eggs." Very well, what will you offer in exchange? Ha! Why must I barter while my sister does not? Su Ruoyue pouted, casting her gaze skyward at a 45-degree angle. After a prolonged wait, I remained unmoved, prompting her to turn back. Captain, may I exchange a bun for your egg? I eat your egg, and you eat my bun. It seems fair, does it not? I glanced at Su Ruoyue and then at the inexplicably blushing Su Ruoyue, sensing an oddity in our conversation. Are we not discussing dinner? Nevertheless, I nodded, taking a bite of Su Ruoyue's bun. I then picked up my boiled egg and extended it to her. Su Ruoyue blinked in surprise, then joyfully closed her eyes, opening her mouth expectantly. Yet, after a moment of anticipation, she found that no food had arrived at her lips. Upon opening her eyes, she discovered me relishing my boiled egg. Su Ruoyue was instantly brought to tears. Wow, the captain is being unfair. I am not. I did not wrong you. You took my bun and did not give me the egg back. Is that not unfair? What do you see over there? I pointed, diverting her attention. Following the direction indicated by him, Su Ruoyue beheld an unpeeled egg. Ah! She picked up the egg, glanced at Qi Ren, and then at herself. What is this? That is my egg, in exchange for your steamed bun. Then what are you consuming? I am indulging in your egg. Su Ruoyue was momentarily bewildered. It seemed quite reasonable, the captain had no fault. However, upon reflection, she felt something was amiss. Wait! You are not parting with an egg and yet expect to enjoy my steamed bun for free, is that so? Su Ruoyue took a full 5 minutes to finally grasp the situation. The canning captain was truly infuriating. Since you are relishing my steamed bun, I too shall partake in yours. Without a second thought, Su Ruoli seized the half-eaten steamed bun from Chi-Ren, disregarding her sister's astonished gaze, and devoured it with milk. Though it was merely half, one must admit that white steamed buns paired with milk are delectable. Su Ruoli's spirits instantly lifted. In the past, she had rather enjoyed this combination at school, and to discover it was possible in the current setting was indeed a stroke of good fortune. This was all thanks to Captain Chi-Ren's abilities. Gradually, Su Ruoli reconciled herself to the fact that the captain had tricked her out of half a bun, deciding to let bygones be bygones. However, next time such a situation arises, she resolved to be more vigilant. I, Su Ruoli, shall never fall for the same trick twice. The captain shall not deceive me again, I declare. After dinner, the trio did not rush to depart from the living room, instead congregating before the electronic screen. It was once again time for the daily reward settlement. Today, it is likely another SSS grade clearance, Chi-Ren speculated. He was somewhat curious about the progress of other teams at this juncture. Calculating exploration levels for each team, current number of survival teams in this area, 471,500, today, teams achieving D-grade clearance, 223, teams achieving C-grade clearance, 30, teams achieving B-grade clearance, 5, teams achieving A-grade clearance, 0, teams achieving S-grade clearance, 0, teams achieving SSS grade clearance, 1, the number of deceased teams has increased. On the first day, only one team faced calamity, yet by the second day, the number surged to nearly 30. Is this reasonable? Upon witnessing the dramatic rise in D-grade clearance teams, Chi-Ren immediately deduced the reason. On the first day, everyone was entirely unfamiliar with this strange world, adopting a more conservative approach to their endeavors. Many preferred to avoid the exploration zone rather than risk even a modicum of danger. Consequently, the number of teams clearing the exploration zone on the first day was exceedingly low, but the mortality rate remained minimal. By the second day, as everyone gradually acclimated to the environment and rhythm, they simultaneously confronted shortages of food, building materials, and other resources. More individuals found themselves compelled to venture into the exploration zone, daring to gather resources. Thus, the number of clearing teams soared, and the mortality rate escalated correspondingly. Lastly, and perhaps most importantly, it is worth noting that the vast majority of individuals lack the innate talent for such a profession as Chi-Ren possesses. They are oblivious to the perilous nature of the exploration zones and struggle to ascertain the locations of resources and monsters during their ventures. This significantly heightens the risk associated with exploration. Reflecting on the earlier experience within the labyrinth of the 5th floor of the Gourmet Plaza, even the minor adversaries proved to be formidable, and Chi-Ren's team was unable to vanquish them despite their utmost efforts. And that was merely a 2-star difficulty. One can only conclude that this eerie world is far more treacherous than it appears. Had Chi-Ren not awakened an SSS-class profession, nor been paired with 2 exceptional teammates, his journey for survival would not have been as smooth. He let out a slight sigh and continued to gaze at the electronic screen. Reward settlement in progress. Team name, Chi-Ren's team. Members, 3, C-Class Exploration Zone Gourmet Plaza, SSS-class clearance. Reward, 3,000 star coins. D-Class Exploration Zone Construction Site, SSS-class clearance. Reward, 1,000 star coins. Goodness. The reward for the C-Class Exploration Zone is an astonishing 3,000 star coins. That's a threefold increase. Su Ruoli was overjoyed, seizing the hands of Chi-Ren and her sister in a celebratory gesture. Su Ruoshua, however, remained composed, turning to Chi-Ren with a question: shall we purchase some additional items? Even in this uncanny world, the joy of spending endures. After all, earning money is for the sake of enjoyment, is it not? Moreover, the items sold in the base shop come with additional effects that are quite beneficial for survival exploration. Chi-Ren decisively opened the shop, Purchase. We now possess 4,000 star coins. It is time for a generous expenditure. However, before that, there remains one crucial task to attend to. Chapter 20. Suruoshu's midnight escape. Before indulging in consumption, let us first enhance our abode. For the base shop may unveil a plethora of purchasing options. Chi-Ren deposited the architectural materials he had gathered today into the metallic chest in the living room. Awaiting a brief moment. Detected upgrade materials, processing, architect talent activated, reducing required materials by 20. Materials required for upgrade, stone, 160, wood, 160, glass, 80, current submitted materials, stone, 240, wood, 350, glass, 175, abode upgrading, countdown 60 minutes, 59, 59, 59, 58, seizing the opportunity while awaiting. The trio proceeded to the bathroom for a wash. As the captain, Chi-Ren was naturally the first to enter. This shower facility not only washed away sweat and grime but also restored a modicum of stamina, quite satisfying indeed. Regrettably, there were no spare garments for changing. The attire he had worn for 2 days was now replete with perspiration on the inside and dust on the outside, rendering it exceedingly uncomfortable and emitting an unpleasant odor. If only the shop could restock changeable clothing. It would be splendid if they could procure some useful outfits. Do not misunderstand, I refer to protective gear. Not the kind that merely enhances attack speed. I am a paragon of virtue. Chi-Ren elucidated to the empty air. Once the trio had completed their baths, nearly an hour had elapsed. Chi-Ren returned to the living room, fixated on the subtitles displayed on the electronic screen. Suruo stood beside him. Droplets of water still clinging to her hair, emanating a faint fragrance. For reasons unknown, Suruo lingered alone in the corner of the living room. Distanced from her sister and Chi-Ren, her cheek slightly tinged with crimson. The base upgrade was nearing its conclusion. 00, 02, 00, 01, 00, 00, base upgrade LV1 LV2. A peculiar green light enveloped the base instantaneously, scanning every corner of the room akin to a printer duplicating documents. The abode had once again been fortified and reinforced. Upgrade completed. Current base level, LV2. Base store updated. Basic food supply pack, 10 star coins. Intermediate food supply pack, 100 star coins. Basic building material pack, 100 star coins. Intermediate building material pack, 1,000 star coins. Basic weapon pack, 1,000 star coins. Intermediate weapon pack, 5,000 star coins. Men's pajamas, 100 star coins. Men's cool summer outfit, 100 star coins. Basic men's protective gear, 3,000 star coins. Women's pajamas, 100 star coins. Women's cool summer outfit, 100 star coins. Basic women's protective gear, 3,000 star coins. Disposable protective masks, 20 pieces, 100 star coins. Gas mask, 3,000 star coins. Toiletry set, for free, 100 star coins. Luxurious double bed, 1,000 star coins. Long sofa, 1,000 star coins. Dining table and chair set, 1,000 star coins. Food cabinet, 500 star coins. Miscellaneous cabinet, 500 star coins. Wardrobe, 500 star coins. Room expansion, 100,000 star coins. To everyone's surprise, the base store indeed featured clothing sets, thoughtfully accompanied by wardrobes. Chi-Ren looked at the array of products with delight. However, as he noticed the prices, the smile on his face gradually faded. Initially, he felt 4,000 star coins was substantial, yet a single set of protective gear cost 3,000 star coins, totaling 9,000 star coins for 3 people. Who could afford that? The cool summer outfits, however, were relatively inexpensive, though he was uncertain of their actual level of comfort. Excessive exposure was a concern. Chi-Ren's worry was not trivial. Entering the exploration zone with exposed skin would increase vulnerability to injury. This was not a Hollywood zombie movie where scantily clad women survived longer. After much contemplation, Chi-Ren ultimately decided to purchase 3 sets of pajamas for several reasons. 1. Sleeping in warm clothes for days was genuinely uncomfortable. 2. The items in the base store possessed additional effects, and pajamas would undoubtedly aid in stamina recovery. Beneficial for the next day's exploration. 3. The cool summer outfits and protective gear were somewhat ostentatious. As the saying goes, the bird that sticks its head out gets shot. Attracting the attention of other teams could lead to trouble. As someone who valued survival, Chi-Ren understood the importance of discreet development in the early stages. Suruoshua and Suruoli wholeheartedly agreed with Chi-Ren's perspective. After purchasing the pajamas, the 3 returned to their rooms to change, then reconvened before the electronic screen. The men's pajamas were sky blue, while the women's were pink and light yellow, all designed with loose-fitting long sleeves and pants. The fabric was quite comfortable, resembling 100% pure cotton, providing adequate warmth and breathability. The temperature variation in the Eerie night world was significant, with daytime highs exceeding 30 degrees and nighttime lows dropping below 10 degrees. With these pajamas, there was no need to worry about catching a chill. After changing, Suruoshua no longer hid alone in the corner, but quietly stood beside Suruoli. The twin sisters standing side by side were indeed the most beautiful scenery in the world. However, Chi-Ren had no time to indulge in admiration. He was preoccupied with contemplating the next item to purchase. There was no necessity to acquire food or building materials. Weapons were exorbitantly priced and beyond his means. Gas masks were also costly and temporarily unnecessary. Ultimately, he resolved to procure a luxurious double bed, a wardrobe, a set of toiletries, and disposable protective masks. Coupled with the 3 sets of pajamas he had just purchased, he expended a total of 2,000 star coins, leaving the remaining 2,000 for future use. The rationale behind acquiring the double bed was straightforward. The sisters could not possibly share a bed with him indefinitely. The previous 2 nights had merely served to alleviate their fears and prevent the emergence of the uncanny. Who, for reasons of safety, would voluntarily share a bed with twin school beauties? The wardrobe was intended for storing the pajamas, ensuring they would not be refreshed the following day. Although a travel bag could suffice, pajamas were personal belongings of the sisters, and Chi-Ren deemed it essential to invest in a proper cabinet. He certainly harbored no thoughts of storing stockings instead. Pajamas were a different matter altogether. The purchase of protective masks was a precaution against the intensifying eerie mist. The toiletry set aimed to enhance their living experience, comprising 3 towels, 3 toothbrushes, 3 plastic cups, 1 tube of toothpaste, and a bar of soap. Previously, they had dried off after bathing using their hands. Now, they finally had towels, an unspoken realization shared among the trio. Chi-Ren promptly placed the protective masks into the travel bag. The toiletry set came with instructions indicating that leaving it in the bathroom would prevent it from disappearing. With that, the shopping segment came to a close. As time wore on, the night deepened outside, and the eerie mist thickened. Chi-Ren retreated to the master bedroom, drawing the curtains closed before collapsing into slumber. The sisters, for the first time, settled in the secondary bedroom. As soon as Suruoli climbed into bed, she nestled closely against her sister. Although Suruoshua maintained a composed expression, her body trembled slightly. Despite it being the 3rd night, the ghostly figures that floated outside still instilled fear in the sisters. They forced themselves to remain silent, enduring until the uncanny dissipated and the outside gradually fell quiet. Suruoli soon succumbed to sleep, while Suruoshua tossed and turned, unable to find rest. For some inexplicable reason, she felt a profound sense of unease, as though something was amiss. She glanced at her sleeping sister, confirming that she was indeed in slumber. Subsequently, she quietly rose from the bed, opened the door, and stealthily made her way to the adjacent master bedroom. Chapter 21. What transpired between the sister and the captain. In the dead of night, while her sister lay peacefully asleep, Su Ruoxua stealthily entered Qi-Ren's room. She herself could not comprehend the audacity of her actions. Yet, she swiftly concocted a reasonable justification. In the eerie world of the night, slumber was elusive, and only in the presence of Qi-Ren could her fears be momentarily alleviated. Though their time spent together was brief, Qi-Ren had an innate ability to instill a profound sense of security within her. Moreover, Su Ruoxua had harbored feelings for Qi-Ren long before, unbeknownst to him. On the very first night in this strange apocalyptic realm, her sister Su Ruolia had called out Qi-Ren's name due to Su Ruoxua's influence. This incident transpired when the sisters had just entered their sophomore year. During a welcoming gala where Su Ruoxua, as a host, inadvertently flubbed her lines, leaving thousands of freshmen and various faculty members in bewilderment. In the face of such a significant blunder, the other three hosts were utterly at a loss. However, Qi-Ren, who was working behind the scenes, swiftly ascended the stage, seized the microphone, and improvised a comedic monologue, transforming the mishap into a pre-planned script, earning resounding applause from the audience. From that moment, Su Ruoxua etched his name into her memory, while Qi-Ren, on the other hand, had no recollection of the event, nor of Su Ruoxua herself. 3 months later, on a fateful day, Su Ruoxua encountered Qi-Ren in the cafeteria and, brimming with joy, approached him. "Hello, Qi-Ren," she greeted brightly. "Who are you?" he replied, puzzled. "Do you not remember me?" she asked, her heart sinking. "Should I?" he inquired, oblivious. Su Ruoxua had intended to mention the welcoming gala. But before she could utter a word, Qi-Ren was captivated by the newly introduced winter melon and pork rib set meal at the cafeteria counter. In that instant, the once renowned aloof beauty realized a poignant truth. In Qi-Ren's eyes, her allure paled in comparison to winter melon and pork ribs. Thus, she too ordered a winter melon and pork rib set meal, subsequently finding solace in her choice, for the ribs were utterly delectable. Now, returning to the present, Su Ruoxua summoned her courage and approached the master bedroom, discovering Qi-Ren with his eyes tightly shut, allowing her to breathe a sigh of relief. She gingerly climbed onto the bed, lying beside him, using his broad frame to shield her from the unsettling shadows dancing outside the window. Just as she was on the verge of slumber, Qi-Ren unexpectedly opened his eyes. Their gazes met, creating a moment of palpable awkwardness. The once cold beauty blushed, stammering as she sought to explain herself, yet Qi-Ren merely stifled a yawn and closed his eyes once more, drifting back to sleep. Indeed, he hardly cared for her. Why should she overthink? Su Ruoxua chided herself internally and closed her eyes as well. However, he clearly saw me, so why did he not react at all? Even a wooden figure would express something, wouldn't it? How infuriating! Though my eyes were shut, my mind was a tempest of chaotic thoughts, rendering sleep utterly elusive. Suddenly, a piercing wail echoed from outside, followed by the shattering of glass. The sharp sound sliced through the stillness of the night like a scalpel, penetrating the minds of every survivor with unerring precision and merciless clarity. Distant screams and cries for help reverberated through the night sky. "Who will come to our rescue? Please, do not come any closer." The cries abruptly ceased, as if someone had pressed the mute button on the world. Su Ruoxua jolted awake, only to find Qi-Ren gazing tenderly at her, his hands covering her ears. Once again, he had come to my aid. In that instant, an overwhelming surge of emotion flooded Su Ruoxua's heart. She could no longer hid her own modesty and lunged forward to silence Qi-Ren with her lips, her hands gliding down his garments. "Qi-Ren, now it is my turn to assist you." Half an hour later, Su Ruoxua suddenly realized a grave concern. Her sister was alone next door. She hastily donned her nightgown and dashed back to the adjacent room, only to find the window intact and her sister still deep in slumber, which granted her a moment of relief. Returning to her bed, she tucked her hair behind her ear, her fingertips brushing against the lingering warmth on her lips, causing her cheeks to flush. She gently embraced Su Ruoli, hoping to erase the recent events from her mind. Sister Su Ruoli seemed to be speaking in her dreams. I like you. Su Ruoshua felt a pang of guilt. Her sister relied on her so dearly, yet she had sneaked away. What a negligent sister she was. She ran? The name unexpectedly slipped from Su Ruoli's lips, leaving Su Ruoshua taken aback. What dream had her sister been having? Moreover, strung together, her murmurs revealed, Sister. I like you, Chi Ran. To whom was the middle declaration of affection directed? Surely, it must have been meant for me. It cannot possibly be. No. That is utterly impossible. Su Ruoshua endeavored to quell her wandering thoughts. Gradually, the cries from outside faded into silence. After a considerable time, she finally drifted into slumber. The following morning, upon awakening, Su Ruoshua discovered her sister was no longer in bed. Rubbing her sleepy eyes, she made her way to the living room, where she was greeted by the sight of Su Ruoli and Chi Ran squatting side by side, each holding a piece of bread. Their synchronized posture resembled two little squirrels foraging together. Engrossed in their conversation, her sister was laughing joyfully. In that fleeting moment, Su Ruoshua felt a sense of rivalry towards her sister for the very first time in her life. Hello, dear sister. This was merely a fleeting hint of hostility, which vanished in an instant. Soon after, Su Ruoshua restored her aloof demeanor and quietly entered the bathroom to brush her teeth and wash her face. Upon returning to the living room, she discovered that her sister had already risen, offering her a bottle of water and a piece of bread. Thank you, Su Ruoshua managed to force a smile. What is wrong? Su Ruoli immediately sensed her sister's unusual demeanor. Are you feeling unwell? She approached her sister's side, but Su Ruoshua instinctively recoiled. She quickly added, I'm fine, just didn't sleep well last night. Su Ruoli furrowed her brow, scrutinizing her sister for a moment before confirming that she was not ill. Finally letting out a sigh of relief, she turned to Chi Ran, asking, Captain, do we have a new mission today? No, Chi Ran shook his head. The electronic screen displayed the same information as yesterday, merely urging everyone to actively gather resources and indicating a chance to refresh the high-difficulty exploration zone. It seems there was a situation last night, Chi Ran said. When we go out later, we need to keep a low profile. He had intended to use the minimap to check for any nearby gatherings of people, only to find that it only displayed the interior of the base. It appeared that while staying within the building, the minimap's range was confined to the interior. What happened last night? Su Ruoli asked, her face filled with confusion. She suddenly noticed that her sister did not seem surprised by this. Could it be that Su Ruoshua was aware of the incident? What could it be? Why was I the only one unaware? Su Ruoli felt an instinctive curiosity arise within her, sensing that something had transpired between the two. I am most intrigued. Chapter 22. The substitute victim. After having breakfast, the trio departed from their base residence. They had scarcely taken a few steps when an overwhelming sense of dissonance struck them. Had that area always been so desolate? Su Ruoli pointed ahead. Was there supposed to be a residence there? How did it suddenly transform into an open space? And behind us too. Look over here. In the vicinity of the team base, unexpected voices had emerged in every direction. Chi Ran immediately recalled the news broadcast on the electronic screen yesterday. The current number of survival teams in this area is 471,500. It seemed that the residences of deceased teams would be cleared away that very night. However, the number was alarmingly high. Looking around, Chi Ran noted that at least 10 residences had vanished in his immediate vicinity alone. The total for the entire area was likely far greater. Recalling the shattering of windows and the cries for help he and Su Ruoshua had heard last night, it was likely that several individuals had returned alive from the exploration zone only to meet a tragic end during the night, slain by sinister hands. The cause might be the residences not having been upgraded in time, or perhaps some inadvertent noise during the night had attracted unwelcome attention from the Eerie forces. It was likely a combination of both factors. She ran. Suruoi gently shook his shoulder. Look over there. Following her gaze, Chi Ran spotted a large crowd gathered around a residence. At the center of the throng stood the striking mother-daughter duo. Just yesterday morning, there had been a massive crack on the glass of their residence, yet miraculously, it remained unscathed last night. Chi Ran quickly discerned that their residence had been upgraded to level 1, with the glass now repaired. He wondered whether they had gathered the materials themselves or if they had received contributions from the benevolent man. Either way, it signified one thing: the mother and daughter were quite resourceful. In this bizarre apocalyptic world, they would likely endure for a considerable time. Chi Ran felt no interest in their affairs. As long as they did not hinder him, he cared little for their endeavors. He had no sympathy for those who willingly sought hardship, nor would he interfere with them. Those who choose to suffer cannot be awakened. Let us go. Chi Ran urged as he took the sisters' hands, leading them out of the residential area. Today, Suruo was unusually quiet, no longer resisting Chi Ran's grip, and even clasped his hand tightly, their fingers interlocking, her delicate cheek slightly flushed. Chi Ran paid no heed to these subtleties. He had just accessed the minimap and discovered that it could function normally in the residential area. However, the multitude of white dots was almost enough to trigger his claustrophobia. Just as he was about to close it, he noticed 3 white dots behind him faintly glowing with a red hue. Was there something sinister? Impossible. The Eerie forces would not invade the residential area during the day. Could they be mutated creatures? That seemed unlikely as well. Chi Ran turned his head discreetly. Casting a quick glance at the crowd behind him, he saw only a throng of ordinary people hurrying outward, appearing entirely unremarkable. He turned back, lowering his voice to the sisters. Do not look back. There seems to be something amiss with the crowd behind us. Follow my lead and act accordingly. I must verify whether someone is indeed targeting us. The twin sisters were momentarily taken aback, instinctively wishing to glance back, but they restrained themselves just in time. Such is the instinctual response of humans. When advised against an action, one often feels compelled to consider it. Fortunately, the sisters were sufficiently vigilant, suppressing their instincts and feigning ignorance with remarkable naturalness. Thus, the trio of Chi Ran ambled aimlessly along the main thoroughfare, occasionally mingling with the crowd and at times hastening to distance themselves from it. The 3 crimson dots consistently trailed behind, maintaining a neither too close nor too far distance. Consequently, Chi Ran could surmise with a fair degree of certainty that they were being targeted. But why? What aspects of our trio warrant such attention? Is it due to the rapid upgrade of our base? That seems unlikely, as numerous teams within this residential area have also attained level 2. Their advantage lies in their substantial earnings of star coins, allowing them to purchase a plethora of indoor furnishings, which remains imperceptible from the outside. Furthermore, they have been adept at conserving materials, thanks to Suruoi's architect profession talent, making the disparity in upgrade speed only apparent in the later stages. In the early phase, the requirements are relatively low, enabling other teams to keep pace. Therefore, it is improbable that mere base upgrades would attract intentional scrutiny. Could it possibly be due to the twin sisters themselves? There exists a certain likelihood. However, Suruo and Suruoi intentionally conceal their faces with their long hair when venturing out each day, donning clothes that have gone unwashed for several days, along with the obscuring mist that surrounds them. Thus, it would be quite challenging for strangers to recognize them as a pair of campus beauties. In contrast, the mother-daughter duo, by their overt flamboyance, have drawn significant attention. If anyone were to be swayed by appearances, they would likely seek out the latter first. After ruling out these possibilities, Chi Ren arrived at the singular conclusion: the three crimson dots are most likely interested in the Glock 17. This firearm is the most conspicuous possession of their trio and serves as a crucial asset in this post-apocalyptic world. Regarding this, Chi Ren felt no trepidation. His display of the handgun in front of others was motivated not solely by the need to confront Zhou Zhihan, it also served to intimidate those with ulterior motives. A single strike can thwart a multitude of attacks. In the struggle for survival in a post-apocalyptic realm, one cannot afford to remain perpetually inconspicuous. Occasionally showcasing one's strength is essential to avert unnecessary troubles. Moreover, the gun would inevitably need to be utilized. It cannot remain hidden indefinitely. Being targeted is an unavoidable consequence. The current consideration is how to deal with these three persistent shadows. While contemplating this, Chi Ren surveyed the freshly minted exploration zones along the roadside, Gourmet Street, Park, Department Store. Most were familiar sights. Finally, after 10 minutes, Chi Ren beheld a completely new venue. Sea Level Exploration Zone, Death Stadium, opening hours, 8:30–11:30, capacity, 10 teams, difficulty, resources, fixed supply refresh, basic food supply pack, basic building material pack, probable supply refresh, intermediate weapon pack. Chi Ren's eyes lit up. If memory served him right, the price of intermediate weapons in the base shop was a staggering 5,000 star coins. Even he could not afford it, let alone other teams who dared not even dream of such a luxury. Given the scarcity of such precious resources, why was it rated with only 1 star? The 3-star resources he had encountered previously seemed to be of similar caliber. This was evidently illogical. Could it be that the star rating of a resource is not solely dependent on its content? Chi Ren fixated on the phrase probable supply refresh in the information prompt. A faint realization dawning upon him. Perhaps this star rating influences the refresh probability. In the exploration zones he had entered the day before and the day prior, he had managed to acquire all the probabilistically refreshed resources. Initially, he had attributed this to sheer luck. But now it seemed that the refresh probability for 3-star resources was inherently high. Thus, this 1-star rating appeared rather deceiving. There was a significant likelihood that he would not obtain anything worthwhile, while bearing the risk of a 2-star difficulty, resulting in a net loss. Determined, Chi Ren turned to leave, only to notice 3 red dots on the minimap, drawing ever closer. Had the replacements for the fallen finally arrived? Chapter 23, The Death Arena. Indeed, there remain many good souls in this world. While Chi Ren grappled with the dilemma of low probability and high risk, some individuals seemed eager to present themselves. He decisively grasped the hands of the 2 sisters, and together they ventured through the entrance of the exploration zone. In the next moment, an imposing sports arena unfolded before their eyes. It bore a resemblance to a dilapidated venue found in a rural school, with its square exterior, grayish-white stone walls, and a roof adorned with the 3 characters spelling sports arena. The iron gate was already rusted and worn. Chi Ren constantly monitored the small map, but the overhead view revealed only the roof of the arena, obscuring the interior's conditions for the time being. Exercising caution, he refrained from recklessly entering but instead led his companions in a cautious perimeter around the building. After confirming that no dangers lurked nearby and that no resource boxes were present, they carefully stepped through the entrance. At which point the small map switched to display the interior. The arena was not particularly large, its entirety fitting within the confines of the map. Strangely, there was no information visible on the map, no green dots indicating resources, nor red dots signifying enemies. Only 3 pure white dots represented Chi Ren and his companions. Even more bizarrely, the arena was utterly devoid of anything. No basketball courts, no badminton courts, no table tennis tables, and not even any spectator seating. Before them lay only a barren expanse of concrete, with a small door at the far end. This abnormal occurrence heightened the trio's vigilance. The hands that had just been released were once more clasped tightly together. Qi-Ren sensed that Su Ruoxu's grip was significantly firmer than that of her younger sister. Su Ruoli. It appeared that the elder sister was the more timid of the two. In an attempt to soothe her, he gently stroked the back of Su Ruoxu's hand with his thumb. Suddenly, the small door in the distance swung open, revealing a tall figure. It seemed to resemble a human. Impossible! Qi-Ren was certain that the entity was not human, for on the small map, it did not appear as a white dot or a red one, but rather an immense, deep black. White represented humans, red indicated monsters, so what did black signify? The answer remained elusive. Nonetheless, Qi-Ren began to quietly retreat, pulling the sisters back toward the entrance. Understanding his intent, Su Ruoxu promptly drew a Glock 17 from her jacket, gripping it tightly. Observing this, the figure smiled slightly. There is no need for alarm. Here, I cannot harm you. These are the rules of the arena. With that, it raised a hand, and a massive screen abruptly materialized on one wall of the arena, displaying chilling green subtitles that rolled across the surface. Welcome to the Death Arena. Those who enter must participate in the upcoming competition and cannot withdraw midway. Acts of harm are prohibited within the arena. Current participants, 1 team. Minimum participants to commence the competition, 5 teams. Please be patient, as long as you participate in the ensuing competition and emerge victorious. I shall allow you to leave, the figure spoke, unhurriedly. Based on your performance in the competition, I shall bestow corresponding rewards. How delightful, am I not amiable? It grinned, revealing a row of sharp fangs. Qi-Ren slightly furrowed his brow. Will there be penalties for refusing to participate or for losing? No, I never punish others. Then what is the significance of this competition? He chuckled. The figure offered no reply, merely raised a hand to point at the large screen. The screen displayed the words it had just uttered. As long as you participate in the forthcoming competition and emerge victorious, I shall grant you your freedom. In other words, should you choose not to compete or lose, you may as well resign yourselves to never leaving. Welcome to the Death Arena. Qi-Ren studied the individual before him quietly. Though outwardly indistinguishable from a typical human and devoid of an imposing aura, his intuition suggested that this person's capabilities far exceeded those of the previous labyrinth's boss, and direct confrontation would be unwise. In this bizarre world, one must never judge by appearances. Given this, Qi-Ren turned to the two sisters, suggesting they patiently await the arrival of other teams. Su Ruoxu nodded, silently stowing her pistol. Su Ruoliu appeared somewhat anxious. What if no one joins us? Would we be trapped here indefinitely? Fear not, others will arrive shortly, Qi-Ren reassured her with a smile. The 3 followers had just slipped into the exploration zone when his minimap detected them. They were likely hesitating about whether to enter. Indeed, as he anticipated, within a minute, 2 teams burst into the arena, one of which consisted of the 3 red dots trailing Qi-Ren. Upon meeting face to face, he recognized one of them, Hong Jun. Do you know him? Qi-Ren whispered, referring to the person who had greeted you the day before. Who? Su Ruoliu paused for a moment before realizing. I don't recall. Perhaps I've seen him somewhere before. Do you know the people beside him? No, who are they? This. Qi-Ren suddenly felt a pang of sympathy for Hong Jun. He had initially thought he was a friendly acquaintance, only to find he was not even a clown. Su Ruoxu quietly leaned closer to Qi-Ren, whispering, That fellow is named Hong Jun. He attends the same academy as Ruoliu and me, though he is in a different major. The one beside him, who looks somewhat fierce, is called Li Wei, and the short, stout one is Yang Li. They are both 4th-year students in Hong Jun's major and also serve as officers in our student council. These 2 boys have a poor reputation in our academy, as they are rumored to be closely associated with undesirable external organizations. I see, Qi-Ren nodded. Thank you for sharing this seemingly trivial information. Ha! You were the one who asked, And now you dismiss my explanation. Su Ruoxua cast a disgruntled glance at Qi-ren, only to realize moments later that he was jesting, attempting to alleviate the tension between her and her sister. Must one wear such a serious expression while joking? Su Ruoxua mentally berated the captain's demeanor. Yet, she soon discovered that her earlier anxiety had dissipated. A wave of embarrassment washed over her. Thank you, Qi-ren. Thank for what? Qi-ren was utterly oblivious to Su Ruoxua's thoughts, his attention focused on the movements of others. By now, the gymnasium had gathered 4 teams, including theirs, with only one more team required to commence the competition. Apart from Hongjun's group, another team was composed of 3 boys. The remaining team featured 1 boy and 2 girls, 2 of whom were clearly a couple. Ever since they entered the gym, the pair had been inseparable, occasionally stealing kisses, seemingly oblivious to the presence of others. Their teammate, a tall, statuesque girl, stood beside them, her expression grave as if she were searching for something. At that moment, everyone lingered near the entrance of the gym, waiting for a full 10 minutes, until at last, someone pushed open the grand doors. To their astonishment, in walked the legendary Zhou Shiheng and his 2 companions, followed closely by the enchanting mother-daughter duo. Just then, the lights in the gymnasium abruptly extinguished, plunging the scene into a terrifying and profound darkness. In the next instant, a soft, delicate figure leapt into Qi-ren's embrace, whispering in a fragile voice, "Captain, I am so frightened." Chapter 24. An intriguing beginning. The gymnasium was engulfed in darkness, leaving everyone in a state of panic when suddenly, Qi-ren was ambushed. A figure, as graceful as jade, plunged into his embrace, their hair exuding a delicate fragrance, and a soft voice, intentionally lowered, whispered close to his ear. Alarm bells rang in Qi-ren's mind. He immediately suspected that this person was an impostor, a test set forth by the Death Gymnasium. Without hesitation, he activated the mini-map. Though the map was shrouded in darkness, the white dots marking individuals remained clearly visible. Through this innate ability, he confirmed that the figure in his arms was one of the twin sisters, not an aberration or an enemy. However, whether she was the elder or the younger sister remained unclear. The sisters were indistinguishable in height and physique, their voices nearly identical, making it exceedingly difficult to tell them apart under such circumstances. Fortunately, the embrace was brief. After a moment of stillness, she quickly withdrew. Almost simultaneously, the lights in the gymnasium returned to their normal brightness. Qi-ren turned to glance at the twin sisters. The elder, Su Ruoxua, stood expressionless, while the younger, Su Ruoli, wore a smile beside her. There was no sign of anything amiss. Qi-ren had no intention of pursuing the matter further. His gaze drifted past the sisters to the scene behind them. His pupils constricted sharply. Not only he, but all present were stunned by the sight before them. Where the gymnasium had been empty moments ago, 3 basketball courts had miraculously appeared. Tall metallic hoops, smooth wooden floors, and dozens of rows of spectator seating encircled each court, every detail strikingly lifelike, reminiscent of their high school basketball arena. The enormous screen on the wall had updated with a new message: first match, rapid shooting, rules, shoot the basketball into the hoop, scoring 1 point for each successful shot, with no points awarded for misses. Each team must shoot 30 basketballs, and the team with the shortest time wins. Current teams, 6, please freely select your court. The match is about to commence. What the heck? Do we really have to participate in such a trivial contest? Shooting hoops? That's easy. I used to be the star point guard on the school team. Brother Zhiheng, we are short 1 player. You must help us. Darling, let us not dwell on that. Let us continue. The wooden horsemen, after all, it was not their first day of survival. Despite the doubts lingering in their minds, the teams quickly grasped the rules. The only non-human present, the large black dot on Qi-ren's minimap, slowly approached the crowd and spoke. From now on, I shall oversee your every action to ensure the match proceeds smoothly. You may refer to me as the referee. I have 3 requirements of you. First, absolutely adhere to the rules of the gymnasium. Second, unequivocally obey my commands. Third, no objections shall be raised. Should any violations occur, the consequences will be yours to bear. Of course, if you can achieve commendable results while adhering to the rules, I shall reward you handsomely. The reward for first place is indeed a precious one, directly influencing your survival journey. The judge flashed a grin, revealing sharp fangs. Without further ado, please select your respective arenas. No sooner had the words left his mouth than Chiron executed a powerful leap, propelling himself forward with remarkable speed, akin to an arrow released from its bow. Racing towards the basketball court, targeting the farthest hoop in the corner. The twin sisters swiftly followed suit, oblivious to their captain's motives, yet instinctively trusting his judgment in such a critical moment. The other teams, caught off guard, remained stationary, failing to even lift their feet. When the judge announced, "The first team has chosen their venue. Henceforth, you shall be known as Team 1." Could this be ranked as well? Panic ensued among the other teams as they hastened towards the basketball court, instinctively selecting their respective spots in a frenzied rush. Only the couple ambled leisurely at the back, engaged in a lively conversation, seemingly indifferent to the commotion around them. Their teammate, the tall young woman, was quick to seize the adjacent area, thereby earning the designation of Team 2. The mother and daughter duo became Team 3. Zhou Zhihan's team was labeled Team 4. Hong Jun's team was assigned Team 6. And the trio of unfamiliar men constituted Team 5. Before the competition commenced, Lu Ru waved at the judge. "Esteemed referee, our team comprises only 2 members. This seems rather inequitable. Might we reduce the number of basketballs?" "Certainly," the judge responded with a gentle nod, a hint of peculiarity in his smile. "Thank you, esteemed referee." Lu Ru beamed with delight, secretly reveling in her triumph indeed. "Even the bizarre and monstrous could hardly resist my charm, which is quite perplexing." Meanwhile, Su Ruoli leaned closer to Chiron, whispering, "Captain, why did we select this particular venue? Is there a rationale behind this position?" Chiron shook his head. "There is no special significance. All 6 arenas are identical." "Then why did you sprint so swiftly?" "It's a psychological tactic, designed to disrupt others' judgments." "Now I see." Su Ruoli nodded in realization, though she remained somewhat perplexed. "Rajio, Ruoli, listen carefully." Chiron drew the sisters closer, lowering his voice to strategize their forthcoming actions. Observing their camaraderie from a distance, Zhou Zhihan and Hong Jun seethed with resentment. Hong Jun wished fervently for leeway to eliminate that scoundrel on the spot. Zhou Zhihan, on the other hand, was solely focused on redeeming his prior disgrace. He turned to the judge and said, "That team just jumped the start. Shouldn't they be penalized?" "This is not a race. The concept of jumping the start does not apply here," the judge replied, his expression impassive. Zhou Zhihan, unwilling to relent, pressed on. "Why did they seize that position? And why do they hold the title of Team 1? Do they possess insider information? These 6 positions bear no distinction, and the team numbering does not affect your performance." "I see now." Zhou Zhihan nodded in satisfaction. Initially, he had presumed that the young man harbored some ulterior motive, but it turned out to be a mere mindless act. How amusing. The other teams, upon hearing the referee's explanation, were momentarily rendered speechless. How could that fellow sprint so swiftly without any knowledge? What a nuisance. Had they known, they would not have blindly followed him, wasting a considerable amount of energy in vain. In a corner of the court, a long-legged girl cast a covert glance at Chiron. She always sensed that this young man was concocting some plan, yet regrettably, she could not decipher it and could only silently mimic him from behind. At that moment, Chiron had already laid out the strategy for the twin sisters. Once the match commences, Ruoli and I will handle the shooting, while Rushua will distribute the passes. This approach will be swifter than having all 3 of us shoot simultaneously. Moreover, do not concern yourselves with accuracy. Prioritize speed, just throw the ball whenever you have it. Do you understand? The sisters nodded in unison. Understood. Su Rushuo fully grasped Qi Ren's tactical arrangement, while Su Ruoli was utterly perplexed. Her notion of understanding merely stemmed from following the captain's directives without question. Nevertheless, this was not without its merits. Observing Qi Ren's expression of complete control, the twin sisters felt a swell of confidence within. The captain must have already discerned the crux of this match. With a sharp clap, the referee snapped his fingers. Soon after, a small door nearby creaked open, and 6 square iron frames filled with basketballs gradually emerged, ultimately halting before each team. Please prepare yourselves. The competition is about to commence. Chapter 25. Qiran's unique winning strategy in the basketball competition. I, Yi Xiaoming, shall never concede defeat. Neither shall I, Wang Dalian. Enough of your blathering. I, Yao Zi, am the strongest. The 3 boys clearly exuded athletic prowess, their shooting techniques remarkably professional, with an astonishingly high success rate. However, the predicament lay in their eagerness to take shots, with none willing to retrieve the balls from the hoop, resulting in a cumbersome process of self-retrieval. The fixed position of the hoop was somewhat distant from the shooting area, causing a considerable waste of time. Consequently, this trio of basketball virtuosos found themselves lagging behind their peers. In stark contrast, Han Zhong's group exhibited a swifter pace. Li Wei and Yang Li took charge of shooting, while Han Zhong focused on retrieving the balls, achieving both accuracy and speed commendably. Zhou Zhehan's team, however, surpassed them in efficiency. He ingeniously formed an assembly line with 2 girls. One girl retrieved the balls from the hoop, while the other facilitated the passes. With Xiu executing the shots, his movements were graceful, his demeanor exuded confidence, though regrettably, their shooting accuracy was somewhat lacking. The mother-daughter duo, known as the Flower Squad, consisted of only 2 members, yet they managed to minimize the number of basketballs by 10. Liu Yan displayed remarkable agility, her shooting both rapid and precise, rivaling that of professional athletes. Her daughter, Lu Ru, adeptly took on the responsibility of retrieving the balls, executing her tasks with remarkable efficiency. The synergy between the 2 was seamless, surpassing the speed of the preceding groups. The slowest team comprised the long-legged girl and a couple, who had initially agreed that the couple would handle the ball distribution, while the long-legged girl would take the shots. Yet, as she stood in the shooting zone, waiting in vain for the basketball, she turned to find the couple engrossed in their embrace. With no other option, the long-legged girl had to dash to retrieve the ball herself before returning to shoot. During her brief respite, she cast a glance at Qiran's team. Nearly dropping her jaw in astonishment, a stunning ice queen stood beside the hoop, effortlessly tossing basketballs to her teammates. A strikingly handsome youth and another beauty, equally captivating, occupied the shooting area. The moment they received the ball, they hurled it towards the hoop, disregarding accuracy in their pursuit of speed. Their team boasted the fastest pace among all, yet their shooting success rate was the lowest, even trailing behind the long-legged girl at solitary efforts. What were they attempting to achieve? The long-legged girl pondered, her thoughts interrupted as she instinctively accelerated her shooting pace. Half an hour later, all teams had completed their turns, gathering once again to await the judge's announcement of results. Soon, the large screen on the wall displayed the newly rolled subtitles. First place, Team 1, Qiran. Second place, Team 4, Zhou Zhehan. Third place, Team 6, Han Jun. Fourth place, Team 2, the couple. Fifth place, Team 5, basketball experts. The basketball experts found themselves in last place, primarily due to their refusal to yield to one another, ultimately squabbling over the ball for a few additional points. The couple, having paused mid-embrace to assist, managed to barely catch up in the final tally. However, what truly astonished everyone was not the incident itself, but rather the performance of Team Qiran. How could they possibly be in first place? Zhou Zhehan glared at the screen, his face ashen. He had been closely monitoring Qiran's performance. and their team had scarcely made any successful shots throughout the entire game, what justified their ranking. He immediately voiced his concern. "Referee, is there an error in this ranking?" The referee chuckled softly. "Are you disputing my decision?" "Yes, no." Zhou Shihang suddenly recalled that the referee did not entertain disputes. Although he was eager to lash out at Chiron, he was unwilling to take unnecessary risks and thus opted for restraint. Zhou Shihang possessed a modicum of intelligence, regrettably. Han Jun did not share this trait. He bluntly posed the question that Zhou Shihang dared not. "I have been monitoring Team 1 closely, and they only managed to score 2 points in total. How could they possibly be in first place? There must be some foul play." The referee grinned, revealing a set of sharp, menacing teeth, akin to a bloodthirsty beast, instantly instilling fear in all present. The crowd instinctively recoiled a step back. "There is no need for alarm. I have always been amicable. Regarding your inquiry, I am more than willing to elucidate. This round of competition is titled speed shooting. The rules clearly state that the team with the shortest time wins, not the one with the highest score. Team 1 completed the task in the least amount of time, hence their first place ranking. Is there a problem with that?" Han Jun remained unconvinced. "What use is the score then? Isn't this misleading? You are shielding them. This is unfair." The referee's demeanor seemed genuinely genial, undeterred by the confrontational tone, and merely slowly withdrew a yellow card from his pocket. "This is a warning. 2 yellow cards will result in disqualification." He did not elaborate on the implications of disqualification, but Han Jun's face flushed with indignation, and he dared not raise further objections. Meanwhile, a mother and daughter cautiously raised their hands. "Excuse me, referee, why are we not on the leaderboard?" The referee beamed a kind smile. "You did not complete the competition, hence you have no ranking." The mother and daughter exchanged puzzled glances. "But we completed all our shots." "How many did you shoot?" 20. "How many were required by the rules?" 30. Lu Ru suddenly gasped, then quickly clarified. "Referee, you may have forgotten. I requested your permission to reduce the number of basketballs earlier, and you consented." "Indeed," the referee nodded. "I approved the reduction of your basketballs, but the rules remain unchanged. To qualify for a ranking, you must shoot 30 basketballs. Are you toying with me?" Lu Ru was instantly enraged. However, she dared not express her fury before the referee and could only silently swallow her frustration. It was only at this moment that everyone realized this deadly sports arena was not as straightforward as they had imagined. The expressions of everyone gradually grew solemn, except for the young couple. "Is there any question?" the referee inquired with a smile. Noticing the silence from the crowd, he snapped his fingers, plunging the arena back into an abyss of darkness. Seizing this opportunity, Su Ruoi quietly leaned towards Chiron and whispered, "Captain, you are truly remarkable. The outcome of the match was exactly as you predicted. By the way, do you think the referee is actually biased in our favor? The other teams feel it is unfair." Chiron replied softly, "We are dealing with a peculiar referee, not a fair leader. Wouldn't it be ridiculous to discuss fairness with it? The rules never mention fairness." "I see. But I still don't understand why you chose to occupy the basketball court just now," Su Ruoi asked. "It's simple. To prevent other teams from mimicking our actions," Chiron explained quietly. "Everyone is here for the first time in the death arena, feeling uncertain. Once someone makes a decision, others instinctively follow suit. By deliberately performing meaningless acts, I cause those who imitate me to waste their efforts. Consequently, when I execute our actual game strategy, no one will continue to copy me. This is psychological warfare." Su Ruoi nodded, somewhat understanding, feeling a sense of awe for her captain. In the next moment, the lights in the arena flickered back on. It was then that Su Ruoi realized how close she was standing to Chiron, nearly touching. Just at that moment, she felt a scorching gaze directed at her from behind, startling her into turning around swiftly. Chapter 26. the request of the long-legged girl behind Suruoli stood no one but her sister, Suru Oshua. Perhaps it was merely an illusion. But she sensed a look of dissatisfaction emanating from her sister. Yet, when she turned to seek confirmation, she found that Suru Oshua had averted her gaze. Now directed toward Chi-Ren, her expression tinged with a hint of melancholy. It must be a figment of her imagination. Suruoli had no time to inquire further, for the gymnasium was once again transforming its visage. Second match, the Rilla of borrowed items. Rules: start from the starting line. Reach a designated spot to draw a card, then borrow the corresponding item or person as indicated on the card and deliver it to the finish line. The one with the shortest time wins. Current participants, 6 teams, please gather behind the starting line. The competition is about to commence. The basketball court that had just been present was now nowhere to be seen, replaced by a lengthy rubber track. The finish line lay at the end of the track, while a workstation adorned with cardboard boxes occupied the central space. At the starting line, a colossal wooden door had materialized, standing alone, without any visible supports, reminiscent of the Anywhere door from Doraemon. Observing the crowd's curiosity regarding the door, the referee smiled slightly. This door leads to the storage room, where various items await your borrowing. Now, I request all female participants to stand behind the starting line. Gentlemen, please follow me. With that, the referee swung open the wooden door and stepped inside. A group of boys exchanged glances, hesitating momentarily before summoning the courage to follow. Just as Chi-Ren was about to enter, Suru Oshua stepped forward, gently squeezing his palm, whispering, "Do be careful." Suruoli joined him, adding, "Captain, please ensure your safe return." Chi-Ren nodded and turned to enter the door. Upon crossing the threshold, they found themselves in a vast storage room, filled with an array of sports equipment, protective gear, and a plethora of miscellaneous items. There were professional uniforms, plush toys, electronic devices, disposable rubber gloves. Everything one might encounter in daily life, and even more. The referee instructed all the boys to take their positions while awaiting further instructions. He then returned through the wooden door to the gymnasium. As the door closed, the 3 basketball prodigies immediately began to discuss their predicament. "Yi Xiaoming, what do you think this is about?" one queried. "What else could it be? They're treating us like objects for them to borrow," another replied. "Then we're in quite a bind, aren't we? Our team lacks any females." "Exactly. How are we supposed to handle this?" The 3 boys quickly fell into a state of anxiety. Meanwhile, the trio of Hongjun remained silent, yet their expressions visibly reflected their grave concern. Zhou Zhihang stood steadfastly aside, calm as a mountain, unperturbed by the unfolding chaos, for his team boasted 2 female members. As for Chi-Ren, he feigned indifference while meticulously observing the arrangement of items within the storage room, mentally cataloging each one. When Suru Oshua and Suruoli arrived, regardless of the item they drew, Chi-Ren would be ready to retrieve it at a moment's notice. This was the essence of the relay of borrowed items. Unexpectedly, the young man from the couple was also scrutinizing the storage room at that moment. However, his gaze did not seem to be focused on noting the location of items. Rather, it appeared he was searching for something. Upon spotting a secluded corner, his eyes lit up, and he murmured to himself, "This spot is quite nice. We could." Meanwhile, Chi-Ren pretended not to hear his words. To be fair, he held a rather favorable view of this couple. Although they openly displayed their affection, they did not engage in any behaviors that disturbed others. Considering the apocalyptic context, their actions could, in fact, be deemed beneficial to all of humanity. Encouragingly, Chi-Ren silently cheered for them in his heart. Suddenly, a portal opened. The first to rush in was the couple's teammate, a tall and graceful young woman. She glanced at the paper she had drawn, which clearly stated, "Reliable male." What bad luck, she thought. Drawing a person right off the bat is far more challenging than borrowing items. She frowned and surveyed her surroundings, her gaze landing on her teammate. Yet he remained oblivious, preoccupied with thoughts of what playful activities he might engage in with his girlfriend. The tall girl smiled helplessly, sighed softly, and then turned her attention to Chiran. "Hello. May I ask if you could accompany me for a moment?" She displayed the paper to him. Her words were polite and her demeanor friendly, and the contents of the paper were entirely appropriate. Thus, Chiran decisively declined, saying, "My teammate has not yet arrived, and I will not leave with you." He bore no ill will toward the tall girl, just as he had none for the couple. However, that did not imply he would assist her without reason. Moreover, he considered the possibility that if he left, Suruoshua and Suruoi might enter immediately afterward, leading to considerable trouble. The tall girl seemed taken aback by his refusal, standing frozen for a moment. However, she quickly regained her composure and hastily explained, "Each group competes separately. I will complete my run before the next group arrives." Now understanding, Chiran realized why there had been no one else following her. In that case, he continued, "I must still refuse. I am concerned that if I go with you, I may not be able to return here. Therefore, I will not depart until my teammate arrives." The tall girl was nearly at her wit's end. Why is he so cautious? I've never encountered someone so overly careful. In desperation, she sought her teammate, asking if he could accompany her. To her surprise, the young man also declined without hesitation, stating, "I cannot go with you. I fear Shang might misunderstand." The tall girl was nearly brought to tears by frustration. "But we are clearly on the same team." She glanced at the others, who, although strangers, she had already disowned were not reliable in the least. Resolutely, she abandoned her attempts at negotiation. At that very moment, the portal was reopened, and the referee stepped inside. "I am here to remind you," she said with a radiant smile. "You have 3 minutes remaining. Should you exceed this time, it will be considered a forfeit." The tall girl, disregarding all else, rushed forward and posed the very question that had been troubling Chiran. The referee listened patiently before clarifying. "Any borrowed items or individuals must be returned here upon reaching the finish line. Otherwise, the next competitor in the borrowing race may be adversely affected." Upon hearing the explanation, the tall girl finally exhaled in relief. She returned to Chiran's side and earnestly inquired, "Now, do you have any other concerns? If you could assist me with this test, I will do my utmost to aid your team in the upcoming competition. I could even divulge the details of the next event." Chiran was aware that this girl was not boasting. He had just utilized the appraisal device to assess her occupational talent. Dream Architect, Occupation Rating, A. Premonition Dream, Level 1. You possess a minuscule chance of perceiving events of the following day in a dream, with a significantly higher probability for dangers related to yourself. Health Dream, Level 1. You can slightly restore physical stamina within your dreams. Chiran now had to contemplate whether to assist the tall girl in completing the competition. The crux of the matter lay in whether to forge an alliance with her. Chapter 27. The goddess initiates a conversation. Why the urgency, you infatuated fool? Before we reach our destination, you must divulge the details of the upcoming competition. Should you attempt to conceal or fabricate any information, I will unhesitatingly return here. After considerable contemplation, Chiran ultimately resolved to assist the long-legged girl in completing the borrowing race. The rationale was straightforward. The 2 talents unlocked by this A-grade professional were quite impressive, and should she become an ally, the advantages would far outweigh the disadvantages. It would be even better if she could be integrated into his team, serving as a risk alert system. Without hesitation, the long-legged girl agreed to Chiran's request. "I am Gu Zhenshen. I appreciate your assistance. Let us proceed." With that, Gu Zhenshen seized Chiran's wrist and pulled him towards the portal. Within the gymnasium, Suruoshua and Suruoi observed Chiran being borrowed by a girl from another team, their brows furrowing simultaneously as they cast fiery glares of hostility. The mother-daughter duo had long been aware of the striking twin sisters, and now, following their gaze to Chi-Ren's handsome visage, they were momentarily captivated. Is there truly such a handsome youth here? In comparison, Zhou Zhihan paled in significance. Lu Ru felt a flutter of attraction towards Chi-Ren. While Lu Yan was somewhat intrigued by his actions in the first round, this young man was evidently quite astute. Shao Ru, find an opportunity to get closer to him. If he is a B-grade professional or higher, we must recruit him for our benefit. Lu Yan cast a knowing glance at her daughter, who nodded in understanding. Meanwhile, Gu Zhenzhen, while sprinting with Chi-Ren, recounted her prophetic dreams to him. The next competition would be a death match. A vast real-life CS arena would materialize within the gymnasium, where teams would engage in 1v1v1v1 confrontations akin to a battle royale, with scores calculated based on performance. From her narration, Chi-Ren gleaned a general understanding of the impending events and received a crucial piece of information, due to his high ranking in the first 2 rounds. He had become a target of several other groups, and he would face their collective onslaught. It must be said that prophetic dreams are indeed a rare and valuable talent. Although the first-tier effect is limited to fragmented visions, it is still remarkably useful. With this foresight, he could prepare in advance. Thank you, Chi-Ren expressed. Having arrived at the finish line with Gu Zhenzhen just before the time limit. The moment he leaped across the line, the long-legged girl visibly relaxed, repeatedly expressing her gratitude. Chi-Ren, however, promptly returned to the storage room. Soon after, Su Ruoxuo and Su Ruoli arrived at the storage room, borrowing sports equipment and protective gear, which Chi-Ren effortlessly retrieved for them. For some reason, both sisters seemed somewhat despondent, their expressions hinting at unspoken words that remained unvoiced in Chi-Ren's presence. Fortunately, this did not delay the competition. Following them was a young couple. As soon as the young girlfriend entered, she cast aside the competition and leaped into her boyfriend's embrace, fervently indulging in affection. It was only when the referee arrived to urge them that she reluctantly parted from her beloved, playfully plucking a strand of his hair. The note she drew read, "A part of your beloved's body," leaving her uncertain if hair could be considered valid. The scene became lively when the mother and daughter duo arrived, with Zhou Zhihan initially exuding confidence. However, upon seeing the note in their hands, he instantly panicked. Frantically rummaging through a mountain of clutter, nearly exceeding the time limit, yet failing to locate the corresponding item. Ultimately, it was Han Jun who pointed out its whereabouts. Throughout the ordeal, the mother and daughter did not lift a finger. They seemed to relish watching the man fuss about on their behalf. Lu Ru even took the opportunity to strike up a conversation with Chi-Ren while waiting. Chi-Ren, however, remained indifferent, not bothering to respond. Nevertheless, he discreetly used the appraisal device to examine their occupational talents. The daughter was classified as a C-level professional, a navigator, capable of always finding the correct direction. The mother was a B-level professional, a military training instructor, able to issue military commands to any target, compelling compliance with a cooldown of 1 hour for each command, and the duration dependent on the target. She could also enhance a physical attribute speed, strength, endurance, or explosiveness for 3 minutes, with a maximum of 40 enhancements per day. Upon observing the professional talents of the mother and daughter, Chi-Ren immediately recalled the cluster of white dots he had seen in the labyrinth on the 5th floor of the food court. Among them was someone capable of discerning directions and another who could enhance speed. Could it be this mother-daughter pair? Chi-Ren pondered quietly, raising his vigilance. After all, he had taken the special supply box guarded by the labyrinth boss, and if they were indeed the same duo, they would surely harbor resentment towards him. Fortunately, they were unaware of his identity. Once the mother and daughter departed, Zhou Zhihan rushed to Chi-Ren's side. "What did you just say to Lu Ru? With Su Ruoxuai as your teammate, isn't that enough? Why are you flirting with others? And that girl, 2 Are you on the same team as her? Why are you assisting her? How could you be so disloyal? I'll inform Su Ruoxue about all this and reveal your true colors. Observing Zhou Shihan's indignant demeanor and listening to his righteous threats, Qi Ren felt no anger. Rather, a smile crept upon his face. When Su Ruoxue had entered earlier, Qi Ren had specifically checked her status with his captain's authority. Her affinity remained at 99 points, and her loyalty had even risen by 2. Gu Zhenzhen's appearance had not affected the bond between the two teammates. On the contrary, it had deepened it. As for Lu Ru, whom Zhou Shihan mentioned, she had approached him first. Why should he, a mere admirer, be in such a hurry? What as this? Does Fei Yangyang now concern himself with Mei Yangyang's affairs? Indeed, Qi Ren harbored a rather unfavorable impression of the mother-daughter duo. Otherwise, he could have engaged in more conversation with them. He relished witnessing the discomposure of those who were overly eager for approval. Nevertheless, I am not a malevolent being, and I take no pleasure in tormenting others. Qi Ren gently reassured, You have misunderstood. The young woman named Lu Ru merely inquired about my name. You didn't disclose it to her, did you? Of course not. Zhou Shihan responded, instantly finding solace in this assurance. Yet, he soon sensed an anomaly. But why would she ask for your name? What does she intend? Rest assured. She merely invited me to her place this evening, to engage in some delightful activities. Zhou Shihan slowly typed a question mark, and then suddenly grasped the implications. You wretch! Cease your words. Do not dare to tarnish the reputation of Lu Ru. She is the most innocent girl I have ever encountered. She has never even held a boy's hand. It is inconceivable for her to extend such an invitation to a stranger. To be fair, Zhou Shihan's earnest declaration left Qi Ren quite taken aback. Initially, he presumed him to be a carefree scion, yet who would have thought he was, in fact, a novice youth? This characterization seems rather incongruous. Perhaps the issue lies not with Zhou Shihan, but with the mother-daughter duo. Their cunning tactics were astonishingly adept at diminishing the intellect of those around them. Qi Ren was not particularly inclined to comprehend this, nor did he wish to. He was simply aware that in the forthcoming competition, he intended to toy with those who sought to undermine him. Chapter 28, Qi Ren's Masterful Maneuver. A sudden turn of events as the relay race concluded, the referee announced the results of this round. First place, Team 1, Qi Ren. Second place, Team 3, Mother and Daughter. Third place, Team 2, Young Couple. Fourth place, Team 4, Zhou Shihan. The gap between the second and third places was negligible. However, the young couple's prolonged struggles caused them to settle for third place. The fourth position was a result of Zhou Shihan's inability to recall the locations of the items, forcing his teammates to search independently, leading to one of them exceeding the time limit. The basketball experts, Han Jun and his trio, did not score in this round due to the absence of a female teammate. Team Qi Ren had established a significant lead, and as long as they performed adequately moving forward, securing first place overall was assured. Soon after, the referee plunged the gymnasium into darkness once more. Seizing the opportunity, Qi Ren pulled Su Ruoxue and Su Ruoyai closer, also beckoning the tall girl. This was Gu Zhenzhen, their ally. Qi Ren provided a brief introduction before outlining their forthcoming strategy. In no time, the gymnasium regained its illumination. The previous running track vanished, replaced by towering walls and winding passages, resembling a maze with multiple entrances. The large screen displayed new text, field match, depth shooting, rules. Teams must use firearms to eliminate opponents. Each team starts with initial points, and the killer will acquire all points from the eliminated. The team with the highest score wins. Current teams, 6, please select an entrance. The match is about to commence. I would like to add a few details, the referee began. All firearms here are real, therefore, everyone must don bulletproof vests and helmets. A hit to the vest or helmet is considered a kill. Shots to exposed areas also count as kills. Each team possesses only 3 bullets, so use them wisely. The scores from the first 2 rounds will be converted into initial points for this match, which will be announced now, with a wave of his hand. The referee revealed the new scores on the large screen. Team 1, 2,000 points, Chi-Ren. Team 4, 700 points, Zhou Zhehan. Team 3, 500 points, mother and daughter. Team 2, 500 points, young couple. Team 6, 300 points, Hong Jun. Team 5, 100 points, basketball experts. Each firearm is identical, and bullets will be allocated by the team leader. The top 3 teams will receive varying degrees of rewards. After patiently elucidating all the rules, the referee distributed the standard handguns, the M1917 Smith Wesson. Shooting is only permitted within the designated area, otherwise, it will be deemed a violation of the rules. The referee cautioned. Only then did Chi-Ren quietly lower his handgun, as he had just aimed it at Zhou Zhehan, contemplating a swift strike. The strategy of preemptive action proved futile, leaving them with no choice but to resort to a secondary plan. Chi-Ren exchanged a knowing glance with Gu Zhenzhen, who comprehended his intent and led their couple teammates to select the most distant entrance. Chi-Ren himself opted for the nearest one. Zhou Zhehan, Han Jun, and the formidable duo, mother and daughter Hua, had already formed an unspoken alliance behind them, converging on entrances flanking Chi-Ren's team, poised to encircle them. Their intention was clear: to seize Chi-Ren's team as 2,000 points. Gu Zhenzhen had forewarned Chi-Ren about this precarious situation, allowing him ample time to devise a counter-strategy. The instant they entered the competition arena, Chi-Ren aimed his revolver at his 2 teammates. Su Ruoxua and Su Ruoli stood still, eyes closed, surrendering themselves to their captain's judgment. Bang! Bang! Team 1 members eliminated. Team 1 members eliminated. The large screen displayed the scrolling announcements. It hurt immensely. Despite wearing bulletproof vests, the pain was still excruciating. Su Ruoli tenderly rubbed her waist, tears welling in her eyes as she expressed her grievances. Her complaints were not directed at their captain but rather at the infernal rules. How could they provide real firearms? Moreover, the gap between the bulletproof vests and helmets was substantial. It was evident they intended for them to engage in mutual destruction for their amusement. Initially, when she heard the rules, Su Ruoli felt no sense of danger. After all, her sister possessed the weapon master occupational talent, undeniably the strongest sharpshooter on site. The dilemma lay in the limitation: each team was allotted only 3 bullets. No matter how skilled her sister was, it was impossible to eliminate all 11 members of the opposing teams, especially when they were evidently banding together to target Chi-Ren's team. This created a seemingly insurmountable predicament. Fortunately, Gu Zhenzhen stepped in just in time, not only alerting Chi-Ren but also declining the group's invitation. Additionally, Chi-Ren's high score from the previous rounds provided him with ample maneuvering space. Indeed, he was about to initiate some audacious tactics. Upon noticing the rule stating, the killer will receive all points from the killed, Chi-Ren swiftly disowned a flaw. It did not specify that the killer could not be a teammate of the victim, nor did it prohibit the killer from being the victim themselves. In essence, if Chi-Ren deliberately eliminated himself and his 2 teammates, their team's 2,000 points would remain with them, while others would be barred from claiming those points. Thus, as soon as he entered the arena, Chi-Ren shot both Su Ruoxua and Su Ruoli. Not only did this prevent the loss of points, but more importantly, it entirely eliminated the risk of the sisters being harmed or even killed by those with ulterior motives. After all, these were real guns, and those opponents would not shoot at bulletproof vests. At that moment, Chi-Ren aimed the revolver at himself and fired at his own bulletproof vest. The pain was intense, yet there was a certain exhilaration in it. All members of Team 1 have been eliminated. Team 1 current points, 2,000, as Chi-Ren, Su Ruoxua, and Su Ruoli beheld the fresh announcements on the large screen. A profound sense of relief washed over them. Meanwhile, the other team members were utterly bewildered. What on earth is happening? Who eliminated them? Aren't the three of you going to resist at all? Zhou Zhihan, Han Jun, and Li Wei exchanged confused glances. The trio of basketball experts appearing particularly perplexed. Lu Yan was the first to react. This is suicide, she exclaimed to her daughter, by killing himself. The points would still belong to him. This kid is quite cunning. It seems he anticipated that we would band together against him. Lu Ru furrowed her brow, acknowledging him as a clever individual. In truth, she held a favorable impression of Qi Ren, handsome and quick-witted. He consistently delivered unexpected performances in every match. However, when she had just approached him, he had adopted an aloof demeanor, which irked Lu Ru considerably. At that moment, she had restrained her annoyance, but now reflecting on it, perhaps he was merely employing a strategy of feigned indifference to draw her attention. Surely, he must have intended to captivate me with such tactics. Alas, who could resist my allure? A subtle smile graced Lu Ru's lips. Considering his earnest efforts, she decided to grant him another chance to properly apologize. Meanwhile, her mother frowned. Sensing the atmosphere had shifted, Lu Yan noticed the tension. Those who had just attempted to unite were now casting wary glances at one another, having suddenly lost their objective. The situation was on the brink of collapse, and chaos was about to ensue. Chapter 29: Securing first place and claiming the prize. Bam! It remains unclear who fired the first shot, but chaos immediately erupted within the competition arena. Gunfire echoed, mingled with shouts, curses, wails, and cries for help. The three basketball experts were the first to fall victim, caught off guard by Li Wei's team, swiftly losing one of their comrades. The remaining duo retaliated instantly. However, Li Wei and his companions aimed not at the bulletproof vests, but rather at the vulnerable gaps between the bulletproof helmets and vests. With bullets piercing through the fragile exterior in an instant, it was only when blood splattered before their eyes that the basketball experts realized they were not facing ordinary opponents, but rather a group of treacherous and ruthless villains. Meanwhile, the duo of mother and daughter, Hua and Zhou Zhihan, concealed themselves nearby, observing the three basketball experts being eliminated while only young Li had fallen on the other side. With Han Jun and Li Wei still alive, after a brief and awkward silence, Lu Yan took the initiative to speak. Zhihan, let us not engage in infighting. We must deal with these two first. If they seize the points, we shall have no chance of winning the competition. Zhou Zhihan wholeheartedly agreed. The two teams swiftly took action, blocking Li Wei and Han Jun as they attempted to exit the battlefield. Bam! Bam! Zhou Zhihan and Lu Yan each fired a shot. Zhou Zhihan eliminated Li Wei. Lu Yan struck down Zhou Zhihan. Zhou Zhihan gazed in disbelief at the stunning woman beside him. Sister Yan, why did you ambush me? Are we not allies? More alarming was the fact that Zhou Zhihan had appropriated his teammates' bullets from the outset, and now his gun still contained 2 rounds. At that moment, Lu Yan had seized control of the weapon. Bam bam bam! The mother and daughter duo fired simultaneously, eliminating the remaining 3. Team 3 current points, 1,600, in the arena. Apart from the mother and daughter, only the couple's team remained, holding exactly 500 points. If they could seize that 500 points, they would surpass Qi Ren and secure first place. The mother and daughter were contemplating how to ambush them when the large screen suddenly announced, Team 2 has been completely eliminated. Team 2 current points, 500. Lu Yan and Lu Ru exchanged glances. Are you employing that tactic as well? No, Qi Ren has more points. Such a strategy is permissible for them. But why are you, with the lowest score, joining the fray? Do you even wish to win? In truth, the mother and daughter duo had completely overlooked one crucial detail, although a mere 500 points could not compare to the leading 2 teams. It was certainly not the lowest score. This was due to 3 teams having their scores completely reset. The couple's team remained firmly in the top 3. This was the strategy that Qi Ren and Gu Zhenzhen had conspired in advance. Qi Ren was tasked with disrupting the rhythm of the 4 teams, inciting their internal strife. Upon observing the elimination of other teams, Gu Zhenzhen initiated the self-detonation plan, ensuring high returns with zero risk, leaving no opportunity for those adversaries to inflict harm upon themselves. At this moment, the large screen displayed new subtitles. The third match has concluded. All contestants please exit the competition area. Soon, the 6 teams regrouped before the judges. The basketball masters supported each other, their bodies adorned with the first aid bandages provided by the judges, casting furious glances at the 3 ruthless men. Li Wei remained indifferent, his gaze darkly fixed on Zhou Shihan. Who would have anticipated that you, with your thick eyebrows and big eyes, would betray us? What a sinister surprise! Zhou Shihan, still enveloped in profound confusion, couldn't comprehend why Sister Lu Yan had chosen to eliminate him. Had Tiwei agreed to move forward together? Surely, there must be a misunderstanding. The mother-daughter team exhibited no remorse, instead glaring at the young couple with displeasure. If you do not take your own lives, the victors will surely be us. Damn it! Now, the large screen had updated the final rankings. First place, Team 1, Qi Ren. Second place, Team 3, mother-daughter team. Third place, Team 2, young couple. The judge snapped his fingers, and after a brief darkness, the scene within the arena transformed once more. The shooting range had vanished, replaced by a splendid podium. Please, winning teams, step onto the podium. I shall present you with medals and prizes. With that, the judge clapped his hands towards the sky. In the distance, the door swung open, revealing 3 elegant hostesses, their faces adorned with standard yet eerie smiles, carrying trays with boxes of various sizes. The largest box halted before the third-place team. The judge approached, placing bronze medals around the necks of the young couple before handing them the prize box. The couple immediately opened the box to reveal it brimming with building materials, including stones, wood, and glass. This delighted the couple, filling their backpacks to the brim. Qi Ren then realized that the team backpacks provided by the base were indeed expendable, with a considerable capacity. Next came the second place. After donning silver medals, they received a medium-sized box. The mother-daughter duo merely opened a corner of the box, discovering it filled with food, including bottled water, bread, and biscuits. They sighed in relief. The food supplies at the base had run low, and they had managed to satiate their hunger for the past 2 days, so this was a welcome change. Finally, it was time for the first place. The judge adorned the 3 members of the team with gold medals and handed the smallest box to Qi Ren. Without even glancing at it, he stuffed it directly into Su Ruoshu's backpack. With so many eyes upon him, he wished to conceal the prize. The award ceremony concluded swiftly. The judge observed the anxious expressions of the gathered individuals, a delightful smile spreading across his face. The next segment is my favorite, and undoubtedly the one you are most concerned about. There is no need for tension. I am no demon. I have always been kind to others. Hee hee. With a peculiar grin, the judge snapped his fingers again. The large screen immediately refreshed with several lines of text. The bottom 3 teams may select 1 person from each team to leave. Third place allows for the selection of 2 individuals. Second place permits the choice of 3. First place grants the opportunity to choose 5. The remainder shall remain forever within the confines of the death arena. You have 5 minutes. After 5 minutes, submit the list of those departing to me. Once the referee concluded his statement, an oppressive silence enveloped the arena. In the blink of an eye, chaos erupted. I want to leave this place. Why should I choose you? I refuse to remain here. Silence, this spot is mine to claim. The facade of hypocrisy was ruthlessly stripped away, and the already fragile team dynamics crumbled instantaneously. Li Wei unhesitatingly activated his talent, launching a fierce attack on his 2 teammates. The 3 basketball virtuosos, who had just moments ago been supporting one another, were now engaged in a brawl. Zhou Zhehan observed his two female teammates with an air of calm. The decision regarding our team's quota rests with me. Do you both have any objections? There are objections. The two young women instantly changed their demeanor. Faced with the specter of death, their admiration for the affluent and handsome man was overshadowed by the urgency of self-preservation. Meanwhile, Gu Zhenzhen turned to her two teammates. Our team has only 2 spots. How shall we allocate them? Captain, you should go. We shall remain here. The young couple spoke in unison. Captain, you must occupy 1 spot, leaving only 1 for the 2 of us. We would rather stay behind than be separated. Gu Zhenzhen found herself momentarily at a loss for words. These two were undoubtedly the most devoted partners she had ever encountered. She could not bear to tear them apart. Nor could she bring herself to leave them behind. What should she do? Chapter 30. The vigilance of the campus flower sisters. Gu Zhenzhen could not help but cast her gaze upon Qiren. Last night, she had a prophetic dream in which she encountered this handsome young man. Upon meeting him in reality, she discovered that he was even more striking than in her dream. Perhaps it was the impression left by his clever maneuvers during the competition that had captivated her. At this moment, Gu Zhenzhen felt immensely grateful for having declined the invitation from the group to oppose Qiren. Even more so, she was thankful to have become allies with him. As everyone else was embroiled in chaos and disputes, Gu Zhenzhen quietly approached Qiren. Qiren, may I impose upon you with a request? Have you reserved a spot for that young couple? How did you know? Gu Zhenzhen replied, somewhat astonished. Their acquaintance had only spanned an hour or 2. Yet he seemed to understand her so well. Qiren chuckled, I merely guessed. I didn't expect you to actually do that. Are you here to ask if I could take you out? Gu Zhenzhen found it difficult to speak. She realized that her request was somewhat audacious. For they were not true teammates. The alliance was merely a means to navigate the competition, and it would dissolve once the contest concluded. However, if she did not voice her plea now, she would be left to face the unspeakable horrors of the death arena. Gu Zhenzhen had no desire to perish, at least not in such a place. Summoning her courage, she spoke, Qiren. Could you use your team's spot to take me out of here? If you could, I would be immensely grateful. In the future, if the opportunity arises, I can offer my professional talents to assist your team as much as possible. The last statement came out with a hint of uncertainty. After all, prophetic dreams typically revealed matters concerning oneself, and once she left this place, it would be difficult to dream of Qiren again. No, I must clarify this matter. I cannot deliberately withhold the truth. Just as Gu Zhenzhen was about to explain, Qiren interrupted her with a smile. No problem. Our success in securing first place is largely due to your assistance. I have already discussed it with my teammates. And we will use 1 spot to take you with us. Do not worry, I would be delighted to make a friend of you. And I hope we can engage in future activities together. The prophetic dream was indeed a rare, risk-controlling talent. And Qiren was eager to integrate Gu Zhenzhen into his team. This way, the dangers faced by their squad would translate into the dangers faced by Gu Zhenzhen, significantly enhancing the probability of her foresight. At that moment, Su Ruoxuo and Su Ruoli seized the opportunity to step forward and grasp Gu Zhenzhen's hand. We owe you our gratitude for your reminders and assistance during the 3rd round of the competition. Let us strive for a harmonious friendship from now on. It was only then that Gu Zhenzhen noticed the 2 sisters were actually identical twins. Their campus flower-level beauty was so stunning that it evoked a sense of inferiority even among fellow women. Gu Zhenzhen couldn't help but feel a flutter of admiration. And yet, I cannot shake the feeling that within the smiles of the 2 sisters lies a trace of vigilance and hostility. Is it merely my imagination? Surely, it must be. Gu Zhenzhen displayed an exceedingly natural smile. Thank you, I shall repay you. Consequently, Qiren took the initiative to approach the referee, seeking confirmation regarding the feasibility of this arrangement. Certainly. You are free to allocate your spots as you wish. Any selection is permissible. The moment the referee's words faded, the gymnasium erupted with excitement. No way, can it really be played this way? My friend, do you have extra spots? Please, take me along. Oh, esteemed guardian, allow me to pay my respects. The three basketball prodigies were the first to react, swiftly converging around Chi-Ran. Li Wei and Hong Jun exchanged glances and brazenly squeezed forward, though their intentions did not concern Chi-Ran. Su Ruoli, could you possibly take me along? Su Ruoli, we are alumni of the same university. You cannot turn a blind eye to my plight. Indeed, Su Ruoli is the belle of Yanjing University. How could she possibly commit such an inhumane act? Doesn't your team have 5 spots? Just take us 2 along. And then all 3 of us in our small group can live together. We will express our gratitude afterward. These shameless individuals, utterly disregarding their previous collusion against Chi-Ran's team, resorted to moral coercion from the outset. They even sought to use up Gu Zhenzhen's spot. Su Ruoli slowly formed a question mark. How dare you, a group of worthless individuals, approach me with such audacity? Are you out of your minds? Moreover, I am not the captain of our team. You have sought the wrong person. Before the crowd, she linked her arm with Chi-Ran's, leaning affectionately against his shoulder. There was no need for further words. Everyone understood her implied message. Do not attempt to get close to me. My heart is already claimed. Observing this scene, Hong Jun felt as though his heart were being sliced, desperately wishing to rush forward and separate them. Li Wei, having long been immersed in the murky waters of the student council, had developed a skin thicker than a city wall. Noticing Su Ruoli's lack of attention towards him, he turned directly to Chi-Ran, lavishing praise with fervor. This junior is indeed a paragon of talent. He and Su Ruoli are truly a match made in heaven. By the way, I am from the same college as Su Ruoli. I am her senior. Surely, you wouldn't abandon me in my time of need? Chi-Ran quietly observed the signals on the small map, and until now, amidst those white dots, the vibrant red gleam persisted. This indicated that these individuals still harbored animosity towards him. You come seeking my assistance, yet instead of gratitude, you continue to harbor resentment. It is true that when one is left speechless, laughter may arise. Were it not for the peculiar referee maintaining order nearby, Chi-Ran would have been tempted to draw a gun and toss each of them a peanut. You want me to take you out? Not a chance. Chi-Ran resolutely ignored their pleas and walked straight up to the referee. My list is finalized. Our small team consists of 3, plus her. He pointed towards the long-legged girl, Gu Zhenzhen. You may leave now, the referee declared, waving his hand, as the doors of the gymnasium slowly creaked open. Just moments ago, Li Wei and the others had been pleading desperately, but upon seeing the doors swing wide, they turned and fled, rushing madly toward the exit. Hurry! Let us seize this opportunity before that kid does. Let them stay here and meet their demise. Ha ha ha! Cursed one of them, feeling aggrieved at being left behind. Bam! As Li Wei, Yang Li, and Hong Jun were on the verge of bursting out of the gymnasium, they suddenly came to an abrupt halt, as if colliding with an invisible wall. Meanwhile, Chi-Ran, accompanied by Su Ruoxua, Su Ruolio, and Gu Zhenzhen, calmly strolled out of the gymnasium. Before departing, they turned back to wave at the group, saying, "Why the long faces? No need to worry about me. You guys carry on. I'll take my leave first, hee hee." Stop right there. Li Wei erupted with fury. I shall make you pay. Hong Jun, in a state of despair, cried out, Su Ruolio, don't leave me behind. Aren't we classmates from the same academy? Goddess, please don't hold his hand any longer, I beg you. Alas! Su Ruolio was oblivious to his cries and had no time to respond. She and her sister were now firmly clutching Chi-Ran as arms, forming a protective barrier against the increasingly encroaching Gu Zhenzhen. Chapter 31. Clinging to the strong, the robust kind. Su Ruoxua and Su Ruoli had always felt a profound confidence in themselves, be it in academics, appearance, or other aspects of life. However, at this very moment, the sisters found themselves engulfed in an unprecedented sense of crisis. The reason for their unease was the unmistakable interest Chiron displayed towards a woman named Gu Zhenshen. His gaze upon her was fervent, akin to discovering an extraordinarily precious treasure, even going so far as to persuade her to join his team. How infuriating! Wasn't the presence of the two sisters sufficient? Fortunately, Gu Zhenshen, unable to forsake her two companions, did not accept his proposal immediately but chose to deliberate instead. They are my high school classmates, as well as my fellow townsfolk, Gu Zhenshen explained to Chiron. I am quite willing to team up with you. But I am concerned about their survival. This is, after all, a bizarre apocalypse, and their condition, as you can see, is precarious. If I were to leave, I fear they would struggle to survive even a single day. Gu Zhenshen spoke the truth. In the preceding days, she had managed to navigate the exploration zone almost single-handedly, procuring just enough food and water to sustain them. The young couple had not hindered her efforts, yet they contributed little as well. Wherever Gu Zhenshen went, they followed closely. Engrossed in their own world, completely oblivious to the pressing matters at hand, their sole merit seemed to be their obedience. They complied with her every command without question. During the recent competition, when Gu Zhenshen asked them to eliminate her, they executed her request without hesitation. Upon exiting the gymnasium, they even offered their spots to Gu Zhenshen, willing to remain behind themselves. It was precisely for this reason that Gu Zhenshen found it difficult to abandon the duel. Perhaps, could I join you both in your team? She ventured to ask. After some contemplation, Chiron ultimately declined her suggestion. It was not a matter of disdain, but rather due to the limited space in his base. Adding an additional room would cost 100,000 star coins, a sum that was far from attainable in the foreseeable future. Accommodating Gu Zhenshen in one of the existing two bedrooms posed no issue, but squeezing in another couple would be utterly cramped. Moreover, it was uncertain whether the couple would even consent. Indeed, when Gu Zhenshen inquired about their thoughts after leaving the gymnasium, the couple swiftly rejected the idea without a moment's hesitation, citing the lack of privacy due to the increased number of occupants. Gu Zhenshen felt compelled to retort, "Did the multitude in the gymnasium impede your ability to cuddle and nibble on each other?" The reality was that they had no semblance of privacy. Nevertheless, regarding Chiron's invitation to Gu Zhenshen, the couple did not oppose. In fact, they appeared quite pleased. The young girlfriend spoke up, "Zhenshen, we have to consider you in the adjacent room every night, which restricts a lot of activities we could indulge in. If you wait, you two should be more concerned about the eerie occurrences outside than about me." Gu Zhenshen could hardly contain her sarcasm. "How can you think about such trivial matters at a time like this? Don't sweat the small stuff," the young girlfriend replied, shrugging her shoulders. "If you truly wish to join them, rest assured and proceed without hesitation. We will safeguard our own. However, if you remain concerned, we can certainly keep in touch. This is not mere boastfulness. My girlfriend possesses a B-level profession as a communicator, endowed with two remarkably practical abilities: communication, which allows her to endow any object with communication capabilities, with a limit of 30 items, and eavesdropping, enabling her to grant any object the ability to intercept communications from devices within 1 kilometer radius, limited to 1 item. Notably, any communication device she creates cannot be intercepted. Her boyfriend, meanwhile, is a matching B-level professional, an electrical engineer, equipped with equally useful talents: charging, which permits him to recharge any device, and empowering, which significantly enhances his physical abilities, allowing him to provide physical support to his partner. The specifics of how he empowers his partner shall remain unspoken for now. In this bizarre post-apocalyptic world, communication and charging are undoubtedly top-tier talents, fully maximizing their utility. Chi Ran promptly decided to establish a cooperative relationship with this couple. As for Gu Zhenzhen, it would be best for her to join the team, thus enabling her to utilize her precognitive dream ability to avert risks. Nevertheless, Chi Ran did not press the matter, allowing her to ponder it at her own pace. If you do not mind, you may accompany me to explore the resource acquisition zone. The resources we gather will be distributed equally among us. In exchange, I would appreciate it if you could provide me with free communication devices. What do you all think? Gu Zhenzhen glanced at her teammates, Su Sheng, Songda. What are your thoughts? No objections here. We defer to you. Very well. Gu Zhenzhen turned to Chi Ran. I shall rely on you henceforth. Chi Ran nodded. Retrieving 3 empty mineral water bottles from Su Ruoxu's backpack and handing them to the girl named Su Sheng. Su Sheng held the bottles gently, caressing their surfaces, and a strange blue light flickered across them. Instantly, the 3 unremarkable bottles transformed into communication devices radiating a soft azure glow. Chi Ran picked one up and passed the other 2 to the twin sisters, eager to conduct a test. Lightly touching the communication device, several rows of buttons appeared on its surface. The 3 of them pressed the same numbers, entering the same channel, and soon succeeded in conversing as if using a walkie-talkie. Excellent! Chi Ran instructed Songda to fully charge the 3 communication devices before returning them to Su Ruoxu's backpack. Next, it was time to search for the exploration zone. Let me ask, what resources do you currently find most lacking? Su Sheng and Songda simultaneously turned to Gu Zhenzhen. Gu Zhenzhen pondered briefly. We recently acquired a substantial amount of building materials, which should suffice for now. Currently, we hope to gather some food or self-defense weapons. Very well. These 2 items are also what Chi Ran seeks to collect. Although we recently received a supply crate, the food within is limited. Hardly enough for 3 people to last several days. Chi Ran was fervently eager to procure a substantial supply of resources to ameliorate the current scarcity. Thus, they set forth. Leading 2 small teams, Chi Ran advanced along the main thoroughfare, employing the Explorer to survey the emergence of exploration zone gates on either side. Gu Zhenzhen observed that Chi Ran merely cast a fleeting glance at the gates as they passed, never pausing. This indicated either a wealth of experience or an innate talent for recognition, both of which were exceedingly rare. At that moment, the long-legged girl realized she had seemingly allied herself with a formidable force indeed, a most formidable one. Could they possibly be the sole team to have achieved an SSS-level clearance? If so, the twin sisters beside him must possess remarkable strength as well. Gu Zhenzhen couldn't help but steal a glance at Su Ruoxu and Su Ruoli, only to find them fixated on her, their expressions rife with wariness. Had she unwittingly become their target? What had she done? Walking alongside Chi Ran, Gu Zhenzhen remained oblivious to the sisters' thoughts. Instinctively, she edged closer to Chi Ran, seeking to bridge the distance between them. Just then, Chi Ran abruptly halted, having spotted a brand-new exploration zone. D-level exploration zone, Western Restaurant, opening hours, 11:30–14:30, capacity, 10 teams, difficulty, resources, fixed refresh resources, chilled hot dogs, pineapple pizza, melting ice cream, ice-cold soda without ice, probability refresh resources, Western cuisine supply pack, Chapter 32, the discovery of premium supplies. What an absurd situation this is. Observing the peculiar assortment of fixed supplies, Chi Ran slowly typed out a question mark. Su Ruoli noticed the captain's unusual expression and approached him, inquiring, "What is the matter?" "I have good news. This exploration area is abundant in food supplies. And the bad news? They are all items we've never encountered before." "Ah, is that really bad news?" Su Ruoli tilted her head, a look of confusion adorning her face. "Well, we don't have much room for selection at this point, considering it's the apocalypse. Let us proceed to search." With that, Chi Ran led everyone into the exploration zone, the Western Restaurant. Under the midday sun, a stone structure quietly emerged. Its warm yellow walls and deep red terracotta tiles were adorned with vines cascading from the roof, entwining around the arched wooden doors. Above, an iron sign bore the words, Mediterranean Restaurant. The rosemary in the courtyard swayed gently in the breeze, and the air was filled with the comforting aroma of baking bread and basil. For a fleeting moment, the group felt as if they had returned to the world before the apocalypse, to that warm and beautiful blue star. Enveloped in this blissful atmosphere, they lingered, reluctant to awaken from the dream. It was unclear who sighed first, but suddenly, the illusion shattered. Chi-Ren slapped his cheeks to regain focus, tapping open the minimap to confirm the area was safe before guiding everyone into the restaurant. The interior of the restaurant was much more spacious than it appeared, though it remained within the confines of the minimap. Chi-Ren clearly spotted the location of the resource boxes. Although the quantity was evidently less than that of the food court, there were no red dots indicating threats or monsters, rendering the area quite secure. Chi-Ren maintained his vigilance, while Su Ruoxua tightly gripped her Glock 17, and Su Ruoli and Gu Shenshen flanked Chi-Ren protectively. The couple remained closely intertwined, engaging in bold and passionate exchanges of affection. Observing this scene, Su Ruoxua couldn't help but imagine what it would be like if she and Chi-Ren reached that stage. No, now is not the time for such thoughts. One must remain alert in the exploration zone. Shaking her head vigorously, Su Ruoxua quickly returned to a state of vigilance. According to the usual pattern, the more seemingly secure an exploration area appeared, the more likely it was to harbor sudden dangers that could ensnare the protagonists in unforeseen predicaments. Fortunately, with the aid of the minimap, Chi-Ren deftly avoided such pitfalls. In less than an hour, he led the group to completely collect the resource boxes within the Western restaurant. They acquired 30 chilled hot dogs, 12 pineapple pizzas, 10 melting ice creams, and 6 unchilled colas. Though the quantity was not substantial and the names rather peculiar, they were indeed foods they had never encountered before, bringing joy to everyone. As the clock approached 1 p.m., Chi-Ren chose a large dining table, inviting everyone to sit together. According to their prior agreement, the gathered supplies would be distributed per person. Chi-Ren placed the entire batch of food on the table, ensuring each individual received 5 hot dogs, 2 slices of pizza, and 1 cup of cola. The ice cream was halved directly, with a team of 5 deciding how to allocate their portion amongst themselves. After distributing the provisions, no one was in a hurry to leave. They indulged in a delightful Western-style lunch at the table. Do you find this hot dog quite delectable? Su Ruoli naturally struck up a conversation with the newly joined team. Gu Shenshen, munching on her hot dog, nodded in agreement. Indeed, it is rather good. Don't you think? The flavor surpasses expectations. That's just because you're hungry, Su Ruoxua chuckled at her sister, recalling how, in the past, such food would hardly catch her eye. Phew! Su Ruoli made a face. You're no different, having devoured 2 already. Perhaps it was the restaurant's exceptionally warm ambience that allowed everyone to momentarily forget the harsh realities of the bizarre apocalypse. The twin sisters felt an unprecedented sense of relaxation. Gu Shenshen was filled with reflections. Just a few days prior, she had toiled tirelessly for only a meager collection of instant biscuits, while the most delectable food at the base was merely the daily replenished bread. Now, having teamed up with Chi-Ren, she was relishing an authentic meal. And it was Western cuisine no less. Was this the power of having a strong ally? She glanced across the table at Chi-Ren, who maintained a composed posture, his demeanor taut and alert even during mealtime. Turning her gaze to her teammates, she observed the couple sharing a pizza, feeding each other without a care for those around them, as if they were in a romantic restaurant rather than an exploration zone. Perhaps the disparity between their 2 teams extended beyond mere occupational talents. Their survival instincts were clearly divergent. Chi-Ren would undoubtedly thrive in this world, while they... At that moment, Gu Shenshen resolved her hesitation. She abruptly lifted her head and addressed Qiren. I've made up my mind. Please allow me to join your team. Certainly. Qiren nodded, seemingly unsurprised by her decision. By the way, may I make a request? Gu Zhenzhen asked hesitantly. Though she was the one seeking refuge, she worried that her audacity might displease him. Fortunately, Qiren was unfazed, silently gesturing for her to continue. Once I join your team, could I share a portion of the resources I gather with them? She indicated her two teammates. As her words lingered in the air, the young couple simultaneously halted their actions, quickly shaking their heads. No, Zhenzhen, you needn't do that. We can take care of ourselves and won't be a burden. Su Shang earnestly wished for Gu Zhenzhen to join Qiren's team, as the boy exuded reliability, and she hoped for her dear friend to fare better. As for herself, with her beloved by her side, she felt fearless. Su Shang instinctively glanced at Qiren, only to find him smiling at her. Qiren spoke. Our two teams are indeed allies. Henceforth, any resources we collect will be shared with you, ensuring that my own needs are met first. Regarding this matter, please do not hesitate, for I am not offering this freely. I seek an exchange with you. He gazed at the correspondent and the power engineer. A subtle smile gracing his lips. From this moment forth, your talents for communication and eavesdropping shall be solely at my disposal, and no one else may utilize them. Of course, you may retain a set of communication devices for your own use. As for you, your ability to recharge shall also be exclusively for my benefit. Whenever I require it, you must be prepared to power my devices. Should you agree to these terms, I can do my utmost to assist you with your material needs. Qiren had contemplated this condition long before. In a post-apocalyptic world, skills such as communication, eavesdropping, and recharging are undeniably of paramount importance. Such abilities must be firmly held in one's grasp. As for sharing resources, it is a necessary investment. If this young couple were to perish due to a lack of supplies, who would he turn to for recharging in the future? Gu Zhenzhen glanced at her teammates and nodded. She deemed this transaction quite advantageous. The young couple evidently shared this sentiment, agreeing without hesitation. Very well. Qiren nodded. And since we have officially forged an alliance, I can now present this item. He produced the Western cuisine supply pack he had recently discovered. A slight smile illuminating his face. Within, you shall find delightful treasures. I assure you, they will astonish you. Chapter 33, Feeding them peanuts. The Western cuisine supply pack in Qiren's hand was undoubtedly extraordinary, a uniquely shaped, elegantly structured item radiating a faint purple glow. The twin sisters immediately realized that this was likely a high-level resource box. Gu Zhenzhen, lacking experience in such matters, gazed with wide eyes. Filled with curiosity, what on earth is this supply pack? I have never seen anything like it before. Under the eager eyes of the onlookers, Qiren placed the supply pack on the dining table and opened it. A flash of purple light illuminated the room. In the next moment, a mountain of provisions appeared abruptly on the table. 100 boxes of McDonald's French fries, 100 pieces of KFC chicken legs, 100 hamburgers, 100 chicken nuggets, 100 thin crust pizzas, 100 plates of Italian pasta, 100 bowls of seafood-less seafood baked rice, 100 Mexican chicken wraps. Is this really that much? The onlookers were utterly stunned. Gu Zhenzhen found herself at a loss for words to describe her emotions. Only aware that Qiren was continuously reshaping her understanding of the world. He is truly remarkable. The twin sisters were equally astonished. This was the most abundant supply they had encountered since their survival journey began. What kind of establishment is this Western restaurant? Is this truly a low-level resource area? Su Ruoxuo even suspected it might be a trap set by this bizarre world. Surely, there couldn't be anything wrong with this food. Before she could voice her concerns, the young couple had already grabbed a box of fries and were feeding each other. The others could only watch helplessly as they devoured the entire box. Suddenly, Su Shang jumped up and dashed to the corner of the restaurant, crouching down with her back heaving. Her boyfriend, Songda, hurried to her side. "Darling, what's wrong?" Oh. It seemed there really was an issue. Su Ruoxue immediately drew her pistol, vigilantly scanning the surroundings. The restaurant fell silent. Soon, Su Shen's voice echoed from the corner. "These fries are so delicious, they make me want to cry." Sob. "Gu Zhenshen? Su Ruoli. Su Ruoxue, don't hold me back. I want to punch her." Su Ruoli quickly restrained her. "Sister, calm down." Qi Ren stepped in to assist, pulling Su Ruoxue back to her seat. He had been monitoring the minimap throughout and was well aware that there was no danger here, thus remaining remarkably composed. Su Shang returned, her face flushed with embarrassment. "I'm sorry for causing everyone to panic." "As long as you're fine," Qi Ren reassured her. He turned his attention to the bountiful spread before them, contemplating how to proceed. Suddenly, a commotion erupted outside the restaurant. Accompanied by the sound of footsteps, a large group of people seemed to have discovered something and quickened their pace, heading straight for the dining area. Without hesitation, Qi Ren rushed to the table and swiftly stowed the mountain of provisions into his travel pack. Originally, he had not intended to reveal his abilities in front of the couple, but the situation was urgent. The priority was to conceal the supplies first. As the crowd burst into the restaurant, Qi Ren had already gathered a significant portion of the food on the table, leaving only a few bowls of seafood baked rice untouched. The previously collected hot dogs, pizza, ice cream, and cola remained unclaimed. Half of the cola had been consumed, while a considerable amount of hot dogs and pizza lay abandoned. In stark contrast to the lavish feast that had just been amassed, these items appeared rather meager. However, for the other team, these were culinary delights they had never encountered before. The intruders gazed with eyes wide as saucers, their expressions akin to ravenous beasts, eager to rush to the table. Su Ruoxue raised her Glock, aiming it at the leader of the group. "Take one more step forward, and I will shoot." Her voice was soft, yet carried a weighty significance. The unexpected guests halted in their tracks, none daring to take the initiative. After a brief silence, the leader suddenly recognized Qi Ren and his companions. "Ah, it's you," he exclaimed with a grin. Qi Ren too recognized them. This was the group that had previously claimed to have achieved an SSS-level clearance, offering them an opportunity to join on the condition that Qi Ren surrender his supplies. At that time, Qi Ren had resolutely declined. Now, the leader's gaze fixated on the hot dogs and pizza on the table, his eyes gleaming with desire, drool pooling at his feet. He quickly composed himself, offering a slight smile. "Young man, I never expected to see you again. Fate has brought us together. I didn't get a chance to introduce myself last time, so allow me to formally do so now." "My name is Do not utter your name," Qi Ren interrupted coldly. "I have no interest in knowing you. Do you even understand basic etiquette?" The stout man behind him was flanked by two plump women, who pointed accusingly at Qi Ren and began to berate him. "We offered to take you in out of kindness, yet you show no gratitude, refusing to share even a morsel of food. You can't even greet us properly. Shameful. Someone as selfish as you won't survive a week in this apocalypse." Before the stout woman could finish, a hefty man emerged from behind, indignant and incensed, declaring, "Apologize to them immediately, and do so sincerely, otherwise, we will never forgive you." Qi Ren nearly lost his composure. He had expected sycophants to be found only around beautiful women, yet here they were, even around a tank-like figure. What was the point of such flattery? Was it for her nutritional value? Su Ruoxue was also on the verge of losing her restraint. She had encountered foolishness before, but nothing quite like this. She longed to draw her weapon and silence these three gluttons, to shatter their mouths. However, the captain had not issued any orders and was uncertain of the adversary's strength. Thus Su Ruoshua refrained from acting rashly. She simply gripped her pistol tightly, remaining ever vigilant. The atmosphere in the restaurant grew palpably tense. Observing this, the leader smiled slightly and remarked, "They can be a bit blunt and outspoken. As a gentleman, you shouldn't take it too seriously. Why don't we both take a step back? You relinquish the supplies on the table, and we will reconsider your request to join us. How does that sound?" Chiron was nearly amused to the point of laughter. "What a peculiar proposition if I refuse. Do you intend to resort to force?" He mused. "Very well. Let me see if you possess the capability." He quietly activated the identification device to assess the vocational talents of the group before him. A cluster of D and C grade individuals dared to bark like ferocious dogs. Yet, to his surprise, there were 2 B grade and 1 A grade among them. This complicated matters. The leader, an older gentleman, was a B grade practitioner known as the Master Orator. His skills included oratory, your speeches easily persuade others, and rally, the more followers you have. The stronger your physical attributes become, your followers receive minor enhancements. Beside him stood a young man, also a B-grade professional, identified as a field specialist. His abilities included field expertise. When in the wild, including exploration zones, your physical attributes receive a significant boost, and combat continuation, when on the brink of death. You do not immediately perish. Consuming a sufficient amount of food will restore your injuries. The young woman, on the other hand, was an A-grade professional, a journalist. Her skills encompassed insight, LV1, designate an individual, causing all within a 100-meter radius to harbor hostility towards them, and counterattack, LV1, when attacked. You can rebound 50 of the damage. Goodness! The vocational talents of these individuals were astonishing, particularly that of the journalist. Even at level 1, her abilities were formidable. One could only imagine the chaos should she advance further. It would be tantamount to a foregone conclusion of victory. Chiron silently turned to Su Ruoshua and inquired, "How many bullets do you have in your firearm? Is it feasible to distribute 1 to each of them?" Su Ruoshua nodded in understanding. That would be more than sufficient. Chapter 34. Gu Zhenshen's unexpected affection. The combination of speech master, field expert, and journalist formed an exceptionally formidable trio, endowed with defensive talents such as counterattack and continuation. With merely a handgun, it would be exceedingly difficult to eliminate this entire group. However, this was a secret known only to Chiron. The adversaries remained oblivious to their true capabilities. Moreover, the ability to counterattack could only reflect 50 of the damage, not a full 100. It was improbable that this young woman would sacrifice herself for her companions. In such a predicament, the most effective strategy was psychological warfare. Chiron smiled faintly, stating, "We can indeed take a step back. You may leave 1 person behind, and the rest must exit this restaurant immediately, and I shall let the past be bygone. If you choose not to retreat, then let us see if my bullets are as sharp as they claim." The leading elder man, taken aback, responded, "What? Are you so audacious? I am a B-class professional, and my daughter is even an A-class. Are you not afraid of us turning against you?" He was on the verge of losing his temper, but the Glock 17 in the opponent's possession was far too imposing, its dark muzzle now aimed directly at him. The leading man broke into a cold sweat. After all, a B-class professional was not invulnerable, and a carbon-based lifeform could hardly withstand a bullet. Should matters escalate, it would likely be a mutual destruction, which was unacceptable. The apocalypse had only just begun, and his path to ascendance was still underway. It was not worth his life to contend with these nameless individuals. Thus, he took a step back, shielding his companions, and cautiously inquired, "Whom do you wish to remain?" "Those 3, Chiron indicated the tank trio, who had just made an inappropriate remark. The plump sister immediately flared up. "Why should we be left behind? You insolent man. Ban! A bullet shattered her teeth, splattering flesh and blood across her ample face, and half of her jaw was torn apart. Suruoshua coldly interjected, "Do you have any objections?" The plump sister's face turned ashen, the pain rendering her mute as she clutched her mouth and frantically retreated. The other sister rushed to support her sibling while not forgetting to point at the overweight admirer. "Him. Let him stay. He has been insulting you since the first meeting." The overweight admirer was dumbfounded. He had always cared for the two sisters, sharing half of his rations and even wishing to offer his very heart to ensure their well-being. Now, they were casting him aside. Cursing under his breath, the overweight man prioritized his own escape, bolting toward the exit. Bang! Another bullet struck, piercing through his hefty leg. "Who said you could leave?" This time, it was Qiran who fired. His intention was to strike at their hearts. "You enjoy being a sycophant, do you? Today, I shall make you aware of the consequences of such servility." Qiran returned the gun to Suruoshua, coldly declaring, "You may leave." The leading elder man, his face ashen, glared at him, his lips quivering as if he wished to utter something. Upon encountering the indifferent expression of Suruoshua, coupled with the Glock she held, he ultimately swallowed his words. "Let us depart," he commanded with a sweeping gesture, leading the group in a hasty retreat, swiftly exiting the Western restaurant. The corpulent man lay on the ground, clutching his thigh in excruciating agony, yet no one paid him any heed. The pair of plump sisters had long vanished, while the leading uncle and the young couples turned a blind eye. Only an elderly man sighed softly, his eyes betraying a profound sense of regret. "Oh, the world has become heartless." Nevertheless, his frail legs moved faster than anyone else's. Once the group had vacated the premises, Qiran instructed Gu Shenshen and Su Ruoi to stow the food from the table into their backpacks. Su Ruoshua pointed at the fallen man, inquiring, "How shall we deal with him?" Su Shang stepped forward quietly. "I have some bandages. Shall I apply them?" These were resources they had fortuitously discovered in a supply crate in the exploration zone yesterday, containing 20 bandages and 5 vials of painkillers. Qiran shook his head. "Unnecessary. Such valuable resources as bandages should not be squandered on this individual. Moreover, I have just assessed his class and innate talent using the identification device, tank, C-class profession. Bulletproof armor. Your flesh is remarkably resilient, capable of withstanding immense damage. While it cannot alleviate pain or bleeding, enduring a bullet without succumbing is a rather useful talent." Qiran was well aware of this when he chose to inflict harm upon him. He was not a demon. He would not resort to murder merely due to insolence. Furthermore, for such a person, death would be too merciful. It would be far more advantageous to convert him into a thorn, embedding him within the enemy ranks and sowing discord among their team. This strategy would allow him to wield a metaphorical dagger against them, while simultaneously diminishing their strength. Once division arose within their ranks, the opportunity to strike them down one by one would present itself. "Let us go," Qiran declared, gesturing for the two squads to swiftly vacate the exploration zone. Within the Western restaurant, the corpulent man discreetly retrieved a small bottle of disinfectant from his pocket, pouring it over his wounds. "Ah!" The sting felt as if myriad needles were piercing his flesh, the excruciating pain eliciting his cries. Yet, this agony paled in comparison to the torment within his heart. He seethed with hatred for the leading uncle, who had abandoned him in his time of need, and for the plump sisters who had callously betrayed him. These hypocrites, who preached unity and camaraderie, fled with alarming speed when danger arose, summoning every ounce of strength. The corpulent man struggled to rise from the ground, making his way out of the exploration zone, resolutely heading towards his dwelling. He vowed that he would exact revenge on those plump sisters that very night. Qiran and his companions returned to the residential area, first visiting the base of the young couple, where they began to distribute the supplies gathered from the Western restaurant. As they beheld the towering piles of hamburgers, fries, and pizza rolls. The young couple, overwhelmed with gratitude, hardly found time for their usual affectionate exchanges, fervently thanking Chiron. No need for thanks, this is merely a fair exchange. Chiron replied nonchalantly. Gu Zhenzhen has been secured. She will depart with me tonight. You all must hasten to upgrade the base and acquire another food cabinet to store all these provisions. Otherwise, they will be refreshed by dawn. Su Shang nodded fervently. Understanding the urgency, I entrust Zhenzhen to you. She suddenly leaned closer to Qi Ren and, in a hushed tone, remarked, Zhenzhen has no prior romantic experience. She is completely inexperienced in this regard. You must be gentle tonight. Qi Ren gazed at her with a face full of exasperation. Sister, we are here to form a survival team, not to engage in such matters. Do not assume everyone is like you too. Songda, with utmost seriousness, declared, Ren Gu. Whenever you require my assistance, I am at your service, anytime. Qi Ren nodded, affirming, I will certainly call upon you, and I shall extract every ounce of your value. He then leaned closer to his companion and quietly cautioned, you two should take it easy tonight, do not attract any unwanted attention. Rest assured, we will remain silent throughout. And I shall use her silk. No, you need not elaborate. Qi Ren's face darkened as he hastily retreated. This young couple is truly extravagant. Remaining here feels as though I might be tainted. Quickly, Qi Ren led the three young women away, hastening back to their base. Upon entering, the first order of business was to register Gu Zhenzhen as an official team member. He then utilized his captain's authority to assess her affinity and loyalty levels. With eager anticipation, Qi Ren glanced at Gu Zhenzhen, only to be rendered momentarily speechless. The numbers displayed beside the tall young woman were indeed astonishing. This defies logic. Chapter 35, on deceptive weapons and talent upgrades. Team member, Gu Zhenzhen, loyalty, 100, affinity, 90, wait, you've only been on the team for a mere 2 minutes. And your loyalty is already maxed out. Even your affinity is at its peak. What is this? An innate loyal subject divine body? Qi Ren cast a silent glance at Gu Zhenzhen, who had been grinning foolishly since entering the room, completely oblivious to the watchful eyes of her twin sisters. Speaking of which, Su Ruoxue s 99 points in affinity and Su Ruoi s 92 points in loyalty had previously seemed absurdly high. However, in light of this new comparison, they no longer appeared so exaggerated. Human nature is indeed insatiably greedy. Qi Ren quietly approached the electronic screen, casually accessing the base shop to purchase a set of toiletries and a pair of women's pajamas. Today, in the death arena, he had likely earned a considerable sum of star currency, and it was only fitting to reward Gu Zhenzhen with a set of pajamas for her contribution. Even if she had done nothing, her 100 loyalty warranted a generous reward. He handed the toiletries and pajamas to Gu Zhenzhen and led her into the bathroom. You should take a shower first. Gu Zhenzhen was astonished by the equipment in the bathroom. There's even a smart toilet and a complete shower system. Aren't we in a bizarre survival world? Stop dawdling and go wash up, Qi Ren urged before leaving the bathroom, while Gu Zhenzhen tended to her hygiene. He took the opportunity to organize the supplies he had gathered that day. The backpack automatically stored items, but their arrangement required Qi Ren's input. His plan was to separate consumables from tools so that in an emergency, he wouldn't have to worry about locating the necessary items. For a cautionary tale, refer to Doraemon. Meanwhile, Su Ruoxue retrieved the prizes won from the death arena and handed them to Qi Ren. The packaging was a small cardboard box. Upon opening it, he discovered a weapon inside. It was a firearm that the trio recognized all too well, the M1917 Smith Wesson revolver. Was this the very revolver used in the final match? Even Su Ruoi, who was typically oblivious to weaponry, could identify it at a glance. Was this prize fortunate or unfortunate? Qi Ren did not respond immediately. He held the revolver, scrutinizing its structure from top to bottom and around. Its design was unremarkable. The gun did not emit a blue glow, and there were no slots for attachments. At first glance, it seemed inferior even to the Glock 17. What is wrong? Suru Oshua noted the slight gravity in Chi-Ren's expression. Is this weapon not effective? Not necessarily, Chi-Ren replied, shaking his head. There appeared to be no issues with the gun itself. He decided to inspect the ammunition. The prize box also included 2 large boxes of bullets. Chi-Ren took them out, opening each one meticulously. Each box contains 30 bullets. And inscribed on the inner side of the lid are a few lines of small text detailing the specifications of 2 types of ammunition: dispelling bullets, effective against low-level anomalies, capable of inflicting some damage on mid-level anomalies, ineffective against high-level anomalies. Demon Hunter bullets can instantly slay low-level mutated creatures, capable of killing mid-level mutated creatures, and can inflict some damage on high-level mutated creatures. Note: dispelling bullets and Demon Hunter bullets can only be loaded into specially designed firearms. This is a weapon capable of combating anomalies. Chi-Ren's eyes sparkled with excitement, and a smile involuntarily graced his lips. Upon reading these lines of explanation, the trio turned back to inspect the revolver, only to discover that its cylinder was slightly larger than normal. Furthermore, the dispelling and Demon Hunter bullets were also larger than standard bullets, perfectly matching the revolver's specifications. Suddenly, Suru Oshua recalled something and retrieved her Glock 17 from her pocket, removing the magazine to hand it to Chi-Ren. Indeed, the 2 types of bullets were incompatible with the Glock. It seemed that this revolver was specially crafted to combat anomalies and mutated creatures. Chi-Ren informed the sisters, "I shall take charge of this firearm." Suru Oshua nodded in agreement, harboring no objections. She understood that Chi-Ren possessed the skills necessary to scout anomalies and monsters, making him the most suitable guardian of the weapon. Additionally, since the 2 types of bullets for the revolver could not be confused, yet it remained uncertain which type they would encounter next, Chi-Ren's other talent proved to be quite practical. Carrying both types of ammunition, he could draw the appropriate bullet upon detecting an enemy, which was quite reasonable. Chi-Ren placed the specially designed revolver and the 2 boxes of bullets into his travel bag, while also retrieving the explorer's potion he had previously stored. Having had no opportunity to consume it during the day, and to avoid any potential conflicts with the universal occupational potion, he deliberately waited until now to use it. Under the sisters' watchful gaze, Chi-Ren gulped down the potion. A surge of orange light erupted forth. Talent has been upgraded. Identification device, level O. You can analyze occupational talents of grade B and below, learning, mastering, and employing them. Limit of free. At that moment, Chi-Ren could only describe his emotions with one phrase: a double delight. The specially crafted revolver and bullets provided him with means to combat anomalies, while the upgraded identification device endowed him with the ability to contend with other practitioners. From this point onward, the issue of his team's lack of combat talents would no longer exist. Although limited to grade B and below, grade B was sufficiently formidable. Furthermore, the identification device could master 3 talents, offering flexible combinations and ample operational space, making it exceptionally suitable for a player like Chi-Ren. He needed to contemplate how to construct the perfect combo. Gu Zhenshen, having finished her ablutions, emerged from the bathroom clad in her pajamas. As she pushed open the door, she beheld the trio huddled together, exuberantly gesticulating, with an atmosphere of joy permeating the living space. Chi-Ren swiftly pulled her over, exclaiming, "Zhenzhen, come celebrate with us." Although unaware of the reason for the celebration, Gu Zhenshen was nevertheless swept up in the fervent emotions, eagerly joining the throng. Once everyone had completed their morning routines, the 4 of them congregated in the living room, awaiting the day's world report. The name World Report, recently established through a team vote, referred to the daily updates on exploration strategies broadcasted on the electronic screen. Just 2 days prior, at this hour, Chi-Ren and the others had been enjoying dinner. However, having indulged in a hearty lunch at the Western restaurant, no one felt particularly hungry today. The four stood side by side, reminiscing about past gossip. In the course of their conversation, they discovered that Du Shenshen hailed from the neighboring school and had even participated in a lecture event at Yanjing University. The three young women quickly grew familiar with one another, and the twin sisters' initial hostility towards the newcomer softened considerably. Du Shenshen generously lavished praise upon Su Ruoxue and Su Ruoli, remarking on their beauty as the campus flower twins, even looking stunning in their pajamas. Casting a glance at her own sky-blue nightwear and then at Chi-Ren's matching attire, Du Shenshen smiled. "Captain, it seems our outfits resemble a couple's matching set." Suddenly, the previously lively quartet fell into an eerie silence, the atmosphere shifting to an uncomfortable stillness. Chi-Ren sensed the change in mood and was about to utter something when the world report updated in a timely manner. Statistics on each team's exploration progress are being compiled. Current number of survival teams in this area, 395,500. Today, teams achieving D-level clearance, 187. Teams achieving C-level clearance, 132. Teams achieving B-level clearance, 11. Teams achieving A-level clearance, 0. Teams achieving S-level clearance, 0. Teams achieving SSS-level clearance, 2. In just a few days, the number of teams had dwindled from 500 to 395, with at least 300 individuals having met tragic fates. The rate of fatalities was escalating at an alarming pace. Chapter 36. Captain, please be gentle. Upon observing the survivor statistics reported by the world broadcast, Chi-Ren's immediate reaction was a sense of foreboding. Had the bizarre activities intensified? No. It was not solely the anomalies that claimed lives. It was equally plausible that some perished at the hands of their own kind. In this apocalyptic world, the true terror lay not only in the supernatural but also in humanity itself. Most residents were preoccupied with strategizing ways to conquer the exploration zones, striving for survival. Yet, there were always those unwilling to take risks, resorting instead to various means to seize the resources of others, thereby encroaching upon the survival space of ordinary individuals. Had Chi-Ren not possessed exceptional professional talents and fortuitously acquired weaponry, his supplies would have long been plundered by these unscrupulous individuals. Perhaps among those who perished last night, he might have been one of them. Contemplating this, the image of that mother-daughter duo, both ruthless and possessing Oscar-worthy acting skills, suddenly flashed in Chi-Ren's mind. One could only wonder how many souls had met their demise at the hands of these two. In the next moment, the world broadcast scrolled new subtitles. Reward settlement in progress. Team name, Chi-Ren's team. Members, 4. C-level exploration zone, Death Stadium, SSS level clearance. Reward, 3,000 star coins. D-level exploration zone, Western restaurant, SSS level clearance. Reward, 1,000 star coins, with the previous balance included. The team's current deposit reached 5,800 star coins. Chi-Ren promptly resolved to purchase a set of dining tables and chairs. Eating on the ground daily was indeed quite inconvenient. Moreover, during lunchtime at the Western restaurant, Chi-Ren discovered that consuming food there significantly enhanced his stamina recovery. Thus, having a dining set would also contribute positively to physical recuperation. Anything produced by the base is bound to be of premium quality. Every penny spent is worth it. After clicking the purchase button, a beam of green light emanated from the electronic screen, scanning the entire living room. It selected the most suitable spot and directly utilized laser particles to print out a dining set. What a marvel of 3D printing and quantum mechanics, Chi-Ren silently mused. He then arranged tonight's dinner upon the table: 4 red Fuji apples, 4 cherry tomatoes, 4 farm-fresh eggs, and 4 cartons of milk as appetizers. 2 boxes of French fries, a plate of Italian pasta, a bowl of seafood baked rice, and 2 thin-crust pizzas constituted the main course. For the meat dish, there were 12 pieces of chicken nuggets and 4 fried chicken legs. The dessert was a melting ice cream, marking this as undoubtedly the most lavish dinner he had ever experienced. Gu Zhenzhen could not help but express her awe. Opposite her, Su Ruoli nodded vigorously, stating, "Even before the apocalypse, I seldom consumed such a quantity at dinner, especially not these high-calorie foods. In the current environment, high-calorie sustenance is indeed a precious commodity." Su Ruoshuo concurred, and the other 3 readily agreed. The oppressive bizarre fog here severely hindered respiration, leading to a far quicker depletion of stamina than during their time on Blue Star. While Su Ruoshuo managed to endure, Su Ruoli felt utterly exhausted after each exploration, barely managing to sustain herself with energy bars or functional beverages. Gu Zhenzhen's situation had become even more dire. Her small team relied solely on her for exploration, and the supplies she managed to gather were meager, with each return teetering on the brink of exhaustion. Thus, when she discovered that Qi Ren effortlessly unearthed such abundant resources and was eager to share them, she immediately regarded him as her savior, her admiration for him reaching profound depths. At that moment, as she savored a delicious dinner, the loyalty of the long-legged girl surged dramatically. Team member Gu Zhenzhen's loyalty is increasing. Maximum value reached. Current loyalty 100. Upon viewing the notification, Qi Ren suddenly comprehended a profound truth. Some individuals score 99 because that is their utmost capability, while others achieve a perfect 100 solely because the total score permits no more. Although it appeared to be a mere point apart, the reality was worlds apart. In light of such unwavering loyalty from his team member, Qi Ren resolved to bestow upon her a small gesture of goodwill. "Zhenzhen, you may share my bedroom tonight." "All right." Gu Zhenzhen obediently nodded. Having just conversed with Su Ruoshuo and Su Ruoli, she had gleaned the room assignments within the base. The captain occupied the master bedroom, while the twin sisters shared the secondary one. As a newcomer, it was inconceivable for her to disrupt the profound bond between the inseparable twins. As for herself, being a newly joined member, how could she dare to make demands? Merely being granted a place in the master bedroom felt like a stroke of luck. However, Gu Zhenzhen turned to Qi Ren and earnestly remarked, "Captain, if you wish to avoid disturbances, I can simply sleep on the floor. The living room would suffice. I promise I won't snore and won't disturb you." "How could I allow you to sleep on the floor?" Qi Ren chuckled helplessly. "What do you take me for?" "No, that's not what I meant." The long-legged girl shyly stuck out her tongue. She then glanced at the twin sisters. "Sisters Ruoshua and Ruoli, you need not worry about me. You must ensure you rest well tonight." Her sincere tone left the sisters momentarily speechless. Su Ruoshua had initially contemplated suggesting an exchange with her, but reconsidered, realizing that such a proposal would inadvertently reveal her own thoughts. Overwhelmed by embarrassment, she could not voice her intentions. Su Ruoli, on the other hand, cast a puzzled glance at the captain. In her view, Qi Ren was a remarkably cautious expert in survival, rarely allowing anyone to draw close. Why was he extending such trust to Gu Zhenzhen? It seemed illogical. After all, both she and her sister had invested considerable effort to earn the captain's trust. Could it be that these two shared a secret? The flames of curiosity ignited within the girl, and had the circumstances allowed, she might have even considered stealthily eavesdropping at night. Unbeknownst to Su Ruoli, Qi Ren possessed the ability to perceive his team members' loyalty levels. Gu Zhenzhen was equally unaware, and thus, her gratitude towards Qi Ren for his trust was tinged with a hint of anxiety. Did the captain's invitation to share a room carry a different connotation? The long-legged girl recalled some lessons imparted by Su Sheng and felt her cheeks flush with embarrassment. Such an experience was entirely foreign to Gu Zhenzhen. In the past, she would have categorically refused, not even entertaining the thought. However, now that the world is on the brink of collapse, the environment compels everyone to adapt. The societal norms of yesteryear have long since vanished. Gu Zhenzhen is acutely aware of this. Understanding does not equate to acceptance, unless the tall, innocent girl stealthily raised her gaze, casting a glance at the handsome young man seated beside her, engrossed in his dinner. If it were him, it should be a positive development, she reassured herself internally. She must not refuse later. It would surely create an awkward situation for the captain. Moreover, Su Shang had mentioned that once one endures the first time, each subsequent day would be filled with comfort and joy. The bond between the two would also grow immeasurably stronger. Gu Zhenzhen was oblivious to what Su Shang meant by comfort. She only knew one thing: if it could strengthen her connection with the captain, it would undoubtedly bring her happiness. Thus, the now long-legged girl turned to Qi Ren and said, "Captain, I would like to sleep with you tonight. Please be gentle." Chapter 37. The sound of shattered glass. Be gentler. Qi Ren asked, perplexed. Am I not gentle enough? He gazed at Gu Zhenzhen, bewildered by her intentions. Did she harbor some misunderstanding about him? Never mind, he would clarify things later in private. For now, he needed to focus on his meal. Grasping an apple, he took a hearty bite. Suddenly, Su Ruoxua's apple slipped from her grasp and tumbled to the ground. She stared at Gu Zhenzhen in shock. What did you just say? What do you mean by asking the captain to be gentler? Su Ruoxua's voice rose uncontrollably, startling Gu Zhenzhen, who instinctively recoiled behind Qi Ren. Clutching his shirt corner and trembling as she stammered, I didn't mean anything. The girl's cheeks flushed like a kettle boiling over, red and steaming with embarrassment. Even in her naivety, she realized that such remarks should not be made in the presence of others. They ought to be whispered behind closed doors, shared only with the captain. Unfortunately, she grasped this truth a moment too late. Su Ruoxua noticed Gu Zhenzhen's shy, anxious, yet slightly hopeful expression and sighed in exasperation. Zhenzhen, have you misunderstood something? Misunderstood? Su Ruoxua thought. The captain's invitation to share a bed likely held a different connotation than what Gu Zhenzhen perceived. Alone together, could there be any other implication? You. Su Ruoxua instinctively wanted to argue, but the words caught in her throat, unspoken. She felt a pang of guilt. The idea of a man and woman sharing a bed was fraught with complications, reminiscent of her own experiences the previous night. No, it absolutely cannot happen again. Having erred once, she could not allow her friends to make the same mistake. With determination, Su Ruoxua rose and pulled Gu Zhenzhen away from the dining table, calling for her sister to join them. The three girls retreated to the secondary bedroom. Su Yoli, entirely oblivious to the unfolding drama, stuffed a large chicken nugget into her mouth as they departed. In the living room, Qi Ren remained alone, absorbed in his meal and thoughts, oblivious to the tempest swirling around him. The camaraderie among the girls was not necessarily a bad thing. He was content to let them be. At this moment, Qi Ren's mind was occupied with the matter of the leading man. Their two encounters had ended in discord, with him having steadfastly rebuffed the other's unreasonable demands. It was easy to surmise that the man must now hold a deep resentment toward him. While uncertain of any retaliatory measures he might take, Qi Ren was cautious. Especially in this post-apocalyptic environment, he dared not assume the best of people. He needed to prepare for the worst. Tomorrow's paramount objective was to seek out individuals with B-grade professions and discover a way to acquire their talents. Mastering free combat-related abilities would enable him to take the initiative and eliminate those troublesome adversaries. To speak candidly, this group of individuals, united in their camaraderie, is rather formidable. The prowess of the field expert, the retaliatory capabilities of the journalist, combined with the beneficial enhancements from the master orator, render this team's combat strength truly formidable. Fortunately, Qi Ren had prepared in advance. He had deliberately spared the life of that rather rotund individual, with the intent of sowing discord among them. He aimed to allow these people to witness the ruthless nature of their leader, making them realize that they were mere pawns, capable of being discarded at any moment. The disintegration of a team often begins with an inconspicuous character. Once this group of followers becomes detached from their ranks, the master orator's influence will be significantly diminished. As Qiren dined, he contemplated his forthcoming strategic maneuvers. Before long, 3 young ladies returned to the living room, resuming their seats at the dining table to continue their interrupted meal. Gu Zhenzhen's expression had returned to a semblance of calm, though a faint blush lingered at her ears. With a look of regret, she addressed Qiren, "Captain, I sincerely apologize. My misunderstanding has caused trouble for you and the 2 sisters. I did not realize that you were already in such a close relationship." Suddenly, Su Ruoxua shot up from her seat. "Did I not just clarify? Our shared sleeping arrangement is solely to confront the bizarre. It is not what you think." "I am truly sorry," Gu Zhenzhen hastily replied. "I meant the same. Please, let us focus on our meal." OK. Gu Zhenzhen obediently returned to her seat, silently resuming her dinner. She savored the sweet ice cream, yet an inexplicable sourness welled up within her. "Surely, this ice cream must be spoiled." The innocent girl let out a barely perceptible sigh. After Su Ruoxua elucidated the distinction between sleeping together and sharing a bed, Gu Zhenzhen had initially anticipated a sense of relief, for it meant she could avoid engaging in such an exceedingly shy act. Strangely, her mood did not improve. The words of her friend, Su Sheng, echoed repeatedly in her mind. "Once you endure the first time, each subsequent day will be delightful, and the bond between the 2 of you will deepen. Whether it is comfortable or not is of little consequence." Gu Zhenzhen primarily aimed to strengthen her connection with Qiren. Alas, it seemed that he did not share the same sentiment. According to Su Ruoxua, the captain simply wished to protect her, and the sleeping arrangements were indeed insufficient. This realization left her inexplicably disheartened. In the captain's eyes, she evidently lacked any allure in that regard, especially since he already had 2 sisters to be fair. Gu Zhenzhen possessed a beauty that could be classified as a campus flower, her gentle and charming visage attracting countless admirers. However, her considerable lack of confidence rendered her presence less striking than illustrious figures like Su Ruoxua and Su Ruo. Moreover, they were twins, doubling the joy. Having hastily concluded her dinner, Gu Zhenzhen made her way to the bedroom, standing by the window, waiting for the captain. In her heart, she couldn't help but indulge in wild imaginings. Should I take the initiative later? Yet, if Sister Shui mentioned that the captain harbored no such intentions. No. The captain's lack of desire is his own affair. The crux lies in how I perceive things. The girl's thoughts became increasingly chaotic as the eerie fog thickened outside. Uncertain if it was merely a figment of her imagination, Gu Zhenzhen vaguely discerned an exceptionally imposing figure approaching her directly. In the residential area, the night deepened, and the fog grew ever denser. The survivors had long retreated into their base, doors and windows tightly secured, as if facing a formidable foe. The once desolate wilderness was instantly occupied by sinister shadows, leaving behind a chilling aura wherever they tread, the air seemingly frozen, and flowers withered in an instant. Upon entering the residential zone, they frantically inhaled the scent of humanity in the air, seeking those ensnared by fear. This was their most cherished sustenance. Not far from the southeastern direction of Chihang Base, there stood a level 1 residence. Recently upgraded, its doors, windows, and walls had been fortified, rendering it impervious to the grotesque entities. However, anguished wails occasionally echoed from within the base, inciting their restlessness. Blood! 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 The blood of humans. The grotesques battered against the doors and windows of the base. A response. We crave a response. We demand blood. Crash! The sound of shattering glass pierced the stillness of the night. Chapter 38. The proactive Gu Zhenzhen, you insane fatso. If you wish to die, don't drag us down with you. Ah! Get out, you disgusting monsters! Leave! The cacophony of screams abruptly ceased, restoring tranquility to the residential area. Gu Zhenzhen caught sight of an extraordinarily imposing figure outside the window. Its presence pierced through the thin curtain, manifesting directly before the young girl's eyes. The horrific visage exuded a suffocating aura, with blood-red eyes emanating a haunting gaze that instantaneously rendered her unconscious. With a sudden closing of her eyes, Gu Zhenzhen fell backward. Yet she did not descend to the ground. Instead, she tumbled into a warm embrace. Captain, when did you shoot? Don't he speak? Qi Ren whispered softly. Do not look outside. Okay. Gu Zhenzhen obediently nodded. Fear gripped her heart. She longed to scream, but she understood the necessity of silence. Thus, she silently turned. Burying her head in Qi Ren's chest, wrapping her arms tightly around him, wishing to merge into his very being. In that instant, she felt an overwhelming sense of security. After a considerable time, Qi Ren finally released his embrace. Yet, Gu Zhenzhen did not immediately let go. She continued to hold onto him for a full half-hour before gradually easing her grip. As she slowly turned around, she glanced out the window, only to find that the imposing figure had vanished. A long sigh of relief escaped her lips. Captain, what was that just now? Why did I faint so suddenly? It was a formidable anomaly. It might have been an attack on a mental level. Then why did it leave? A distant sound of crying echoed, drawing the creature away. There was no need for further explanation. Everyone understood that the emergence of cries at such a moment signified dire circumstances. Yet again, someone had succumbed to the anomaly that night. Gu Zhenzhen sighed. Thank you for saving me once more. You are my teammate. Saving you is tantamount to saving myself. I wish to repay you. Then rest easy, dream sweetly. That is your way of repaying me. Could you hold me as I sleep? Would you accompany me? Qi Ren furrowed his brow, gazing intently at the girl before him. Who taught you such things? No one. Xu Shan. No. Xu Ruo Xue? Not her either. It can't be Xu Ruoli, can it? It's not what you think. Gu Zhenzhen's face had turned beet red, her hands crossed before her, toes slightly elevated as she nervously bit her lower lip. After a prolonged hesitation, she finally spoke. When I was younger, I often had nightmares. And my mother would hold me while I slept, which kept the nightmares at bay. Oh, I see. Qi Ren nodded, his expression shifting to one of understanding. Captain, have you agreed? Well, I must decline. Gu Zhenzhen was taken aback, staring at Qi Ren in astonishment, realizing he was not jesting. If I hold you, you won't dream. Then I must refuse. Qi Ren shrugged nonchalantly. He exerted considerable effort to bring Gu Zhenzhen into the team, solely for her gift of foresight. If you do not dream, then what purpose do you serve? The Qi Ren squad does not accommodate idlers. Gu Zhenzhen took a long time to comprehend Qi Ren's intentions, and a wave of grievance surged within her. It appeared that Sister Rushua had not deceived her. The captain truly was a blockhead, with a heart of stone. He seemed to regard us only in terms of profession and talent. Yet, when he had just held her, he had been so gentle. Gu Zhenzhen found herself perplexed by the captain's true thoughts. Resolving not to dwell on it, she simply threw herself onto the bed. When Qi Ren lay down as well, Gu Zhenzhen performed a graceful roll and nestled beside him, tightly hugging his arm. Will this affect your dreaming? Indeed, his first inquiry was about this. The girl thought, fuming. This position would indeed be more comfortable, making it easier to dream. Oh, then hold on, he replied, promptly closing his eyes. Gu Zhenzhen, wait, are you truly asleep? Am I so devoid of charm that I cannot stir you at all? A surge of impulse flooded her heart. This was no longer a matter of desire or capability. It was a battle for the dignity of a young woman. Gu Zhenzhen resolutely released Qi Ren's arm, extending her own arms to embrace his chest. Burying her head into him. Noticing his continued indifference, she decided to roll over, pressing her entire weight upon him. Finally, Qi Ren opened his eyes. Jensen. Do you know what you are doing? Gu Zhenzhen beamed with pride. Aren't you supposed to be quite steadfast? Just continue sleeping very well. Qi Ren abruptly turned over, reversing their positions. I will now indulge you. But let me make this clear. If you do not sleep well because of this and fail to dream, do not blame me for turning against you. The next morning, Gu Zhenzhen awoke to find herself nestled in Qi Ren's embrace, their limbs intertwined, her weight pressing down upon him. Her sleeping posture was less than graceful. She cautiously rose, dressed in her pajamas, and was just about to sneak away when Qi Ren suddenly opened his eyes. Did you dream last night? No, the girl answered, her voice tinged with anxiety, as if she might be cast away at any moment. Fortunately, Qi Ren held no grievances. Instead, he gently brushed her forehead and offered a few words of comfort. However, his expression clearly shifted to one of disappointment. He sighed quietly. Well, I never truly expected stable results. Captain, should I try to catch a bit more sleep? No need. Hurry and wash up. Captain. Go now. Oh. All right. Gu Zhenzhen nodded vigorously, terrified of being disliked by the captain. In the next moment, she dashed out of the bedroom, nearly colliding with Su Rushua, who happened to be passing by. The aloof school beauty regarded the innocent girl with a knowing gaze. Zhenzhen. How did you sleep last night? Sister Rushua. Gu Zhenzhen leapt directly into Su Rushua's embrace. I feel as though the captain disapproves of me. He won't send me away. Will he? The response truly caught Su Ruoshua off guard. However, she quickly regained her composure, although she was unaware of the events that transpired the previous night. It was evident that the two had not engaged in any profound conversation. The aloof schoolgirl's lips curled into a subtle smile, her heart fluttering with joy. She then leaned in close to the girl's ear and whispered, Zhenzhen, would you like to know how to avoid the captain's disapproval? Absolutely. You must enhance your trustworthiness. Trustworthiness. The captain values reliability and loyalty above all else. Su Ruoshua chuckled with pride. It is not mere self-praise. Among our team, I hold the captain's utmost trust. Followed closely by Ruoli. Given that you have only recently joined, it is only natural for the captain to exercise caution around you. However, I do have a method that will allow you to swiftly gain the captain's confidence. Gu Zhenzhen raised her head with excitement. What method? Sister Ruoshua, please teach me. Su Ruoshua smiled mysteriously. Tonight, we shall swap. You will take the secondary room, and I will occupy the master room. That is the best approach. Chapter 39. The density of the mist is set to increase. Sister Ruoshua wishes to exchange with me. Even Gu Zhenzhen, in her innocence, sensed the underlying tension in these words. Wouldn't this drive me further away from the captain? Indeed. Su Ruoshua smiled and nodded. At the beginning, both Ruoli and I shared a room with the captain, and he was quite wary of us. Later, when Ruoli and I returned to the secondary bedroom, his trust in us actually grew. This is the beauty of distance. If you constantly cling to the captain, he will merely perceive you as dependent on him. However, if you can cultivate your independence, the captain will come to trust in your capabilities. What Su Ruoshua stated was not entirely false. She merely altered some causal relationships. In truth, Qi Ren's increased trust in the sisters stemmed solely from his ability to utilize his talent to assess the sincerity and fondness of his team members. The decision to return to the secondary bedroom bore no causal connection. Yet, neither Su Ruoshua nor Gu Zhenzhen was privy to this information. The innocent girl listened intently, her eyes wide, nodding occasionally at her aloof sister's explanation. So that's how it is. I understand now. Sister Ruoshua is truly kind to me. Shall we exchange tonight, then? This girl was even more gullible than anticipated. I almost feel guilty. Su Ruoshua subtly nodded, Of course, who wouldn't he assist a good friend? Yay! Gu Zhenzhen exclaimed, joyfully raising her small fists. The two girls, who had seemed somewhat awkward just yesterday, now linked arms and headed to the bathroom together. Just as Su Ruoli emerged from the bedroom, she observed this scene and felt a peculiar sense of unease. Was her sister ever this warm towards others? Su Ruoli tilted her head, murmuring to herself, I remember her always keeping people at arm's length. She has never been fond of socializing. It appears that Gu Zhenzhen possesses a bit of charm. The captain likes her, and so does my sister. Quite interesting. The cheerful girl cheerfully dashed into the bathroom, commencing her morning routine. At the same time, Qi-Ren entered the living room to check the new information provided by the world broadcast. Exploration area has been refreshed. Please proceed to gather resources. Current base level, LV2. Materials required for upgrade, metal, 0300, stone, 8300, wood, 19300. Glass, 75-150. The density of the night mist is set to increase. Please upgrade your residence to LV2 within 3 days, the mist thickening. Qi-Ren's expression grew increasingly grave. The night mist was always accompanied by the bizarre. An increase in density signified the emergence of more formidable anomalies, which was certainly unwelcome news. Failing to upgrade in a timely manner would leave the base vulnerable to impending attacks. Qi-Ren's squad had already upgraded their base to LV2, so this warning did not cause him concern. The dilemma lay in the fact that the young couple's base had only just reached LV1, and given their pace, advancing to the next level within 3 days seemed rather unrealistic. 3 days hence, the young couple may find themselves transformed into the eerie sustenance of the night. This simply cannot be allowed. If something were to befall you too, who would I turn to for rejuvenation? Resolutely, Qi-Ren decided that today he must take these two along to conquer the exploration zone rich in architectural materials. Just then, the world broadcast unfurled a new message. Today there is a probability of refreshing a risk-free exploration zone. Risk-free. The explicit notification suggested that this would indeed be a bountiful and high-quality exploration area splendid, while other teams must venture forth in flesh to sift through the dangers. Qi-Ren need only take a glance with his explorer ability. This was a victory assured. At that moment, the 3 young women emerged from the bathroom. Qi-Ren swiftly completed his morning routine, grabbing his daily provisions of freshly baked bread and mineral water. Off they went. The clock read 凌晨1点. And Qi-Ren's team was the earliest to depart from this residential area. After a night's passage, several bases had vanished from the surroundings, leaving the desolate ground as a silent warning. Death could descend at any moment. You might very well be next. Promptly, Qi-Ren hastened his pace. If he did not act quickly, his allies would soon be the next casualties. He had just instructed Gu Zhenzhen to contact Su Sheng when the obedient couple appeared before Qi-Ren's team in less than a minute. The 6 of them proceeded along the main road towards the wilderness. Coincidentally, the mother-daughter duo had also set out early, perhaps due to the hour. There were no ardent admirers or followers trailing behind them. Qi-Ren instantly surmised their intentions. The mother and daughter likely aimed to monopolize the risk-free exploration zone, which was why they had embarked so early, evading their persistent admirers. Alas, I have outpaced you. Had this been a few days prior, Qi-Ren would have surely quickened his pace to shake off the mother and daughter. However, today, Qi-Ren had an additional task: to pilfer the woman's B-level occupational talent, to take advantage of her resources. Thus, under the curious gazes of the others, Qi-Ren took the initiative to greet the mother-daughter pair, inviting them to join him on the journey to the exploration zone. Lu Ru was slightly taken aback. Had this young man not previously shown indifference towards her? Why was he now so eager to approach? She quickly deduced his strategy. He must have intended to invoke desire through indifference, seeing her unresponsive. He grew impatient and now sought to please her. Ha! If I am in a good mood, I might grant you an opportunity to play the role of the admirer. Lu Ru beamed with a fragrant smile, turning to her mother and playfully saying, I believe this gentleman possesses an extraordinary demeanor and must be a reliable companion. Why don't we accompany him? Lu Yan furrowed her brow slightly, her peripheral vision catching sight of the three young women behind Qi-ren. Although their hair obscured much of their faces, such a ruse could not deceive an experienced observer, from the glimpse that was visible. It was clear that these three were at least beauties of campus queen caliber. Lu Yan silently assessed Qi-ren. This youth was no ordinary character. He was far from the superficial second-generation rich kids like Zhou Zihong. However, regardless of the circumstances, he remains a man. And it is improbable for him to lack interest in us, a mother and daughter duo. Lu Yan smiled faintly, remarking, Then it seems this young gentleman has his work cut out for him. Qi-ren nodded slightly, though he paid no heed to the conversation shared by the two women. At this moment, he was entirely engrossed in the explanation of his innate talent. Analyzing military training directive talent. Please remain within range. 01, 00, 00, 00, 59, 59, 00, 59, 58. It was astonishing that it would take an hour. Surely, that time frame was rather brief. Qi-ren had initially prepared himself for a protracted engagement throughout the day, yet now he realized he could resolve matters within just an hour. How delightful! For the time being, he would play along, and after an hour, he would make his escape. Qi-ren turned around and exchanged a glance with his three teammates. Suru Oshua understood immediately and nodded in agreement. Suru Oli, though somewhat puzzled, also followed suit with a nod. Gu Zhenzhen tilted her head, her mind swirling with thoughts of, who am I, where am I, and what has transpired? Nothing of consequence, let us depart. Qi-ren took Gu Zhenzhen's hand and led her out, with the twin sisters swiftly trailing behind. The young couple remained closely entwined, leisurely following suit. The mother and daughter at the rear exchanged bewildered glances, left in a state of confusion. Wasn't he supposed to be here to win us over? How dare he hold another woman's hand in my presence? Lu Ru felt profoundly insulted. Chapter 40. Radiant Amusement Park as a seasoned strategist. Lu Ru grasped the intent of her counterpart in a mere second. This was undoubtedly his roundabout tactic. Intentionally getting close to other girls in my presence. He sought to capture my attention and provoke my competitive spirit. It seems this charming young man is quite taken with me. Lu Ru chuckled with delight. Engaging in mind games before a master, he is still rather inexperienced. Just watch as I effortlessly ensnare your soul. Mother, let us proceed. Lu Ru linked her arm with her mother's and strode forward, catching up with Qi-ren and the others, deliberately positioning herself at his side. She playfully manipulated her legs and swayed her waist, her voluptuous curves undulating gracefully in her wake. This sequence of movements was inspired by the notorious 18 squats of death. And any man fortunate enough to witness such a figure would inevitably be entranced. Once, a gentleman named Jiang Feng, upon merely glimpsing her, willingly succumbed to her allure. Remarkably, since that day, he had not returned to the residential area, yet his base of operations remained untouched. This was indeed peculiar. However, Lu Ru paid it little heed. Her concerns lay solely with herself. She would not invest energy in a disposable tool. At that moment, seizing the opportunity during their journey, Lu Ru cast a furtive glance at the youth behind her. To her surprise, his gaze was entirely averted from her. Instead, he appeared captivated by the scenery flanking the main road. Impossible. He could not be oblivious to my presence. Surely, he must have diverted his gaze when I was not looking. I must remain composed. The green tea sister nearly faltered in her confidence. But her experience quickly illuminated the truth. He was surrounded by other girls, making it inappropriate for him to openly gaze at her. In that case, she would create an opportunity for solitude, allowing him to gaze to his heart's content. I shall prove I can win you over. Captain. That woman seems to be stealing glances at you, Gu Zhenshen whispered to Qi Ran. Pay her no mind, Qi Ran replied coolly. Let her look as she pleases. It does not concern us. But, might this upset her? I could not care less about her feelings, Qi Ran stated, tightening his grip on Gu Zhenshen's hand. The tall girl felt her cheeks flush, yet she did not pull away. She realized she harbored no disdain for this sensation, even finding it somewhat enjoyable. However, why did Sister Su Ruoxue continue to regard her with discontent? Hadn't they gotten along splendidly in the morning? Sister Ruoxue was rather strange. Suddenly, Qi Ran halted, turning his gaze toward the roadside. Following his line of sight, Gu Zhenshen beheld a newly unveiled entrance to the Exploration Zone. Exploration Zone, Radiant Amusement Park, opening hours, 08:0012, 00, capacity, 10 teams, Gu Zhenshen's eyes sparkled. Could this be the risk-free exploration area mentioned in the global broadcast? She was not alone in her excitement. Nearly everyone present shared the same thought. The Exploration Zone, accommodating only 10 teams, signifies its rarity. The mother and daughter duo immediately contemplated entering. Su Ruoxue discreetly glanced at Qi Ran and noticed he remained unmoved, prompting her to sense that something was amiss. Instinctively, she was about to speak up but quickly covered her mouth, realizing Qi Ran wished to conceal his abilities. Thus, she could not alert the mother and daughter. What shall we do? Su Ruoxue mouthed, inquiring if they should follow. Yes, Qi Ran nodded. Is there a possibility of danger? Yes. Are we still venturing in despite the danger? Su Ruoxue intended to pose this question, but since their leader insisted on proceeding, it indicated that the peril was manageable. The challenge seemed minimal. In reality, however, the difficulty was substantial. Qi Ran had recently employed his Seeker talent to scrutinize the Exploration Zone. B-level Exploration Zone, Luminous Amusement Park, difficulty, resources, fixed refresh materials, metal, stone, wood, glass, probability refresh materials, building material pack, intermediate. While everyone presumed they would encounter a risk-free exploration zone that day, it presented them with a high difficulty instance instead. This was undoubtedly the bizarre world's malevolent humor, a trap set for survivors. Why, then, did Qi Ran choose to enter? He was reluctant to reveal his abilities before the mother and daughter. His talent could help evade danger, and he had recently acquired a weapon to combat the anomalies. Additionally, this place held vital building materials for his allies, and the opponent's talent had yet to be fully replicated. Most critically, Gu Zhenshen had not dreamt the previous night. The absence of a precognitive dream largely indicated that they would not encounter danger today. Considering this, Qi Ran resolved to enter the exploration zone. Should they face peril, he would allow the 3 pesky followers behind him to serve as scapegoats. As the group ventured into the exploration zone, 3 stealthy figures emerged quietly. These were the 3 followers Qi Ran had already identified: Zhou Zhihong, Hong Jun, and Li Wei. On that day at the Death Arena, the trio had desperately pleaded and ultimately convinced the mother and daughter to permit one person to leave. As for Zhou Zhihong's 2 teammates and Li Wei's companion Yang Li, they had been mercilessly abandoned. Li Wei had incapacitated the 3, ensuring they remained eternally in the Death Arena. Afterward, the 3 like-minded individuals regrouped. Li Wei. Shall we follow them inside? Hong Jun inquired, gritting his teeth as he gazed at Qi Ran and Su Youli's retreating figures. Of course, we must go. Li Wei spat on the ground. That guy has caused us great suffering. I will ensure his demise today. His primary target was, in fact, the Glock 17 in Qi Ran's possession. Yet, Li Wei would not disclose this to his teammates, masking his true intentions with a facade of hatred. This must be the risk-free exploration zone. Once we enter, we need not worry about anomalies or monsters. We shall seize the opportunity to deal with these individuals. Li Wei smiled insidiously. Zhehan, have you brought what I asked you to exchange? Yes. Zhou Zhehan retrieved a military dagger from his pocket. An item he had acquired by trading all the resources stored in the base. Excellent. Li Wei swiftly snatched the dagger, tucking it away. Senior, we absolutely cannot afford to fail today. Zhou Zhehan's voice trembled as he spoke. I've exchanged all my construction materials. If we don't obtain enough resources in the next few days, I fear that. Stop whining. You negotiated the trade yourself. Do you intend to blame me? Li Wei waved his hand dismissively. Besides, how could we possibly fail with me here? But they have guns. There are only 3 of us. And he possesses but 1 firearm. What is there to fear? Zhou Zhehan and Hang Jun fell silent. Li Wei's implication was crystal clear. He intended to use them as shields. How could he see such a thing aloud? Yet, at this juncture, they had no choice but to press on, steeling themselves for the challenge ahead. After all, this was a low-risk exploration zone. If all else failed, they could simply take the resources and flee. As long as Qi Ran remained oblivious, they would be fine. Zhou Zhehan reasoned. After all, Qi Ran had no eyes in the back of his head. With a bit of caution, he would surely remain unaware. Chapter 41. A landscape filled with enigmas. The glorious amusement park sprawls over an extensive area, encircled by a lengthy wall that separates its inner and outer sections, rendering the minimap incapable of encompassing the entirety. Within the confines of limited visibility, the park's interior is not only adorned with recognizable amusement facilities, but is also densely populated with crimson dots. The map is teeming with mysteries. It felt akin to the legendary Sun Wukong wreaking havoc in the underworld, inadvertently stirring a hornet's nest. Qi Ran nearly issued a retreat command. However, he soon realized that these red dots exhibited a slight deviation from those previously encountered. Each crimson dot was enveloped by a pale yellow halo, remaining motionless within its luminous confines. What could this signify? Were these entities constrained by some arcane rule, unable to act freely? It seemed highly plausible. If the hundreds of red dots on this map were capable of launching attacks at will, this place could hardly be classified as a 3-star exploration zone. 300 stars would scarcely suffice. Thus, Qi Ran dismissed the notion of retreat. To ensure safety, he also opted against venturing forth in person. Casually, he observed the mother and daughter ahead while glancing at the identification device, progress, analyzing military training command talent, 00, 46, 37, 00, 46, 36. Just over 40 minutes more until he could acquire this talent. Splendid. Would the progress be interrupted if the adversaries were to perish at this juncture? If so, that would indeed be regrettable. Yet it was certainly preferable to risking his own demise. With utmost finesse, Qi Ran summoned his finest acting skills and addressed the mother and daughter with an air of nonchalance. I prefer to gather intel from the periphery. You both may enter the park first without waiting for me. Ah! Lu Ru was taken aback by the suggestion of splitting up, as she harbored a similar thought this would allow her to monopolize the resources inside. Just as she was about to acquiesce, Lu Yan stepped forward, declaring, "Young man, we too prefer to start from the outskirts. Indeed, age brings wisdom." Although Lu Yan was oblivious to Qi Ran's intentions, her instinct sensed an unsettling undertone. Why would they forego readily available supplies and allow them to go first? Did he truly consider himself a benevolent figure? Lu Yan gently squeezed her daughter's hand, signaling her to remain silent. Lu Ru instantly understood, her expression shifting to one of feigned warmth. Staying close to you, brother, gives me such a sense of security. Let us proceed together. Upon hearing this overly affected tone, the twin sisters furrowed their brows in unison. This woman is quite the actress. Fortunately, the captain was as dense as a block of wood. He would surely not be deceived. Su Ruoshua turned her gaze to Qi Ran, only to find him wearing an expression of fervent enthusiasm, as if utterly captivated by Lu Ru. Surely, you can't be taken in by such words. Su Ruoxua felt a surge of urgency. She intended to step forward and offer a warning when she suddenly noticed Qi Ren's small hand discreetly swaying behind his back in a gesture toward her. She understood. The captain was engaged in an acting duel with the adversaries, vying for supremacy in performance. Are you all putting on an Oscar-worthy show here? Su Ruoxua stifled her inner grievances, grasping the hands of her sister and Gu Zhenzhen as she fell into step behind the captain. Qi Ren, on the other hand, moved deliberately to the side of the mother-daughter duo, engaging them in conversation. His intent was not merely to placate them and diminish their vigilance, but also to provoke the three lingering shadows behind them. Long before entering the exploration zone, Qi Ren had discerned through the minimap that three flickering red dots were trailing closely behind the team. These three had followed them all the way. Now hesitating at the entrance of the amusement park, Li Wei aimed to venture inside the park to gather supplies, yet Zhou Zhiheng and Hong Jun, upon catching sight of the mother-daughter pair beside Qi Ren, momentarily lost their composure. You already have a pair of twin sisters, is that not enough? Now you wish to snatch away Lu Ru and Lu Yan as well? Have some decency. Zhou Zhiheng was instantly tempted to confront Qi Ren and reclaim Lu Ru. Hong Jun sought to exploit the situation to stab Qi Ren, but the sheer number of people around rendered his plan impractical. Li Wei coldly remarked, "Why don't we first procure some supplies? We might stumble upon weapons." Zhou Zhiheng and Hong Jun's eyes brightened at this prospect. Indeed, if they could unearth weapons, Qi Ren would pose no threat. "Ru Mei, I'm coming." Zhou Zhiheng took the lead, charging boldly into the depths of the amusement park. With Hong Jun closely in tow, Li Wei lingered at the entrance for a moment, observing that the two were not under attack, before confidently stepping inside. The actions of the trio were crystal clear to Qi Ren through the minimap. While managing the conversation with the mother and daughter, he scrutinized the reactions of those peculiar red dots. The instant Zhou Zhiheng breached the amusement park, the red dots within the yellow circles emitted a sudden glow, accompanied by violent tremors. Yet, none of the red dots broke free from the confines of the yellow circles. This suggested that the anomalies within the park were indeed under some form of restraint. Was this place, then, remarkably safe? Suddenly, a white dot on the minimap plunged into a yellow circle. The red dots within the circle lunged at it, and in mere seconds, the white dot vanished without a trace. In its place emerged a deep red dot, resembling the previous shape but entirely different in hue. Qi Ren gasped in shock. Had this entity transformed into something bizarre? How had it fallen into the yellow circle? How could they avoid such a fate? Just as Qi Ren wrestled with these thoughts, Su Ruoxua leaned toward him and whispered, "There is a suspicious building ahead." Following her gaze, Qi Ren beheld a small, square cabin, its exterior as pure white as snow, devoid of any adornments. The mother-daughter pair and the young couple showed no interest and continued their forward march. Qi Ren, however, circled to the front of the cabin and discovered a door, above which hung a small wooden sign reading, "Surveillance Room." Instinctively, he wished to use the minimap to investigate, only to remember that it could not penetrate the structure. Being outside, he could not ascertain the situation within. If this were an ordinary exploration zone, he would have simply opened the door by now. Yet here lies the ominous amusement park of a daunting complexity, and this eerie little cabin appears far from secure. However, should this indeed be a surveillance room, its significance would be immense. He could observe the internal happenings of the amusement park through the cameras. He could scrutinize the footage to discern how that individual fell into the peculiar yellow circle. If he could identify a pattern, he might evade the peril. So, to enter or not to enter? Qi Ren found himself in deep contemplation. "What troubles you?" Su Ruoxua, who had followed closely behind, noticed Qi Ren lost in thought, his gaze oscillating restlessly upon the door of the surveillance room. She lowered her voice and inquired, "Shall we venture inside?" Qi Ren shook his head. There may be danger within. I am aware of the risks, but do you wish to enter? Su Ruoxua replied, her hand slipping into her jacket pocket, firmly grasping her Glock Qi. Should Qi Ren give the command, she would unhesitatingly push open that door, regardless of the monsters or oddities that might await. Qi Ren discerned her intent and gently shook his head, preparing to dissuade her when Gu Shenshen suddenly approached them. Captain, Sister Ruoxua, allow me to take the lead. If there is danger in this surveillance room, let me be the one to open that door. Chapter 42. The shy Gu Shenshen and the clever Su Ruoli. Gu Shenshen's thoughts were rather simple. The absence of a warning from her prophetic dreams last night indicated that she would not encounter any danger today, making it perfectly suitable for her to open the door. Her reasoning, while somewhat valid, was hardly substantial. The gift of foresight merely aids us in evading risks, it is not infallible. Qi Ren could not possibly allow her to undertake such a perilous action. Shenshen, please release the doorknob, he urged. Captain, tell me. Do you wish to inspect this monitoring room? She inquired. Come over here, and I shall explain, he replied. No, I cannot allow Sister Ruoxua to take this risk. Nor can I permit you to do so. Both Qi Ren and Su Ruoxua fell silent, taken aback by the unwavering determination of this seemingly delicate girl. Clearly, persuasion was futile. It was time to take more direct action. Qi Ren abruptly raised his hand and pointed behind Gu Shenshen. Jensen, look over there. What? Gu Shenshen instinctively turned her head. No! Qi Ren and Su Ruoxua lunged forward simultaneously. One seized her arm while the other grasped her legs, forcibly carrying the innocent girl back. Gu Shenshen's eyes widened in astonishment as she gazed at the two. Captain, Sister Ruoxua, you tricked me. The innocent girl nearly burst into tears from the injustice. Su Ruoxua quickly enveloped her in a comforting embrace, softly reassuring her, Shenshen. The captain and I do not wish to see you harmed. You lack the ability to protect yourself, and should you enter and face danger, you wouldn't be able to escape. If anything were to happen to you, both the captain and I would be heartbroken. With a woeful expression, Gu Shenshen raised her head. But I do not want Sister Ruoxua or the captain to be harmed either. Jensen, you needn't worry. Qi Ren had approached the door to the monitoring room and grasped the doorknob. Turning slightly, he smiled gently. If I were to encounter danger, how would you feel? I would feel very distressed and sorrowful. Gu Shenshen replied without hesitation. The captain is my savior and my most cherished person. I would never wish for you to be in danger. Her earnest declaration was so genuine that Su Ruoxua scarcely had time to ponder the implications of her most cherished remark. Qi Ren nodded appreciatively. Shenshen, your words are delightful. That is all I need to hear. His implication was clear. Since Gu Shenshen cared for him so deeply, her prophetic dreams would surely reveal any dangers associated with him. The fact that she had not dreamt last night meant that Qi Ren would not face peril today. He could confidently open the door. However, this sentiment was not interpreted in the same light by Su Ruoxua and Gu Shenshen. Su Ruoxua perceived it as Qi Ren having been deeply moved by Shenshen's feelings and deciding to brave danger to open the door. Gu Shenshen interpreted it as the captain being pleased with her declaration of affection, which, by extension, suggested that he held her in equal regard. Hooray! Wait! It's not the right time. The captain is about to open that perilous door. No! Captain! The voices of three echoed simultaneously. Gu Shenshen and Su Ruoxua were momentarily taken aback, then turned to see Su Ruoya approaching, munching on a piece of bread. With a curious expression, she looked at the trio caught in a dramatic scene of life and death. What are you all fussing about? Oh! I just discovered a window over there that allows a view into the monitoring room. I suspect the captain intends to check it out. So I hurried over to inform you. Aren't I clever? The cheerful girl tilted her head slightly, beaming with pride. Qi Ren, Su Ruoxue and Gu Zhenzhen fell silent in unison. The memory of their earlier struggle suddenly cast a palpable tension in the air. What are you all staring at? Su Ruoxue inquired curiously. What just happened? Nothing. The trio responded in chorus. Such is the unspoken understanding of Qi Ren's team. Coughing lightly, Qi Ren cleared his throat. In that case, I shall take a look first. I'm off. If I stay any longer, someone might just die of embarrassment. At that moment, Gu Zhenzhen's face turned as red as molten lava. Ignoring everything, she buried her head in Su Ruoxue's embrace. Sister Ruoxue, I'm finished. I actually said what was on my mind. How will I ever face the captain again? Feeling the warmth radiating from Gu Zhenzhen, Su Ruoxue bit her lip but couldn't suppress her laughter. Ha 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 ha, Sister Ruoxue, you're being so mean. No, I'm not. Zhenzhen, please calm down. Meanwhile, Su Ruoxue and Qi Ren found the glass window. The spirited girl proudly raised her head. Captain, see how remarkable I am. I found this. Qi Ren mirrored her pride. Impressive. You're truly remarkable. He pointed towards a small window near the ceiling, approximately 3 meters high. You even noticed this high ventilation shaft. Really, you are something else. He gave her a thumbs up, then abruptly turned around, his head down. Do you think I'm Yao Ming? Even he can't see through this. Suppressing his inner thoughts, Qi Ren shook his head in resignation. He had hoped Su Ruoxue would be reliable. But it turned out she too had her moments of distraction. Next time, please be clear, alright? Okay, Captain. Su Ruoxue cheerfully replied, completely oblivious to the sarcasm in Qi Ren's words. At that moment, the mother-daughter duo approached from the other side. Upon seeing Qi Ren and Su Ruoxue standing at the corner, they followed their gaze. Young man, are you planning to crawl through that ventilation shaft? Lu Yan asked. Qi Ren shook his head. I just want to see what's inside. Is there any supply in that small room? Perhaps. Should I take a look for you? Ha! Qi Ren did not anticipate that the other party would proactively offer assistance. However, he immediately surmised Lu Yan's intentions. If this woman were to discover any supplies within the room, she would surely conceal them, deceiving us into leaving so she could gather them for herself. Should there be any danger inside, she would likewise hide it, prompting me to enter as a test. In truth, this was precisely Lu Yan's line of thought. To her, everyone was merely a pawn, a means to pave her path, and a sacrificial lamb to cover her retreat. Noticing Qi Ren's interest in the small room, Lu Yan seized the opportunity. Why not let the ant take a look? She activated her enhanced physique talent, boosting her jumping ability, and with a gentle leap ascended 3 meters into the air. In that fleeting moment of suspension, Lu Yan swiftly scanned the interior of the small room. She found no supplies. Instead, she discovered a suspicious mass of black mist, within which flickered ominous silhouettes. This was a trap. As she descended back to the ground, Lu Yan spoke nonchalantly. It seems there are supplies inside, but I did not detect any monsters. She deliberately obfuscated the concept. Not detecting monsters does not equate to not encountering the unusual. Qi Ren sensed this subtle shift but chose not to confront her. After all, his minimap had also undergone a recent transformation. At the moment Lu Yan glimpsed the interior of the monitoring room, the minimap unveiled its layout. Although the vision was fleeting, it was sufficient for Qi Ren to discern the arrangement. Within the monitoring room lay a vivid red dot. What else could it be if not something sinister? This woman dares to imply there is no danger inside. How amusing. Faced with this cunning mother-daughter duo, Qi Ren feigned ignorance, nodding in acknowledgement. In that case, I shall proceed to investigate. Chapter 43. The enigmatic beauty could never be my ex-girlfriend. Qi Ren found himself standing before the door of the surveillance room, alone. He extracted a specially designed revolver from his travel bag, loading 6 dispelling bullets into the chambers, regardless of whether the entity within was a low or mid-tier anomaly. These 6 rounds would suffice for Qi-Ren to retreat unscathed. A high-tier anomaly would not manifest in this location, otherwise. The Explorer talent would not have designated a 3-star difficulty level. Moreover, the recent display on the minimap indicated that the red dot within the surveillance room was confined within a minuscule yellow circle, severely restricting its range of movement. With a gentle twist, Qi-Ren turned the doorknob of the surveillance room, hesitating to step inside. He merely opened the door a crack, peering through the narrow gap to observe the interior. The room was dimly lit, and in one corner loomed an indescribable mass of black mist, within which glimmered 2 ominous red points. Were those the eyes of the anomaly? Qi-Ren held his breath, remaining utterly still as he waited, confirming that the entity could not move freely. Only then did he cautiously push the door open, inching forward step by step. The minimap gradually shifted to offer a view from inside the surveillance room, revealing a cramped space devoid of any resources, save for a vivid red light and a diminutive yellow circle. Finally, Qi-Ren fully entered the surveillance room. Suddenly, a chilling gust of wind swept past him, and the door slammed shut behind him, locking with a resounding click. Qi-Ren did not panic. With his right hand gripping the specially crafted revolver, he aimed it at the corner where the thick mist swirled ominously. He attempted to twist the doorknob with his left hand, but the lock remained unyielding. Had some mechanism been triggered? Qi-Ren pondered silently. He endeavored to maintain his composure, repeatedly assuring himself, the truth is in hand, there is no need for fear. The icy sensation of the handgun's grip swiftly quelled the rising tide of dread within him. Then, the dense mist in the corner suddenly began to tremble violently. And at the peak of its agitation, with a resounding crash, the mist dissipated instantaneously, revealing the true form of the anomaly before Qi-Ren. This was his first encounter with an anomaly. It was likely the inaugural experience for all survivors within the entire residential area, excluding those who had perished at the hands of anomalies. Qi-Ren could hardly fathom that the entity would take such a form. At that moment, standing before him was a young girl clad in a JK uniform. Her collar stood high, accentuating her slender waist, and beneath her blue and white skirt, a pair of long, straight legs was perfectly enveloped in pristine white stockings, with the tips of her delicate feet peeking out from beneath her shoes. It seemed as if a fragrance wafted from her. Fortunately, Qi-Ren was not one to have a foot fetish. He merely admired the sight for a few seconds before swiftly averting his gaze. However, what astonished him most was not her alluring figure nor her delicate feet, but rather her countenance. This face was all too familiar to Qi-Ren. It was unmistakably that of his high school classmate, the epitome of innocence in the eyes of the entire school, his white moonlight and first love, Shen-Ning. After graduating high school, the two had been forced apart. Each lonely night, memories of their time together would flood Qi-Ren's mind. Who could have foreseen that many years later, we would meet in such a manner, with the ethereal figure of my beloved remaining unchanged? Friends who have never experienced love can surely comprehend the profound impact of this moment. At this juncture, Qi-Ren nearly felt an overwhelming urge to rush forward and embrace her without reservation. If only Shen-Ning had not perished in that tragic accident. Qi-Ren tightened his grip on the revolver, its barrel aimed at Shen-Ning's head, his brow furrowed in intensity. You have at least 3 statements to convey. If you cannot articulate them within 1 minute, your head will relocate. No tears, crying counts against your time. Shen-Ning was momentarily taken aback. The tears that had just begun to flow now stifled. Do you not remember me? I remember all too well, he replied. Then why are you pointing a gun at me? Because you are an enigma. I am not. I am Shen-Ning. I am your girlfriend, Qi-Ren. My girlfriend has been gone for 2 years. But I am right in front of you. Shen-Ning took a sudden step forward, only to collide with an invisible barrier. Forcefully bouncing back, she retreated once more. Qi-Ren, I truly am Shen-Ning. I have traversed time after my death. How did you manage that? I stepped outside and stumbled upon fate. Qi Ren silently raised his revolver. Bang! The bullet struck her forehead, causing Shen Ningyi to roll on the ground in agony. What the hell? Can you not adhere to some code of conduct? How can you turn on your own girlfriend like this? Truly ruthless. My girlfriend never swore, and besides, the one who struck her was an elderly vehicle. What is your excuse? Is it not permissible for me to misremember? Is it not valid to claim that a minor concussion has led to a lapse in memory? In any case, I have indeed traversed time. What will you do about it? Shen Ningzi's pale visage now bore a flush of indignation. Her chest heaved with turbulent emotions, struggling to regain composure. With a deep, sorrowful sigh, she lamented, Qi Ren, you have changed. You would never have treated me this way before. Nor would you have aimed a gun at me. Qi Ren's gaze turned icy. During our summer break of senior year, after turning 18. Have you not had your share of encounters with my firearm? You are certainly not her. He raised his hand, prepared to pull the trigger. Wait. Shen Ningzi's already pallid face grew even more ashen. That is not what I meant. How can you interpret it so crudely? What do you mean by saying I have played with your gun? When I take my girlfriend to play, I let her engage with my firearm. How is that inappropriate? Shen Ningzi regarded him with exasperation. Do you also intend to call her mother? Not in this case. Can you truly refrain from doing so? Because I have a mother. Do you not? Qi Ren's brow furrowed, and he raised his gun once more. You are indeed not her. Wait. Shen Ningzi raised her hand high, performing a mock military salute. I am indeed not her, but I can be. As long as you release me, I can maintain this appearance. And you may do with me as you wish. I assure you, it is far more pleasurable than the genuine article, transporting you to the heights of ecstasy. Shen Ningzi silently extended her delicate, crimson tongue to moisten her lips, regarding Qi Ren with an irresistibly seductive gaze. In that moment, Qi Ren felt an overwhelming urge to act. Yet, a singular curiosity lingered in his mind. How shall I release you? Heh! Shen Ningzi smiled faintly. The method is rather simple. Draw closer, and I shall whisper it to you. Ah! Without hesitation, Qi Ren drew his weapon and fired. Bam, 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 bam. 4 shots rang out, each striking true. Observing that his opponent remained undeterred, he retrieved spare ammunition from his pocket and loaded it into the chamber. Wait! At that moment, Shen Ningzi flushed with an infinite warmth. You are utterly devoid of charm. I no longer wish to play with you. Is it merely the surveillance you desire? Here! I shall give you the controller. You may peruse it at your leisure, but hurry and distance yourself from me. The farther you go, the better. The enigmatic girl tossed a rectangular object directly into Qi Ren's embrace. Then, in a huff, she turned away, crouching in the corner, murmuring, I circle a curse upon you. Chapter 44. You are quite remarkable, indeed. Holding the truth in your grasp is a blessing. When your firepower is ample, even the bizarre will engage in reasoned discourse with you. Qi Ren, clutching the controller tossed over by Shen Ningzi, was filled with an overwhelming sense of emotion. Amidst his reflections, a tinge of perplexity arose, having fired several shots, each striking true. Yet failing to vanquish the foe, this young lady must surely be at least an intermediate anomaly, perhaps even an advanced one. Nonetheless, it was evident that dispelling bullets proved effective against the bizarre, a fact substantiated by experience. Otherwise, the opponent would not be writhing in pain, nor would she willingly relinquish the controller. At present, the girl claiming to be Shen Ningzi sat alone in a corner, muttering mysterious incantations. Qi Ren activated all the equipment in the monitoring room with the controller, meticulously inspecting each device until he swiftly located the footage he sought. Decisively pulling up the recording. On the screen, Zhou Zhihan appeared first, making a beeline for the amusement park's interior. Han Jun followed closely, immediately surveying his surroundings with keen interest. Lastly came Li Wei, whose movements were notably cautious, proceeding step by step while attentively observing the actions of the other two. When the trio came together, the footage revealed no anomalies. Indeed, the presence of the bizarre was entirely imperceptible. Suddenly, Li Wei spoke to the other two, prompting Zhou Zhihan and Han Jun to disperse, each heading toward different amusement attractions. Han Jun opted for a drop tower, noticing the absence of staff at the ticket booth, and without hesitation, advanced into the area. However, after wandering for a while, he failed to locate any resource box. Bored, Han Jun audaciously climbed into one of the seats of the drop tower and sat down. In the next moment, he was catapulted out, instantly sucked into a small dark room behind the ticket booth. After that, he never emerged again. Qi Ren intently scrutinized the monitoring footage, silently analyzing for quite some time. Based on Han Jun's experience and reactions, it seemed he was unable to perceive the presence of the bizarre, which did not actively assault him. This indicated that the yellow circle displayed on Qi Ren's minimap not only restrained the anomalies but also served as a form of concealment, or perhaps an illusion, preventing ordinary individuals from detecting the existence of the bizarre. This mechanism was indeed treacherous, truly befitting a 3-star difficulty. Additionally, Qi Ren noted that Han Jun was seized by the anomaly the instant he seated himself in the drop tower. Could it be that his failure to purchase a ticket led the amusement park to classify his actions as fare evasion, thus subjecting him to punishment? This aligned perfectly with the rules governing the bizarre realm. The only uncertainty remained: did the amusement park harbor other regulations? Resting his chin in contemplation, Qi Ren continued to gaze at the monitoring display. Meanwhile, Shen Ningzi in the corner grew increasingly impatient. Hurry up and return my things once you're done watching. Wait. I am pondering. What is there to ponder? If you don't understand something, just ask me directly. Would you truly share that with me? Qi Ren inquired, somewhat taken aback. Of course not. Why would I divulge anything to you? Shen Ningzi replied, startled, before quickly covering her mouth and vigorously shaking her head, as if to assert her ignorance. Qi Ren smiled faintly, lifting his specially crafted revolver. My dear lady, you wouldn't wish for me to continue firing bullets at you, would you? You are a devil, aren't you? Shen Ningzi glared at him in a fit of anger. Suddenly, her eyes twinkled mischievously, and she replied with a slight smile, return the controller to me first, and I shall answer your question. Understood. You will receive the controller, and then you may depart. Not at all. Shen Ningzi exclaimed, her frustration mounting. Why must you be so bothersome? Inform me of all the rules of the amusement park, and then I shall return the controller. Not a chance. Bam! Bam bam! Bam bam bam! For heaven's sake, stop it! Shen Ningzi cried, cradling her head as she rolled on the ground. This hurts, you know. Can you not aim at the same spot? Well, I can't very well shoot you in the mouth, can I? You! Shen Ningzi's face flushed crimson. She pulled a handbook for the amusement park from her pocket and tossed it directly into Qi Ren's arms. Then, she turned, squatted in a corner, drew circles, and muttered curses. Her actions flowed seamlessly, displaying a skill that was almost pitiable. Qi Ren quickly perused the handbook. Aside from the welcoming remarks and advertisements, the critical information boiled down to 3 rules: no fare evasion, no cutting in line, no quitting midway through attractions. Adhering to these 3 rules and participating in any attractions would yield a voucher, and only by accumulating free vouchers could one exit the amusement park. Upon departure, rewards would vary based on the experience. It seemed deceptively simple. Yet, Qi Ren sensed underlying traps. For instance, the rule against fare evasion was peculiar. There was not a soul at the ticket booth where were they to procure tickets. Surely, they couldn't purchase them from the oddities themselves. The rule against cutting in line was equally strange. With so few people present, there was no line to cut. The most perilous rule was undoubtedly the food. no quitting midway through an attraction, indicating that there was likely an issue with the experiences offered. Chi-Ren felt an urge to retreat immediately. However, according to the handbook, they needed to complete at least 3 attractions to earn the right to leave. In other words, they were trapped within the confines of the amusement park. This was quite troublesome. Chi-Ren glanced at the clock in the surveillance room. It read 8:30 a.m., leaving them with 3.5 hours before the deadline. Time was ample, yet he was uncertain how to proceed. He turned to the corner where the female specter resided. "Hey, do you know how to buy tickets?" "My name is not Hey, it's Shenlingli." "Very well, Hey, you insufferable." Shenlingli rolled her eyes. "Don't you have star coins? Simply go to the ticket booth, have your team members stand together, and the star coins will be automatically deducted, allowing you to enter and play. It's fully automated. Impressive, isn't it?" The female specter seemed quite proud of herself. Chi-Ren nodded. "You are rather pleasant, answering all my inquiries." Shenlingzi glanced at the revolver in his hand, smiled, and fell silent. Indeed, what does it mean by no cutting in line? Upon entering the amusement attraction, you will automatically receive a number, and you must partake in the activities in numerical order. I see. So, does that mean one cannot exit midway? Quite literally. Are there any dangers within the attraction? Of course not. This is a star-rated amusement park. The customer is akin to a deity. Yet we do not adhere to Christianity, Shenlingzi murmured quietly. Chi-Ren nodded silently. To be honest, this female ghost is rather useful. He hesitates to eliminate her. However, keeping her around poses a threat. Perhaps wait a moment. Shenlingzi anxiously stepped back. I have said all that I needed to say. Why are you still holding the gun? It's nothing. Just relaxing my muscles. I trust you as a ghost. Chi-Ren sighed softly, ultimately lowering the weapon. It wasn't a matter of compassion. It was merely a way to conserve bullets. This individual had an astonishingly high health bar. Dispersing bullets would hardly incapacitate her. Thus, Chi-Ren retreated to the doorway, twisted the doorknob of the surveillance room, and the lock clicked open. Time to make my exit. Before leaving, he tossed the controller and manual back to the female ghost. If you happen to see Shenlingzi, please convey my regards to her. And let her know that I am doing quite well. She mustn't come looking for me. Over. Chapter 45. Something is amiss in this haunted house. Shenlingzi gazed silently at Chi-Ren's retreating figure, lost in contemplation. After a prolonged moment, she bent down to retrieve the controller and manual, tucking them into her bosom before snapping her fingers. A thick, eerie mist erupted, enveloping her entirely from below. Once the mist dissipated, the female specter vanished without a trace. With a resounding click, the door to the monitoring room was securely locked. The crisp sound echoing through the empty chamber. Chi-Ren strode purposefully away from the monitoring room. His earlier farewell had been tinged with a hint of speculation. The specter, claiming to be Shenlingzi and bearing an uncanny resemblance to her, could hardly be a coincidence. Yet, the inaccuracies surrounding Shenlingzi's identity suggested she could not be the true Shenlingzi, nor could she have accessed Chi-Ren's memories. Thus, only one possibility remained. This specter had encountered Shenlingzi, was aware of her appearance, and knew of her relationship with Chi-Ren. The real Shenlingzi had likely also transformed into something bizarre. Whether this was fortunate or unfortunate remained uncertain. Before long, Chi-Ren caught up with his teammates and the mother-daughter duo. Upon witnessing his safe return, Lu Yan expressed surprise, her eyes betraying a flicker of wariness. Chi-Ren's demeanor was calm and untroubled, devoid of any signs of conflict. Thus, Lu Yan composed herself and approached him with inquiry. Young man, what transpired in the monitoring room? My ex-girlfriend, he replied, a hint of jest in his tone. You certainly have a knack for humor, she chuckled. The two seasoned actors exchanged knowing glances, sharing a silent smile. This matter was ostensibly behind them, or so it seemed. Had Chi-Ren not taken precautions in advance, he might have met his demise within that room. This woman had clearly perceived the danger yet chose to conceal it, luring him toward peril. Now, she feigned nonchalance. How ruthless! Were it not for the ongoing scheme, Chi-Ren would have gladly confronted her right then and there. Analyzing military training directive talent 0025 05 0025 04. Excellent. If we persist for another 25 minutes, this talent will be replicated. Chi-Ren discreetly withdrew his gaze, subtly adjusting his course to lead everyone deeper into the amusement park. It appeared he had just acquired vital intelligence regarding their surroundings, mused Suuru Oshue. She quickly followed, lowering her voice to inquire, "Is it perilous inside?" "Very much so. What shall I do?" "Survive. Rest assured, everything is under control. Just stick close to me." "Understood." Suuru Oshua quietly relayed this information to Suuru Oi and Gu Zhenshen, urging Zhenshen to remind the young couple to refrain from acting independently. She chose not to alert the mother-daughter pair, yet Lu Yan sensed an inkling of suspicion. This young man had entered the monitoring room and upon returning, had changed direction. He must have discovered something. Lu Yan discreetly cautioned her daughter to keep a vigilant eye on this youth. Lu Ru nodded, a cheerful expression gracing her face as she stepped forward, her hands nonchalantly reaching toward Chi-Ren, attempting to link arms with him. Chi-Ren silently shifted one step to the side, effortlessly evading the advance. This was the first time the green tea girl had taken the initiative and failed, causing her to furrow her brows in an instant. How could anyone be unwilling to draw near to me? Is he really a man? Could it be that he does not fancy women at all? Lu Ru soon found herself seeking answers. After dodging her, Chi-Ren promptly drew Gu Zhenshen and Suuru Oi to his side, one on his left and the other on his right, walking in tandem. Suuru Oshua trailed behind quietly, her right hand buried deep within her jacket pocket, gripping something tightly. Lu Ru felt a sudden wave of self-doubt. Is it possible that he does not dislike women? But merely me? Impossible, absolutely impossible. This must be a tactic of feigned retreat to gain my interest. How infuriating. Lu Ru's expression gradually deteriorated, the facade of her sweet smile shattering completely. The good news was that no one else had noticed. The bad news was that no one was paying her any attention at all. At this moment, Chi-Ren was on high alert, intently observing the minimap. The instant they entered the amusement park, the hidden red dots began to stir, fervently colliding against the yellow circle. Judging by their fervor, their desire to attack was quite palpable. Chi-Ren pondered, why did that female spectre not exhibit such a reaction in the monitoring room? She had shown no aggression, or had concealed it remarkably well. Furthermore, she was capable of engaging in normal conversation with Chi-Ren, even attempting to entice him. In contrast, these bizarre red dots on the minimap were purely in a mindless state of aggression, reminiscent of the zombies in classic apocalyptic films. Does the disparity in levels affect the intelligence of these entities? Chi-Ren silently speculated. In any case, caution was prudent. He led the group forward, maintaining a safe distance from the red dots along the way. Simultaneously, he kept an eye on the movements of Zhou Zhihang and his companions. There were now only 2 of the 3 remaining, and these 2 had yet to notice Chi-Ren's entrance. According to the minimap, Zhou Zhihang and Li Wei had ventured deep into the heart of the amusement park, yet had not engaged with any attractions, merely ambling aimlessly. This was for the best. Chi-Ren need not worry about being disturbed by these 2. He resolutely selected the first challenge, the Tower of Horrors, one of the most iconic attractions in the Radiant Amusement Park. A square tower 7 stories high, featuring 5 rows of stairs. Visitors must ascend on foot, encountering highly realistic horror-themed entities along the way. At each level, they must take a photo to check in. Only upon successful check-in can they proceed to the next level. Upon reaching the 7th floor, the team would automatically receive a token. All of this information was gleaned from the handbook Chi-Ren had perused. With 5 rows of stairs, it was just enough for all 3 teams. Chi-Ren guided his team to the ticket booth. He pretended to search for supplies at the window while waiting for the deduction of star coins. Then, a green light flashed from within the ticket window. Scanning over Chi-Ren, Su Ruoli, Su Ruoshua, and Gu Zhenzhen. Detected visitors, 4. Deducting star coins, 40. Issuing tickets. The price is quite reasonable. Chi-Ren mused. Soon, 4 tickets automatically emerged from the ticket window. Inscribed with the names and numbers of Chi-Ren and his companions. Chi-Ren, 001, Su Ruoli, 002, Su Ruoshua, 003, Gu Zhongzheng, 004. Chi-Ren discreetly tucked away the tickets and made his way into the depths of the haunted tower. The young couple, having been forewarned by Gu Zhongzheng, mimicked Chi-Ren's group and approached the ticket booth to purchase their tickets for entry. Meanwhile, the mother-daughter duo observed silently for quite some time. Although they were perplexed by the unfolding events, the seasoned Lu Yan decided upon the safest course of action, to replicate every action taken by Chi-Ren and his friends. Thus, the pair successfully gained entrance into the haunted house. The group of 8 ascended into the tower, where the dim lighting enveloped them like the night, rendering visibility quite low. Chi-Ren focused intently on the minimap and noticed the absence of any red dots, allowing him to breathe a quiet sigh of relief. This appeared to be a legitimate haunted house. Without hesitation, he approached the stairway, locating the designated photo spot for the initial level. The rules were clearly outlined. Only 2 individuals are permitted to enter each staircase. Level 1 check-in. Please capture a hand-holding photo with participants 001 and 002. Note: fingers must remain intertwined until reaching the 2nd level. Chapter 46. The sisters' toy snatched by the younger sister. The characters 001 and 002. Do they not represent Su Ruoli and myself? Chi-Ren glanced at the cheerful girl beside her. At that moment, the girl remained blissfully unaware of what was to transpire. Her curiosity piqued as she gazed up towards the staircase. Su Ruoshua had already located the staircase corresponding to their respective numbers, accompanied by Gu Zhenzhen. Suddenly, the voices of a young couple drifted from behind. Darling, look. This is our number. Are they asking us to take a couple's photo? What a delightful surprise. Their lips had scarcely parted before, but upon seeing the photo-taking rules, they entered a frenzy of interaction. The mother-daughter duo glanced at their number and then at the staircase entrance. 007 and 008 take a parent-child photo. After pondering for a while, they could not quite grasp the concept of a parent-child photo, ultimately resorting to a casual pose. Click. Parent-child photo score, 60 points, qualified. Please proceed to the 2nd floor promptly. Heh, this haunted house is nothing extraordinary, thought Lu Ru, feeling quite pleased with herself. She waved at Chi-Ren from a distance, raising her voice playfully. Brother, I shall go ahead. See you later. Instantly, the aroma of tea wafted through the haunted tower. The mother-daughter pair and the young couple completed their photo-taking and ascended the stairs to the 2nd floor. Before long, Su Ruoshua and Gu Zhenzhen fulfilled their photo requirements. 003 and 004 take hand-holding photo. It was hardly a challenging task. Surely, the younger sister and the team leader were managing just as well. Su Ruoshua sighed in relief, greeted Chi-Ren and Su Ruoli, and then climbed the stairs with Gu Zhenzhen. Meanwhile, Su Ruoli finally laid eyes on her photo requirement. Interlock your fingers, and do not let go. This rule seemed rather peculiar. The smile on her face faltered slightly. However, she quickly regained her composure and confidently extended her hand. Come on, team leader. We must not fall behind. Su Ruoli deliberately grasped Chi-Ren's left hand with her right, allowing the team leader's right hand to remain free, prepared for any unforeseen circumstances. After all, this was no amusement park from the Blue Star era, but rather an exploration zone of a bizarre post-apocalyptic world. Chi-Ren understood the girl's intentions and silently admired her foresight. Before long, they completed the photo-taking. Hand-holding photo score, 90 points, excellent, comment, both parties appeared somewhat tense. And the distance between them remains unbridged. Chi-Ren looked at the haunted tower's prompts, utterly speechless. Why was there a commentary for us? Why not for the other teams? Wait a moment. Perhaps this could be advantageous, helping us achieve a higher score. With that thought, Chi-Ren pulled Su Ruoli a tad closer. And they walked side by side into the staircase. The staircase resembled those found in high school buildings' numerous steps, yet low in height, making the ascent effortless. The difference, however, lay in the stairwell was flanked by numerous windows, from which mechanical faces occasionally emerged, accompanied by eerie music that lent a strikingly realistic effect. In the past, Chi-Ren and Su Ruoli might have been genuinely frightened. However, having endured bizarre trials, they found this merely trivial and chose to disregard it, striding purposefully upwards. Soon, they reached the second floor. Checkpoint, please 001 and 002 embrace each other. Note, the longer the embrace, the higher the score, up to a maximum of 10 minutes. It seemed that the checkpoint actions were becoming increasingly intimate. If this trend continued upward, what might await them? Su Ruoli felt an unsettling premonition and instinctively glanced at her captain, who appeared entirely unfazed. Quietly, he activated his analytical mode. This haunted house had no time constraints. Thus, the team's score was unrelated to the time spent, solely dependent on the completion of the checkpoint. Ruoli, come, we must embrace for a full 10 minutes. He pulled her into his arms. Su Ruoli willingly extended her arms in return. At that moment, she suddenly recalled the first night, when she had similarly held Chi-Ren. She had been engulfed in fear and uncertainty, and it was Chi-Ren who had provided her with protection and a sense of security. Su Ruoli couldn't help but laugh. Captain, do you remember what happened on our first day here? I do. Did you notice that my sister and I actually know you? I did. But you never asked about it, aren't you even a little curious? A bit curious. It felt as though she were conversing with an automaton, with each question met by a succinct response. Su Ruoli couldn't suppress her laughter. Captain, I'll let you in on a little secret. My sister has always been quite concerned about you. Every night, she talks to me about you, repeating herself so often that my ears are nearly calloused. To prevent their roommate from discovering this, she had even given you a codename, Winter Melon Ribs. Chi-Ren looked at Su Ruoli with a bewildered expression. Why Winter Melon Ribs? You truly don't remember? Su Ruoli chuckled helplessly. Poor sister. So concerned about him yet perpetually unable to find the right moment to express it. What does she wish to convey? Gratitude. Then why not simply say thank you? It's not something that can be expressed with just a thank you. Must she then fast for 3 days, bathe, change her clothes, and then say thank you? Su Ruoli rolled her eyes in exasperation. I am truly amazed by you, Captain. Then you must hold on steady. The two continued their playful banter. And before long, 10 minutes had passed. Embrace score, 93 points, excellent, comment. The two are gradually relaxing, and their distance is closing. Engaging in conversation to enhance their score was a delightful aspect of this quest. Chiron nodded in satisfaction, casually brushing his hand over Su Ruoli's forehead. Ruoli, you did splendidly. I intentionally engaged you in this conversation. Am I not clever? Yes, I believe so. Captain, you're quite bothersome. As the two conversed, they entered the stairwell. Walking side by side, their hands instinctively intertwined. In that fleeting moment of connection, both Chiron and Su Ruoli recalled the rule that mandated they could not let go before reaching the second floor. However, they were now on the 2.5 floor, and there was no longer any need to adhere to that stipulation. Chiron promptly released his grip. But Su Ruoli did not reciprocate. Chiron paid no heed to such trivialities. He focused on the small map, ensuring no unusual occurrences lurked nearby, while admiring the horrifying props lining the stairwell. This level was distinctly more elaborate, in addition to the mechanical grimaces previously encountered. There were no lifelike monsters and simulated eerie entities, enhanced by lights and sound effects, which rendered the scene quite terrifying. Yet, Chiron remained unperturbed. Suruoli, too, chose to disregard the spectacle. After the brief embrace they had shared, the young woman's emotions had shifted imperceptibly. A novel thought inexplicably emerged in her mind. Suruoli reminisced about her childhood when she would often seize her sister's dolls and bring them to her own bed. Back then, she believed her actions stemmed from a mere desire for her sister's scent, a manifestation of her fondness for her sibling. Yet, as she held Chiron moments ago, her mind incessantly conjured images of her sister's face, recalling the sheer joy her sister exhibited when speaking of Chiron in the dormitory. The mere thought of her sister compelled her to hold on even tighter. This sensation felt rather exhilarating. Chapter 47, Captain, you're pressing against me. Check-in level 1, Princess Carrie from 001 to 002. Note, the closer you are, the higher the score. Suruoli gazed at the check-in requirements, her brow slightly furrowing. The first level involved holding hands, the second embraced, and now they were to indulge in a Princess Carrie. The stakes were escalating. At this rate, what might occur on the 7th level was beyond her imagination. Just the thought sent a thrill through her. Sister, I'm sorry. Captain, let us hasten to check in. Be sure to hold me tightly. Suruoli's spirit soared instantly. She bounded over to Chiron, wrapping her arms around his neck in eager anticipation of the Princess Carrie. Wait! Just as Chiron was about to step into the designated check-in spot, Suruoli suddenly called out to him, Captain, I believe we need to be even closer. The check-in requirement states that the closer we are, the higher the score. Thus, she stretched her arms, tightening her embrace around Chiron's neck, resting her head against his shoulder. The warm breath escaping her nose brushed against Chiron's cheek, her delicate lips hovering near his neck. Captain, I assure you this is merely for the scoring. Do not misunderstand. Rest assured, there is no misunderstanding whatsoever. Chiron held Ruoli without any emotional display. Stepping into the check-in position. Princess Carrie score, 90, excellent, comment, harmonious cooperation, trust at its peak, yet both harboring secret thoughts. Suruoli's cheeks flushed a vivid red. She had deliberately leaned her head against the captain's shoulder, knowing that a slight turn from him would bring them face to face, mere inches apart. That was her little scheme. Alas, Chiron remained as steadfast as a mountain, offering no reaction. However, it mattered not. This was merely the 3rd level. And opportunities lay ahead. What are you pondering? Chiron gently tapped the forehead of the cheerful girl. Why are you dawdling? Continue to ascend. Here we go. Suruoli responded with exuberance, quickly returning to Chiron's side, walking in tandem. This time, she took the initiative to grasp the captain's hand. In another stairwell of the haunted tower, Suruoshua and Du Zhenzhen had successfully ascended to the 4th level. The check-in requirements for the first 3 levels were holding hands, linking arms, and embracing. The 4th level required them to strike a pose for a photograph. It seemed the difficulty here was not particularly high. Du Zhenzhen cheerfully remarked. The captain is indeed reliable. He must have specially selected activities suited for us. Chiron was indeed trustworthy, yet. Suruoshua sighed softly, her words unspoken. Ever since they began, her heartbeat had quickened inexplicably. Yet she had not engaged in any vigorous activity. And the terrifying apparatus within the tower was utterly incapable of scaring her. Why was her heart racing? Suruoshua recalled a time in elementary school, when Suruoli had gone out with friends and had not returned for a while. At that moment, her heartbeat had raced just as it was now. Alone, she had ventured out to search for her sister, ultimately finding her in a small alley in the neighboring district. She and a group of companions were cornered in an alley by two stray dogs. Su Ruoli trembled in fear, with no way to retreat. Fortunately, a boy of her age happened to pass by. Together with Su Ruoshua, he gathered stones to drive away the two stray dogs. Strangely, the boy seemed somewhat familiar alas. The time had elapsed too long for her to recall accurately, only that he had a mole on his left shoulder. That detail was insignificant. What mattered was that from that event onward, Su Ruoshua became aware of the occasional phenomenon of telepathic connection with her sister, especially during moments of intense emotional upheaval. Just like at this very moment, a twinge of concern crept into Su Ruoshua's mind. Could Ruoli be in danger? No, with Chiron by her side, she would surely be safe. Yet, an unsettling feeling lingered, as if she were on the verge of losing something precious. Su Ruoli and Chiron ascended to the 4th level in one breath. The photo op was a wall slam, arriving at the 5th level. To their surprise, the requirement for this level was for the two to sit together, with Su Ruoli nestled in Chiron's embrace. The longer they sat, the higher their score. With a maximum of 10 minutes. The action was not difficult. The haunted tower had thoughtfully provided a comfortable sofa chair right at the photo spot. Chiron settled into the chair, while Su Ruoli perched on his lap. They smoothly completed the required pose. Then, she sensed an exceedingly perilous presence. Su Ruoli's cheeks flushed crimson. After much hesitation, she finally spoke. "Captain, it seems something is pressing against me. It's long, thick, and hard. It hurts." Nevertheless, Su Ruoli did not shift her position. After all, the longer they maintained the pose, the higher their score would be. She did not wish for her efforts to go to waste. Chiron immediately realized that his gun was pressing against Su Ruoli. This was not good. He worried that his firearm might be damaged. If the barrel bent or broke, he would be unable to fire bullets in the future. He had to remove it quickly. Thus, Chiron wrapped his left arm around Su Ruoli's slender waist, gently lifting her slightly. Seizing the opportunity, his right hand swiftly reached into his pants pocket to retrieve the revolver. Thankfully, the specially designed revolver was sturdy enough not to sustain any damage from their position. Chiron breathed a sigh of relief, loosening his left arm to let Su Ruoli's weight rest back on his thigh. Due to the angle, he did not notice that Su Ruoli's face had turned a deep shade of crimson. What had the captain just been doing? Why did he suddenly embrace me? Oh! It turned out he was merely adjusting his gun. But why was there still something pressing against me? And even more, never mind, I shall refrain from mentioning it. Su Ruoli resolved to ignore the matter and focused on maintaining the required pose for the full 10 minutes. In the end, they achieved an excellent score of 95 points. And then, they continued their ascent. Su Ruoshua and Gu Zhenzhen had already reached the 6th level. The requirement for this level was to act as the closest of friends while taking a photo. Gu Zhenzhen felt no pressure regarding the situation. She had long considered Ruoshua as her friend. Conversely, Su Ruoshua felt a twinge of guilt. Her feelings towards Gu Zhenzhen were rather complex. Although she did not harbor any dislike for her, she could not help but perceive her as a rival. Fortunately, the haunted house in the tower awarded an impressive score of 90. After completing the check-in, Gu Zhenzhen eagerly ascended the stairs. Su Ruoshua intended to follow, but suddenly felt a chill run down her spine, as if something had frightened her. Was Ruoli in danger? This could be problematic. I must go to her aid. However, there was no connecting passage between the staircases. It seems I must reach the 7th floor quickly and devise a plan. Ruoli, hold on. Your sister will be there to rescue you soon. Meanwhile, Chiron and Su Ruoli arrived at the 6th floor. The two navigated the familiar terrain effortlessly and located the check-in point, where they encountered the requirements. 6th floor check-in. Please have participant 001 and participant 002 kiss each other. Note, the more natural the kiss, the higher the score. This Su Ruoli's cheeks flushed crimson in an instant. The inevitable had finally arrived. Chapter 48. Su Ruoli's first kiss. Although she had anticipated this moment, Su Ruoli felt a flutter of anxiety as it approached. After all, she possessed no experience whatsoever. The young girl cast a nervous glance at Chi-Ran beside her. "Captain, what should we do? Isn't the requirement clear? We shall adhere to the rules." "I am a bit anxious." "Fear not, I shall be gentle." "All right, Captain." Su Ruoli instinctively shut her eyes, awaiting Chi-Ran's kiss. Her heart raced uncontrollably, and her breathing grew increasingly rapid, as if time had come to a standstill in that instant. Suddenly, Chi-Ran leaned in, placing his hands on her shoulders. Su Ruoli's heart leapt into her throat. Her body instinctively yearned to retreat, yet she was held in place by Chi-Ran. In the next moment, he pressed a light kiss upon her forehead. Su Ruoli opened her eyes, a look of confusion etched on her face as she gazed at Chi-Ran. "Is that all?" "Indeed. Wasn't it supposed to be a kiss?" The requirement did not specify which part to kiss. Su Ruoli found herself at a loss, uncertain if she should feel relieved or slightly disappointed. Perhaps it was a blend of both. "Ruoli, it is now your turn. The rules dictate that we must kiss one another. Hurry!" Chi-Ran's focus lay solely on the regulations, the scoring, and the rewards that awaited them after completing the test. As for the beautiful girl before him, he certainly appreciated her, but what he truly valued were her professional talents and loyalty. In this strange apocalyptic world, those attributes were paramount. "Nian. Ruoli, what are you hesitating for? The captain is too tall, I cannot reach." "Oh. Also, could you please close your eyes as well? Is it necessary? I might feel shy." "Are you shy about kissing my forehead?" Though Chi-Ran found it perplexing, he complied, bending slightly and closing his eyes. Su Ruoli soon leaned in but lingered without taking the next step. Chi-Ran could even feel the warmth of her cheeks, her gentle breath brushing against his face, and her soft little hands resting on his shoulders. This girl, is she truly this bashful? What could she possibly be thinking? Chi-Ran felt as though he had waited an eternity. At last, Su Ruoli leaned in, placing a soft kiss upon his cheek before darting away. Chi-Ran did not inquire why Su Ruoli had kissed his cheek instead of his forehead. It was obvious even without thought. The reason was her lack of height, preventing her from reaching his forehead. What else could it be? Su Ruoli ran breathlessly to the staircase corner. "Captain, let us hurry to the 7th floor." "Don't rush. Let me check the score." Kiss score, 99 points, outstanding. Comment, a kiss tinged with shyness, truly enchanting, though it lacked a touch of courage. Gazing at the evaluation provided by the haunted tower, Chi-Ran felt a flicker of confusion. A lack of courage. Who lacked it? What connection did courage have with kissing a forehead? Well, regardless of the details, having achieved a score of 99, there is no need to dwell on them. Ruoli. Let us proceed. Chi-Ran entered the stairwell and swiftly caught up with Su Ruoli. This time, the cheerful girl did not walk alongside the captain. Instead, she discreetly created a small distance to gather her thoughts. She had nearly crossed a line moments ago. In that fleeting moment of kissing Chi-Ran, Su Ruoli found herself gazing intently at his face, her eyes involuntarily drifting towards his lips. What would it feel like to kiss him there? The thought was abruptly dismissed from her mind. Yet, the image of her sister inexplicably surfaced. The memory of her sister's joyful expression while discussing Chi-Ran ignited an impulse within Su Ruoli. What would her sister's reaction be if she witnessed me kissing the captain? Curiosity tinged with guilt swirled within her. No, no, no. How could I entertain such thoughts? Su Ruoli, have you forgotten who raised you? It was your sister. Though they were born simultaneously, her sister had always been the nurturing and accommodating one, meticulously caring for her and shielding her with unwavering devotion. Now that her sister had finally encountered someone special, How could she possibly intrude? Absolutely not. Su Ruoli affirmed her resolve, raising her chin slightly, her eyes reflecting determination. Captain, what is the requirement for checking in on the 7th floor? A kiss. What are we waiting for then? No, what did you just say? Su Ruoli was momentarily taken aback. Her gaze fixated on the 7th floor check-in point. 7th floor check-in. Please have participant 001 and 002 share a French kiss. Note, follow the dictates of your heart. Su Ruoli fell silent. The mental preparation she had painstakingly constructed crumbled in an instant. What kind of requirement is this? What was the point of my earlier efforts? This haunted house surely harbors ghosts. Chiron cast a silent glance at his teammate. Of course, the haunted house has ghosts. Or else what would it be called? His thought was abruptly interrupted as Su Ruoli suddenly rushed toward him, throwing herself into his embrace, silencing him. They remained entwined for what felt like an eternity. Ruoli, this is not the designated check-in area. We must be within that circle too. Will you? Su Ruoli was oblivious to Chiron's words, lost in a frenzy of emotion. She pressed herself against him without restraint, caught off guard by her fervor. Chiron worried about the possibility of his tongue being bitten. What on earth is wrong with her? Why had she suddenly erupted? Never mind. Chiron refrained from asking further questions. Silently lifting Su Ruoli and carrying her to the designated photo spot for check-in. Su Ruoli instinctively wrapped her thighs around his waist, her arms encircling his neck, effectively hanging on him. And then, they shared a passionate, unrestrained, and lingering French greeting. The French kiss rating, 100 points, perfection, commentary, no words needed. The check-in phase has concluded. Yet, Su Ruoli shows no intention of stopping. Her arms remain tightly wrapped around Chiron. The French greeting continues, even more fervently than before. The French kiss rating, 120 points, perfection, commentary, a feast for the eyes. The French kiss rating, 200 points, ultimate perfection. The French kiss rating, 300 points, ultimate perfection. Not so fast, you two. Su Ruoli seems to have flipped a switch, unwilling to part from Chiron. Although Chiron is not particularly bothered. He worries about the time it may cost them in the exploratory zone, compelling him to take action. One hand supports Su Ruoli, while the other pinches her nose. Unable to breathe, Su Ruoli still refuses to relent, holding on until the very limit before finally letting go. The girl leans weakly against Chiron, gasping for air. Captain, do you want to suffocate me? Yes. Then I shall suffocate the captain as well. Su Ruoli immediately lunges forward, sealing Chiron's lips once more. Almost simultaneously, a flurry of hurried footsteps approaches from behind her, accompanied by her sister's anxious cries. Ruoli, where are you? I'm coming to save you. What? Su Ruoli. What are you doing? Chapter 49. You arrived just in time, Su Ruoli. What are you doing? Ruoli. Humph. Completely engrossed in the moment, Su Ruoli was oblivious to her sister's call. She was unaware of anyone approaching from behind, wholly absorbed in her interaction with Chiron, diligently completing her task without a hint of slackening as the scoring came to an end. Fortunately, the dim lighting within the haunted tower rendered visibility low. Su Ruoli could only vaguely discern her sister and Chiron embracing, but the specifics of their actions remained obscured. Seizing the opportunity, Chiron pinched Su Ruoli's waist sharply. Ouch! That hurts. Captain, why did you do that? Be careful, or I might bite you. Oh woo. Sister? Chiron swiftly turned Su Ruoli around, bringing her face to face with her sister. The girl immediately panicked. Sis, when did you arrive? Are you even aware that I am your sister? Sis, let me explain. Just know we. You need not explain. Su Ruoli's expression was as frigid as ice, her gaze piercing through the pair entwined before her. It seems I have arrived at an inopportune moment. No, you arrived just in time. Qi Ren replied earnestly. If Su Ruoxue had delayed any further, he might have lost his tongue, his lips nearly bruised from the biting. Truly, such an inexperienced girl, lacking in any finesse, relying solely on instinct and emotion. She needs to be taught a thing or two, not that I would volunteer. We should leave. Qi Ren cast a silent glance at Su Ruoxue before turning towards the staircase exit. He offered no explanations, for none were necessary. As the captain, his actions were solely aimed at achieving higher scores and rewards. The minute details of the process were inconsequential. Su Ruoli, feeling anxious, glanced at her sister, lowered her head, and hurried a few steps to catch up with Qi Ren. Su Ruoxue quietly approached the checkpoint on the 7th floor, but alas, the requirements for checking in had vanished, leaving her unable to ascertain what transpired between the two. Gazing at the empty staircase, she sighed softly and turned to follow Qi Ren and her sister. Were they just kissing? No, that is utterly impossible. If that were the case, Qi Ren would not have remained so composed. Ruoli would be even less likely to betray me. She has adored her sister more than anyone since childhood. Su Ruoxue analyzed the situation calmly, her chaotic thoughts gradually settling. The moment she had seen her sister and Qi Ren embracing had nearly incited an urge to draw a firearm. These two must have been possessed by something strange. Fortunately, Su Ruoxue quickly realized that Qi Ren and her sister were likely fulfilling the task's requirements. Perhaps they were instructed to embrace as friends, akin to how I interact with Gu Zhenshen. Yes, that must be it. It seems this haunted tower is rather serious after all. Serious, my foot. Gu Zhenshen could no longer contain herself. At the 7th floor exit, once everyone reconvened, Gu Zhenshen watched in disbelief as Su Sheng and Song De emerged from the stairwell. Disheveled, she couldn't help but voice her thoughts. What on earth have you two been up to? Enjoying yourselves, I see. Gu Zhenshen regarded her former teammates with a look of exasperation, rendered speechless. Su Sheng flashed her a mysterious smile and leaned in to whisper, Zhenshen, if you get the chance, I'll teach you a couple of tricks to completely captivate your captain. I don't need your lessons. Oh, it seems you already have some experience, huh? TSK. Gu Zhenshen's cheeks flushed as memories of the previous night resurfaced. She instinctively glanced towards the captain. Qi Ren was just raising his hand, signaling for everyone to follow him. While focusing on the minimap, he made his way towards the exit corridor, which led to an elevator area. In front of the elevator stood a small round table adorned with 3 cardboard boxes, each labeled with a number: 001, 002, 003, 004, 005, 006, 007, 008, corresponding to their 3 teams. Qi Ren picked up the first box, opened it, and revealed 4 golden circular badges, each engraved with a number. This must be the credential mentioned in the handbook. He distributed the badges to his teammates. Su Ruoli immediately stepped forward to help Qi Ren pin the badge to his chest. Their movements were fluid and seamless, without a word exchanged. Observing from the side, Su Ruoxue felt a strange sensation. When had these two become so in sync? She instinctively reached out to assist Ruoli in fastening her badge, but Gu Zhenshen interjected. Sister Ruoxue, let me help you. Thank you. Meanwhile, Su Ruoli naturally handed her badge to Qi Ren and puffed out her chest. Qi Ren affixed the badge securely and casually brushed off the dust from her shoulder. It looks lovely. Thank you. Captain Su Ruoxue fell silent, inexplicably feeling a pain in her heart. Sister Ruoxue, could you help me fasten mine as well? Sister Ruoxue? Oh, all right. Sister Ruoxue, are you feeling unwell? No, not at all. Su Ruoxue diverted her attention away from the two. Gu Zhenshen sensed something was amiss with Ruoxue, but she couldn't pinpoint why. Perhaps she would inquire with the captain later. He might have some insight. Meanwhile, the young couple opened their box to find golden badges inside as well, while the mother-daughter duo's box contained bronze badges. Chi Ren silently observed without comment. Shortly after, he led everyone into the elevator, descending directly to the exit of the haunted house on the first floor. The group finally exited the haunted house and returned to the amusement park. The current time was 09:15 a.m., leaving them with 2 hours and 45 minutes before the exploration zone would close. There was still ample time. They merely needed to complete 2 more activities before departing the amusement park. The identification device has successfully completed the analysis of innate talents, and the portion of the benefits from the mother-daughter flower has finally been reaped. You have acquired the talent, Military Training Command. Military Training Command. You can issue military training commands to any target. Attention, at ease, march in place, forward march, compelling them to comply. Each command has a cooldown period of 45 minutes, and the duration depends on the target. Can continue to upgrade. The original military training command has a cooldown of 1 hour. What Chi Ren has learned is an enhanced version, with a cooldown of 45 minutes. And it is capable of further upgrades. The identification device truly lives up to its SSS grade occupational talent. Without hesitation, Chi Ren activated the talent and aimed the identification device at Lu Yan, continuing to reap the benefits. Analyzing the robust body talent, please remain within range. 01, 00, 00, 00, 59, 59, 00, 59, 58, excellent. In just 1 hour, Chi Ren will be able to replicate both of Lu Yan's talents, and in a more potent form. He will ascend directly to the rank of Military Training Instructor Pro Max. His combat power will be formidable. Chi Ren approached the mother-daughter flower and gave Lu Yan a thumbs up. You, my friend, are quite impressive. Lu Yan? What is this person suddenly saying? Why do I feel as though I am being taken advantage of? Perhaps it is just an illusion. Chi Ren said little more and turned to walk to the front of the line. Next, he intended to select an amusement activity of suitable difficulty that would conveniently consume an hour. He scanned the mini-map and spotted an appropriate target. It has been decided. You shall be it. Chapter 50. The Fairy Tale Theater. It is decided. The Fairy Tale Theater. One of the most time-consuming attractions at the Radiant Amusement Park. Visitors may choose their preferred scripts and perform alongside the theater's actors. The judges will score the performances, and teams scoring above 60 points will receive a voucher. This is the information Chi Ren gleaned from the manual. We have 3 teams, each with an average performance duration of 10 to 15 minutes, plus time for script selection, rehearsal, and the scoring process, totaling roughly 1 hour. Perfectly fitting. Chi Ren led her team members to the ticket booth, where their star coins were automatically deducted to obtain tickets. This time, the numbering underwent a slight alteration. Chi Ren, 001, Guzhenshen, 001, Suru Oshue, 001, Suru Oliai, 001. The tickets were uniform for each member of the team. The couple's team was designated as 002, while the mother-daughter duo was 003. Guzhenshen was quite pleased. This way, there was no need to split up from the captain. Hooray! Suru Oshua also felt a sense of relief. She glanced at her sister, only to find a hint of disappointment on Ruoliai's face. What could Ruoliai be disappointed about? Surely, it cannot be. Suru Oshua shook her head, casting aside her errant thoughts. One must not hastily suspect others, especially my beloved sister. I cannot allow this bizarre world to disturb my mind. What am I thinking, Ruoxiu? Chi Ren patted the aloof school beauty on the shoulder. Everyone has already entered. Why are you standing here alone, looking foolish? Ha! Suru Oshua abruptly looked up. Realizing that everyone had already made their way to the theater entrance, leaving her alone at the ticket booth. She instinctively opened her mouth to inquire. She ran. You and Ruoi, I jest. Never mind, it's nothing. Let us go. We should keep everyone waiting. Following Chi Ren's instructions, the three teams entered the theater sequentially according to their numbers. Su Ruoshua regained her usual composure, her right hand slipping into her pocket to firmly grasp her Glock handgun. Remaining vigilant against any potential dangers, Chi Ren, meanwhile, focused on the minimap. Soon, he confirmed that there were no red dots in the theater, indicating the absence of anomalies and monsters. Wait! Suddenly, a human man emerged from the backstage, dressed in professional attire, with a badge pinned to his chest. This individual appeared as a black dot on the minimap. Chi Ren immediately recalled the death arena, where the referee was also represented by a black dot. It seemed this was some sort of special entity. Chi Ren speculated inwardly, gripping the specially modified revolver in his pocket, which was preloaded with 6 dispelling bullets. Welcome to the Fairy Tale Theater. I am the manager here. The manager approached, offering a slight smile that revealed a mouthful of sharp teeth. Chi Ren became even more convinced that this creature was of the same ilk as the referee from the arena. Instinctively, he took a step back, positioning the mother and daughter in front of him. Lu Yan? The audacity of this fellow to hide behind me is quite remarkable. Fear not, dear friends. There is nothing here that can cause you harm. The manager beamed with a radiant smile. Please follow me to the backstage. Each of you shall select your preferred script, and the director will assign roles, along with staff to assist in your performances. Following the conclusion of the performances, 9 esteemed judges and a special guest will provide critiques and scores. The rankings will determine first, second, and third places, with corresponding rewards for each. The manager's demeanor was notably gentle, and the rules he articulated were straightforward. The crowd quickly felt at ease. Upon arriving backstage, they encountered a portly figure seated at the end of a long table in a high-backed chair, his forehead level with the tabletop, his form nearly spherical. This gentleman is our director. Director, these are today's performers. The director nodded, swinging his short legs, and tumbled from his chair, rolling directly before the assemblage. With his hands clasped behind his back, he scrutinized each actor's visage, his expression notably grave. After a lengthy pause, the director finally spoke, mediocre at best, but acceptable. The manager smiled slightly. To gain your favor is no small feat. He turned to the actors. Have you decided on your scripts? A young couple immediately raised their hands. We wish to perform Snow White. Following suit, Su Ruoi exclaimed, I too want to portray Snow White. Lu Yan cast a glance at her daughter, prompting Lu Ru to speak up. Manager, if I were to play Snow White, could he assist in playing the prince? She pointed at Chi Ren, flashing a sweet smile. Su Ruoi furrowed her brow and stepped directly in front of Chi Ren, obstructing the gaze of the green tea sister. Chi Ren disregarded Lu Ru's remarks, remaining vigilant of the director, who seemed to harbor ulterior motives, his gaze flitting between the young couple, eyes gleaming with fervor. Surely, he does not intend to indulge in any unscrupulous behavior. Yet, how could he possibly overlook my partner when there are a mother and daughter for him to choose from? Wait a moment. His attention seems directed not at Su Shang, but at Songda. No, my friend, your taste appears quite misaligned. Such matters were not mentioned in the manual. Fortunately, the director merely glared for several minutes, licking his lips and casually touching his waist, without exhibiting any overtly aggressive reactions. Then, he turned to address everyone. I have already selected the scripts for you. Each role has been tailored specifically for you. No objections will be entertained. The scripts are not ours to choose. The crowd collectively turned towards the manager, who wore a wry smile. In principle, everyone should have the opportunity to select their scripts. But the director holds the final say, so please cooperate willingly. Very well, after all, the purpose of the performance is to obtain certificates and rewards. No objections were raised, and the group awaited the director's instructions in silence. You two shall portray the roles in Snow White. The director raised his hand, pointing towards the young couple. You shall embody Snow White, and you shall play the prince. But who will take on the role of the dwarf? These thoughts simultaneously crossed the minds of the onlookers, yet none dared to voice it. Now, you two are cast in Little Red Riding Hood. The director approached the mother-daughter duo, assigning them the roles of the wolf and the grandmother. Lu inquired, and what about Little Red Riding Hood? Surely I am not to be cast as the grandmother. Lu Yan retorted, how dare you suggest I play the grandmother when I still possess my youthful charm? And what of the Grand Red Hood? Where has my magnificent cape gone? Lu cautiously spoke up, Director, might I take on the role of Little Red Riding Hood? The director decisively shook his head, stating, I have a keen eye for casting, and you are undoubtedly suited for the role of the grandmother. Am I truly destined to be the grandmother? And my mother, the wolf? Is this a matter of politeness I must question? The mother-daughter duo's anger ignited fiercely. Yet there was nowhere for it to vent. The director, however, paid them no heed and silently approached Qi Ren's group, scrutinizing them carefully. After a moment, he spoke slowly. You shall play Cinderella. This charming young man will portray the prince. As for Cinderella, you shall take on that role. Chapter 51. The shoe is off. The foot is mine. The performance is about to commence. In the expansive theater, only 6 spectators occupy the seats, 4 from Team Chiron and 2 from a mother-daughter duo. The judges are positioned behind them, separated by 10 rows of seating. The theater manager and the director are among the judges, while the remaining evaluators bear human semblance. The small map displays a total of 9 dart points. The special guest seat glows with a conspicuous crimson hue, an eerie color indeed. The moment Chiron spotted the red dot, he instinctively gripped the customized revolver in his pocket, bracing for an attack. However, the red dot remained docile in the guest area, with a faint yellow line marking the boundary between the judges' seats and the audience. Only then did Chiron exhale in relief. He slightly turned his body, stealing a glance at the 10 judges, particularly focusing on the special guest. Coincidentally, she was also gazing at him. In that fleeting moment of eye contact, both Chiron and the guest froze. It's you! Shoninzi is actually the theater's special guest. Chiron quickly averted his gaze and turned back. Beside him, Gu Zhenzhen curiously inquired, Captain, did you just say something? No, it must have been your imagination. Oh, all right. The theater manager beside Shoninzi also appeared intrigued. Distinguished lady, did you just utter something? No, it must have been your imagination. Is that so? The manager pondered, casting a thoughtful glance at the audience before settling on the handsome young man. Understanding dawned. Clearly, he was a potential higher-grade anomaly, exhibiting quite a humanoid taste. The manager grinned, Distinguished lady, if you have taken a liking to that lad, we can manipulate the scores to ensure he remains. No need. As judges, we ought to be objective and impartial. It's genuinely amusing to hear an anomaly speak of objectivity and fairness. It seems this lad has some connection to her. The manager chose not to expose this and decided to observe the unfolding events. For now, they must first enjoy the performance of the opening group. Snow White. Magnificent, truly magnificent. As the prince bestows a passionate kiss upon the sleeping princess. How could such a scene not stir one's heart? I give it a 10. A bald-headed judge proclaimed first. The tall, slender lady beside him immediately retorted. You are simply scoring haphazardly. How am I scoring randomly? Was that kiss not heartfelt? Indeed, it was too heartfelt. Just look at whose lips he is kissing. Oh! What's the issue? A kiss is a kiss, regardless of where. Kissing in front of so many people is utterly disgraceful. I shall give them a score of 0. To be honest, there are hardly any of us here. Shut your mouth. The tall, Slender Lady and the bald-headed judge engaged in a heated argument, dragging several other judges into the fray. After a fierce exchange, the 9 judges ultimately settled on a total score of only 54. Now, only the special guest Ningzi remained without a score. As long as she scores 6 or above, this Group S performance will be deemed satisfactory. A score of 5 or below indicates an unsatisfactory performance, and the actors will be required to remain in the theater for specialized training. All eyes turned towards the special guest. Ningzi pretended to ponder, discreetly casting a glance towards Qiren's position. Qiren subtly nodded in her direction. Ningzi understood perfectly. I shall award a score of 9. How could that possibly merit a 9? The tall and slender lady immediately voiced her dissent, asserting that such a vulgar performance deserved not even a single point. What's vulgar about it? The bald-headed judge retorted defiantly. I relish the vulgar. Without it, I wouldn't even want to watch. Silence yourself. You should be the one to hush. As tensions escalated, the theater manager intervened just in time. Scores have already been assigned, thus there is no need for further argument. Let us proceed to the next performance. The manager had just noted the interaction between the special guest and Qiren, and was now thoroughly convinced that there was something amiss between the two. Quite intriguing. The manager cast a meaningful glance at Qiren, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Next group, prepare. The young couple had exited the stage, and the mother-daughter duo rose from the audience to prepare backstage. Lu Ru swiftly donned her costume. However, Lu Yan was fixated on the array of costumes and props. Deep in thought, what is mother contemplating? I am pondering how to secure first place. Yet, mother is eyeing the props for the next group. What could that imply? I have already stated that I am considering how to achieve first place. Mother. Lu Ru suddenly grasped her mother's line of thinking. To attain first place, one need not necessarily achieve a high score. By finding ways to lower the scores of others, one could still secure victory. So, you intend to sabotage their props? Precisely. Lu Yan picked up the crystal shoe, a crucial prop for the next Group S performance of Cinderella. If they inadvertently damage this pivotal prop during their performance, how will the judges perceive it? Mother is indeed astute. The mother and daughter exchanged glances, sharing a sinister chuckle. Xiaoru, assist me in breaking the heel of this crystal shoe, so that it shatters on stage. Certainly. The performance of the mother-daughter duo concluded successfully. This time, the judges unanimously provided favorable reviews, with the previously quarreling duo offering identical praise. The portrayal of the wolf was exceptional. That sinister demeanor, those piercing eyes, vividly brought to life the wolf that devoured grandmother and deceived Little Red Riding Hood. This is an absolute embodiment of the role. The diminutive director silently listened nearby, secretly pleased, nodding in approval. He had always been confident in his discerning eye. Ultimately, the 9 judges awarded a high score of 88, while the special guest Ningzi awarded a mere 1 point. The total score was 89. The mother-daughter duo returned to the audience, satisfied and eagerly anticipating the next performance. Qiren and others arrived backstage. Su Ruoshua and Gu Zhongzhen entered the dressing room to don their splendid costumes. The director assigned them the roles of the jealous stepsisters of Cinderella, while Su Ruoli portrayed Cinderella herself. Due to the simplicity of her attire, she stayed behind to assist Qiren in changing into the prince's elaborate garments. The prince's court costume was remarkably intricate and cumbersome, requiring Qiren to first remove his outer coat. As she beheld his bare torso, Su Ruoli shyly covered her eyes, though the gaps between her fingers were wide enough to conceal an elephant. The young girl assisted Qiren with his clothing, incessantly expressing her admiration. Captain, your back muscles are so firm, may I touch them? Captain, your shoulders are quite broad, may I touch them? Captain, there's a mole on your left shoulder. May I touch it? So you wish to touch everything, do you? Qi Ren suppressed his inner retorts. Once attired in the prince's outfit, Qi Ren turned to Su Ruoli and said, "Come, remove your shoes and give me your feet." "Eh?" Su Ruoli exclaimed, retreating several steps in fright. "Captain, what are you planning to do?" "Fear not, I merely wish to take a look. I won't do anything inappropriate." "Ha! Your words only heighten my concern." Despite her apprehensions, Su Ruoli ultimately removed her shoes and obediently offered her feet to Qi Ren. Chapter 52. The eccentric girlfriend begins her performance. May I come in? How does it feel? Quite comfortable, though a tad snug. It's like this for the first time. Try to go a bit deeper. I can't. It's far too tight inside. I need to come out. Then do so. Chiron held the young girl's delicate foot in one hand while the other grasped the glass slipper, meticulously comparing its size. After all, it was a crucial prop that required thorough inspection before the performance. For now, everything seemed fine with Ruoli. Next, it was imperative to see if Su Ruoxua and Gu Shenshen could fit their feet into the slipper. According to the original script, they should be unable to wear the glass slipper. Chiron murmured to himself, unconsciously squeezing with both hands. Su Ruoli's face flushed crimson with embarrassment. Yet she stubbornly refrained from withdrawing her foot. She had anticipated that the captain had a penchant for such play. Perhaps tonight. No. I mustn't presume the captain's preferences without permission. I recall hearing somewhere that there are only two types of boys in the world: those who admire delicate feet and those who absolutely adore them. Should I just ask directly? Su Ruoli glanced at Chiron, noticing him deep in thought, and decided not to disturb him. Before long, Su Ruoxua and Gu Shenshen emerged from the dressing room in their performance attire. Upon opening the door, they were greeted by the sight of Chiron toying with Su Ruoli's foot. Su Ruoxua promptly retreated back into the dressing room, reopening the door to find the scene unchanged. Why does this moment feel so familiar? Every time there's a crackdown, you're always here. Su Ruoxua could no longer contain herself. What on earth are you two doing? Su Ruoli, you've crossed a line. Chiron looked up at Su Ruoxua and Gu Shenshen, saying, "You two arrived just in time. Quickly, give me your feet." Su Ruoxua rolled her eyes in exasperation, spotting the glass slipper in Chiron's hand. She instantly grasped his intention. However, could he not get to the point? The focus should be on the glass slipper, not on our feet, right? Just as Su Ruoxua was about to voice her thoughts, Gu Shenshen rushed forward without hesitation, removing her stage shoes and placing her foot directly into Chiron's embrace. Isn't that a bit too eager? Su Ruoxua internally scoffed. She approached Chiron, only to find her space occupied by Gu Shenshen and Su Ruoli, leaving her no room to squeeze in. She could only watch silently as the two young women engaged with Chiron, glancing at the glass slipper. Su Ruoxua suddenly noticed a crack on its heel. "Chiron, this shoe has a problem." "I'm aware," Chiron replied calmly, nodding. He was not solely focused on delicate feet. He also meticulously examined the stage props and had already discovered that the glass slipper had been tampered with. This was why he had allowed the three young women to try it on themselves, opting instead to take measurements with his own hands. That is quite reasonable, isn't it? Su Ruoxua furrowed her brows, inquiring, "Who could have done this?" "I have no idea. Could it be the manager or the director? There is a possibility, but it is unlikely. If they wished to sabotage us, there are far more clandestine methods at their disposal." "Then it must be that mother-daughter duo," both exclaimed in unison. No wonder they emerged with smug smiles directed at me. An icy aura enveloped Su Ruoxua. "I shall report this to the manager immediately." "It would be futile," Qi Ren shook his head. "The theater manager is akin to a referee in a deaf arena. They do not seek fairness but merely adhere to the rules. The regulations do not stipulate that one cannot sabotage an opponent's props, hence, they will not penalize that mother and daughter duo, nor will they show us any leniency." Then I shall personally exact vengeance upon them. Su Ruoxua declared coldly. That is acceptable, but not at this moment, Qi Ren replied with a slight nod. The performance is about to commence. Let us complete our act first. And we shall settle accounts with them once we leave the theater. Although the crystal shoe was damaged, we could still execute most of the performance, as I had already made adjustments to the script. Now, let us take the stage. The performance of Cinderella proceeded smoothly, under Qi Ren's guidance. The show bypassed the scene where Cinderella danced in the crystal shoe, focusing instead on the rivalry between the sisters and the prince's quest. The prince, holding the crystal shoe, tested each maiden's delicate foot, a segment that had been rehearsed backstage in advance. The three maidens coordinated flawlessly, and the prince's performance was equally seamless. The bald judge was the first to give his verdict, 10 points. An absolute 10. For those exquisite feet alone, it would not be excessive to award 100 points. The tall, slender lady scoffed at this. You foot fetishists are the most ridiculous. I give it a 10. Are the foot fetishists eating your rice? Giving it a 10. Doesn't your conscience ache? I will give as I please, and you have no say in it. Besides, where do we find the conscience? Our hearts no longer beat. The judges erupted into another quarrel. The manager had to intervene to restore order. Ladies and gentlemen, differing opinions are acceptable. Since you are all seated here, you have the right to assign scores. Now, please report your final scores to me, and I will tally them. 10 points. 0 points. 10 points. 9 points. The final score from the 9 judges totaled 49 points. Now, let us invite our special guest to present her score. The theater fell into utter silence, with all eyes fixated once again on the special guest, Shen Ningzi, though no one paid attention to her scoring. Even if she awarded 10 points, the total score could only reach 59 points. Let alone competing for first place, such a score would not even be deemed passing. On stage, the three maidens appeared ashen-faced. Having meticulously prepared for the performance, it was rather unexpected that they would lose the competition due to sabotage. Who could have foreseen such a conclusion? In the audience, Su Shang gazed anxiously at Gu Zhenshen, then turned to glance at the manager, contemplating whether she could allocate some of her points to Zhenshen. At the very least, they could secure a certificate. The mother-daughter duo, Hua, concealed themselves in a corner, feigning nonchalance, though the smirks at the corners of their mouths were difficult to conceal. Oh, dear mother, your strategy is truly masterful. Effortlessly eliminating a rival and securing the first place, the rewards they shall receive later are undoubtedly the finest. Last time, at the Death Arena, they had snatched first place from us, and now the scales of justice have finally balanced. Lu Ru could no longer contain her excitement, exuberantly praising her mother. While Lu Yan was equally delighted, she refrained from overt displays of joy, instead cautiously observing Qi Ren's demeanor. On stage, the handsome young man appeared remarkably composed, exhibiting no signs of panic. Instead, he gazed serenely down at the audience, seemingly exchanging glances with someone. Lu Yan instinctively glanced at the judging panel behind her but noted nothing amiss. Perhaps I am merely being overly suspicious. No matter how impressive this lad is, it is improbable that he knows the judges, let alone has the means to sway them. The theater manager rose and addressed the audience. Esteemed lady, have you reached your decision? Shen Ningzi nodded affirmatively. Yes. Then, what score do you bestow? 100 points. What was that? Did you not hear? Shen Ningzi smiled sweetly. Allow me to reiterate. For this group S performance, I grant a score of 1 million. Chapter 53, A Web of Deception. 1 million points. How absurd! Exclaimed the tall, slender lady, chuckling incredulously. Each judge can award a maximum of 10 points. How could you possibly give 1 million? Surely there must be some limits to such folly. Indeed, The notion of 1,000,000 points was rather excessive. The balding judge nodded in agreement. Though he had assigned 10 points, he sided with the tall lady on this matter. After all, rules were paramount. The short director, seated quietly, remained silent, giving the impression that a seat had been vacated in the room. The theater manager, well aware of the esteemed guest's intentions, wished to intercede on her behalf. However, defending such an extraordinary action proved to be a formidable challenge. If he were to consent, the other judges would undoubtedly disagree. The manager sighed resignedly. Esteemed lady, we appreciate your sentiment, but awarding 1,000,000 points truly poses a dilemma. How about we consider it as 11 points? This would render the final score for this group a passing 60 points. What do you think? Fell into silence, seemingly contemplating the proposition. In the corner of the audience, the mother-daughter duo exhaled in relief. When they had initially heard the judge assign 100 points, was genuinely astonished, believing the esteemed guest possessed such authority. However, upon hearing the figure of 1,000,000, she felt a wave of doubt wash over her as the judges raised their objections. Only then did she feel reassured. The esteemed guest could not act recklessly. She was bound by the theater's regulations, thus, the first place for the two of them was assured. And her daughter exchanged disdainful smiles, casting their gazes towards. After a prolonged silence, finally spoke, "Why can I not award 1,000,000 points?" The manager quickly donned a conciliatory smile. "Our scoring system is capped. The total score is merely 100 points. Then I shall give 100 points, she replied. But there are 10 judges, and within the confines of 100 points, each can only award 10. I understand, nodded in acknowledgement of this rule. However, before the manager could relax, suddenly turned to the 9 judges, offering them a disarming smile. An immediate chill swept through the judges, for it was the first time they had felt such an eerie sensation since their transformation. "Which of you assigned a score of 0? Inquired coldly. "What do you intend to do?" The tall lady protested defiantly. "I will give 0 points, and what can you do about it? Don't he think I'm unaware of your intentions? You're merely fixated on that." With a sharp crack, before she could finish her sentence, her neck snapped, and her round head rolled onto the floor. Instantly, a peculiar gray mist emanated from the severed neck, and her body disintegrated into fine particles, ascending into the air and dissipating. In full view of the audience, the tall lady evaporated into thin air. Shoninzi smiled faintly. "Now, the judge's quota belongs to me, and I can award 20 points." The audience was taken aback. The mother and daughter duo looked utterly astonished. Why is this woman allowed to do this? "Manager, why aren't you stopping her? Why would she go to such lengths, merely because of this group's commendable performance?" On stage, Chi Ren's 3 partners wore expressions of bewilderment. This lady seemed overly accommodating towards us. What could possibly motivate her actions? Was it due to the captain? No, that could not be. For no captain could possibly bribe someone so enigmatic. Suru Oshua sensed something amiss and covertly glanced at Chi Ren, who remained expressionless, calmly observing the scene below, as if it had nothing to do with him. The theater manager initially intended to intervene. However, upon exchanging a glance with the esteemed lady, he promptly dismissed the notion of objection and swiftly stepped aside. "Please, go ahead." Shoninzi smiled slightly. "Since the manager has not raised any objections, it indicates that I have not violated any rules here. Next, the judge who scored 0, please step forward. I believe it was you." Without waiting for a response, she waved her hand. With a snap, yet another judge vanished from existence. "This quota now belongs to me. I can award 30 points. Next." Another snap. 40 points. Next. Wait. I suddenly feel that this performance is exceptional. I want to revise my score. Snap. Too late. Next. Don't just move on. My dear aunt, you've eliminated all the judges. The theater manager was barely holding it together. In less than a minute, all the judges who had given a score of 0 were eradicated. And this ant was still unsatisfied. You might as well eliminate me too. Manager. No. Let's talk this over. Please don't resort to violence. Shunminzi tilted her head, feigning confusion. I merely wish to inquire what the current total score is. Why are you so anxious? Am I truly that frightening? She turned her gaze towards the remaining judges and inquired, who awarded 9 points earlier. Please step forward. I am not fond of the number 99. It always evokes a sense of a near miss. After pausing for a moment and witnessing the judges remain silent, she displayed a remarkably gentle smile and slowly approached the cowering judges. Afraid to come forward, are we? Then I shall question each of you in turn. She gently raised her hand, pointing at the bald judge. Wait! The voice of the short director rang out from behind the crowd. It was I who awarded 9 points. Shunminzi instantly frowned. Then why didn't you step forward earlier? I have been standing here all along. The diminutive director stood on the ground, noticeably shorter than the seated judges, thus escaping everyone's attention. An air of awkwardness suddenly enveloped the atmosphere. Clearing his throat, the director maintained a serious and solemn expression, betraying not a hint of fear. 9 points is already the highest score I have awarded, esteemed lady. Are you not content? He stated. I only favor perfect scores. Shunminzi offered a slight smile. As the director here, I shall certainly grant you due respect. Change the score to 10. And I shall refrain from pursuing this matter further. This is impossible. As the director, I must take responsibility for every performance. He shook his head resolutely. Although this group's performance was commendable, their props had evidently faltered, adversely affecting the crucial act. I can grant them a 9 solely for their admirable poise under pressure. As for a 10, that is utterly out of the question. Shunminzi nodded thoughtfully. Very well, then I shall make this happen. Wait. The theater manager hurriedly positioned himself in front of her. Esteemed lady, our theater has but this one director. You cannot possibly send him away. This is your concern. Not mine, she retorted. Consider it a plea from me. I earnestly ask you to exercise restraint. A cold smile played on Shunminzi's lips as she gazed at the theater manager and the director, who remained unperturbed. The short-statured director, with a swift motion, darted in front of the manager, standing tall and dignified. As the director, I shall not waver an inch on matters of principle. This is a matter of respect for the art. If you insist on awarding them a perfect score, then I shall resign from the judging panel. I no longer desire this position. With that, the director made a dramatic exit, swiftly retreating backstage, leaving the theater manager standing in bewilderment. Chapter 54. The special reward for the first place. The director has slipped away. I had thought he would stand firm until the end. What a disappointment. How dull. I long for a scene of bloodshed. The several observing judges silently stowed away their snacks and drinks. The theater manager, meanwhile, pulled out a handkerchief to wipe the beads of sweat from his forehead. This was the first time he had broken into a cold sweat since the bizarre events began. He had almost believed he was about to lose this delightful director. Who would have thought that this fellow was so resolute, leaving in such haste without a moment's hesitation? So, does that mean the director's judging spot now belongs to me? Shunminzi smiled faintly. I declare that the final score for this group is 100 points. Who is in favor? Who is against? We are in favor. The judges nodded their heads enthusiastically, eager to avoid any delay. The theater manager quickly chimed in. The final score for Group 001 is 100 points. They have claimed the first place. Only then did Shunminzi reveal a satisfied expression. She turned slightly, casting a flirtatious glance towards the stage. Qi Ran subtly nodded in acknowledgement, grateful for her assistance. Gu Zhenzhen excitedly embraced Su Ruoxue, Sister Ruoxue. We have qualified. Hooray! Shenshen, please let go of me. We need to go change our outfits. This girl possesses quite a grip. Su Ruoxue felt as though she might be flattened. Below the stage, the atmosphere was heavy with clouds for the mother-daughter duel. Lu Ru watched the jubilant Qi-Ren group, her heart brimming with resentment and injustice. That first place should have been ours. Why are the judges favoring them? It was the same in the death arena last time. And again this time, this is utterly unfair. Lu Yan stared intently at the judges behind her, troubled by the shocking events that had just transpired. Not to mention that a female anomaly could effortlessly eliminate other anomalies. The crucial question is, why would she do such a thing? Surely, it can't merely be for the sake of appreciating performance and art. Lu Yan found the situation perplexing. But her intuition suggested that it likely had something to do with Qi-Ren. She hoped he had discovered my tampering with the crystal shoes, otherwise, they would undoubtedly seek revenge. No, I cannot rely on improbable occurrences. I must take the initiative and eliminate this little team. Lu Yan resolutely decided to seek an opportunity to strike against Qi-Ren and the others. For now, I will collect my certificate and leave the theater. And perhaps claim a reward. Although the first place slipped through my fingers, second place should still yield a decent reward. Lu Yan silently reassured herself. Before long, Qi-Ren's team changed back into their outfits and returned to the theater. The manager's voice resonated from behind the crowd. Now, please, the three groups of actors. Take the stage. I will distribute your certificates and prizes. The manager clapped his hands, and suddenly a door opened in the center of the stage floor, revealing a small award platform that slowly rose from below. Meanwhile, three statuesque hostesses emerged from the backstage, gracefully balancing three trays in their hands. The manager ascended the stage slowly, while the other judges remained seated. Shen Ningzi clearly yearned to partake in the award ceremony, yet her movement was restricted, confining her to the judges' table. She could only cast a wistful gaze towards Qi-Ren. The prizes this time were extraordinarily generous, as the manager announced. The third-place team would receive 1 vial of professional elixir, the second-place 2 vials, and the first-place 3 vials of professional elixir, along with an additional vial of physical enhancement elixir. The eyes of the mother-daughter duo sparkled with anticipation at the sight of the prizes held by the hostesses. As B and C level practitioners, their talents could not be upgraded, rendering them unable to utilize the professional elixirs. However, the value of these elixirs was immense. They could trade them with other teams for abundant resources or use them as bait to entice practitioners with A-level talents or higher, compelling them to serve them. The thought alone was exhilarating. The two exchanged glances, unable to suppress the smiles gracing their lips. Now, allow me to present the awards to you. The theater manager stepped forward, distributing the certificates to each participant. He then gestured for the hostesses to bring forth the prizes, preparing to commence the award presentation from the third place. Wait! Shen Ningzi's voice suddenly resonated from below the stage. Manager, the prizes should not be distributed this way. The manager turned back in confusion. Dear lady, I do not understand your meaning. A gentle smile graced Shen Ningzi's lips. Manager, let us not forget that this group achieved a perfect score of 100. This is the first time in the history of your theater that someone has attained a full score, is it not? Such a remarkable feat warrants a special reward. Does it not? The manager's lips twitched slightly. Surely, he knew how that perfect score was achieved. What a travesty. You nearly caused our entire team to be eliminated. The manager internally grumbled while maintaining a cordial facade. How do you propose we distribute the prizes? It is quite simple, Shen Ningzi replied with a slight smile. You should allocate the prizes for the second and third places entirely to the first place. What? Before the manager could voice his objection, the mother-daughter duo grew anxious. Why should their prizes be given to them? What kind of reasoning was this? Liu Yan glared menacingly at the woman, baffled by her repeated assistance to Qi Ran. Yet, this was the realm of the uncanny, and she would not dare to voice her dissent, at least not openly. Thus, the mature woman donned a remarkably cooperative smile and addressed the manager. Manager, we have no objections to this proposal, but what about the third place team? She deliberately shifted the topic towards the young couple. Liu Yan had observed them long enough to note that they had been engrossed in their own world throughout the journey. Completely disregarding Qi Ran, Qi Ran paid no heed to the young couples, scarcely casting them a glance. Their relationship surely lacked substance, although their academic performance did not match ours. We should not stoop to bullying them on that account. Such behavior contradicts the decorum of the theater, Liu Yan remarked with a cheerful smile. The manager turned to the third place contestant. If you have any objections, feel free to voice them. We have no objections, Su Shang replied without hesitation. Manager, I believe that esteemed lady is indeed correct. The first place has achieved a perfect score. Such excellence deserves ample recognition. Since the second place has no qualms, we too shall remain silent, so you need not worry, manager. Wait, why are you all not opposing this? Liu Yan exclaimed in frustration. Manager, I wish to reconsider. No need for that, the manager waved dismissively. From the outset, that esteemed lady has been watching intently, making me feel as though I were under a spotlight. My head could roll at any moment. What is there to reconsider? I hereby declare that the prizes for first, second, and third place will all be awarded to Team 001. They shall receive 6 bottles of professional potions and 1 bottle of physical enhancement potion. With the award ceremony concluded, we shall take our leave. The manager provided no opportunity for the mother-daughter duo to question, directing the attendant to hand over all prizes to Qi Ran. Then, he made a swift exit. Watching the Qi Ran quartet joyfully accept their rewards, Liu Yan and Liu Ru instantly flushed with embarrassment. Chapter 55. The conclusion of the mother-daughter flower. At the moment the awards ceremony concluded, a thick, ominous mist suddenly enveloped Sheng Ningzi, who vanished without a trace once the fog dissipated, leaving behind an empty seat. It remains uncertain whether they shall meet again. Qi Ran silently withdrew his gaze, feeling a ripple of emotions within. Captain? Su Ruoli's voice broke the silence beside him. Shall we depart? Indeed, he replied, with the proof now in hand and generous rewards secured. It was time to exit the theater. By the way, Qi Ran discreetly glanced at his newfound talent, identification device. You have acquired the talent, robust physique. You can enhance 1 physical attribute, speed, strength, endurance, explosiveness, lasting for 5 minutes, with a maximum of 50 enhancements per day. Can be further upgraded. The original robust physique lasted only 3 minutes with a limit of 40 enhancements, totaling 2 hours per day. Qi Ran's upgraded version extended to 5 minutes and 50 enhancements, allowing for over 4 hours of maintenance daily. This enhanced power was indeed remarkable. Now that the benefits of the mother-daughter flower had been fully extracted, it was time to settle some previous matters. Ironically, after leaving the theater, Qi Ran had yet to speak when the mother-daughter flower approached him voluntarily. Young man, it is time to return the prize to us, isn't it? Liu Yan's smile was as radiant as a blooming flower, her tone exceedingly amiable. Qi Ran grinned even more brightly. Are you referring to the trophy? Liu Yan paused momentarily, taken aback by the youth's swift change in demeanor. Could it be that he discovered my tampering with the crystal shoe? It appears this young man must be eliminated. In her mind, Liu Yan placed Qi Ran on her list of targets, while maintaining her facade of friendliness. Young man, my companion Liu Ru and I have worked hard to secure second place. That prize rightfully belongs to us, although the judges displayed clear bias, coercing the theater manager to award you. This was merely an obligation, not the manager's true intent. I trust you are not unreasonable. Kindly return the prize to us. Her tone, though gentle, carried an unmistakable air of imperiousness. Qi Ren gazed at the venomous woman with a smile, slowly uttering 4 words. I am a barbarian. You. Lu Yan felt a surge of fury rise within her. How can you so shamelessly take what belongs to others? The seasoned actress had reached her limit. It was time to sever pretense. Young man, I advise you. There are mountains beyond mountains, and people beyond people. Do not presume that merely awakening an information-based profession makes you invincible. If you obediently return the prize, I may yet spare your life. But should you insist on defiance, do not blame me for turning hostile. Lu Yan had been observing Qi Ren closely, noting that he had never exhibited any combat-related abilities. Yet he was well versed in the rules of the exploration zone. Thus, she speculated that he belonged to an information-type profession, akin to Lu Ru. The 3 young ladies beside him evidently lacked any combat prowess as well. Lu Yan, a B-class professional, possessed the confidence to conclude the battle within 10 minutes, eliminating them all. In response, Qi Ren, who had just mastered all the talents of the military training instructor, expressed with trepidation, I'm quite afraid, dear aunt. Please do not engage me in a conflict. You fool, seeking death. Lu Yan suddenly drew a sharp knife from her bosom and lunged forward, commanding, stand at attention. Her target was not Qi Ren, but rather Su Ruoxue. Jiang, renowned for his experience, had quickly disowned the true nature of this group within mere hours. Su Ruoxue posed the most significant threat among them. Not only was her physical prowess evidently superior to that of the other girls, but the bulging pockets in her hand, which constantly reached inside to clutch an object, convinced Lu Yan that she concealed a weapon. Capture the leader to subdue the rest. As Lu Yan struck towards Su Ruoxue, Lu Ru also sprang into action. Although merely a C-class professional and devoid of combat talents, she had undergone martial arts training from a young age, mastering various weapons. Lu Ru retrieved a mini crossbow from her backpack, aiming it at Su Ruoli and Gu Zhenzhen, declaring, Don't move. If anyone dares to stir, I shall shoot you dead. Upon hearing her daughter's voice, Lu Yan's lips curled into a faint smile. Although Shao Ru lacked combat talents, she was more than capable of handling these ordinary individuals. The situation was firmly under control. Do not blame me for my ruthlessness. Blame your greedy captain. Had he willingly surrendered the prize, I would not have resorted to such measures. It is human greed that leads to death. Die! The blade was poised to pierce Su Ruoxue's chest. At that critical moment, a resounding voice emerged from behind her, stand at attention. Lu Ru's mind was unable to comprehend the meaning of this command, and her body uncontrollably halted, frozen in place, unable to move. Damn! Isn't that my move? How could he? Lu Yan thought furiously, her mind swirling with a terrifying notion. Could he replicate my skills on the spot? Cursing under her breath, Lu Yan swiftly redirected her focus, intending to use a military command against Qi Ren. Plans had changed. He must be eliminated first. However, Qi Ren preemptively issued the command, count off. 1. Lu Yan had intended to command Qi Ren to march in place, yet her lips involuntarily responded to his directive. Due to the counting, she failed to issue her command in time, causing a delay of mere fractions of a second. In that brief moment, Su Ruoxue regained her mobility, swiftly drawing a Glock 50. With the advantage of her weapon master class talent, she aimed at Lu Yan's head and fired. Bang! The bullet struck true, hitting her forehead, and Lu Yan fell lifeless at once. Simultaneously, Qi Ren, having enhanced his explosive power through robust body, dashed to Lu Yan's side and seized the knife from her hand. He then lunged towards Lu Ru, issuing the military command, march in place. Lu Ru's body remained frozen in place, unable to flee. As she gazed upon the dagger aimed at her and the sight of her fallen mother nearby, the spirit of the green tea girl shattered in an instant. No! I cannot perish like this. If I must die, I shall take someone down with me. She began to pace anxiously, raising the crossbow in her hand, targeting Su Ruoli, and released a chilling arrow. At the very moment the arrow was unleashed, Chi Ren's dagger had already pierced her heart, ruthlessly penetrating her chest. As Lu Ru watched the blood flow from her wound, she realized her fate was sealed. Yet, a sinister smile crept across her face. With a malevolent glare directed at Su Ruoshua, she declared, "You have slain my mother, thus I shall take the life of your beloved sister. Remember this. Your sister's death is on your hands. I want you to live eternally in regret." The released arrow swiftly approached Su Ruoli, who instinctively began to evade. But the speed of her body could not match that of the crossbow bolt. Su Ruoli was on the verge of being pierced. Bam! Su Ruoshua raised her hand steadily and fired a bullet at the arrow. Chapter 56. Tearful lament. The cold arrow shot by Lu Ru was poised to strike Su Ruoli with deadly precision. Su Ruoshua, acutely aware of her inability to intervene in time, remained composed and drew her firearm. With the innate talent of a weapon master and the blue attachment of the Glock pistol, acceleration, she aimed to intercept the bolt with a bullet. Bam! The bullet surged forth from the chamber with remarkable swiftness, flying in a straight trajectory, narrowly missing the crossbow bolt. Did it not hit? No. Let the bullet soar for a moment. Indeed, the bullet failed to strike the arrow, as the target was exceedingly small. However, the rush of air generated by the high-speed bullet successfully altered the arrow's flight path, causing it to veer off course and decelerate. In that critical moment, Gu Zhenzhen let out a piercing cry, leaping forward to embrace Su Ruoli, shielding her within her arms in a desperate attempt to shield her from the arrow. Almost simultaneously, Su Shenshen, who had anticipated Lu Ru's attack, dove in headfirst, colliding forcefully with the two girls and violently separating them. The arrow grazed Su Shenshen's shoulder, breaking the skin and spilling crimson blood before the astonished onlookers. "Oh, it hurts. I'm going to die," Su Shenshen wailed, collapsing to the ground. Gu Zhenzhen scrambled to her feet, rushing over frantically. "Su Shenshen. No! Bandages! I need emergency bandages now." Despair echoed in her voice as tears streamed down her cheeks. "Why? Why would you risk your life to save me? Did we not vow to be friends for life? How could you leave me alone?" "No!" Su Shenshen stealthily opened her eyes, a look of resignation on her face as she gazed at Gu Zhenzhen. "Could you please stop holding me? Ha! You're here, and I can't dare to approach." "What? After finally encountering a scene of life and death, my pants are completely soaked. Why did you rush over? What on earth did you get wet from?" Gu Zhenzhen's vision blurred momentarily. She hastily released her friend, springing to her feet and retreating to a safe distance. "Ah! It hurts. I'm going to die," Su Shenshen cried out once more, collapsing back onto the ground. Song Da pretended not to have witnessed the recent events and quietly produced a bandage, tending to his girlfriend's shoulder wound. He then leaned in and said, "There are too many people here. Let us resume this part later in the evening." "That works." Su Shenshen quickly rose from the ground, dusting off her clothes, and approached Gu Zhenzhen with confidence. "Zhenzhen, I'm sorry for worrying you just now." Suppressing her urge to voice her frustrations, Gu Zhenzhen managed a resigned smile. "It was you who saved both me and Ruoli. I should be the one thanking you." "Exactly." Su Ruoli inspected Su Shenshen's shoulder, ensuring she was unscathed before letting out a sigh of relief. "Su Shenshen, thank you for saving me." Su Shang shrugged, expressing her realization of the woman's wickedness early on, having taken precautions in advance. Fortunately, they were close enough. "Speaking of which, this bandage is quite remarkable. My shoulder feels completely pain-free now." Suddenly, a bold idea struck her. Lu Ru desperately wished she could shoot another arrow, but alas, her body had succumbed to exhaustion. Just when she contemplated surrendering, she saw Su Shang swiftly tending to her shoulder injury with a peculiar bandage, reigniting a flicker of hope within her. She raised her head slightly, casting a pitiful gaze at Chi-Ren. Brother, I was wrong. Could you possibly save me? I promise to serve you. To be your slave if you rescue me. You can do as you please. Chi-Ren chuckled. How could this woman maintain such confidence even at death's door? Surely. She did not genuinely believe herself to be alluring. It was an affront to his discernment. To be frank, if she could transform into a beast of burden, he might indeed consider rescuing her. Alas, that transformation was impossible. He resolved to fulfill his role as the benevolent savior. With a radiant smile directed at Lu Ru, Chi-Ren declared, I am a kind-hearted person, unable to bear the separation of loved ones. I shall send you to reunite with your mother. No need to thank me. He raised his hand and struck. The dagger plunged mercilessly into Lu Ru's heart. The green tea girl was silenced, unable to even utter a cry of anguish. Her eyes closed, and life departed her. Chi-Ren withdrew the dagger, casually flicking the blood off its blade with a flourish. He did not hasten to leave but instead reached to touch Lu Ru's nose, confirming her breath had ceased. Only then did he rise and approach Su Ruoli. He had just witnessed that she had not been hit by an arrow, assuring her safety, yet still inquired, Are you injured? Su Ruoli shook her head. Neither Zhenzhen nor I have been harmed, but Sister Su Shen's shoulder was grazed by a crossbow bolt. Thankfully, she had a bandage to staunch the bleeding. She should be fine. Chi-Ren reached out to touch Su Ruoli's forehead and petted Gu Zhenzhen's as well. He then stepped before Su Shen. You saved my most vital companion while sustaining injuries yourself. The rewards from the fairy tale theater shall be bestowed upon me. Speak. What compensation do you desire? Su Shen shook her head vigorously. I was merely saving my friend. As for the theater's rewards, Sonda and I have no use for them. It would be better for you and Zhenzhen to have them. Your willingness to guide us through the exploration area has already been a tremendous help. Chi-Ren nodded, foregoing further pleasantries. Superficial niceties served no purpose. He would simply ensure they gathered more supplies later. Meanwhile, the three young women overheard the exchange between Chi-Ren and Su Shen, their cheeks flushing like freshly picked apples. The captain spoke of his most important companion. Surely he referred to me. It seemed the events within the haunted house had left a lasting impression on him. Giggled one of the girls. So, I have become the captain's most essential partner, have I? It seems that his actions last night brought him great satisfaction, indeed. Men are creatures of contradictions. Thus mused another young girl. Damn it, Chi-Ren is spouting nonsense. Surely, I ought to be the most important companion, thought a certain unnamed girl. Su Ruoxuo confirmed that her sister and Zhenzhen were unharmed before locating Chi-Ren and inquired, How should we handle these two? She gestured towards the two corpses on the ground. First, let's inspect the backpacks and collect all the resources we can. We needn't concern ourselves with the bodies. As Chi-Ren spoke, his hands were already rummaging through the mother-daughter flower's backpack. The thrill of scavenging was not something he would relinquish to others. It was far more enjoyable to engage in it himself. That being said, the supplies from this mother-daughter flower were far more abundant than Chi-Ren had anticipated, in addition to a mini crossbow and a sharp knife. There were 3 unopened bottles of mineral water, 2 loaves of bread, a bottle of energy drink, 10 chocolate bars, and 20 energy sticks. Furthermore, there was an unopened small box that appeared to be cosmetics. Chi-Ren did not hasten to open it. Instead, he placed the box along with the other supplies into Su Ruoxuo's backpack. Why not use the travel bag? Because he had spotted a large cluster of white dots on the minimap, circling not far away. Chi-Ren exchanged a knowing glance with Su Ruoxuo, who understood without words. The two swiftly readied themselves for battle. Chapter 57 The Ferris Wheel of Happiness. Jiaoxing led his team to the glorious amusement park. Initially, they struggled to comprehend the rules of this place. 3 of his followers mysteriously vanished upon entering an attraction, and despite their desperate searches, they could not be found. When they attempted to leave, they discovered that the exit gate to the exploration area was firmly shut, rendering their escape impossible. Ultimately, at the cost of 2 followers' lives, Jiaozheng deduced a hidden rule: one must first purchase a ticket before indulging in the attractions. After much tribulation, Jiaozheng finally acquired 2 vouchers. Just as he was poised to press forward into the park, he suddenly caught sight of a familiar figure in the distance. Stealthily, he approached and beheld Qi Ren and his enchanting female companion. Lying on the ground were 2 lifeless bodies. Was this a body inspection? Jiaozheng mused silently. The individual bore no visible wounds, suggesting that no struggle had occurred. It was likely that they had merely encountered a hapless victim. How fortunate for that lad! Alas! If only he were unarmed, I would seize the opportunity to rob them. Jiaozheng turned to his children and whispered, "Busi, Xian, let us take another route. Is there danger ahead?" Busi craned his neck and instantly spotted Qi Ren in the distance. It was him. This was the very scoundrel who had allowed the chubby homebody to slay the plump sisters, yet many in their team placed the blame squarely on their father. "That wretched fiend, I shall slay them this very moment." Busi was ready to charge out, but was swiftly restrained by his sister. Xian regarded her brother with disdain. "Brother, with such a large head, do you not possess a shred of wisdom? He wields a gun. What do we have to confront him with? Yes, you may be an indestructible professional, but what of father and me? My demise would be inconsequential, but if father falls, our team will collapse in an instant." Busi was left speechless, his chubby face flushed with indignation. His sister, clearly gripped by fear of death, had invoked their father to suppress him. How hypocritical! Jiaozheng's expression darkened as he fixed his gaze ahead, a faint smile playing at the corners of his mouth. If heaven intends to destroy a man, it must first drive him to madness. Let this fellow revel in his arrogance for a few more days. Once we procure weapons, we shall strike him down at the first opportunity, avenging the plump sisters. With a decisive gesture, Jiaozheng commanded his followers, "We retreat." Meanwhile, Qi Ren closely monitored the minimap, noticing that the white dots were not advancing towards them, but rather withdrawing. This was quite peculiar. Unfortunately, the amusement facilities obscured his view, preventing him from discerning who the newcomers were. However, based on their movements, Qi Ren harbored an inkling of suspicion. It was likely our old acquaintances. With a slight smile, he turned to his teammates and declared, "Let us hasten and gather the 3 vouchers swiftly, then depart. For the next attraction, we shall choose that one." Qi Ren pointed decisively, following the direction indicated by him. The young ladies beheld in the distance a colossal amusement ride, the Ferris wheel. According to the information in the manual, this was purported to be one of the simplest attractions in the amusement park. One merely needed to take a ride on the Ferris wheel for full rotation while maintaining a state of calm to receive a token. Inside the Ferris wheel, instruments would monitor the passengers' heart rates in real time. Staying below a certain threshold would signify a state of tranquility. For those who had endured the trials of the Eerie night, this requirement was indeed not overly challenging. Qi Ren clarified the rules to her companions before leading them to the ticket booth to purchase their entries. Although the Ferris wheel appeared devoid of danger, Qi Ren and her teammates remained vigilant. Meanwhile, a young couple was brimming with excitement. "Rangu, hurry up and choose your cabin." Songda's face was awash with indescribable expressions. "I can hardly wait. Just hold on." Qi Ren shot him a disapproving glance. "I know what you're thinking. And that is absolutely not permissible." During moments of heightened excitement, the brain releases copious amounts of dopamine and endorphins, indirectly stimulating the cardiovascular center. At the same time, adrenaline floods the system, directly accelerating the heartbeat. Your heart rates will undoubtedly exceed the threshold. Thus, no inappropriate behavior is allowed on the Ferris wheel. Upon hearing Qi Ren's grave admonition, a flicker of disappointment crossed Songda's face, but he quickly regained his composure. He nodded earnestly, since Rangu has said so. We shall refrain. Excellent. Just get through it and then exit, she replied. Wait, what do you mean by exit? Rangu, don't pry too deeply. Grant us some privacy. Chi-Ran, speechless, glanced at Songda, confirming he was jesting, before allowing him to depart. As for the young couple, they were amenable to advice. Soon after, Chi-Ran led her 3 companions into the cabin. Before they had even settled, Su Ruoli and Gu Zhenzhen dashed forward, claiming the seats on either side. Su Ruoxue, however, hesitated, not due to a lack of desire to sit beside Chi-Ran, but because she had been a moment too slow. As she deliberated, her sister and Zhenzhen had already surged ahead, akin to students rushing to the cafeteria after class. Observing this, Chi-Ran decisively relinquished her original seat and sat beside Su Ruoxue to maintain balance. Su Ruoli, Gu Zhenzhen, Su Ruoxue, yay. The aloof sister felt a surge of joy within, though her exterior remained serenely composed, as if nothing had transpired. She subtly turned her head, pretending to admire the scenery outside. Meanwhile, Chi-Ran surveyed the interior of the cabin. It resembled a typical amusement park Ferris wheel. A simple square space with 2 rows of seats. The only distinguishing feature was an additional device resembling a thermometer affixed to the back of the cabin door. This, presumably, was the instrument designed to measure heart rates. A vertical glass tube, filled with a pale green solution, is marked externally with 100 precise scale lines, numbered from 1 to 100, with a slight allowance above the 100th mark. As the guests take their seats, the Ferris wheel commences its ascent, the cabins gradually rising into the air. A voice announcement follows. Welcome aboard the Wheel of Happiness. Current passenger count, 44. Current heartbeat index, 0-100, during the return journey. The liquid must not exceed the highest scale line, or no certificate will be granted. It is imperative to remain calm. Note, please fasten your seatbelt. What on earth is this seatbelt nonsense? Su Ruoxue obediently secured her seatbelt, yet could not suppress her inner sarcasm. This is a Ferris wheel, not a roller coaster. Are you suggesting it could accelerate rapidly? My goodness! It truly resembles a wild, soaring Ferris wheel. Suddenly, the Ferris wheel began to accelerate, the cabin shooting upwards like a rocket. Su Ruoxue, disregarding the gazes of her sister Su Ruoli and Gu Zhenzhen, instinctively clutched onto Chi-Ran, burying her head in his embrace. Chapter 58 Ruoyue, can you endure this? Lu Ru opened her eyes, only to find herself enveloped in darkness. A familiar figure crouched before her. Mother? Zairu, you have finally awakened. Where is this? Did we not die? Her mother did not respond, nor was there a need for one. As Lu Ru's eyes gradually adjusted to the dimness, she beheld the horrifying scene surrounding her. Beneath her feet lay a path paved with countless white bones, the gaps between them exuding a chilling white mist. Towering rock walls flanked her, narrowing into a constricted path extending forward. The ground was shrouded in the shadows of twisted, withered trees, their branches laden with numerous desiccated corpses. Hollow eye sockets staring unblinkingly at every passerby. At the end of the path, a viscous, murky river of blood flowed silently, the air thick with whispers of despair and faint, heartrending groans. Is this the underworld? Lu Ru asked anxiously. Her mother shook her head. Not yet. She gestured ahead, where an uncountable throng was making its way toward the blood river. This is likely just the entrance to the underworld. There is no retreat, only forward. However, there is no need for excessive worry. We merely need to follow this crowd onward, cross that river of blood, and surely there will be a chance for rebirth. Lu Ru nodded slightly, rising to her feet and clasping her mother's hand, proceeding forward with the crowd. Ahead on the blood river stood a stone arch bridge, with a checkpoint at its entrance where several beings that were evidently not human stood guard. They appeared to be conducting some form of inspection, though it was unclear what they were searching for. Most individuals passed through the checkpoint without incident, crossing the bridge to the river. Occasionally, a misfortunate soul would be pulled aside by the guards, only to be hung upon the withered trees moments later, deprived of any chance for rebirth. Lu Ru felt a surge of anxiety. Mother, will we be able to pass through smoothly? Do not worry, we will be fine, Lu Yan replied. Though she too felt a flicker of panic, her words merely a self-reassurance. The mother and daughter reached the bridge's entrance, where the guards gave them a cursory glance before allowing them to pass. Lu Yan exhaled in relief. It seems this inspection is not so daunting after all. Just as they were about to cross the bridge, a towering figure suddenly obstructed their path. Standing 2 meters tall, covered in dark fur, with 8 sharp fangs protruding from its mouth and wielding a massive weapon upon its shoulder, it was none other than the boss they had encountered in the labyrinth. Why was it here? As Lu Yan prepared to inquire, she noticed her daughter, Lu Ru, trembling violently, pointing at the creature's face. Jiang! Confused, Lu Yan looked up, only to discover that the monster's weapon was not a steel blade, but a golden pickaxe. The creature's visage had also transformed, its features no more human-like, evoking a sense of familiarity. Jiang Feng. Lu Yan's heart raced. She pushed her daughter forward and turned to flee. But just as she took a step, the sharp end of the golden pickaxe pierced through her heart. Cursed be you, wretched soul! Do you not even spare me in death? Lu Yan lamented, her body racked with pain, casting aside any pretense of composure as she unleashed a torrent of curses. Yet, her words fell on deaf ears. Countless passers-by strolled past, oblivious to the tragic plight of the mother and daughter. The guard at the bridge merely cast a fleeting glance before returning to his duties. The creature, or rather Jiang Feng, uttered not a word. He extended his arms, lifting the lifeless forms of the mother and daughter he had slain, and silently made his way toward a desolate tree by the roadside. At the glorious amusement park, the happiness Ferris wheel stood tall. As Team Chiron embarked on their adventure, the heartbeat index surged to 90. Teetering on the brink of a critical threshold, Suuru Oshua alone contributed a staggering 80 points. This aloof campus belle's solitary vulnerability lay in her acrophobia. Riding a conventional Ferris wheel posed no issue, provided she did not glance downward. However, the cabin had ascended like a rocket, sending her heart racing skyward. Who could withstand such a jolt? Thus, she clung fiercely to Chiron, as if surrendering her entire being to him. Witnessing this scene, Suuru felt a surge of indignation. How could her sister behave in such a manner? Chiron was undoubtedly mine. Wait, perhaps I arrived later. Well, that changes nothing. Suuru promptly withdrew, her spirit wilting, as she buried her grievances deep within her heart. At that moment, Gu Zhenzhen was equally anxious. Concerned not for her own feelings, but for the heartbeat index. They had barely begun, yet the Ferris wheel hadn't even completed half its rotation, and already it was at 90. If another similar ascent or descent occurred, they would surely exceed the limit. Sister Ruoxue, can you endure? I can, Su Ruoxue declared resolutely. As long as Chiron holds me, I shall fear nothing. No. Your behavior frightens us, both Su Ruoli and Gu Zhenzhen thought simultaneously, yet none dared voice their concerns. A brief and awkward silence enveloped the cabin. At that moment, Chiron gazed silently out the window, seemingly lost in contemplation. Su Ruoxue loosened her grip slightly, lifting her head as she prepared to inquire. Suddenly, the cabin jolted. She quickly clung back to him, burying herself in his embrace. Heartbeat index, 92. What? How has the number risen again? I wasn't even scared, Su Ruoxue exclaimed in astonishment. She turned to glance at Su Ruoli and Gu Zhenzhen, noting their pallid expressions. I recall my sister isn't afraid of heights. Could it be Zhenzhen? Instinctively, Su Ruoxue tightened her grip, drawing Chiron even closer. Heartbeat index, 94. Why does it continue to rise? 95, 96, 97, 98, 99. Just 1 point away from the maximum threshold. The quartet exchanged glances, each wordless. Their faces ashen. At that moment, the Ferris wheel reached its zenith, beginning its slow descent. Good news, the Ferris wheel speed has returned to normal. And the erratic ascents and descents have ceased. Bad news, the heart rate index continues to escalate. The emerald liquid has long surpassed the highest threshold, nearly threatening to shatter the glass tube. Can we declare this experiment a failure? No! It is far too early to concede defeat. Qi-Ren calmly asserted. Together. We inhaled deeply, striving to calm our racing hearts and see if this solution could revert back. All right. Su Ruoshua released her arms and settled back into her seat. Coincidentally, the heart rate index, which had been relentlessly climbing, abruptly halted the moment she distanced herself from Qi-Ren's embrace. Surely, this must be mere coincidence. Su Ruoshua had no time to ponder. She followed Qi-Ren's guidance, inhaling deeply and striving for tranquility. Su Ruoli and Gu Zhenzhen mirrored her actions. Before long, the quartet had regained a normal heart rate. However, the heart rate index showed no signs of decline, and the verdant solution remained stubbornly at the maximum level of the glass tube. It seemed that the numbers could only rise, not fall. This bodes ill. The Ferris wheel gradually descended, poised to return. If this continued, the project was destined for failure. The three young women felt a wave of guilt, particularly Su Ruoshue. I am so sorry for holding everyone back. My sincerest apologies. The aloof school beauty had never bowed her head in front of others, yet at this moment, she found herself compelled to offer a heartfelt apology to her teammates. This was all her fault. Gu Zhenzhen opened her mouth to offer words of comfort. But Qi-Ren interjected, let us not be hasty in our apologies. We have not yet lost. He flashed a gentle smile at Su Ruoshua. In fact, this current situation might be the most stable. Ruoxiu, you have performed admirably. Thanks to you, I have already discerned how to secure the evidence. Chapter 59. Kissing the sister before the younger sister Ruoshua. Come to my side. All right. Su Ruoshua unhesitatingly unfastened her seatbelt and shifted to Qi-Ren's side. Just as she was about to take her seat, Qi-Ren suddenly wrapped his arm around her waist, compelling the aloof schoolbelle to sit across his lap. One hand supported her back, while the other boldly caressed the young maiden's face. Su Ruoshua's ears flushed crimson. Instinctively, she wanted to struggle. But upon noticing the resolute expression in Qi-Ren's eyes, she surrendered and ceased her resistance. With a deliberate closing of her eyes, she resigned herself to his whims. Before them, Su Ruoli could no longer contain herself. Captain, what are you going to do to my sister? Gu Zhenzhen appeared equally bewildered. Why is the captain bullying Ruo Shuajie? Heartbeat index is rising. At its peak, heartbeat index is rising. Warning, warning, about to exceed capacity. Upon hearing the announcement, Qi-Ren nodded slightly. The plan was proceeding smoothly. Everything was under control. Now, it was time to stoke the flames of this already heated situation. With one hand, Qi-Ren held Su Ruoshua's face at an appropriate angle. In front of the other two young ladies, he leaned in and kissed her directly. Captain! Su Ruoli's voice cracked in disbelief. How can you do such a thing? The girl instinctively wanted to stand and intervene, but was forcibly restrained by her seatbelt. Qi-Ren remained undeterred, fully engrossed in delivering a French greeting to Su Ruoshue. With her eyes closed, Su Ruoshue was yet to comprehend what was occurring when her soft lips were sealed. Unlike that fateful night, this time it was Qi-Ren who took the initiative, and their exchange was more profound. What was more significant was that they were not alone. Her two enthusiastic spectators were present, one of whom was her own younger sister. How embarrassing! Kissing in front of one's sister was simply too exhilarating. Unable to contain herself, Su Ruoxua instinctively wrapped her arms around Qi Ren's neck, pressing herself closely against him. Turning the tables. Sister, take note. Your admired Captain Qi Ren belongs to your sister. Such thoughts flickered through Su Ruoxua's mind, fleeting as they were. At that moment, she had no energy to contemplate anything else, focusing solely on their intimate exchange. She was even oblivious to her sister's presence and could not possibly perceive the grotesque expression of Su Ruoli, which was contorted to the extreme. Gu Zhengzheng was not very much better, though she understood that Ruo Shuajie and the captain shared a strong bond. She had not anticipated their relationship had reached such depths. To think they would engage in such behavior before me. Was it really necessary? What about our plan for the Ferris wheel? Warning, warning, heartbeat index is soaring. The Ferris wheel cabin descended slowly, nearing the return position. Inside the measuring device, the green liquid was expanding violently. The fluid had long surpassed the highest scale line, surging toward the top of the tube, seemingly on the verge of breaking through the confines of the glass vessel. Qi Ren glanced at the heart rate index from the corner of his eye, and with a sudden surge of strength, he embraced Su Ruoxua even tighter. Su Ruoxua gasped in surprise. Suddenly, a loud explosion shattered the eerie silence within the cabin. The glass tube had ruptured. The green liquid inside the measuring device burst forth, splattering across the cabin's opposite side, creating a chaotic mess of fluid. A sound reminiscent of a heart-shattering echoed within the body of a certain young girl. Su Ruoi felt an overwhelming urge to open the cabin door and leap outside. She could no longer bear to witness such a sordid sight. Sister, how could you be so outrageous? How can you derive such pleasure from this lewd act? Do you not consider your sister as feelings at all? Su Ruoi raged silently within her mind. Gu Zhenzhen, on the other hand, remained silent, intently observing the expressions of Qi Ren and Su Ruoxua, keenly learning the intricacies of their interaction. If the present cannot be altered, then one must change the future. Master the technology and seek opportunities to apply it later. Since you initiated the challenge, Ruoxua, I shall not retreat. The long-legged girl thought resolutely. After a while, the Ferris wheel finally reached its lowest point, and the cabin door opened automatically. In fact, Qi Ren had released his embrace the moment the glass tube shattered, exhaling in relief. Yet, Su Ruoxua clung to him tenaciously, unwilling to let go. These sisters were truly alike. Once they committed, they pursued it to the bitter end. Qi Ren mused helplessly. He disliked forcing others, so he allowed Su Ruoxua to continue her French greeting, devoid of any enjoyment. Gu Zhenzhen was the first to rise, slowly exiting the cabin. Su Ruoi immediately followed but paused abruptly at the door, then spun around and grasped her sister's hand tightly. Sister, it's time to go. Sister? Humph. Su Ruoi, why does this scene feel so familiar? If we switched roles, would you show me what true cruelty is? Su Ruoi sighed in resignation, casting a forlorn glance at Qi Ren. Qi Ren stood up, effortlessly carrying Su Ruoxua down from the cabin. Meanwhile, an announcement echoed, current passengers have all returned. Number of passengers, soar. Detecting heart rate index. Current heart rate index, 0-100. Detection qualified, issuing certificates immediately. Accompanied by a melodious mechanical sound, a metallic box slowly emerged from the Ferris wheel cabin. With a thud, it landed on Su Ruoxua's back. The sudden pain caused her to release her hold and reach back to soothe the impacted area. Finally able to breathe freely, Qi Ren stepped forward, picked up the metallic box, and retrieved 4 certificates from within. Gu Zhenzhen promptly inquired, Captain, did the measuring liquid exceed the maximum scale line? It even ruptured the tube. How can this be deemed qualified? The tall girl was perplexed. Qi Ren smiled and explained, if we adhere to conventional thinking, we must maintain composure throughout, striving to keep our heart rate below 100. This is, in fact, an impossibility. The heart rate can only rise, and throughout this experience, the Ferris wheel presents us with numerous opportunities for unexpected fright. Should we be startled even once, failure is inevitable. Therefore, I have resolved to take an unconventional approach, employing unique methods to stimulate everyone's emotions, resulting in a steady increase in heart rates. Ultimately, this will cause the glass tube to shatter, allowing the measuring liquid to flow out entirely. According to the rules, the liquid must not exceed the maximum scale line during our return journey. Yet, when we return, there will be no liquid in the glass tube at all, hence the heart rate is determined to be 0. The three girls finally understood that Qi-Ren harbored no ulterior motives. He was earnestly strategizing the Ferris wheel challenge. Gu Zhenzhen immediately gave a thumbs up, exclaiming, "Captain, you are remarkable." Su Ruoi chimed in, her voice brimming with delight, "Captain, you are so reassuring." Su Ruoxue slowly raised a question mark, asking, "What is there to feel reassured about? What are you at ease with?" To be frank, Qi-Ren had made a significant sacrifice. Before his twin sisters, he had to extend a French greeting to the aloof older sister. What immense psychological pressure that must entail. If the others were tasked with such a daunting challenge, it would surely be hard for them to accept, wouldn't it? In response, Qi-Ren stated, "If I do not venture into hell, who will? As long as I can obtain the proof, such a minor sacrifice is inconsequential. I can bear it. Tonight, we shall continue." Chapter 60, The X-Class Exploration Zone. Upon exiting the pod, Su Ruoxue remained enveloped in the lingering resonance of the previous encounter, feeling an insatiable yearning. Only after Qi-Ren had completed his tactical analysis did the aloof sister regain her composure. It was then that she became acutely aware of her grave indiscretion. What has come over me? How could I display such reckless behavior before my younger sister? He was so assertive just now. Why did I not resist? Instead, I willingly cooperated. It is utterly humiliating. Su Ruoxue chastised herself internally. Such a mistake must never occur again. In the exploration zone, one should steadfastly engage in exploration, refraining from any distractions. The evening could be devoted to that endeavor. Shortly after the Qi-Ren team acquired their credentials, the pod of the young couple gently descended to the lowest point. However, upon the opening of the hatch, no one emerged, and the pod rocked violently. After a considerable time, Su Sheng emerged, leaning against the wall, a faint blush still adorning her cheeks. Song followed, carrying a metallic box and casually retrieving 2 credentials. The Qi-Ren quartet was left speechless. Did they truly pass so effortlessly? The pod nearly teetered on collapse. How could their heart rates not exceed 100? This is inconceivable. Observing the bewildered expressions around them, Su Sheng smiled slightly and uttered 3 words, "Adapted." Qi-Ren was momentarily at a loss for words. Regretting his instant comprehension, his heart raced. "Captain!" Gu Zhenzhen's voice called from behind. "Now that we have gathered the credentials, shall we depart?" "Yes." The current time is 11:30, and there remains half an hour until the exploration zone closes. It is time to retreat. Qi-Ren decisively led his team toward the amusement park's exit. Once outside the inner park, he did not hasten toward the exploration zone's main entrance, but instead returned to the monitoring room. There was something crucial that needed verification. With a specially crafted revolver in hand, Qi-Ren cautiously pushed open the door to the monitoring room, peering inside. The room was utterly vacant. Shen Ningzi was not present. The surveillance equipment had also vanished, indicating that subsequent individuals could not monitor their whereabouts. Only then did Qi-Ren feel a sense of relief. He silently closed the door and proceeded directly to the entrance of the exploration zone, departing from the Radiant Amusement Park. After Qi-Ren's departure, a strange mist suddenly rose in the corner of the monitoring room, spiraling upward to coalesce into a faint, eerie silhouette. "Is it meaningful for you to ask me to assist him?" You should know that there is no future for you two. Do not look at me like that. This is not a decision within my power. Next time we meet, I might simply devour him, allowing you two to reunite. Oh, come now, I am merely jesting. Do not be alarmed. The eerie figure seemed to be conversing with itself. After a lengthy pause, the mist rose once more before swiftly dissipating, along with the silhouette vanishing from sight. In the amusement park's inner area, Jiaojing led his team as they obtained free credentials, preparing to exit the exploration zone. Suddenly struck by a thought, he returned with his group to the very spot they had just been. The two lifeless bodies lay sprawled on the ground, while two unfamiliar figures hovered nearby, one standing and the other kneeling. The kneeling individual, with tears glistening in his eyes, spoke with a choked voice, lamenting, "My roommate. Who has inflicted this tragedy upon you? It must be him. That wretched scoundrel. The vengeance for my wife's death shall never fade. I vow not to live as a mere mortal until this grievance is avenged." The standing figure, visibly impatient, interjected, "Enough already. What is the point of your theatrics when they are already dead? If you must express your sorrow, do it swiftly. We need to devise a means to escape this place." One hand was buried in his pocket, tightly grasping what seemed to be a weapon. Jiaojing scrutinized the two. The standing figure emanated a faint aura, likely possessing combat-related talents, and appeared to be a formidable character. In contrast, the kneeling man radiated an overwhelming presence, akin to a mighty lion, a rare gem indeed. If I could recruit these two valiant souls, what ambition could I not fulfill? Jiaozhen stepped forward, addressing them, "Gentlemen, I can facilitate your departure from this place. Should you choose to join my team, I can offer ample protection." The kneeling man cast a silent glance at Jiaozhen, his eyes devoid of vitality. "I cannot abandon roommate. I cannot leave her here. I beg of you. Could you please avert your gaze?" Jiaozhen slowly formed a question mark with his expression. "You do not truly intend to seize this moment, do you?" Unbelievable. To his astonishment, the kneeling man began to remove his clothing. Just as he unfastened his belt, the two corpses on the ground suddenly disintegrated, their forms turning to ash and vanishing from sight. The kneeling man silently donned his trousers again and rose, extending his hand towards Jiaozhen. "I am Zhou Shahan, and I am willing to join you, provided you assist me in avenging my loss." After a prolonged moment of hesitation, Jiaozhen reluctantly shook his hand, then smiled gently. "I am Jiaozhen. Welcome to my team." He silently resolved to wash his hands thoroughly upon returning. The Chiron team exited the exploration zone, receiving rewards from the Radiant Amusement Park. Due to their exceptional performances in the Tower Haunted House, Fairy Tale Theater, and the Joyful Ferris Wheel, Chiron was awarded the highest tier of resources available in the Exploration Zone, Intermediate Building Material Pack. Suruoli, possessing the architect profession talent, was responsible for unpacking, yielding metal 110, stone 220, wood 110, glass 55. All resources were neatly placed into Chiron's travel bag. Surprisingly, the young couple also received identical rewards, with the amusement park explaining this as a tribute to their outstanding performance in the Tower Haunted House. However, what the couple specifically accomplished within the haunted house remained a mystery to Chiron and the others, nor did they care to inquire further. Clearing his throat, Chiron remarked, "It is still early. We can seek out that risk-free exploration zone. Before proceeding, let us first replenish our strength with an energy bar." Chiron distributed energy bars to his three teammates, while the couple retrieved food from their backpacks. As they consumed their provisions, they walked along the main thoroughfare. Occasionally, they encountered two other teams, all equipped with similar instant meals, suggesting that everyone's progress in the expedition was gradually aligning. Half an hour later, a grand gate suddenly materialized by the roadside, emanating a soft violet glow, with the mist beyond it appearing notably less dense. This scene starkly contrasted with the exploration zones they had previously encountered. Chiran immediately activated his Explorer talent, X-level exploration zone, Shook City Supermarket, opening hours, 12:30–12:45, capacity, unlimited, difficulty, resource rating, fixed refreshable supplies. Master buys dry noodles, boxed. Lay buckets of instant noodles, bucket, soup-flavored instant noodles, top. Jean Wei ham sausages, bagged, instant noodle accompaniments, bagged, Wujiang pickled vegetables, bottled, dehydrated vegetable packs, small bagged. Marinated eggs, small bagged, boneless chicken feet, small bagged, 5-spice dried tofu, small bagged. Slightly spicy beef cubes, small bagged, probable refreshable supplies, portable electric kettle, rechargeable. Note: the X-level exploration zone refreshes a maximum of once per day. Chapter 61: The Supermarket of Zero-Cost Shopping. This exploration zone is the most peculiar Chi-Ren has encountered since the survival of the night. It has a remarkably brief opening time of merely 15 minutes, a low difficulty rating of 0 stars, and an abundance of resources rated at 5 stars, ensuring the likelihood of resource replenishment. Crucially, this exploration zone refreshes only once a day. Once it is missed, it is gone for good. At precisely 12:28, with only 2 minutes remaining until the opening, Chi-Ren swiftly briefed his teammates on the situation of the exploration zone and assigned tasks. Su Ruoxuo and Gu Zhenshen formed one group, utilizing the backpacks provided by the base to gather supplies. Chi-Ren took on a separate group, using a travel bag to collect materials. Su Ruoli was designated for support, ready to follow the captain's commands. The young couple attended to their own responsibilities without needing further instruction. As the clock struck 12:30, the barriers to the exploration zone were lifted. Charge! Chi-Ren led the way, dashing into the exploration area, with Su Ruoxuo closely behind. Capitalizing on the physical advantages granted by her talent in cold weapons, Gu Zhenshen, the long-legged girl, trailed behind them, while Su Ruoli exerted every ounce of her effort, though she still lagged behind. Yet, with gritted teeth, she pursued them. Throughout her life, even during the physical tests at university, she had never exerted herself like this. In a matter of seconds, the entire team reached the Slim West supermarket. Outwardly, it resembled a fresh produce market found in a community, covering an area of over 1,000 square meters, significantly larger than a convenience store but not as extravagant as a hypermarket. The supermarket's roof bore the bold inscription of Slim West, and its entrance was a horizontal automatic glass door, through which the interior was visible, shelves lined with a plethora of various supplies. Strangely, not only did it contain the supplies indicated by the explorers, but it also offered an array of other goods, such as bread, biscuits, juices, and various household items like toilet paper, hand sanitizer, and dishware. Chi-Ren had previously informed his teammates about the fixed refresh supplies, and he immediately cautioned, "Only take what I've mentioned, do not touch any other items." In this bizarre world filled with pitfalls, who could ascertain the safety of these additional supplies? Caution was of utmost importance at such times. Charge! The moment they rushed into the supermarket, Chi-Ren's minimap instantly transitioned to an indoor perspective. As expected, the locations of the fixed refresh supplies were marked with green flashing points on the map, while the additional items were marked with an eerie black. Given the numerous shelves within the supermarket, Chi-Ren exchanged a knowing glance with Su Ruoxue, who understood his silent cue. They promptly diverged, beginning their search for supplies from different aisles. Chi-Ren focused intently on the minimap, rushing towards any green light he spotted, and swiftly tossed the food into his travel bag. Su Ruoxue, on the other hand, proceeded with a bit more caution, first ensuring that the supplies matched Chi-Ren's descriptions before placing them into her backpack. Fortunately, with Gu Zhenshen's assistance, the long-legged girl possessed an impressive memory, precisely recalling every item Chi-Ren mentioned, swiftly distinguishing them. Su Ruoli also kept pace with Chi-Ren, yet found herself struggling to intervene. Chi Ren had transformed into a robotic assembly line within an automated factory, feverishly grasping and moving at a speed that permitted no pause. Be it instant noodles, ham sausages, or dehydrated vegetable packs, anything that shimmered with green light was swiftly claimed. To enhance efficiency, he even employed his robust body talent. A spark of inspiration struck Su Ruoli, prompting her to dart to a nearby shelf, gathering the items Chi Ren had listed with remarkable speed. The girl even removed her top, using it as a makeshift bag. As Chi Ren completed his collection from the first row, Su Ruoli promptly delivered her bulging bundle of goods into his hands. "Well done," Chi Ren remarked, stowing the items into his travel bag while casually suggesting, "There as a blue glimmer at the checkout counter. It should be a portable electric kettle. You should hurry and check it out." Without hesitation, Su Ruoli took off running, while Chi Ren continued his frenzied shopping in the shelving area. 12 minutes flew by, leaving only 3 minutes before the exploration zone would close. "Liu Shui, Zhenzhen, be prepared to retreat." "Understood." Gu Zhenzhen's voice echoed from the far side of the supermarket, while Su Ruoxua remained preoccupied with gathering supplies, unable to respond. Meanwhile, Su Ruoli had reached the checkout counter. The girl made a beeline for the area behind the counter, scanning meticulously but finding no sign of her target. Her gaze shifted to the storage cabinet beneath the counter, which surprisingly bore a combination lock, an unexpected obstacle. Where was she to find the code? Instinctively, Su Ruoli considered calling for the captain. Yet the distance between the checkout and the shelving area meant Chi Ren's arrival would consume precious time. The captain was fully engaged in collecting supplies, and the lock conundrum had to be resolved independently. Surely, there must be a clue nearby. She glanced at the combination lock, which comprised only 3 digits. Recalling everything she had seen since entering the exploration zone and rushing into the supermarket, she found no clues pertaining to the number 3. The shelves bore no labels, and the vicinity of the checkout lacked sticky notes or scraps of paper. Where could she find a 3-digit code? Eureka! Xiao Xichu translates to 3 digits, right? The strokes. No, the character for show clearly exceeded that. The pinyin? Xiao Xichu 422. Su Ruoli quickly turned the dial. Click! The lock remained steadfast. Not 422. What else could it be? Xiao Xichu, of course. Aha! She turned the dial once more. 414. Click! The lock sprang open. It truly was as simple as that. Hooray! Su Ruoli swiftly removed the lock and opened the cabinet door, revealing a paper-wrapped box nestled inside. The box boldly proclaimed portable electric kettle. Su Ruoli lifted the lid, confirming that it indeed contained the electric kettle, and promptly tucked it away. Off she went. Clutching the packaging, she departed from the checkout counter just as Chi Ren, Su Ruoxue, and Gu Zhenzhen emerged from the shelving area. Chi Ren appeared unchanged from moments ago. However, Su Ruoxue's retractable backpack had expanded to resemble a small mountain. Come! Chi Ren swiftly stowed the backpack along with its contents into the travel bag, also accommodating the electric kettle that Su Ruoli had retrieved. Withdraw! With only 10 seconds remaining, the exploration zone was on the brink of closure. Su Ruoxua and Gu Zhenzhen surged forward. Su Ruoli followed closely behind, exerting every ounce of her energy to run. Suddenly, she felt a pair of arms encircle her waist, and in an instant, she was swept off her feet. Captain! Surprised and delighted, Su Ruoli quickly wrapped her arms around Chi Ren's neck. Chi Ren gave a slight nod. Strengthen your body, initiate. He bolstered his speed, racing out of the exploration zone just as the countdown reached its final second. Boom! The entrance to the exploration zone closed instantaneously, and after a thick fog arose, the entire door vanished without a trace. The Chi Ren team had safely exited. Chapter 62, Survivor Mutual Aid Society. This wave can be described as a bountiful harvest. Chi Ren's travel bag was piled high with supplies resembling a small mountain. buckets of noodles, ham sausages, vegetable packs, and marinated eggs. This combination alone was enough to make one's mouth water. The most crucial aspect was that they had also acquired a rechargeable electric kettle. With the talents of the young couple, they could charge it, allowing them to enjoy hot water and instant noodles every day, a sheer delight. Chi-Ren suppressed the joy bubbling within him, instead adopting a facade of profound disappointment. The reason for this was that the entrance to the exploration area was now surrounded by a crowd. Among them were a few unfortunate souls who had missed the deadline for the risk-free exploration zone, but more were survivor teams just emerging from the exploration area. How could this be discerned? Their backpacks were brimming to the brim, while their collected quantities paled in comparison to those of Chi-Ren's team. It was undeniable that these survivors had gathered a substantial amount of supplies compared to previous days, each face illuminated with a radiant smile. By the way, during Chi-Ren's frenzied shopping spree at the supermarket, he had not encountered anyone else, including the young couple. This indicated that the mechanism of the Thin West supermarket allowed each team to enter an independent space. The X-level exploration area was indeed different. Speaking of which, where was that young couple? Chi-Ren furrowed his brow slightly, a hint of concern creeping into his heart. Given their usual style, it was reasonable to assume that they would spend at least 5 minutes collecting supplies in the 15 minutes allocated for the exploration zone. What could they have been doing for the remaining 10 minutes? One could easily guess. However, they couldn't possibly be trapped inside, could they? They were my personal power banks. Something must not go right. Wait. Chi-Ren spotted the couple as figures. They were actually lurking on the outskirts of the crowd, stealthily attempting to slip away. Su Shang seemed to notice Chi-Ren's gaze, quietly turning her head to cast him a suggestive glance. Truly, my ally, she has absorbed one of my survival tactics. Chi-Ren felt a wave of relief wash over him. To his surprise, he then noticed that the young couple's backpacks were also filled to the brim. No way, did they actually go gather supplies? They didn't do anything else? This is scientifically improbable. Where did they hide Su Shang and Songda? Chi-Ren silently retracted his gaze, grasped Su Ruoi's hand, and prepared to leave the area. Suddenly, a robust young man with sharp eyes and striking features approached. His expression was exceedingly friendly as he extended a hand towards Chi-Ren. Hello, my name is Zhu Liu. Hello, I am Romeo. Chi-Ren did not extend his hand, taking a step back and adopting a defensive posture. Simultaneously, he used the identification device to glance at the man's occupational information. Boxer, B-level, rock smash fist. Your fists can shatter rocks, flowing steps. Your footwork is exceptionally agile, gaining a wealth of combat skills. Goodness, yet another formidable combat profession. You need not be anxious, the man said with a smile. We have established a survivor mutual aid society, which now boasts over 100 members. I serve as the vice president. Upon noticing that you have just emerged from this exploration zone without any supplies, I have come specifically to offer assistance. The man who introduced himself as Julio paused momentarily, his gaze seemingly wandering over the 4 members of Chi-Ren's team. Then, with a slight smile, he said, Young people, our mutual aid society warmly welcomes you to join. And we impose no mandatory requirements. As long as you register, I shall provide you with food and water at this very moment. Julio clapped his hands, and a petite blonde girl promptly rushed over from behind, carrying a backpack. Anna, bring 2 bottles of water and 4 pieces of bread for this unfortunate young man. Yes, President, Anna replied obediently, retrieving the items from her backpack and extending them toward Chi-Ren. However, Chi-Ren did not reach out to accept them. He turned to Su Ruoshua and asked, Did we manage to collect food? Su Ruoshua nodded. We gathered a bit. She produced a packet of instant noodles and 2 bags of spiced dried tofu from her pocket. Gu Zhenzhen also took out a bag of pickled vegetables. Su Ruoi glanced at Chi-Ren and then at her sister, shrugging her shoulders. she has nothing on her. Sigh. Suru Oshua let out a long sigh. Her tone laden with melancholy. The time was too rushed. I hardly had a moment to select anything, so I just grabbed a few random items and dashed out. It may be a bit scarce, but if we ration it, we should manage for 2 or 3 days. Her voice was filled with sorrow, as if she were on the brink of despair. Chi Ren sighed in sympathy, his expression reflecting a readiness to weep. Those nearby observed the scene and cast sympathetic glances. Unable to contain herself, Anna pressed the bread and water into Chi Ren's arms, saying, "Big brother, these are my personal supplies and have nothing to do with the Mutual Aid Society. Please take them, and let your sisters have a bit more." With that, she dashed away, disappearing into the crowd, leaving Chi Ren no opportunity to refuse. Julio smiled gently. "You see, our Mutual Aid Society is filled with kind-hearted individuals like Anna. Our mission is to support one another and survive together." Just as he was about to continue, Chi Ren interrupted his generous speech. "Thank you, but we do not intend to join." Julio was momentarily taken aback, seemingly unprepared for such a straightforward refusal. However, he did not let this dismay him. Instead, he adopted an expression of embarrassment. "I sincerely apologize. Perhaps my eagerness to offer help has inadvertently caused you discomfort and suspicion. This is perfectly understandable. I fully empathize with your feelings. The Mutual Aid Society will never impose any obligation to join, rest assured." He chuckled heartily and then stepped aside. Chi Ren, unceremoniously, led his teammates away from the area. He could accept goodwill with conditions, but he felt it necessary to carefully consider any unconditional assistance. What Zhu Liu expresses may not necessarily be a lie, yet he undoubtedly harbors some secrets. Do not be deceived by the peculiarities of this apocalyptic world. Even in the peaceful era of Blue Star, one must never trust the notion of free gifts from the heavens. If you wish to avoid falling into deception, simply remember this adage: there is no such thing as a free lunch. After distancing themselves from the throngs of people, the Chi Ren team swiftly caught up with the young couple. "Su Sheng, assist me in crafting a listening device at once. Song Da, please ensure the kettle is fully charged." Seizing the opportunity when no one was nearby, Chi Ren issued 2 straightforward tasks. The young couple promptly fulfilled his requests. "By the way, did you manage to acquire this?" Chi Ren inquired, shaking the portable electric kettle in his hand. Su Sheng nodded in affirmation. "As soon as we entered, we split up. I focused on locating the kettle while he gathered provisions. Thanks to Ren Ji's suggestion, we saved ample time. You both should commend yourselves for abstaining from indulging in inappropriate activities at the supermarket," Chi Ren silently critiqued. He nodded thoughtfully. "There is still time. We can venture into another exploration zone before returning to the base for a noodle feast." The prospect of enjoying steaming hot food in the evening elevated everyone's spirits. Hooray! Yet, only Suru Oshua noticed a flicker of concern hidden within Chi Ren's eyes. What troubled him? Was it related to the Mutual Aid Society? Perhaps she would inquire further during the night. Don't he get the wrong idea? I have no ulterior motives. The aloof school beauty slightly raised her chin, addressing the air in explanation. Chapter 63, Public Channel, Initiating Group Chat. The strategy for the D-level exploration zone, Violet Garden, is complete. It is time to return to base. As the 4-member team finished their evening routines and donned their pajamas, they gathered in the living room, precisely at 4 p.m. The world broadcast commenced. Currently tallying the exploration progress of each team, the number of survival teams in this area is 365 out of 500. Today, teams achieving D-level clearance, 70, teams achieving C-level clearance, 233, teams achieving B-level clearance, 51, teams achieving A-level clearance, 9, teams achieving S-level clearance, 1, teams achieving SSS-level clearance, 1, yesterday. The number of surviving teams was 395, and today it stands at 365. Although the death toll continues to rise, the pace of increase has noticeably slowed. Furthermore, the number of teams achieving ABC level clearance has surged. It appears that everyone is gradually acclimating to the peculiar rhythm of survival. Reward settlement in progress. Team name: Chiron Team. Members: 4. B-level exploration zone. Radiant Amusement Park. SSS level clearance. Reward: 5,000 star coins. D-level exploration zone. Violet Garden. SSS level clearance. Reward: 1,000 star coins. Note: no star coin rewards for risk-free exploration zones. The earnings align closely with Chiron's expectations. Their team's savings have now reached 10,800 star coins. Chiron casually opened the base shop, intending to indulge in a shopping spree. Suddenly, a new line of text rolled across the world broadcast. The number of LV1 bases in this area has surpassed 300. The public channel feature is officially online, from 4 p.m. to 10 p.m. daily. Teams within this residential area can communicate and trade via the public channel. Note: the world channel will unlock when the number of LV2 bases exceeds 180. Allowing contact with other residential areas. Please register a nickname for your team. Please fill in your team information. Nicknames and information will be publicly displayed. Please fill with caution. The public channel has finally arrived. Chiron had long pondered this question: why, in such an advanced base within the bizarre world, was there no means for communication and interaction? It turns out there were requirements regarding the base level. With 300 LVE bases, this constitutes exactly 60 of the total teams in the residential area. The requirement for unlocking the world channel is 180 LV2 bases, which also represents 60 of the LV1 count. This might be the standard set forth by the bizarre world. A chilling premonition suddenly surged within Chiron. The density of the eerie mist is increasing, and tonight, bases below LV1 are likely to be directly eliminated. By the time they awaken tomorrow morning, only 300 teams will remain in the residential area. Reflecting on the previous world prompt, which urged teams to elevate to LV2 within 3 days, it stands to reason that the number of remaining teams might dwindle to under 200 after 3 days. The rate of elimination is alarmingly swift. It feels as though the bizarre world has pressed the fast-forward button. Captain! The voice of Suruoli interrupted Chiron's wandering thoughts. What kind of nickname should our team adopt? Suruoshua replied on behalf of Chiron. It should be something that doesn't reveal our identities. How about struggling for survival? While my dear sister's idea is commendable, it seems a tad too obvious. Chiron remarked. Oh. Suruoshua raised an eyebrow. My beloved sister, do you have a better suggestion? Ah, as luck would have it, I do have a few intriguing notions, she responded. Observing the sisters at odds, Gu Zhenzhen found herself momentarily dazed. Had she missed something? Hadn't these sisters always been quite close? When had they transformed into this? The tall girl harbored an idea, yet upon witnessing the current scene, she hesitated, reluctant to voice it. What's the matter? Chiron noticed Gu Zhenzhen's discomfort. Do you have any suggestions? Gu Zhenzhen nodded. I think we could choose a name that's a bit exaggerated. It would make it harder for others to believe. This concept she had gleaned from Su Shang. During high school, whenever she inquired about Su Shan's activities the previous night, intending to ask about studies, Su Shang would regale her with fantastical tales of exhilarating experiences in her room, descriptions so exaggerated that Gu Zhenzhen found it impossible to discern truth from fiction. Chiron smiled faintly. My thoughts align with Zhenzhen's. Suruoli tilted her head, curiosity etched on her face. So, that means the captain has already decided. Indeed, Chiron replied, her fingers dancing over the electronic screen as she typed a line. The exuberant and dazzling 3S completion squad, info, we are the strongest team in this region. Feel free to follow us, meow, confirm cancel, captain, won't this expose our identities? On the contrary, this name is the most discreet, Chiron asserted. Why is that? Because there will be a plethora of people who choose similar nicknames. The three young women exchanged skeptical glances, clearly unconvinced. It wasn't that they doubted their captain, they found Chi-Ren's reasoning somewhat persuasive. Yet, the style seemed excessively flamboyant. It appears you are not well versed in the online world and are unaware of the netizen style. Chi-Ren shrugged silently, nonchalantly pressing the confirm button. Instantly, the electronic screen shifted to the chat interface. The exuberant and dazzling Free S Completion Squad has joined the public channel, the universe's strongest squad, goodness. Yet another Free S level team, SSS level Completion Squad. This name screams boasting. The only SSS level squad in the region. Dude, that's not how you show off. Who would believe such a name? Other teams, do not impersonate our Free S squad. How absurd. Each one of you is more shameless than the last. The true SSS level clearance squad. I shall merely observe your pretentiousness. Heh. Xiu ru o xiu e. Xiu ru oli. Gu zhen zhen. Chi-Ren, what did I say? The three young ladies, impressive. After much anticipation, the public chat channel was finally opened. And we hoped that individuals would engage in sharing survival tips and intelligence regarding the exploration zone. At the very least, we expected mutual trading of resources or requests for assistance. Yet, this crowd has squandered half an hour bickering over team names. Goodness! Can we not show some respect for this bizarre world? Despite the grumbling, neither Chi-Ren nor the three young ladies chose to leave. The same could be said for the other squads. In a realm devoid of computers and mobile phones, this public channel serves as the sole means of communication. Regardless of how trivial the content may seem, at least we are no longer fighting our battles in solitude. In this strange world, loneliness can be exceedingly arduous. Prolonged isolation can indeed shatter one's mental fortitude. Half an hour later, just as Chi-Ren was about to grab a bite to eat, an intriguing message finally appeared in the chat channel. Leave Field Squad, brothers, do not purchase the supply packs from the base store. Major scam. If you must buy something, opt for furniture. Save your money for that. If all else fails, at least buy a set of pajamas. But for the love of all that is holy, do not buy the supply packs. One word review, RNM, refund. Chapter 64, Explosive Intelligence, the most powerful team in the universe. Brother Hong, what is the issue with this supply pack? Li Fei's team, first of all. I am Li Fei, the most powerful team in the universe, understood, Brother Hong. SSS level completion team, acknowledged, Brother Hong. The only SSS level team in this district, noted, Brother Hong Li. Li Fei's team. Li Fei's team, a friend of mine purchased a supply pack from the base store, and guess what? Li Fei's team, the intermediate food supply pack for 100 star coins yielded 10 pieces of bread. Seriously? This is less than what I could scavenge in the exploration zone. The most powerful team in the universe. Wasn't it your friend who bought it? Li Fei's team, shut your mouth. Li Fei's team, my friend, undeterred, bought the intermediate building materials pack for 1000 star coins. And it contained 20 units of wood and 10 units of stone. Li Fei's team, 1000 star coins. Li Fei's team, I couldn't even gather that much with a cart. You only gave me 10 units of stone. I'm utterly exasperated. Li Fei's team, my friend was on the verge of a meltdown. Li Fei's team, then he thought, let us give it one last shot. The most powerful team in the universe, seriously, man, you still dare to try. Li Fei's team, it was my friend, not me. The only SSS level team in this district, understood, Brother Hong, please continue. Li Fei's team, so I purchased the beginner weapon pack. Other teams, do not impersonate our SSS team. Why didn't you buy the intermediate one this time? Li Fei's team, where would I find that many star coins? Li Fei's team, this little amount was even borrowed from my friend. Li Fei's team, I thought that if I bought a weapon, I could borrow more star coins without needing to repay, so I spent 1000 star coins on the beginner weapon pack. Li Fei's team. What I received was a mere stick. Li Fei's team. May I ask, who sells a stick as a weapon? Do you have no conscience? The most powerful team in the universe, a stick. The holy sword. The most powerful team in the universe, that is the weapon used by the hero Link. SSS level completion team. That 1000 star coins was not wasted. True SSS level completion team, brother. Just delete your account and start anew. The only SSS level team in this district. I can't hold it in any longer. The only SSS level team in this district. Pfft. Ha 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 ha. Li Fei's team. I will remember you all and hunt you down later. The most powerful team in the universe, with a stick. The only SSS level team in this district. Ha 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 ha. Moments ago, Qi Ren's hand hovered over the base door, intending to purchase a food supply pack to sample its quality. Upon seeing the hints from Li Fei's team, he could hardly contain himself. Is this thing really that terrible? It can't be. The double bed I bought was quite satisfactory, wasn't it? Just then, the communication bottle of Du Zhenzhen suddenly illuminated with a signal. It was an invitation for a conversation initiated by Su Shang. Hello, Zhenzhen, I have crucial intelligence. The supply packs in the base shop are a total ripoff. Do not purchase them. Du Zhenzhen replied. Su Shang, are you not Li Fei? Li what? Haven't you checked the chat channel? Not yet. We've been quite busy. Listen to me, I just discovered that the bandages have a remarkable use. Hold on. Du Zhenzhen interrupted her with an exasperated expression. What is the deal with these supply packs? They're a scam. Our base is just a little short of upgrading, and I thought I would buy a construction material pack. But the contents were utterly insufficient. I hurried to call and warn you. Make sure to inform your team leader to avoid buying the supply packs. Thanks. Su Shang. By the way, you might want to check the chat records in the public channel. Alright, just let me finish this round. Oh, don't kiss there. I'm on the phone. Hang up. Du Zhenzhen swiftly ended the call, preventing her ears from being tainted by the inappropriate sounds on the other end. Aren't these two exhausted at all? Where do they get all that energy? Wait a moment, it seems they're talents. Du Zhenzhen sighed helplessly and relayed this information to Qi Ren. Qi Ren nodded. I was initially skeptical about whether the team in the public channel was lying. I never expected this to be true. It seems we really cannot carelessly purchase items from the base shop, especially consumables. In light of this, holding a substantial sum of money, Qi Ren shifted his gaze from the food supply pack to the furniture section in the base shop. He resolved to acquire the long sofa, food cabinet, and storage cabinet. Balance, 8800 star coins. Other items can wait, it is wise to observe first. Now that it is dinner time, let us test the quality of the instant noodles from Shoushi supermarket. Zhenzhen, please boil a kettle of water. Qi Ren retrieved a portable electric kettle and handed it, along with a large bottle of mineral water, to Du Zhenzhen. He then took out a 4-person dinner from his travel bag, 4 buckets of instant noodles, 1 bag of noodle accompaniments, 1 bottle of pickled mustard tuber, 4 small bags of dehydrated vegetables, 4 marinated eggs, 2 small bags of boneless chicken feet, 2 small bags of 5-spice dried tofu, and 4 small bags of mildly spicy beef cubes. If that's not enough, get more. During the wait, Su Ruoxue and Du Zhenzhen began unsealing the food on the table one by one. Su Ruoli, meanwhile, moved the long sofa in tandem with Qi Ren to sit in front of the electronic screen, watching the conversation in the public channel. The information provided by the Li Fei team was astoundingly explosive, prompting inquiries from numerous newly joined teams, alongside many sharing their similar experiences. The authenticity was beyond dispute. Just as Qi Ren was about to enjoy his dinner, a private message suddenly arrived. The only SSS level team in this area. Hey, are you there? The only SSS level team in this area. Are you truly a team that has cleared the SSS level challenge? Su Ruoli turned her head to Qi Ren and inquired. Shall we respond? Without hesitation, Chi-Ren typed on the screen. The dazzlingly cool 3S completion squad, totally legit. The only SSS grade squad in this region. 6. The only SSS grade squad in this region, if you're deceiving your friends. At least don't deceive yourself. The dazzlingly cool 3S completion squad. No worries, I'm just hanging out. The only SSS grade squad in this region. Wait. I wish to propose a trade. The only SSS grade squad in this region. I possess information regarding the Mutual Aid Society. If you are interested, you may exchange it for water or food. Chi-Ren fell silent for a moment. He initially intended to ask, how do you know I am not part of the Mutual Aid Society? However, he quickly noticed a surge of IDs with the same prefix flooding the public channel. Mutual Aid Society Silver Wolf Squad has joined the channel. Mutual Aid Society World Peace Squad has joined the channel. Mutual Aid Society Professional Survivors Squad has joined the channel. Mutual Aid Society Give Me a Bottle of Mineral Water Squad has joined the channel. The only SSS grade squad in this region, just 1 bottle of mineral water, or 5 pieces of bread energy bars chocolate. Will secure you a piece of information. The only SSS grade squad in this region, brother, are you interested? Chapter 65, A Bottle for You. A bottle for me. A most equitable exchange is a single bottle of mineral water worth 5 loaves of bread, sufficient for a piece of intelligence. While this price may seem steep for other teams, for Chiron, such meager supplies were hardly of consequence. The crux of the matter lay in the value of the information itself. After a moment's contemplation, Chiron resolved to accept the trade. Given the anonymity of the team, there was no concern about exposing his true identity. Furthermore, having established this initial exchange would pave the way for future transactions. One never knows when he might need to inquire further. Chiron decisively responded, the dazzlingly impressive 3S completion team, 5 loaves of bread, but you must divulge the information first. The sole SSS-class team in this region, that won't do. What if you take the information and refuse to provide the supplies? The dazzlingly impressive 3S completion team. Then you may seek another team for your trade. The sole SSS-class team. The other party remained silent for a full minute. Chiron felt no anxiety. The fact that they had initiated the transaction indicated their desperate need for food and water. As anticipated, after a minute had elapsed, the other party sent a flurry of messages. The sole SSS-class team, the Mutual Aid Society possesses strategies for dozens of common D-class resource zones, including methods for dealing with bosses, fixed resource spawns, and probabilistic resource spawns. Currently, they have only mastered 1 C-class resource zone. The Mutual Aid Society generously shares this intelligence with its members, offering guidance and support without expecting anything in return. Each member retains ownership of the supplies they gather. Should any team face shortages, assistance will be rendered. Members who contribute will receive rewards from the Mutual Aid Society. It is said that some have even received meat. This revelation was rather unexpected. It appeared that the Mutual Aid Society was indeed a remarkably positive organization, united, amicable, and mutually supportive. Chiron pondered this and replied with a single line. The dazzlingly impressive 3S completion team. If the Mutual Aid Society is so benevolent, why do you not join? The sole SSS-class team. Does the world truly offer free lunches? The sole SSS-class team. Send me the bread, and I shall share the most crucial information with you. The dazzlingly impressive 3S completion team. Inform me first. The sole SSS-class team. The sole SSS-class team. You are quite ruthless. Once again, the other party fell silent for half a minute. Ultimately, they complied and sent the information. Every low-level member who joins the Mutual Aid Society experiences varying degrees of physical degeneration, their health deteriorating steadily. Every day, members meet untimely deaths in the exploration zones, leaving many teams with only a captain to sustain them. I dare wager that the Mutual Aid Society is undoubtedly fraught with significant issues. This time, it was Chiron's turn to be silent. He had suspected there might be issues within the Mutual Aid Society, yet he had not anticipated the severity of the problems. The siphoning of physical capabilities from lower-tier members to support the elite, while members continued to perish, yet others were rewarded with meat. What manner of mutual aid society is this? It is clearly a predatory organization. I have shared my intelligence. Why has your bread not yet arrived? Hello? Moshi Moshi? Are you toying with me? Your mother. Following Chi Ren's instructions, Su Ruoli placed 5 pieces of bread along with 1 piece of chocolate into the metallic box in the living room and clicked the transaction button on the electronic screen. May your mother enjoy good health and all the best in life. Hee hee, you even threw in an extra piece of chocolate. You are quite generous. I shall share any intelligence with you first next time. I'm off now. Before the transaction, a conservative and prudent strategy was employed, allowing the other party to present their intelligence first. After the transaction, an additional token was gifted, creating a delightful surprise for the recipient. This instilled a sense of profit in them, establishing an image of generosity that would encourage various forms of intelligence to be offered in the future. Ultimately, we would reap the benefits. Chi Ren elucidated his strategy to the puzzled Su Ruoli. Meanwhile, Su Ruoxua and Du Zhenzhen had prepared dinner. It was time to eat. Tonight's meal consisted of steaming hot instant noodles. The marinated egg and sausage had softened, the dehydrated vegetables had fully plumped, and the pickled mustard and beef chunks had turned the broth a faint red. The dried tofu and chicken feet were steaming invitingly, even in this bizarre survival world. This would be a sumptuous dinner on the former blue planet. Imagine, while traveling, seated on a green train, enjoying such a luxurious bowl of instant noodles. You would be the most striking presence in the carriage. Perhaps a couple of children might even approach you for snacks. Let us dig in. One must be enthusiastic about dining. Otherwise, there is something awry with one's mindset. Chi Ren took his seat at the dining table, first biting into the sausage, swallowing a marinated egg, sampling the dried tofu and chicken feet. Finally, he scooped a forkful of noodles along with vegetables, pickled mustard, and beef chunks into his mouth. The scalding broth and chewy noodles danced upon his tongue, the spicy richness of the beef mingling with the savory saltiness of the pickled mustard, complemented by the soft and smooth vegetables. In a word, indulgent. Chi Ren was thoroughly satisfied with his meal. He turned to glance at his 3 companions, who were also enjoying their meal immensely. However, something seemed slightly amiss. The broth. There was a noticeable difference in color. His broth appeared clearer. The 3 young ladies' broth was somewhat murky. Chi Ren inquired, Ruoxue, what is the meaning of this? It appears I cannot deceive you. Su Ruoxue chuckled awkwardly. Due to the scarcity of mineral water, I instructed Zhenzhen to boil only your portion. The 3 of us use the water from the shower facilities. We do wash our faces and brush our teeth with this water daily. It seems quite clean, though it cannot compare to mineral water. To disguise this, I added extra pickled mustard to our broth, which is why it appears murky. Zhenzhen, Ruoli, please be cautious and try not to drink the broth. The noodles had already soaked, and at this point, it was impossible to change the water for them. Chiron did not elaborate further, silently deeming the search for water resources as his primary objective for the following day. After the meal, he retrieved the rewards from the fairy tale theater, 6 bottles of professional potions and 1 bottle of vitality potion. The vitality potion could be consumed directly, while the professional potions were individually packaged, nestled within an opaque box, awaiting their unveiling. Based on prior experience, each professional potion, once unwrapped, would transform into a random professional potion. It was guaranteed to pertain to one of the 4 members of Chiron's team, but the specifics remained uncertain. Now was the time to test their luck. One could speculate whether the probability of unearthing a potion corresponding to one's own profession would be slightly higher. This was hard to ascertain. After a moment of contemplation, Chiron addressed the 3 young women, I have always prided myself on fairness. We shall open these 6 professional potions together. He glanced at Suruoshue. You take 1, I take 1. Then he turned to Suruoli. You take 1. I take 1. Finally, he looked at Guzhenshen. You take 1, I take 1. Chiron smiled gently. Let us distribute them evenly and open them together. Suruoli nodded vigorously. Captain, you are the best. Guzhenshen chimed in. The captain is indeed reliable. Suruoshue remarked. You two have been completely swayed. And yet you continue to praise him. Chapter 66, Talent Upgrade, Tremendous Power Boost, Professional Potion Unboxing. First to take the stage is team member Suruoli. The cheerful girl, brimming with excitement, delicately caresses the clasp on the box with her tender little hands, sliding them up and down repeatedly until the firm protrusion becomes soft to the touch. Then, with a sudden burst of speed, she pulls it out. The tightly interlocked clasp is freed. What Suruoli unveils is the Explorer Potion, precisely what Chiran requires. Overjoyed, he lifts the girl into his embrace and spins around in delight. Rulai, you've done splendidly. Next up is team member Guzhenshen. The seemingly strong yet inwardly shy tall girl is visibly anxious at this moment. With a slight tremor, she picks up the box, mimicking Suruoli's actions. She transitions the clasp from firm to soft, and then swiftly pulls it out. Open! The Explorer Potion emerges once again, the very potion Chiran needs. Truly a stroke of fortune. Chiran, holding Suruoli in one arm and Guzhenshen in the other, leaps into a waltz. If circumstances allowed, he would have loved to pop champagne in celebration. However, he refrains from doing so, wary of the possibility of an embarrassing turn of events later. Thus, he halts, his gaze fixed intently on the final team member, Suruoyue. The aloof school beauty is inwardly lamenting. Why can't you just set my sister down and pay attention to me? What a twisted sense of humor. How infuriating. Watch as I unveil a Master of Arms potion to make you envious. Without a moment's hesitation, Suruoyue seizes the cardboard box, tearing it open forcefully. Bam! The exterior packaging is ripped apart by the girl's fierce determination. What she reveals is yet another Explorer Potion. A trifecta of success. Shouldn't you be celebrating with me now? Suruoyue thinks, unable to suppress her anticipation. But as she waits, Chiran does not approach her. Turning her head, she notices her younger sister Suruoli and her close friend Guzhenshen are still tightly embracing Chiran, unwilling to let go. After all, Chiran has only 2 arms, and at present, he is unable to celebrate with her. It is time to take action. She must eliminate the obstacles in her way. Such thoughts would never cross Suruoyue's mind. Rest assured, the aloof school beauty merely retrieves the remaining 3 boxes, feigning intent to unbox them. As expected, in less than a second, Chiran releases the 2 girls and appears before her in a flash. Leave the heavy lifting to me. Don't wear yourself out. Hee hee. Suruoyue has come to understand Chiran's character all too well. She can manipulate the situation effortlessly. Casting a glance at the disappointed Suruoli and Guzhenshen, a subtle smile graces her lips. Chiran begins the unboxing. The 3 girls collectively hold their breath, a hint of tension in the air. Yet Chiran remains unperturbed. With a total of 6 professional potions, having already uncovered 3 Explorer Potions, he cannot possibly suffer a loss. Moreover, how could he possibly fail to open even a single bottle of Explorer on his own with the remaining 3? If he cannot achieve this, I shall wash my hair upside down. Open! Architect's Elixir, open again. Master of Arms Elixir, tantalizingly open. Dream Architect Elixir, R&M, refund. Chiran's smile abruptly ceased. Yet, the smile did not vanish. It merely shifted to the faces of the 3 young ladies. Captain, you are truly remarkable. Captain, you are so kind. Chiran, you are simply amazing. He. Who is giggling? Step forward. I assure you, I shall not strike you. Chi-Ren was immediately vexed. What kind of abysmal luck is this? How can one possibly open 3 bottles and not succeed? Out of 6 potions, only 3 were explorers. The odds are exceedingly low. Well, one must learn to be content. Chi-Ren placed the professional elixirs on the dining table, with the 3 young ladies seated around. Chi-Ren picked up a bottle. Come, I shall take the first one. A deep bond, down in 1. Your talent has been upgraded. Minimap, level 2. You may now view a bird's eye perspective within a 1,000-meter radius at any time, with partial hints available inside enclosed buildings. This seems rather favorable? Level 1 was 500 meters. Level 2 doubles that. Originally, the exterior of buildings was invisible from within. Now, hints can be obtained. Quite nice indeed. Chi-Ren turned to Suruoshue. The aloof maiden drank a bottle without hesitation. Gunslinger, level 2. Your proficiency with firearms has significantly increased. You have acquired the ability to repair firearms. This is also quite beneficial. Firearm repair means Chi-Ren will no longer have to worry about weapon malfunctions. If the barrel overheats, he can simply entrust it to Suruoshue to help cool it down. Even if the barrel were to bend, she could smooth it out. Very good. Chi-Ren cast an appreciative glance at Suruoshue. The cool school beauty maintained her composure, only a slight smile gracing her lips. Suruoshue immediately took out the architect's elixir and gulped it down. New talent acquired, modification, level 1. You can enhance the strength of buildings, increasing their defensive capabilities. You can alter the appearance of buildings to make them look more luxurious or more modest, without affecting structural integrity. Is this truly an A-level profession talent? This is extraordinarily powerful. With this ability, even if Chi-Ren were to upgrade the base to maximum overnight, he need not worry about being discovered by other teams. Moreover, at the same level, their buildings will always be sturdier than those of other teams. This is indeed a true architect. Perfect. Chi-Ren lavished praise upon Suruoshue, then turned his gaze to the last individual. Noting that everyone was looking at her, Gu Zhenshen felt a slight twinge of nervousness. Yet, she resolutely drank the potion without hesitation. Gift has been upgraded, premonitory dream, 2nd tier. You have a slight chance of witnessing the events of the following day in your dreams, particularly concerning significant dangers related to yourself and your team. This time, let's skip the formalities and get straight to the point. Impressive. This is what one calls a premonitory dream. From this moment onward, you must sleep alone every night and provide me with dreams. You shall be our squad's crisis alert system. A peculiar thought suddenly arose in Gu Zhenshen's mind. Shouldn't an upgrade of talents be a positive occurrence? Why does it evoke a sense of impending doom? It's quite strange. At present, only 2 bottles of Explorer's Potion and 1 bottle of Stamina Potion remain. Chi-Ren first consumed a bottle of Stamina Potion. Your stamina has been slightly enhanced, allowing for greater endurance during strenuous activities. What does strenuous activity even mean? Chi-Ren suppressed the urge to scoff. He then drank a bottle of Explorer's Potion. Gift has been upgraded, travel bag, 3rd tier. You have acquired a 90 cubic meter dimension space. He took another sip. Gift has been upgraded, Explorer, 2nd tier. When encountering exploration zones, you can gain advanced knowledge of critical information, additionally provides boss intelligence. Excellent. The resources ahead are surely going to increase, and enlarging the travel bag at this juncture is quite timely. The new function of the Explorer is also immensely practical. Next time we encounter a high-risk exploration zone, there will be no hesitation. With the boss intelligence readily available, decisions can be made swiftly. Now, having consumed all the occupational potions, the overall strength of Chi-Ren's team has seen a substantial enhancement. The next step is nightly communication. Chi-Ren glanced at the 3 young women beside him and pointed to one of them. You will sleep in my room tonight. I have important matters to discuss with you. This is serious business. Chapter 67. Mischief in the dead of night. In the stillness of the night, the perfect opportunity arises for indulging in some mischievous deeds. With her younger sister Ruoli and her friend Junjun having retreated to their rooms for rest, Su Ruoshue found herself alone in the master bedroom, her heart racing with anticipation. Prior to her arrival, Qi Ren had specifically cautioned her, tonight might lead to a late-night escapade, perhaps even an all-nighter. After all, it was only natural for spirited youth to possess boundless energy, as long as they kept the commotion to a minimum. Taking a deep breath, Su Ruoshue sought to calm her racing heart before she pushed the door open. Qi Ren was seated cross-legged on the bed, and upon noticing her entrance, he waved her over eagerly. Hurry! Come here! We're just getting to the crucial part. Startled for a moment, Su Ruoshue's gaze fell upon the cola cup Qi Ren held in his hands. Whilst he used the listening device that Su Sheng had crafted for him using her communicator profession. Eavesdropping. You can imbue any object with eavesdropping capabilities, allowing you to intercept communications within a kilometer, limited to one item. So, Qi Ren had summoned her to the master bedroom for this purpose. Hadn't they agreed on an all-nighter? I had prepared myself mentally for this, even taking extra time to ensure my feet were immaculately clean. Yet, no. How can I keep thinking along those lines? I was never like this before. Shaking her head to dispel those thoughts, she composed herself. Gently, she climbed onto the bed and sat cross-legged beside Qi Ren. The listening device emitted a faint hum of electricity, accompanied by the voices of several individuals. President Xu. Today Team 031 lost 2 members. Did we bring back their bodies? Only one was recovered, the other perished near the boss in the sea-level exploration zone. And the support team dared not approach. Useless. We've squandered a significant portion of all provisions. My sincerest apologies. I will deduct the support team as food rations for tomorrow as punishment. Deduct 3 days' worth. They must comprehend the gravity of their mistakes. President. The support team relies on their daily rations for survival. 3 days seems excessive, does it not? Are you instructing me on how to do my job? Certainly not. The listening device fell silent for a moment. After a crackling surge of electricity, new voices emerged. Shao Xu, I hear you sought me out today. Indeed. I have identified 3 targets that perfectly align with your esteemed requirements. Hey, you said something similar last time, and what did we receive? A bunch of misfits. Rest assured, this time the targets are undoubtedly as level. Collectively, they surpass the worth of everyone around you by a significant margin. Oh! Is it truly that remarkable? Not a shred of exaggeration. Well then, what do you desire? Serving you, President, is my duty. No rewards are necessary. Heh! Upon delivery, you'll receive a bottle of mineral water for each individual. If the quality is exceptional, I will additionally grant you 5 bottles of energy drinks, along with 30 pieces of chocolate and 10 bags of snacks. Thank you, President. Once more. The listening device returned to silence. Su Ruoshue gazed at Qi Ren in disbelief. Is this the person who invited us to join the Mutual Aid Society during the day? Qi Ren nodded affirmatively. Indeed. Could the target he mentioned possibly be us? Most likely. Damn it. Su Ruoshue's face flushed with anger. These despicable individuals appear so friendly on the surface, yet they are secretly harboring such ulterior motives. It's utterly revolting. How disgusting. Su Ruoshue felt an overwhelming urge to tear that man apart right then and there. Qi Ren furrowed his brow. Having noticed a detail from their earlier conversation, according to the president, a bottle of water could be exchanged for a person, while chocolate was traded at 30 pieces. This indicated a severe scarcity of water resources on their side, whereas instant food supplies like chocolate and biscuits were relatively abundant. This indeed aligned with the current state of the Eerie night world. Even for Qi-Ren, endowed with an information-type talent, water resources were far from adequate. Aside from the daily fixed rations, he had merely gathered 20 small bottles and 3 large barrels of mineral water, along with 42 bottles of functional beverages from the exploration zone. If the 4 of them drank freely, they would likely run out within 10 days. Thus, the primary task ahead remained the search for water resources. Additionally, the earlier conversation among that group had mentioned the recovery of corpses. The seemingly amiable Zhuyu had directly referred to the corpses as rations. It was indeed true that the Mutual Aid Society was engaged in such sinister dealings. Did those members receiving meat know the source of their food? Was there anyone who, despite knowing, would? Qi-Ren could not help but shudder. The mere thought of it was terrifying. What is wrong with you? Su Ruoshua noticed Qi-Ren's unusual demeanor. She reached out, pinching his face to soften his stiff facial muscles. Qi-Ren seized her hand in response. Ruoxiu, I am contemplating something. Do you wish to eliminate the Mutual Aid Society? Yes. Qi-Ren nodded. Initially, he had no such intention. Regardless of what kind of organization the Mutual Aid Society was, as long as they did not impede his survival, he would let them be. However, they had now set their sights on Su Ruoxua Li, and Du Zhenzhen, and trouble would undoubtedly come knocking incessantly. Qi-Ren would not remain passive. But they say there are over 100 members on the other side. Su Ruoxua expressed her concern. With just the 4 of us, plus the couple, we barely total 6. It seems difficult to contend with them. It's not as exaggerated as that, Qi-Ren replied with a slight smile. The Mutual Aid Society is not a monolithic entity. Even with their numbers, they are a disorganized mob. From the recent conversation, it was evident that the higher-ups of the society do not regard the lower-tier members as human beings. Thus, our adversaries are not the 100-plus individuals, but rather those few occupying the high positions. First, we must find a way to gather intelligence within the Mutual Aid Society. Second, we need to ascertain the professional information of the president, vice president, and others, and finally, we will exploit our exploration opportunities to divide and conquer them. No matter how one puts it, they are merely flesh and blood, and there is nothing that a bullet cannot resolve. If one bullet fails, then let it be several. Su Ruoxua expressed her concerns. What if they also possess weapons? Qi-Ren nodded in agreement. This is indeed a possibility. After all, they are an organization that has developed numerous members, and their efficiency in gathering resources is likely superior to that of ordinary teams. I can currently conceive of 3 strategies, Qi-Ren stated. 1. I will feign allegiance to them and carry out an assassination when they are unguarded. 2. I will lure them into a high-risk exploration zone, employing my talents to eliminate them through the uncanny. 3. If the opposing side is devoid of formidable weapons, we shall confront them head-on. The Qi-Ren squad currently possesses 2 firearms, a crossbow, and a dagger, which provides a decent level of firepower. It would be advantageous to locate defensive gear in the exploration area. Perhaps, following the basis upgrade, the shop may offer more advanced equipment. Our upgrade materials are nearly complete. We are merely short of 130 units of metal, and tomorrow's collection focus will be metal and water. Qi-Ren analyzed. Let us retire for the night. Su Ruoxua nodded. Very well. Are you not returning? Fear not, I shall not lay a hand upon you. The aloof young woman promptly reclined beside Qi-Ren, refusing to leave. 10 minutes later, did you not say you would not touch me? Indeed, but I am not using my hands. His chapter 68, The Malevolent Factory. The following morning, Su Ruoxua awoke in Qi-Ren's embrace. As she gazed upon his delicate features, a mischievous impulse surged within her. She stealthily placed a soft kiss near his lips. At that very moment, Qi-Ren's eyes suddenly fluttered open, causing Su Ruoxua's face to flush crimson. I shall go freshen up first. The aloof girl scrambled out of the bedroom, hastening towards the bathroom. Qi-ren merely shrugged silently, bemused by her sudden shyness after such boldness the previous night. The complexities of a girl's heart are indeed inscrutable. Half an hour later, the 4 members of Qi-ren's team gathered in the living room, the clock striking 8 in the morning. The world broadcast dutifully relayed the day's information. The exploration zone has been refreshed. Please proceed to gather resources. Current base level, LV2. Materials required for upgrade, architect discount applied. Metal, 110 240. Stone, 300 240. Wood, 300 240. Glass, 130 120. The concentration of the nocturnal fog is set to increase. Please upgrade your dwelling to LV2 within 2 days. Completing the upgrade within 2 days presents a considerable challenge. For Qi-ren, however, this was fortuitous news. Whether it be the Cannibal Mutual Aid Society or the Orator Jiaozhini, their primary objective remained the gathering of construction materials to elevate their base. Surviving this peculiar onslaught would render them more capable of confronting future troubles. Qi-ren had at least 2 days to prepare, ample time indeed. Before departing, Qi-ren did not forget to utilize the listening device to eavesdrop on the Mutual Aid Society's updates. The High Command's directive was clear. Under the premise of ensuring resource collection, actively explore new zones and share intelligence. Such a strategy was prudent, perfectly aligning with Qi-ren's intentions. The opportunity to approach members of the Mutual Aid Society would arise during the exploration of new territories. Let us proceed. In the heart of the residential area, Zhu Liu departed the base with his 2 teammates, venturing into the wilderness. After taking a few steps, he abruptly turned to survey an open space. Isn't there a building missing here? Indeed, replied the tall, slender man beside him. Previously, a person named Jiang resided here. The stout man chimed in, Jiang Feng. His teammates are Shao Wu and Shao Wan. I extended invitations to them several times, all of which were declined. The tall man scoffed derisively. Those ungrateful wretches. Their refusal will lead to their demise. The stout man chuckled lewdly. Will they not meet the same fate even if they accept? The tall man frowned slightly. Mind your tongue. Zhu Liu maintained his silence, lost in contemplation of the young man's companions from the previous night. 3 beautiful maidens, all seemingly youthful, exuded the essence of vitality. It was a pity for such allure to be bestowed upon a wretched leader. Yet, they could hardly blame others. If blame were to be assigned, it would be for their own stunning beauty. Zhu Liu noticed that he had inadvertently displayed a sinister expression, quickly covering his face with his hand before regaining a friendly demeanor. Upon encountering the lower-tier members of the Mutual Aid Society ahead, he cheerfully greeted them. Good morning. Let us strive to survive today as well. Keep up the good work. The young ladies instantly transformed their expressions into ones of infatuation, exclaiming, Good morning, President Zhu. Thank you for your concern. Zhu Liu smiled and nodded, continuing onward with his 2 companions. Not far off, a dozen pairs of eyes silently observed this scene. These fellows, so beguiling at such an early hour, how infuriating. Jiao Busi spat disdainfully. His sister, Jiao Xinxin, scoffed. Under the guise of the Mutual Aid Society, who knows what underhanded dealings they're engaged in disgusting. She abruptly turned around, surveying her father's followers. If you wish to join the Mutual Aid Society, feel free, but we shall not retain you against your will. I have but one condition. Once you leave, do not expect to return. Is that too much to ask? Jiao Xinxin smiled slightly, her gaze fixed intently on a few eager members. Those individuals immediately recoiled, too intimidated to utter a word. Chiran and his party walked along the main thoroughfare for about 10 minutes, soon encountering a familiar exploration zone, construction site. With a manageable difficulty and resources urgently needed by the young couple, Su Sheng and Song De promptly decided to split up. Chiran shared the necessary precautions with them before leading his team onward, walking for another 10 minutes. This time, They stumbled upon a new exploration area, C-class exploration zone, Heartless Factory, opening hours, 08, 0012, 00, capacity, 010 teams, difficulty, resources, fixed resource spawn, metal, glass, probable resource spawn, special protective gear, boss, Heartless Factory owner, medium-level monster, physically robust, exercise caution regarding the tranquilizer gun in its possession. Weakness, left heel, strategy tip, all resources are stored in the owner's office on the 5th floor. Strategy tip 2. The Heartless Factory owner leaves the office for inspections every half hour. Returning in 10 minutes. Strategy tip 3. Each of the first 4 floors has a supervisor guarding the stairs. If a supervisor is killed, an alarm will trigger, sending the Heartless Factory owner into a berserk state. The current time was exactly 8:27, leaving only 3 minutes until the Heartless Factory owner's inspection. Chiron decisively led his teammates into the exploration zone. The Heartless Factory loomed before them. Stout chimneys rose skyward, continuously belching thick, murky white vapor. Tall gray stone walls encircled the premises. The entrance rusted, and all windows boarded up, instilling a sense of oppression merely by sight. The acrid, sour stench could be detected from a distance, accompanied by the intermittent, thunderous roar of machinery, as if the factory were emitting a desperate cry. Chiron whispered a warning: "Stay vigilant and be prepared to retreat at any moment." Gently activating the minimap, Chiron observed that, due to his exterior position, the interior of the factory remained obscured. However, the map illuminated with numerous gray dots, interspersed with 4 small red ones. Among them, a particularly large crimson point in the corner captured his attention. This marked the enhanced talent effect and ability to anticipate hints regarding the building's interior. Chiron meticulously discerned the locations of these red dots, confirming their distance from the factory's entrance before leading his companions inside. He had already retrieved a specially crafted revolver, loaded with 6 demon-hunting bullets. Suru Oshua held her Glock 17 tightly, her nerves taut with anticipation. Gu Zhenzhen wielded a dagger seized from the mother-daughter duel, while Su Ruoi followed closely behind with a mini crossbow. With a gentle push, Chiron opened the factory door. The interior was dimly lit, revealing a broad corridor with closed walls on either side. Uniform iron doors lined the inner side, each adorned with signs indicating various workshops. Chiron did not rush inside. He patiently waited for a full minute before cautiously leaning in, allowing the minimap to capture the perspective within the factory. Once again confirming that the red dots remained at a safe distance, he finally exhaled in relief, and the quartet ventured into the factory's depths. In the next moment, the gray dots within the factory suddenly erupted into chaos. Chapter 69. Chiron's ingenious maneuver. Enemy attack. Remain vigilant. Prepare for battle at a moment's notice, Chiron whispered, lowering his voice to alert his 3 companions, deftly retrieving his specially crafted revolver. Suru Oshuo gripped her Glock pistol tightly, aiming it at the corner of the corridor. Her senses heightened. Suru Oi raised her mini crossbow, a short bolt already primed for action. Gu Zhenzhen stood beside Chiron, wielding a sharp blade and scanning their surroundings. The Chiron squad swiftly entered a state of readiness. However, the enemy did not materialize. The gray dots on the minimap remained stationary, trembling violently, while the red dots moved rapidly along a set path. The factory seemed to be engulfed in a fervor. Suddenly, it dawned on Chiron. The frenzy among the gray dots was not due to their intrusion, but rather the impending inspection by the unscrupulous factory owner. The gray dots represented the workers of this nefarious establishment. Their adversary was not Chiron or any survivor team, but the malicious factory owner and his 4 overseers. A bold idea struck Chiron. Before executing this plan, they must evade the owner's inspection. The factory owner was not merely a mid-level monster, but also wielded a tranquilizer gun, making him a formidable foe. Chiron examined the overhead view of the first floor of the Black-Hearted factory on the minimap. To their right front lay a small square room. surrounded by a square barrier formed by a green beam of light. This must be a safe zone. Without hesitation, Chiron led his 3 teammates forward, aiming to reach the green room before the monster could discover them. The narrow iron door bore the inscription storage room. Chiron held the specially crafted revolver in his right hand and pushed the door halfway open, confirming the absence of danger within before stepping inside. The moment the door shut, the storage room was abruptly illuminated, glowing as brightly as day. Chiron thus assured himself that this was indeed a safe haven. Whether strange or monstrous, their weakness was light. Why had the black-hearted factory boarded up all the windows? It was not merely to prevent the workers from escaping. The primary purpose was to block sunlight, shrouding the entire factory in darkness. Visibility was exceedingly low. Had it not been for his minimap ability, Chiron would have never found this storage room. Captain, what should we do now? Suruoli inquired. Patience, Chiron replied. We will leave here in 5 minutes and seek an opportunity to reach the factory owner's office on the 5th floor. 5 minutes? Suruoshua questioned, a hint of confusion in her voice. Did you not just inform us that the factory owner's inspection would last 10 minutes? Indeed, Chiron nodded. However, we are currently on the 1st floor, and the owner's office is on the 5th. He cannot linger on the 1st floor for too long if he intends to return within 10 minutes. Gu Zhenzhen asked. Why don't we take advantage of the owner's inspection to head directly to the 5th floor and retrieve the supplies? You recently mentioned that all the supplies in this exploration area are located within the office of the unscrupulous factory owner, correct? The 1st floor of the factory is designed in a shape, with a single pathway encircling it. Chi-Ren explained that there is only one staircase on this level. And if we exit now, we are bound to encounter the patrolling factory owner face to face. Otherwise, he would not have sought refuge in the safe house, but would have directly taken everyone to the 5th floor. This indeed poses a predicament. Su Ruoshua remarked that if the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th floors follow the same layout, how can we possibly evade the factory owner and the foreman? This is indeed the case. Chi-Ren nodded, acknowledging that relying solely on ourselves would be quite challenging. Su Ruoshua detected a hint of surprise in Chi-Ren's tone. She appeared puzzled. What do you mean by relying solely on ourselves? Are there others in this factory besides us? Chi-Ren smiled. There are no other people for now, but there are plenty of employees here. His. Su Ruoshua immediately grasped the implication. She gasped, Chi-Ren, your idea is perilous. These are not human beings. They are anomalous entities from a bizarre world. Perhaps they won't initiate an attack, but they will certainly not cooperate. I understand, Chi-Ren shrugged. However, we have no other choice. Unless we abandon our objective and leave this malevolent factory, to obtain the supplies here, we must harness their power. Su Ruoli and Gu Zhengzheng, overhearing their conversation, exchanged confused glances. What are the captain and sister Ruoshua discussing? It sounds intriguing. A twinge of jealousy stirred within Su Ruoli. Despite being twins, why is it that her sister always seems to align with the captain's thoughts? That infuriating synergy. Gu Zhengzheng shared similar sentiments, but hers leaned more towards admiration than jealousy. The tall girl desired to better comprehend the captain's intentions to contribute more effectively to the team. 5 minutes swiftly passed. Time is nearly up. Chi-Ren grasped the doorknob and gently opened it a crack, listening intently. The corridor outside was eerily silent, as quiet as the end of the world. Chi-Ren leaned out slightly, allowing the minimap to restore the 1st floor perspective of the factory. At this moment, they found themselves at the northwest corner of the shaped corridor, where the enormous red dot representing the unscrupulous factory owner had just moved to the southeast corner and gradually vanished. It seems that is where the staircase is located. Near the staircase, a smaller red dot darted back and forth. This must be the foreman, whose duty is to guard the staircase and prevent the employees from fleeing the factory. Let us move. Chi ran LED her three companions out of the safe house, traversing eastward along the northern passage of the shape, pausing at the corner. Beyond it lay the eastern corridor, narrow and constricting, where discovery by the foreman would leave them with no escape. Given Chi Ren's current combat prowess, defeating the foreman might not pose a significant challenge. However, the foreman's demise would send the boss into a frenzied state. Thus, Chiron refrained from advancing further and instead turned back to push open an iron door to the workshop. The late workers had just bid farewell to the unscrupulous factory owner, and the atmosphere had notably lightened. Several employees were now clandestinely slacking off. A burly man clad in a tank top had just set down his wrench when the workshop door was abruptly flung open, and an unfamiliar young man strode in with a rather serious demeanor. Goodness, has the factory owner returned? The burly man hastily picked up the wrench from the floor, scrambling to restore his work ethic. He worked with such fervor and dedication, as if engulfed in a whirlwind of productivity. Strangely, the malevolent factory owner did not approach nor utter a word, nor did he offer any criticism regarding the ongoing tasks. The burly man, puzzled, turned his head only to realize that the newcomer was neither the factory owner nor a supervisor, but rather a young man he had never encountered before, tinkering away in a corner of the workshop. What on earth is he up to? Why is he opening the distribution box? Goodness! What are you doing pulling the main switch? Stop, you fool! Chapter 70, I shall be the bait. From the very beginning, Chi Ren's target was not the group of workers. He understood clearly that these gray figures were not human, and normal communication with them was utterly impossible. Expecting them to provide assistance or cover was an exercise in futility. However, this does not imply that they are devoid of value. Being peculiar creatures of an enigmatic world, they must adhere to certain specific rules. For instance, when issues arise in the workshop, the workers are compelled to report to the management without delay. Who, then, is their direct superior? The overseer. The moment Chi Ren severed the main power, the burly man in the vest dashed out of the workshop, racing toward the stairwell. Raising his voice, he shouted an alert, "Yura yahao yahao yura! Someone is causing destruction in the workshop." Seizing the opportunity, Chi Ren's team swiftly exited the workshop, heading in the opposite direction of the burly man. Observing on the minimap that the overseer had arrived at the recently troubled workshop, Chi Ren immediately led his teammates into another workshop. Cutting the power and fleeing, the actions flowed seamlessly. After the overseer painstakingly completed his inspection of the previous workshop, a new report came in immediately. He had no choice but to hurry to the next workshop facing issues. Simultaneously, Chi Ren's team had already cut the power to the third workshop. Next came the fourth, then the fifth. Chi Ren deftly led the overseer on a wild goose chase, keeping him perpetually behind the team. They then made their way around to the stairwell. Having safely reached the second floor without injury, they found that the stairs only led to the second floor and could not directly access the third. Leaving the stairwell, Chi Ren casually opened the minimap, confirming that this level also had a square-shaped passage, with the stairwell in the northwest corner. They were currently in the southeast corner. The overseer's little red dot was loitering near the stairway. Thus, Chi Ren replicated the previous tactic, storming into the workshop, cutting the power, luring the overseer, and then dashing to the next workshop. After a complete circuit, Chi Ren's team successfully arrived at the stairwell on the second floor and ascended to the third floor. They continued to execute the same strategy flawlessly. The quartet had become well acquainted with this process, cooperating with remarkable synergy, and soon reached the fourth floor. Just as they intended to seize the moment to ascend to the final level, the fifth floor time struck 08:59. In 1 minute. It would be the heartless factory owner's inspection time. Chi Ren decisively halted their advance, guiding his team to a safe room on this level. The safe room was situated in the northeast corner of the fourth floor, not far from the stairwell, in the northwest corner. Theoretically, The forthcoming task should be quite simple. Once the heartless factory owner departed from the 4th floor to inspect the 3rd, 2nd, and 1st floors, they could take the opportunity to access the 5th floor office and retrieve supplies without injury. Yet, Chi-Ren was plagued by an unsettling premonition. Could things truly be so straightforward? Would they be able to acquire all the supplies without even encountering the heartless factory owner? Something felt amiss, acutely so. Su Ruoshua noticed Chi-Ren's unease. What is wrong? Well, it seems that we may need to adjust our strategy. Why? Wasn't everything going smoothly just now? After the factory owner concluded his inspection, we stealthily infiltrated the workshop to wreak havoc, Chi-Ren elucidated. Consequently, the workers would report any power outages to the foreman, who would then come to investigate. However, with the rounds of inspection just commencing, should we attempt to cut the power now, the workshop workers would likely report directly to the factory owner. If he were to arrive for an inspection, escape would be exceedingly difficult. Although we have yet to witness the true might of the unscrupulous factory owner. Merely contemplating the labyrinthine boss of the food court provides a glimpse into the formidable nature of a C-class exploration zone boss like him. A direct confrontation would likely leave Chi-Ren's team in peril. As for the boss's weakness indicated by the explorer, the left heel, it would be quite challenging to strike that target promptly. The military training command possesses control capabilities. Yet the question remains, would the duration of control suffice for us to maneuver behind the boss and target its vulnerability? Pondering this dilemma, Chi-Ren found it difficult to devise a foolproof strategy. Noticing Chi-Ren's inner turmoil, Su Ruoshua spoke up. I can act as bait. My cold weapon talent has reached the 2nd tier, significantly enhancing both my speed and endurance. I am confident I can hold my ground against this unscrupulous factory owner. Her voice was resolute. I will draw the boss's attention while you seize the opportunity to flank it and strike at its weak point with enchanted bullets. After a moment of contemplation, Chi-Ren deemed this a commendable plan. Yet, the roles needed to be reversed. I shall be the bait, and you will be the main attacker. The rationale was simple. Having never undergone professional training, accurately hitting the factory owner's heel would be a formidable challenge for him. Ruoshua, your gunner talent has just ascended to the 2nd tier. Only you can seize this fleeting opportunity. The more Chi-Ren reflected on this arrangement, the more suitable it appeared. With the weapon master Su Ruoshua as the primary assailant, it was indeed a fitting choice. Moreover, with the military training command and robust physique at his disposal, Chi-Ren was fully capable of holding his own against the unscrupulous factory owner. Enhanced speed would allow him to evade close encounters, and in urgent situations, he could utilize the tension command to halt the factory owner's movements. The only concern lay in the warning: be exceedingly cautious of the tranquilizer gun in his possession. Lacking a shield, relying solely on speed to evade posed a significant risk. We needed either to find an object within the factory to serve as a shield or to devise a means of stealing the tranquilizer gun from the factory owner's grasp. Both options appeared rather impractical. Wait! Chi-Ren suddenly recognized a loophole. We seem to have fallen into a misconception. Su Ruoshua's eyes brightened. What do you mean? Chi-Ren explained. The hint states that the foreman's death will trigger an alarm, yet it does not specify that we cannot attack the foreman. Su Ruoshua instantly grasped Chi-Ren's intent. Indeed. Previously, on the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd floors, they had focused on diverting the foreman to ascend the staircase, which had led everyone to develop a fixed mindset. It is believed that the overseer must be evaded rather than confronted, which is why there is a necessity to disrupt the workshop in order to divert the overseer's attention. In truth, as long as we do not eliminate the overseer, we can circumvent this issue. With this in mind, we shall proceed with Plan B. Chi-Ren decisively proclaimed, once the unscrupulous factory owner descends to the 1st floor. Su Ruoshua and I will swiftly incapacitate the overseers on this level and proceed to the 5th floor office to gather supplies. Shenzhen and Ruoli will remain in the safe house. maintaining communication with us via the communication bottles, ready to retreat at a moment's notice. Gu Zhenzhen nodded resolutely, yes. Su Ruoli yearned to assist. Yet she understood that her lack of combat aptitude would only serve to burden the captain and her sister in perilous circumstances. Though it pained her, she had to accept this arrangement. Captain, sister, you must return safely. In the event of an emergency, please be sure to contact me and Zhenzhen. Even in the face of dire straits, we shall confront it together. The spirited girl's voice was remarkably steadfast. Qi Ren nodded earnestly, rest assured. We shall return swiftly. Chapter 71, Defeating the Minor Boss. Outside the exploration zone's gate, a trio of foreign maidens stood before the sign displaying the following information: Exploration Zone, Black Heart Factory, Open Hours, 08, 0012, 00, Capacity, 110 teams. The clock read 9:00, leaving 3 hours until the deadline. Anna, shall we venture inside? Inquired the freckled red-haired girl. The petite girl, twirling a strand of her golden locks with her fingertips, nodded in agreement. If it's a factory, we might acquire some building materials. Shall we give it a try? The red-haired maiden glanced at the green-eyed girl beside her. Pape, what is your opinion? Sonia, I will follow your lead, the green-eyed girl replied, her expression somewhat vacant as she tugged gently at Sonia's garment. Her head slightly bowed. All right then, let us set forth, Sonia declared with enthusiasm. She clasped her companion's hand, and together, they entered the Black Heart Factory. Not far away, 3 pairs of eyes fixated on the trio of foreign maidens, their gazes betraying an insatiable greed and malice. Boss, this exploration zone is sparsely populated. It's the perfect moment for us to strike. Should we follow? A bald man whispered, his eyes glued to the scarred face beside him. The scarred man remained silent. The lanky figure next to him spoke up. What is the rush? They've only just entered. They might still be loitering at the entrance. Wouldn't following them now only expose us? Moreover, the intel from the president indicated that this exploration zone, accommodating only 10 teams, is likely a sea-level difficulty instance. The boss here is formidable, far beyond what these women can handle. We shall wait until they are cornered by the boss. Then we can seize the opportunity to pressure them into submission. That is the foolproof strategy. The scarred man finally nodded. The skinny one has a point. Baldy, take a lesson. Don't he be so reckless. Let us wait about 10 minutes before we test the waters. At 9, 凌晨5点. Chiron estimated that the factory overseer had reached the 1st level, and currently, there was only 1 overseer on the 4th level. He decisively left the safe house with Su Ruoxue, heading straight for the stairwell. The monstrous overseer was indeed stationed there. When Chiron came into its line of sight, the overseer did not engage but remained steadfast at the stairwell's entrance. It wielded an electric baton in its right hand and raised a shield with its left. Chiron immediately recalled that the overseers on the first 3 levels were not equipped with such formidable gear. Those 3 creatures bore neither weapons nor armor. This one before him was likely not an ordinary minor foe. It could very well be a minor boss. However, this need not be a misfortune. Crisis is but an opportunity. Chiron utilized enhanced physique to amplify his explosiveness, swiftly closing the distance to the overseer, and then retrieved a flashlight from his travel bag. He aimed it directly at the overseer's eyes and unleashed a barrage of light. The power of illumination. The overseer swiftly raised the shield in his hand, blocking the beam of the flashlight, and with a reverse motion grasped the electric baton, delivering a powerful strike towards Chiron's position. The force behind this blow was tremendous, and its speed was astonishingly swift. Fortunately, Chiron had honed his explosive strength, allowing him to retreat 3 steps in an instant, narrowly evading this perilous attack. A sinister grin spread across the overseer's face as he slightly bent his legs, seemingly preparing for something. Suddenly, with a surge of energy, He lunged towards Chi-Ren with a ferocious roar. Arc. Chi-Ren once again retreated, dodging the assault. As the overseer landed, he immediately sprang back up. Like a coiled spring, charging at Chi-Ren with even greater velocity. Strangely, the electric baton in his hand appeared to elongate, doubling its original length. Chi-Ren found himself unable to evade this time. In a moment of crisis, he activated the military training command. The overseer's body halted mid-air. As if a paper airplane had been seized before it could reach its destination. The creature was forced into a standing penalty. Now was the moment. Chi-Ren swiftly drew out his flashlight and directed its beam straight into the overseer's eyes. This time, it lacked the opportunity to shield itself with the baton. Its entire face was illuminated by the intense light. The overseer's expression visibly contorted in agony. His arms trembled slightly, as if he might drop the shield and baton at any moment. Chi-Ren did not let his guard down, nor did he attempt to approach. Instead, he distanced himself while glancing behind the overseer, giving a subtle nod. The overseer felt a twinge of confusion. It feigned injury, hoping to lure this human closer for a fatal strike. Why wasn't he approaching? Why was he looking behind me? What lies behind? Instinctively, the overseer turned to look. Suddenly, it realized this was a human trick. The elder had warned them that humans are exceedingly cunning creatures, and one must remain vigilant. The overseer sneered. Arg. You think you can deceive me? It's not that easy. A demon-hunting bullet whistled through the air, piercing the overseer's left arm. The searing pain caused it to release its left hand, and the shield clattered to the ground. Ha! The overseer turned back, discovering another human behind it. And a remarkably beautiful woman at that, a prime delicacy for monsters. Yet, she had attacked it from behind. The overseer was enraged. Arg. Arg! A sneak attack. No honor in combat. It immediately pivoted, intent on eliminating this woman. Your opponent is me. Chi-Ren bellowed, leaping in front of the overseer. He picked up the shield from the ground and held it above his head. Bam! Almost simultaneously, the overseer's electric baton struck down. It indeed had a trick up its sleeve. Fortunately, the shield was crafted from an insulating material and was exceptionally sturdy, preventing any harm from the electric baton. Taking advantage of this moment, Suruoshua fired the second demon-hunting bullet. Upon departing from the safe house, she and Chi-Ren split into two paths. Chi-Ren entrusted the specially designed revolver to Suruoshua, instructing her to flank and launch a surprise attack. This tactic had been meticulously planned from the outset. Bam! The second bullet struck the creature's right arm with precision, causing the electric baton to slip from its grasp. Realizing the dire situation, the overseer leaped into the air, attempting to create distance between itself and its adversary. Chi-Ren swiftly retrieved the electric baton and leaped after it. Aimed at the overseer's legs, he delivered two powerful blows. He exerted all his strength. Even without electricity, that strike could shatter its legs. A mournful howl escaped the overseer as it soared through the air. In the next moment, it crashed heavily to the ground, unable to rise again. Chi-Ren confirmed the creature still drew breath, though its limbs had lost mobility, and thus decided to leave it there. He and Suruoshua hastened to the 5th floor, acutely aware that the recent battle had lasted a full 3 minutes. Only 2 minutes remained before the malevolent factory owner returned. Should the owner discover the overseer's injury on the 4th floor, the situation would become utterly unpredictable. Chi-Ren had to utilize the scant remaining 2 minutes to clear the supplies from the owner's office. Strengthen body, activated. Enhancing my speed. Chi-Ren dashed forth, with Suruoshua closely trailing behind. The two swiftly reached the 5th floor. Though devoid of monsters, they were racing against time. Chapter 72. Changing clothes in front of the captain. The layout of the 5th floor is surprisingly simple. Upon exiting the stairwell, one is immediately greeted by the office. Devoid of any corridor, The silver lining: this saves time, allowing for a direct procurement of supplies. The downside: should the unscrupulous factory owner lie in wait at the threshold, neither Chi-Ren nor Su Ruoxue would have an escape route. Let us not forget, the windows of the nefarious factory are all sealed shut. Su Ruoxue forcefully kicked open the office door, brandishing her firearm to ascertain the absence of danger before promptly stepping aside. Chi-Ren dashed into the office, swiftly stowing away all the green dots displayed on the minimap into his travel bag. The entire endeavor took merely 30 seconds. Retreat! Chi-Ren bolted out of the office, gripping Su Ruoxue's hand as they raced downwards. The speed augmented by enhanced physique was astonishing. In the blink of an eye, they found themselves back on the 4th floor, returning to the safety of their refuge. Along the way, they encountered neither the malevolent factory owner nor that minor boss foreman, who remained sprawled on the ground, seething and howling in frustration. "Captain, sister, you're back." Upon seeing the door to the safe house swing open, Su Ruolis immediately took a step back with Du Zhenshen, raising her hand with a crossbow, realizing it was Chi-Ren and Su Ruoxue returning. The exuberant girl instantly lowered her mini crossbow and leaped into Chi-Ren's embrace. "It's wonderful that both the captain and sister are safe." Tears appeared at the corners of the girl's eyes. Meanwhile, Su Ruoxue awkwardly lowered her arms, which she had just raised. She had assumed her sister was rushing towards her, only to discover that the embrace was for Chi-Ren. Su Ruoxue nearly drew her revolver from her pocket. She was merely concerned for the captain. "I must remain composed," the aloof school beauty endeavored to reassure herself. Fortunately, Du Zhenshen rushed to Su Ruoxue's side, enveloping her in a warm embrace. "Sister Ruoxue, it's just splendid that you've returned safely. Realize and I could only wait here. It felt like an eternity. I feared something terrible had befallen you too." Su Ruoxue sighed pensively. Why did it feel that her own sister was more distant than an outsider? Although no mishap had occurred, the very fact that everything unfolded this way was unexpected. Chi-Ren spoke up. "Considering the timing, when Ruoxue and I evacuated, the unscrupulous factory owner should have at least returned to the 4th floor. Yet, we encountered no sign of him. The 4th floor is eerily tranquil, which is decidedly suspicious. Something is amiss." Su Ruoxue turned to Chi-Ren, gently pulling her beloved sister from his embrace. "Could it be that another squad has entered, diverting the factory owner's attention?" Chi-Ren nodded. "It is quite possible. They may have already come under attack. This is not a favorable situation. If anyone triggers the factory owner's aggression, our exit from this factory will become increasingly arduous. What is even more alarming is should someone inadvertently eliminate the overseer, plunging the unscrupulous factory owner into a state of frenzy, we would find ourselves in considerable trouble." Su Ruoxue furrowed her brow. "We are currently on the 4th floor of the factory, with only a single path leading back to the entrance. This boss battle is inescapable. Chi-Ren, would you like your custom revolver returned?" Chi-Ren shook his head. "You are the master of weaponry. It is best that this revolver remains with you. Moreover, I have just acquired essential supplies from the exploration zone, a specialized protective suit. The manual indicates that this suit possesses remarkable bulletproof capabilities, impervious even to tranquilizer darts. Ordinarily, one would need to defeat the boss before obtaining equipment to counter it. Many games feature similar level designs. Fortunately, Chi-Ren awakened an SSS-class profession, successfully leveraging this informational advantage to evade the boss battle and procure the equipment in advance. Additionally, I have retrieved the Overseer's shield and electric baton. Now, even if we encounter the unscrupulous factory owner, we may still stand a chance." Chi-Ren retrieved the protective suit, shield, and electric baton from his travel bag. The protective suit, being a women's model, was perfectly suited for Su Ruoxue. "You should don the protective suit now. The manual requires it to be worn close to the body." So remember to remove your current clothing first. Ha! Suru Oshua slowly formed a question mark. What do you mean by removing my clothes first? Kirin. There certainly isn't a changing room here, is there? What do you think? Suru Oshua found it difficult to maintain her composure. Although she and Chiron had been candid with each other before, that had been at night, in the privacy of a double bed. But now, it was broad daylight. Under the glaring sun, changing clothes in front of her sister and friends felt utterly humiliating. Ruoxiu, what are you hesitating for? Chiron spoke, time waits for no one. We cannot linger here too long. I understand. Suru Oshio gritted her teeth, suppressing her embarrassment, and carried the protective suit to a corner of the safe house. Chiron approached to offer assistance, as this protective suit was indeed challenging to wear. Suru Oshua helplessly suggested, could you let Ruoli and Zhenzhen come help me? Ruoli took a step back. Huh? My arms suddenly feel so sore. I have no strength left. Gu Zhenzhen nodded in agreement. Me too. Suru Oshua shot a glare at her sister, incredulous. You've been in the safe house the whole time. How can your arms be sore? What are you doing? Hurry over here. My arms are sore, sister. Be careful, or I'll reveal your embarrassing stories to Chiron. Wait. My arms suddenly don't feel sore anymore. I'll come help you. As Su Ruoli and Gu Zhenzhen approached to assist, Chiron quietly retreated to the other side of the safe house, turning gracefully to provide the aloof young lady with ample privacy. In this moment, he silently contemplated the forthcoming plan. In the hints provided by the explorer's talent, aside from the caution regarding the tranquilizer gun, there lies an indication of remarkable physical prowess. This strength is presumably relative to the monsters. For an ordinary human, this is not merely strong, it is exceptionally formidable, even bordering on overwhelming. While the protective suit can shield against bullets and tranquilizer darts, it offers no defense against pain or internal injuries. Should a monster close the distance and land a blow on a vulnerable spot, the consequences could range from severe injuries to life-threatening damage. There exists the grim possibility of being fatally struck. Therefore, Suru Oshua cannot confront the malevolent factory owner head-on. She must act as a covert operative, executing a surprise attack on the boss's rear flank, seeking an opportunity to target its weakness, the left heel. Chi Ran, endowed with the robust body advantage and equipped with a newly acquired shield, is capable of facing the boss directly. However, the predicament lies in the fact that other teams have infiltrated the factory. Their allegiance remains uncertain. For Chi Ran's team to exit the factory, an encounter with these teams is inevitable. What if they seize the opportunity to ambush? While Chi Ran and Su Ruoshui may manage, Gu Zhenzhen and Su Ruoliu lack the means for self-defense. It is imperative to anticipate the worst-case scenario and devise a strategy accordingly. As Chi Ran deliberated, a rustling sound persisted behind them for approximately 5 minutes. Captain, my sister has donned her protective suit. You may turn around now, but please prepare yourself mentally. Chi Ran, somewhat perplexed, inquired, prepare for what? Su Ruoliu chuckled, prepare for a nosebleed. Hee hee. Chapter 73, The Thick and Bulky Needle. At this moment, Su Ruoshua felt an overwhelming sense of shyness. Just a few minutes prior, she could never have imagined that this protective suit could exude such sensuality. On the surface, it appeared completely modest, enveloping her from head to toe, with only a transparent eye mask revealing her eyes. However, due to the suit's snug fit, the graceful curves of the aloof young woman's body were perfectly displayed before everyone's gaze. The towering peaks, the perky posterior, the long, straight legs, all accentuated by a pale yellow hue that closely resembled human skin, giving the illusion of nudity at first glance. What on earth is this absurd attire? Su Ruoshua could no longer contain herself. Does this thing even provide protection? It feels more like it would increase the opponent's attack speed. Chi Ran silently observed for several seconds, his silence indicating a deep contemplation. Then, as if recalling something, he suddenly stepped forward and embraced Suru Oshue. She was momentarily stunned. What are you doing? Is this outfit really that enticing? If you like it so much, I can wear it for you at night. But not in front of my little sister. Chi-Ren's hand began to explore Suru Oshue's back, quickly finding a hidden button. The protective suit gradually expanded, transforming from a fitted style into a bulky down jacket. The original curves vanished, thoroughly concealed within its confines. The color shifted to a grayish-white, more akin to the wall. This was the ultimate form of the protective suit, bulletproof and camouflaged. Chi-Ren looked at the three young women with a hint of exasperation. Did none of you bother to read the instructions? Suru Olio shyly stuck out her tongue. Sorry. Captain, I thought the suit would be effective just by wearing it. Gu Zhenzhen also lowered her head in embarrassment, her cheek slightly flushed. It's my fault. I was too busy admiring Sister Ruoshua's figure and didn't he notice the button. What as with the blushing? Are you turning into a teapot? Suru Oshua exclaimed. Unable to hold back. You can't act shy around me. We occasionally share a bed at night. This is quite unsettling. With a resigned gesture, Chi-Ren shrugged. If the protective suit is disfitted, then it's useless for protection. Suru Olio chuckled shyly. Captain, what should we do with the outfit my sister just changed out of? Chi-Ren calmly replied, leave it to me. He took Suru Oshua's clothes, feeling a warmth along with a hint of the sweet fragrance of a young woman. He decisively placed it in the travel bag. Suru Oshua's face flushed crimson. Yet she gritted her teeth and said nothing. Chi-Ren waved his hand. It's time to get down to business, let us go. The young women immediately regained their serious demeanor. Gu Zhenzhen concealed a dagger in her embrace, while Suru Olio gripped a mini crossbow firmly in hand. Suru Oshua adjusted to the protective suit while keeping pace with the others. Chi-Ren firmly held the specially crafted revolver and gently pushed open the door to the safe house. The corridor outside was eerily quiet, not a sound to be heard. Chi-Ren first arrived at the location of the previous battle, confirming that the overseer still lay motionless on the ground, utterly incapacitated. For an ordinary person, the excessive loss of blood would likely have resulted in death by now. However, the monsters not only possess extraordinary physical attributes and vitality, but they also lack a conventional human circulatory system. We must retreat. After verifying through the minimap that the fourth floor exhibited no abnormalities, Chi-Ren led his companions cautiously to the stairwell descending to the third floor. Strangely, the overseer on the third floor was absent from the stairway. Moreover, Chi-Ren discerned through the minimap that the entirety of the third floor was devoid of red markers. Upon reaching the second floor, the situation remained unchanged. The overseer was also missing from their designated post. From the stairwell leading to the first floor, faint sounds of combat could be heard, accompanied by the shrill cries of monsters and the shouts of humans. This indicated that the unscrupulous factory owner and the three overseers were gathered on the first floor, engaged in battle with the invaders. There was no turning back. They needed to be prepared for combat at any moment. Chi-Ren initially contemplated whether to secure Suru Oli and Gu Zhenzhen in a safe room on the second floor. However, he soon realized that he might not be able to guarantee defeating the factory owner and could merely hope to restrain him. They had to act in unison, seizing this brief window of control to swiftly escape the treacherous factory. Ruoli utilized this mini crossbow for self-defense and refrain from initiating any attacks. Additionally, in case of emergency, ensure your own escape. This mini crossbow can be discarded at any moment. The same went for Zhenzhen. The two young women nodded in agreement. Understood. Chi-Ren retrieved a shield from his travel pack, raised it before him, and cautiously descended the stairs to the factory's first floor. Suddenly, a powerful torrent of water echoed in their ears, reminiscent of a firefighter wielding a high-pressure hose at a blaze. In the next moment, Chi-Ren beheld the source of the sound, Indeed, there was a firefighter holding a water gun, a girl with red hair. Beside her stood a petite blonde girl and another girl with black hair and green eyes. The three young women were now encircled by the factory owner and the three overseers, cornered with no avenue of escape. The red-haired girl wielded the water gun, repeatedly repelling the factory owner and overseers with a powerful stream of water. While the effect of her efforts was commendable, it inflicted no substantial harm on the unscrupulous factory owner. The water gun merely bought them time. Once the water supply was exhausted, death would await them. For Chi-Ren's team, this initially presented an opportunity to flee. The corridor formed a square shape, and by evading the sight of the factory owner, they could directly reach the exit. However, Chi-Ren checked the map of the first floor through the minimap and suddenly noticed a thick black line marking the entrance. Had the doors been shut, Chi-Ren swiftly enhanced his speed with the strengthened body skill and dashed to the entrance. The once open iron doors of the factory were now, indeed, firmly closed. Beneath the iron gate lies a substantial keyhole, yet no key can be found nearby, even in the office on the 5th floor. There was no sign of a key hanging anywhere. Could the key be on the unscrupulous factory owner's person? Chi-Ren swiftly returned, peering around the corner to discreetly observe the back of the heartless proprietor. Indeed, a set of keys dangled from the owner's waist. This predicament was troublesome. Chi-Ren lowered his voice and addressed his three companions, stating that they must devise a way to obtain the key to escape. But it was attached to the factory owner. Su Ruoshu's expression darkened. Did this mean they had to defeat the monster? The factory owner's appearance was not as terrifying as the labyrinth's boss, and his weapon was not as exaggerated as a 3-meter-long blade. However, this did not imply that he was any easier to confront. The anesthetic gun in the owner's hand had a barrel as large as a fist. One shot from it could potentially be fatal for an ordinary person. How could anyone withstand such a blow? Isn't that meant for sedating monsters? Su Ruoli murmured softly. Captain, that creature is about to fire. The three girls are in danger. The red-haired girl's high-pressure water gun had significantly diminished in power. She had recently used it to fend off the three overseers' attacks. Seizing this moment, the heartless factory owner raised the anesthetic gun, aiming it at the chest of the red-haired girl, and fired a massive anesthetic dart. Chapter 74. Confronting the corrupt factory owner. The speed of the tranquilizer gun was astonishing. In the blink of an eye, the tranquilizer dart was perilously close to the red-haired girl. By the time she realized the danger and attempted to deflect the dart with her water gun, it was far too late. She scarcely had a moment to evade. Even more terrifying was the fact that the dart's syringe was thicker than a typical human arm. A direct hit would likely shatter her sternum, leaving her either dead or severely injured. From a distance, Su Ruoli and Du Zhenzhen watched, their hearts racing with anxiety. Su Ruoshu yearned to assist but felt powerless, as she was too far from the scene to intervene. Even Chi-Ren was unable to provide aid at that moment. His military training command could only be applied to living beings and would be ineffective against the tranquilizer dart, rendering him helpless to stop it. Just as the situation reached a critical point, the red-haired girl's teammate, a black-haired girl with green eyes, suddenly charged forward, using her own body to intercept the incoming tranquilizer dart. Bam! The dart plunged forcefully into the girl's chest, piercing through her body. The green-eyed girl collapsed backward, unable to rise again. The corrupt factory owner swiftly reloaded the tranquilizer gun with a new dart, aiming it at the red-haired girl. Attention! Chi-Ren bellowed, momentarily stalling the factory owner's movements. Seizing the opportunity, Su Ruoshu rolled forward and drew her gun, firing. Bam! The demon-hunting bullet struck the factory owner's vulnerable spot, the heel of its left foot. A howl erupted from the creature, a piercing sound that nearly shattered the eardrums of those present, startled by the sudden appearance of Chi-Ren's team. The red-haired girl quickly regained her composure and raised her water gun, fending off the three overseers attempting to launch a surprise attack. Meanwhile, The factory owner swiftly regained its composure, turning around with a menacing expression. After all, as a mid-tier monster, a single demon-hunting bullet was insufficient to slay it. Realizing the threat behind it, the factory owner could no longer afford to expose its weakness to the enemy. It raised the tranquilizer gun, aiming at Suuru Oshue, and fired another dart. Clang! Chi-Ren darted in front of Suuru Oshua, raising his shield to block the shot. The dart's tip failed to pierce the shield. Yet the tremendous impact forced Chi-Ren back several steps. The factory owner reloaded the tranquilizer gun once more. Behind it, the red-haired girl struggled to hold her ground. Using an increasingly feeble stream of water to fend off the three overseers. On Suuru Oshua's end, she attempted to shoot at the factory owner's other vulnerable areas with demon-hunting bullets. She fired 3 shots in quick succession, accurately hitting its forehead, eyes, and chest. Remarkably, the factory owner sustained no damage whatsoever. The bullets could not even penetrate its skin. This creature has committed countless misdeeds. Its hide has grown remarkably tough. Chi-Ren analyzed quietly. Ruoshua, swiftly maneuver behind it. I will hold it off here. Understood. Suuru Oshua recognized that this was not the time for hesitation. She decisively rose and sprinted away. The factory owner immediately fired a tranquilizer dart in her direction. Chiron leapt into the air, using his shield to deflect the incoming strike. Meanwhile, Suruoi contemplated whether to support her captain with her crossbow. However, Gu Zhenzhen pulled her away, urging her to follow in the footsteps of Suuru Oshua. The demon-hunting bullets cannot harm that monster, and your crossbow bolts would be even less effective, Gu Zhenzhen explained as they ran. Staying here would only burden the captain. He would fare better alone. Therefore, we should assist Sister Ruoshua instead. Let us first eliminate those 3 smaller monsters and then join forces against the malevolent factory owner. Suruoi nodded, summoning all her strength to sprint forward. On the other side, the malevolent factory owner unleashed 6 tranquilizer darts in rapid succession, all of which were successfully blocked by Chiron's shield. However, due to the relentless impact, a faint crack began to form on the shield, a troubling sign. The factory owner evidently recognized this development. It abruptly stowed away the tranquilizer gun and brandished an electric baton, lunging ferociously at Chiron. With a resounding thud, a powerful downward strike nearly knocked the shield from Chiron's grasp. Aware that he could not withstand the assault head-on, Chiron quickly activated Enhanced Physique to boost his agility and retreated. Meanwhile, Suuru Oshua exerted herself to maneuver behind the 3 overseers, aiming for their lower legs. With a series of 3 shots, the demon-hunting bullets penetrated the monster's limbs. Ordinarily, this area would not be fatal. Strangely, the 3 overseers evaporated into thin air upon being struck. Alarmed, Ruoshua realized the dire implications. The death of the overseers would send the factory owner into a frenzied rage. To prevent this, she had deliberately targeted their legs, just as she had on the 4th floor of the factory. Who would have imagined that these 3 overseers would be killed outright? Suddenly, she recalled that the instruction manual for the demon-hunting bullets indicated that lower-tier mutated monsters could be instantly eliminated. The overseers on the 4th floor had not been dispatched so swiftly, not due to the targeting but rather because of differing levels. Chiron was in peril. Ignoring the approaching Suruoi and Gu Zhenzhen, Suuru Oshua raced frantically toward Chiron's position. Ahead of her, the red-haired girl brandished a water gun, while the green-eyed girl, previously pierced by a tranquilizer dart, was now healed with the assistance of the blonde girl and surged toward Chiron. The factory owner had entered a berserk state, wielding the electric baton with wild abandon, each swing stirring a howling wind and creating deep craters in the ground. Even with enhanced physique, augmenting his speed, Chiron found it impossible to shake off the boss, resorting instead to military training commands to exert control over it. March in place. Rest. Forward march. Quick march. Count off. In its frenzied state, the boss would only be under control for a fleeting moment, regaining its faculties in less than a second. The military commands were rapidly depleted, and all orders fell into a cooldown period. Qi Ren had been driven into a corner, with no retreat left. He had no choice but to raise his shield, intending to withstand the impending blow. The newly acquired shield was now riddled with cracks, on the verge of shattering at any moment. "Taste my water column!" The crimson-haired maiden shouted fiercely, brandishing her water gun as she charged towards the malevolent factory owner, the high-pressure water jet aimed directly at its right arm. It nearly knocked the electric baton from its grasp. Seizing the opportunity, Qi Ren executed a swift dodge and roll, narrowly evading the attack. However, the factory owner's reflexes were astonishingly quick. It lifted the electric baton once more, striking down towards Qi Ren's position with great ferocity. Almost simultaneously, the black-haired, green-eyed girl dashed in front of Qi Ren, growling, "Puppet!" Bam! She braved the full force of the boss's strike with her own body. Qi Ren could even hear the sickening sound of bones fracturing. The green-eyed girl toppled backwards, collapsing into Qi Ren's arms. He inhaled sharply, realizing that her fallen form was unnaturally rigid, as if she truly were a puppet. Meanwhile, the malevolent factory owner raised a tranquilizer gun once again, aiming at the positions of Qi Ren and the green-eyed girl, preparing to unleash a lethal shot. The tranquilizer dart whistled through the air. Bam!